mangueira, jogando flores pelo ar. Se encantou com a musa que a Bahia dá rival. Canto Caetano de oi, com a tropicália no olhar. Doces bárbaros ensinando a brisa a bailar. Amei que seja uma voz, uma canção, no teatro opinião. Tentando explodir, oi, vem domingo no parque. Amor, alegria, alegria. Eu vou a som da festa do interior. Teu nome é Gal. A mão na mão. Aplausos ao francioneiro. É carnaval, é Rio de Mar. Me leva que eu vou, sonho meu, até na vez de volta só não. Me leva que eu vou, me leva que eu vou, sonho meu, até na vez de volta só não vai quem já morreu. Explode coração da maior felicidade. É lindo meu salgueiro, contagiando e cacotinho essa cidade explode. Explode coração da maior. Quero ouvir. Contagiando e sacudindo essa. Olha, galera, agora vai. Ah, vou eu. Me levo pelo mar da sedução, sedução. Sou mais uma vez. Adeus, menino, para eu vou curtir um ponto, meu pai. Não chore, pois vou sorrir. Felicidade, o velho. Vou no balanço das ondas. No mar eu jogo a saudade. O vento traz esperança e ansiedade. Bora ver. Vou no balanço das ondas. O mar eu jogo a saudade. O vento traz esperança, ansiedade. Bora vegano em busca em cada porto. Em cada porto que passo, eu vejo e refaço. Em fantasia, cultura, folclores e hábitos, por isso refaço minha alegria. Chega ao Rio de Janeiro, terra do samba, da mula, do futebol. Vou vivendo dia a dia, embalado na magia do teu carnaval. Explode coração, a maior felicidade. É lindo meu salgueiro, contagiando e saúde. Explode coração, a maior felicidade. É lindo meu salgueiro, contagiando e sacudindo essa cidade.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning. What a performance to kickstart the Sao Paulo Latin America International Championships here in Sao Paulo, Brazil at Expo Center Norte Pavilhão Azul. Big thank you to Vai for that amazing performance to get us started with the first international event of the season in the perfect way.
I'm Sophia, and together with Pablo, we are so honored to be the ones to welcome you to the exciting world of Pokémon and all the joy that comes with hosting one of these events.
Now, we want to hear from all the people here that traveled from all over the world to participate this weekend. Where are my Pokémon Go fans?
How about Pokémon Unite?
And I know we have our Pokémon trading card game fans here.
And of course, who's ready for the action on the Pokemon video game? All right. We have more than 3,000 trainers at LAIC 2025. And in a spirit of competition, it is anyone's guess who will add themselves to the history books as an international champion on Championship Sunday.
But the title isn't the only thing on the line, though. We have championship points to play for here at this event, as well as over $500,000 prize pool across all of our titles here in Sao Paulo.
Let's kick this off. Trainers, it's time to begin. Head over to your play tables to embark on your journey towards Pokemon glory. It's time to show the world what you've got.
And if you aren't here, you can still check out all the action live at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Join in on the conversation online using the hashtag PokemonLAIC. And if you're watching live right now on YouTube or Twitch, make sure you follow the channel.
The 2025 Latin America International Championships have officially begun. Best of luck to all of our competitors. And now, let's pass it over to our expert casters who'll be taking us through the pregame breakdown for each title. Take it away.
Welcome in, trainers. You are here with me, Tomahawk UK, and my lovely co-caster, Amanda Lundberg, at the 2025 Latin America International Championships, and we cannot wait to get started.
I know, those drums were beating life into the venue already. The hype has begun, and we cannot wait to see who will be crowned the 2025 Latin American International Champion. Guess what? This is the first International Championships here of the series.
Yeah, we've got LATAM here this weekend. So many trainers from across the world coming to compete for those trophies and for those championship points. But there are more international championships still to come. We've got EUIC in February, NAIC in June. They're all paving the way for the World Championships in Anaheim next August.
And all of these players are not only playing for the prestige, they're gonna go try ahead, get those championship points. Look at this, first place, 500 championship points, all the way down to 150 for that top 64 placements. And that's gonna go a long way, because as you guys know, this is a new season for championship points for Pokemon Go. Not only are there going to be more championship points available, more players are going to be able to qualify in the different regions.
Yeah, as we say, this is the first international championship of the 2025 season. If you're not familiar with the structure of an international championship, we've got a little something for you coming right up.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokemon Go trainers are here to compete for their share of over $500,000 in cash prizes, exclusive booster packs, and crucial championship points that could help them secure a spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle, with trainers clashing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format, until only 3 remain at the end of Day 2. On Day 3, Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the Latin America International Champion. Matches are best of 3, except for the high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which will each be a best of 5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokemon but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. Who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion? Will last year's champion defend their crown, or will we see a new victor rise? And who will secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live.
A little explanation for you with a very soothing voice. I wonder where I've heard that before. I'm wondering if maybe that voice can tell us a little bit more, not only about the championship points, but also maybe the prizes that people can have at LAIC. What do you think?
These massive events come with massive cash prizes as well. $5 $5,000 for that first placement. That is a huge incentive for these players here, in addition to the championship points and prestige that we talked about. But it's also going down all the way to those $600, staggering up. So these players have a lot to play for.
Yeah, there is so many trainers here in Sao Paulo. It's actually amazing. This is probably our biggest tournament so far this season. Last season, LNDS Harjev was able to take it all. Not only that, before that, he went through Curitiba. He didn't drop a single game. And then he went on to win LAIC. And we have to wonder, does he still have it? He is here this weekend. Will he be able to run it back, do it one more time in the 2025 season?
And I think every player here knows the caliber of competition that they're going to be up against. LNDS Harjev, such an incredible player. Not dropping a game is so impressive. But there are a lot of players that are in a similar position. A lot of players that have a lot that they want to show this weekend.
I mean, and one of the things that I think that they might want to show this weekend are some potentially new Pokemon, right? Because there has been a community day for Mankey recently, and I'm wondering, do you think that we're going to see some trending up of Annihilate, perhaps even Primeape?
I have a feeling that these players will want to be using Annihilate and, of course, Primeape with access to the Ghost-type Charge Attack Rage Fist. This is a guaranteed boost, Amanda. It is going to be so powerful, and I cannot wait to see how players use it.
Let's go ahead and check out some of the other ones. One that I really want to highlight here is Gyarados. It has climbed to the top of the usage meta, and not only does it have Lunge to be able to potentially debuff your opponent's attack, it also has Trail Buddies with Boost Your Own. This spider is going to be on a roll.
And I know that we've seen a rise in Mud Slappers. You've got your Shadow Kanto Marowak. Even Gastrodon has been popular in recent weeks. But I think it's time for Clodsire to re-emerge as the ground type of choice, because access to Stone Edge as well as Sludge Bomb paired with that Earthquake gives it a lot of flexibility. I'm expecting to see a lot of them this weekend.
I mean, at the very beginning of the max out meta, Clodsire was one of the everyone thought they were going to see everywhere. The pairing of Shadow for Alligator and Clodsire was going to be big. We'll have to see if we'll see a lot of it here. Some other Pokemon that we know that has been pretty popular in this meta, but maybe are on the outskirts, could be a Pokemon like Toxapex.
Yeah. Do you remember at the beginning of the season, we had that Clodsire for Alligator, and then it shifted towards Toxapex and Diggersby? I'm not so sure if Toxapex and Diggersby are going to have the same presence that they once did. Toxapex is obviously a brilliant answer to Azumarill, but maybe Ariados, as we said earlier, could be the poison type of choice.
I mean, you talk about this core, Toxapex and Diggersby. I know that actually in the Latin America region, everyone was using that at the beginning. We'll have to see if they actually are going to continue on that trajectory, or if maybe they're deciding to go with some new flavors for LAIC.
And the question is, what is the impact of a Pokemon like Annihilate and Primeape on these normal type Pokemon? And one of the questions is Dunsparce. This has seen so much play, some players might be apprehensive because it doesn't have a great matchup into the fighters. Honestly, Amanda, I think we'll still see a few of them this weekend.
I mean, Dunsparce has been so popular in the past. I think it was actually #1 in a couple of regional competitions. So we'll have to see. We'll keep an eye on Dunsparce, but that's not the only thing we're going to be keeping an eye on. We have players galore here, and not only from Latin America. We've got players coming in from North America, from Europe, Oceania. It's going to be a show.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the players that we've got who have traveled here to Sao Paulo, Brazil. Here are our North American players to watch. You've got Rise to Occasion. So many titles up on screen for all of these players. Dunebug97 and Out of Pocket, who is our NAIC champion from last season.
So many accolades to these trainers. We also have some really great trainers coming in from Europe. We have ones that I think are pretty popular, pretty well known, definitely between the two of us, as that's the region that we are in. We have College6, Palasha, and Nezabethan.
And you're getting a really nice opportunity here to see the teams of these players in advance. You are seeing them before we get to see them, which is pretty incredible. We're seeing a couple of Shadow Kanto Marowak on screen, Galarian Moltres as well, and Nezabethan there. He's just come off the back of the Buenos Aires special event. He was their champion.
It was the champion there. There's a bunch of champions within this region itself. So we're going to have to see if they will be able to take them out continually. I know that he just was off the back of that, but that doesn't mean that he could do it again. I don't know.
Yeah, and he was up against a lot of LATAM players, but there are obviously a lot of LATAM players here to reclaim the title. They want that championship. We've got LNDS Hargev, Marta Galde, and Javier V20 all here. And I'm seeing a couple of spicy picks on screen, Amanda. There is a Shadow Skarmory.
I tell you what, LNDS Hargev ran it back with Charjabug before Charjabug was popular, at LAIC last year. Looks like he's trying to make another name for himself once again. But also, we can't forget about another region that's been coming, from down under pretty much. We have the Oceania region coming in, representing who they have here, and that is PvP Steve 7, Rick Flair, and Zetarb.
How many E's in that name do you reckon? If you know, let us know in chat. But there's Rick Flair, Zetarb as well, and I can see a Shadow Annihilate. I can see a Shadow Jumpluff. I can see an Altaria for PvP Steve. So who knows what you're supposed to be preparing against when there is so much variety in this meta here in the Max Out season.
Though this Max Out season has been going on for quite a while, each meta has been pretty much completely different from regional competition to regional competition. Now at the larger stage of the International Championship with players coming in from all over the globe, it will be very exciting to see the clash of these titans.
I think we're in a really interesting position in this meta because we thought that we had got to a point, perhaps, where the meta had stabilized. And you saw in Lille that the 3 top teams were all very, very similar. And then in Gdansk, Tonton Batus actually came in with something completely different. He brought Alolan Raticate, he brought Charger Bug, and it threw the meta into a bit of chaos. And now, of course, we've had that Mankey Community Day, Rage Fist, and so many players are going to want to be bringing it. Do you think, Amanda, that it will make top usage this weekend?
Let's see. Do I think that Primeape will, or do I think Annihilate will? Or perhaps both? Well, let's find out, because we have the top usage for day 1 here. Look at these Pokemon. Azumarill still top of the meta here with 61.9% usage.
And Primeape and Annihilate both make top 12. That is huge. That is so exciting for these players. I know that that is massively exciting for you at home. I can't wait to see if we're using Shadow variants. I'm really excited to see close combat damage output.
I mean, if we're going ahead and kind of analyzing our trending up and trending down, we do see a lot of the picks that we thought that would be meta. We'd have that Clodsire, the Ariados, and the Annihilate here on the screen. But what we didn't expect was actually that rise of Dunsparce still in that top 3 usage. So even though there are more fighters, Dunsparce ain't scared.
Yeah, it's interesting because Dunsparce actually in a previous event was the #1 used Pokemon. So it's a bit interesting that it's still very, very prominent. It doesn't quite have the meta share that it did before. But Azumarill, how many seasons we are seeing Azumarill just showing that the Water Fairy typing is really, really strong.
Now, I have a question for you. We saw that Clodsire. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the spotlight where you said it can run Stone Edge or it could run Sludge Bomb. It also runs Earthquake, but what do you run with it in this meta? Do you go for Stone Edge for the flying type Pokemon, or you to go for Sludge Bomb to handle that Azumarill, that top used Pokemon in the meta?
I think there are a couple of ways that you can approach this. Everyone knows that Sludge Bomb is preferable if your focus is Azumarill. But with the number of Ariados we're seeing, Stone Edge can be really, really powerful as well. The question is, does Annihilate or Primeape make a difference to that? Sludge Bomb is obviously resisted by Annihilate, but so is Stone Edge. But Primeape only resists Stone Edge.
There's so many different potentials. We can get into this a little bit actually, because we saw that since they were both on the usage meta, the differences between Annihilate and Primeape, for maybe those who are a bit newer who may be wondering, okay, which one should I bring if it's now viable for the Show 6 Pick 3 format?
I mean, everyone knows I love Annihilate, one of my favorite Pokemon to use last season. Counter received a nerf this season. It doesn't provide as much energy as it used to, which slows Annihilate down a bit. But the fast attack damage pressure, that's still there, and now Rage Fist only increases that. I'm expecting to see some players try a strategy of just using both shields on their Annihilate, punching the entire way through, and trying to close out some end games with heavy hitting close combat.
I mean, you're talking about 2 shields. If you're going to use Primeape, you're also going to need both shields for that Pokemon because it doesn't have the bulk that Annihilate has, but what it does have is an even quicker pacing. So being able to go ahead, use its fast attacks to get to the charge attacks even quicker. This could be really vital, and I think I did see it as one above the Annihilate in the meta. So maybe Latin America feels the same as me.
Yeah, Karate Chop was also an attack that received a massive buff this season, and it allows Primeape to reach Rage Fist and close combat so quickly. We've actually seen very similar pacing to one of my other favorite Pokemon, which is Pangoro, which we're going to miss for a little bit because I do think that Primeape probably has a lot more play, that guaranteed boost from Rage Fist. And for anyone who doesn't know, let's remember that there is no Pokemon, right, in this game at the moment that resists both ghost and biting type damage, and that coverage is massive. And I see that it's a huge incentive for players to bring one of those Pokemon.
Let us know if you're listening. Let us know in the chat. Let us know on socials. Which do you prefer? Are you going for Annihilate like Fareed, or are you going to go with Primate like me? We'll see how it actually fares throughout this tournament, because with so many players here, I'm sure we're going to see some unique movesets on the Pokemon. We're going to see some unique play styles, and I'm so excited to see the compositions.
And let's remember that there are more incentives for you watching at home. We have drops available.
Woo-hoo!
If you are able to watch in Twitch, this is how you can get a Feraligatr and an Elite Charge TM. We love Charge TMs, but an Elite Charge TM, oh yeah.
Chef's kiss for that Elite Charge TM. Also, I believe it's out of pockets of Feraligatr that he used for NAIC. So that is super cool. Out of pocket actually here in Sao Paulo. So we'll have to see if he's brought it to his series this time. I know he also replaced with Quagsire recently, so that could be an interesting play. I know that both Nezabitan, who is here, and Boom20, who won Lille, ran a Quagsire, which was sort of an unexpected pick in this max out meta.
And interestingly, if the eagle-eyed amongst you will have noticed that Shadow Quagsire actually dropped out of top 12 usage, which, having Boom told us that Shadow Quagsire and Ariados were his strongest partnership, that's interesting how the meta for everyone here is starting to develop again.
So if you were looking at this, I know that you said Annihilate, but I know you've run Pangoro in the past. You've also ran some spicy Pokemon. What do you think of that top usage for day one? Is it as you were expecting, or were there any actual surprises to you?
I think it makes a lot of sense that when there's a slight shift in the meta, or the potential for a slight shift with the introduction of Rage Fist, Annihilate, and Primate, that people trend towards what they know best. They trend towards bulk, Azumarill, Clodsire, Dunsparce, all very reliable just because they are bulky and have coverage against a lot of the meta. And I think perhaps next week or the week after, players who have been watching this event will then have more of an idea of what they need to lean into.
I think many players are tuning into this not only to see what the Pokemon are, but because it is the largest tournament that we've had this season. This is the first international championship. And as a reminder, you said it in the video, the top 4 competitors from this event will automatically get qualified for Worlds in Anaheim, California, which is big. This is new.
There are so many things at stake for these players here. If we just try and count back, obviously you've got the cash prizes, the championship points available, massive. But what are those championship points going towards? They're potentially going towards the EUIC Travel Award. And so the top 4 players from every region after LAIC, right? After this weekend, the top 4 players will potentially receive money to go towards EUIC in February.
Now, we're talking about players. We're talking about all of these different incentives. Let's actually talk about what's going on the field, because it does look like we have our 2 trainers locked in. This is going to be the first of the 2025 LAIC, and I'm so excited to see.
Yeah, we've got Steps, we've got Papa Bean, we've got a Jumpluff potentially as well. And I think that that's a really interesting option because it has that flying type coverage, which can hit your Ariados and also your Annihilate and Primate, but it has access to Energy Ball as well, which can near one-shot a lot of the water types such as Gastrodon and Shadow Quagsire, but also really threaten your Azumarill and your Feraligatr.
Now we're looking at both of these teams, and it is open team sheet, so the players do know what the other players are running for both the fast and charge attacks. Looking at the Clodsires, there is a bit of a difference here. We have Stone Edge on Steps' side, but it looks like the Papa Bean has opted for Sludge Bomb on hers.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting display because this Jumpluff, if I'm correct, is a non-shadow variant. It doesn't hit quite as hard, but it does have a really surprising amount of bulk. And the question is whether or not players such as Steps have practiced against it. How well do you know your Malamar versus Jumpluff matchup, for example?
Oh, I definitely don't know it very well. I know at the beginning of the max out meta, Jumpluff was kind of on the rise. Everyone was like, oh, it's going to be a Pokemon that's going to be able to use so often. It wasn't actually used in that much tournament play. I do know that there were some people using it. I'm so excited to see how Papa Bean is going to make this work.
Now, we can see Steps there with that Azumarill, with that Clodsire, with that Dunsparce as well. Those are the Pokemon that we've been talking about a lot this season, and I think they're almost going to be used as a safety blanket. As soon as you're a little bit unsure of what kind of spice your opponent brings, do you just lean into Dunsparce? Do you just have the bulk of Clodsire in the back to just sponge damage as needed, and then you've obviously got that Malamar as that flexible pick, and I wouldn't be surprised if Steps leans into those here now.
Well, we're gonna get right into it. You see the phone tappings, you see that they are ready to go. Dunsparce in the lead against that Shadow for Alligator. Now those Shadow Claws are not doing much to the normal type of the Dunsparce. However, this Hydro Cannon will hurt.
Yeah, Hydro Cannon does a massive amount of damage from this Shadow for Alligator. Shadow for Alligator can actually win the zero shield scenario, but as soon as the Dunsparce puts up a shield, that Shadow for Alligator, it doesn't have quite as much of a fun time.
Going ahead, throwing the drill run, and it looks like, Papa Bean is not going to shield it up. This will do a nice chunk of damage, but already going to outpace here. Going for another drill run. Does Papa Bean want to preserve the Alligator? It looks like she is going to use that shield.
Yeah, there was a little bit of interesting timing with the Shadow Claw usage right at the beginning, and it actually allowed the Dunsparce to reach another attack first. That's not the best position for the Feraligatr, but the Dunsparce is taking full advantage.
Going ahead and using the Protect Shield himself there, Steps is taking full advantage of that because he knows he's already at another, will be able to outpace here, but with such a low health Feraligatr, Papa Bean letting it go, and this could potentially be farm opportunity for whatever is coming in.
There's a Dunsparce and an Azumarill in the back for Papa Bean. It's not going to be an easy farm down at all, so a charge attack will need to be thrown. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Dunsparce come in as it reaches attack a little bit quicker.
But there was a rollout advantage on Step's side, as you can see already at another drill run here. I don't think that at this point, yeah, going ahead, letting that shield go down because this drill run will not be enough to knock it out. Not even enough to knock it into the yellow here. Just trying to get a ton of energy on Papa Bean's side now before throwing.
Some nice over-farming from the Papa Bean there, getting a little bit more energy before landing this drill run. It will take out the Dunsparce, and now Steps has to make a decision what he's going to bring in. I wouldn't be surprised if Malamar comes in now. It can threaten that Dunsparce with the super effective superpower, or you could just Psywave, Foul Play, and take the Dunsparce down that way.
Psywave was one of the attacks that ended up getting a buff in this max out meta, so they do a little more damage. That superpower would be enough for this normal typing, but it does debuff yourself. So the real question is, does Steps want to use it? It looks like he's going for it. If this connects, that Dunsparce will go away, and he may have an opportunity to swap out. No Protect Shields! No Protect Shields! Down goes the Dunsparce!
I quite like this play. The Azumarill is going to come in, but this Clodsire does not have access to Sludge Bomb. So when shields start to go down, Azumarill has quite a beneficial matchup. Bubble is super effective, Ice Beam is super effective as well, but there is still the Malamar to go. So the Azumarill has a pretty big hill to climb.
Going ahead, throwing off that Ice Beam here, super effective to one of the bulkiest Pokemon, only now down to the yellow. But again, open team sheets. Papa Bean knows it doesn't have as much to worry about from this Clodsire. The Earthquake doesn't hit as heavy as the Sludge Bomb here. Content to take it and just farm up a little more energy.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised if the Papa Bean uses a shield on the Clodsire's next attack, because this is going to do more damage than any charge attack from the Malamar.
Yeah, now going ahead, Ice Beam going through here. Malamar still has basically a lot of health left. Not so much energy. Does Papa Bean want to shield this? It is a Stone Edge bait, but yes, needs to keep that Azumarill as healthy as possible. When it's your only Pokemon left, you gotta do something.
I think that makes real sense from Steps to throw the bait there. He knows that the Papa Bean has to protect the Azumarill, so that Stone Edge has now allowed him to reach this Earthquake. It's gonna hit hard, it's gonna land, and Steps takes game number 1.
Game number 1 going to our Chilean player's Steps there. Good, taking the advantage early on and going ahead, using it fully for himself there. What do you think about Feraligatr into Dunsparce's lead on a typical scenario, Tomahawk?
Yeah, Shadow Feraligatr especially, the Hydro Cannons can do a lot, but there's a really funky thing about rollout, and that's the animation can be sometimes hard to watch. Sometimes that means you throw an attack and all of a sudden you're watching another rollout come through, and you know that can be really, really costly, and these players have to try and compose themselves. We're so early in this competition, everyone will have nerves, everyone will know what's at stake, especially if you're here on stream. But Steps took advantage, and that's what you got to do. You got to play against your opponent, take advantage of the opportunities, and he really did so in that game number 1.
I think Dunsparce maybe heard us talking about it earlier on, saying, excuse me, did you say I'm trending downward? All right, let me show you what I can do in the first matchup of the day here at the 2025 LAIC.
Yeah, we saw all 3 of those bulky Pokemon, Dunsparce, Azumarill, and Clodsire, featuring in this first match. But Shadow Feraligatr, I'm really excited to see how players can use this Pokemon throughout this weekend. We can see that Hydro Cannon damage output is massive.
I also want everyone's opinion. Who's listening in the chat? Maybe also yours, Tomahawk. You seem to be decent enough at the game. What are your thoughts on regular Feraligatr versus that Shadow Feraligatr?
There are a lot of things about regular Feraligatr that I really like when you're not looking to use as many shields on it. So I've run a normal Feraligatr. I've actually run it with Crunch as well for a better matchup against Pokemon like Dugong and Toxapex, but we're not seeing as many of those, neither of them really making that top 12 usage. So perhaps going back to Ice Beam and relying on that Shadow Feraligatr is now definitely optimal.
Yeah, I think that Papa Bean thought so as well, using that Shadow Feraligatr on her side as a reminder to people. Shadow Pokemon take 20% more damage, but they also dish out 20% more. So it's going to be a little bit heavier hitting, but you have to weigh the cost, the balance of it for your team composition. Speaking of teams, hopping right into game number 2 here. We got a Malamar on step size versus a Jumpluff, a shiny one at that.
A shiny Jumpluff. Jumpluff is a community day Pokemon as well, so shinies, if you've got one, you should use it. Azumarill's going to come in. It doesn't want to take the rollouts. Papa Bean doesn't want to take the rollouts onto that Jumpluff, so Drill Run's going to land on Azumarill instead.
Now, this is sort of the problem with Dunsparce. Though it is so popular, though it has really great coverage, because of its normal typing, it doesn't have same type attack bonus from either of its charge attacks in the Rock Slide or the Drill Run here. So it's not doing as much as, say, it would be from a Clodsire.
And it's interesting from Steps here. He's actually gone for 3 Pokemon that on paper all soft lose at minimum to this Azumarill. But actually, if you can chip it down enough, then actually they're going to have a lot of play in the back. I know you at home, you're looking at the backlines already. You're trying to work out what's going to happen in this game, but these players are focused on what's happening on screen. Azumarill shielding this Drill Run. The Papa Bean knows that it has more value to offer.
And I think to go ahead, counting to, going to throw right before that next charge attack is available, going for that Ice Beam here. This will be enough at this range to knock it out, but Step says, nope, not today. Going ahead, shielding it up because I am at a charge attack here. I know that Bubble paces quite slowly to this next attack, taking full advantage, throwing this before the next Ice Beam is reached.
Yeah, this is now a really tricky position for the Papa Bean, because if you were to shield this, you'd probably need to throw energy, otherwise the Dunsparce would reach another attack. And that means it's probably not worth keeping. Save your shield and start to farm down. You might have to shield a Rock Slide here, but let's remember, Rock Slide received a pretty big nerf. The Papa Bean's going to shield it anyway. It would do super effective damage, so I understand it.
Yeah, you don't want to even take the risk at this point. There's a lot of energy on that jump up. Going ahead, charging up more. I think she recognizes she might not be able to Fairy Wind down. I think you saw it. She was trying to tap to catch this attack onto her own Pokemon. Fortunately for her, was not able to do so. Gonna take that super effective damage on the jump up, but is able to completely farm down.
Yeah, 1 Fairy Wind too many meant that you weren't able to reach that switch out, but Energy Ball now, it's a neutral against a Poison Ground Clodsire. Let's see how much damage this does from a non-Shadow Jumpluff.
Just a little chunk there. Clodsire comes in and says, hey, that wasn't very nice. Going ahead, just charging up a lot of energy of his own on Step side. Step is up a shield as well. This Earthquake will connect. No protections remaining on Papa Bean's side.
Yeah, Steps hasn't opted to go into the Malamar, which obviously has a very beneficial matchup. He does come in now after chipping with that hard-hitting Earthquake, maybe saving Clodsire and its access to Stone Edge for Jumpluff in the back.
Going ahead, the Drill Run will go through. No Protect Shield used here. If you look at Steps' side, he's almost up to that superpower, but not before the next Drill Run goes through. Lets a Psywave through. Foul Play energy. At this point, you have to wonder, do you want to debuff yourself to knock out the Dunsparce, or could the Foul Play be enough?
Yeah, let's remember that there is a jump up in the back. You don't want to let it get caught, but the switch timer is not up. So this is really smart from Steps. He knows, look, let's just take out the Dunsparce. He probably could have just thrown a Foul Play and then maybe a Foul Play into the jump up as well, but he's in a pretty solid position here because let's remember there's also a shield available on his side and a pretty healthy Clodsire too.
Superpower will not be doing too much of this jump up, easily surviving this attack, but guess what? That Clodsire is coming right back in, and now we saw how little this did before, but chip damage is chip damage. I like this play by Papa Bean, making sure all of the bubbles are swiped here. Wants to get that full effect of the Energy Ball. Almost up to another one, but the Stone Edge goes first.
Yeah, Clodsire reaching this hard-hitting rock-type damage. It's super effective against Jumpluff. Jumpluff is already in the red. Jumpluff goes down, and Steps wins the first game on stream at LAIC.
Congratulations, 2 Steps, playing that out there to perfection. 2-0 sweep, great way to start out the first matchup of LAIC.
That was a great first match for us to watch. We've got a lot of interesting things that happened during those matches, so maybe we can take a moment to consider those. In that first game, do you remember we talked about the rollout coming through? And this is because a lot of these players have to think about the fact that fast attacks take a different amount of time to use. So a Feraligatr, Shadow Feraligatr, is using Shadow Claw, and that takes what we call 2 turns, right? We don't want to get too numerical here, but a turn is half a second. So 2 turns is every second a Shadow Claw will come through. But the Dunsparce isn't using a 2-turn attack. It's using a 3-turn attack, the rollouts. And so you're seeing these rollouts come through at a different time to those Shadow Claws. And players need to be mindful, because when you choose to throw a charged attack, if you throw at the same time that a rollout finishes, then another rollout will guarantee going through. You're giving your opponent so much energy. And that's the skill at this level. Like, these players are trying to determine when is the right time to throw my charge attack.
And it looks like they are choosing this here at the very end. And although all of these charge attacks are going through, at this point, it's just too much to overcome for Papa Bean, and Steps is able to take game 1 and game 2.
Yeah, the meta of Clodsire is not changing anytime soon. When it has that bulk and that coverage as well, it made it very, very difficult for the Papa Bean. The Papa Bean using that jump up, which I think is a very interesting thing, because the pacing to Energy Ball is not very quick, and Aerial Ace isn't too hard hitting of an attack, but it does have access to Fairy Wind, which is a great fast attack. It generates energy very, very quickly.
Now, you talked about Aerial Ace, how it doesn't have that high of attack. It is one of those charge attacks that we call a bait move. So sometimes when you maybe are charging up with that energy ball, where it could be super effective on something like a Feraligatr or like an Azumarill, you would maybe throw the Aerial Ace instead, because if your opponent has shields and they want to protect that Pokemon, you only have 2 shields in the game, right? So you have to decide at what point is it most vital to use those shields.
Yeah, and I think we saw a little bit of that when Clodsire was up against Azumarill in game number 1. And the Papa Bean had to make a decision, okay? Was there an Earthquake coming, or was it a Stone Edge bait? It wouldn't do quite as much damage. And that Earthquake landed, and the Papa Bean was forced later to shield a Stone Edge. So these players are also trying to consider, what is the most efficient use of my shield?
Yeah, and Papa Bean played out those matches. She did a great job. If you like those plays, don't worry. We're in a double elimination tournament, so that means she's knocked down to the losers bracket, where she can continue on her run. And if you think that that is hard, you're absolutely right. But is it impossible? Absolutely not.
We've seen some pretty incredible players have massive losers bracket runs. They have been beating players all over the place, and they know, right, when your back's against the wall, you cannot afford to lose again if you want to continue in this competition.
There's so many good examples that I can use. If we were looking at those players to watch from North America, Dunebug97 actually dropped to the losers bracket round 1 of a tournament, and he won the entire tournament from that. Our first ever world champion, Dancing Rob, was knocked down to the losers bracket very early on in the world championships, and he also was able to be our first ever world champion. So definitely keep an eye on Papa Bean.
And I know that some of you from home you'll be looking at the bracket, okay? And not every game can be on stream. We wish it could, right?
Yeah,
but not every game can be on stream. So you're gonna have to also look at how the players are getting on when you're checking that challenge bracket. And there will be big names that drop down early. There have to be, because there are so many high quality players here, but they are not out yet. There will be players going through to day 2 from the winner side, from the loser side. 32 players will make it to tomorrow.
And there's players from all over the world. Last season, a lot of players came down to Sao Paulo to play, but this time it's a little bit different because we got those travel incentives, so the top 4 players in each region could have some representation, and I think it's going to completely shake up the meta. What do you think? It's going to be a hot take for you. Do you think that the trophy's going to stay in Latin America, or do you think that some, person from abroad is going to come in, swoop in, and take that crown?
It's an impossible question to predict at this stage. I am going to guess that an NA player will win LAIC.
Ooh, that is a hot take. You guys think that he's right in the chat?
Let us know in chat.
I'm saying
who
here.
Do you think?
It's staying in Latin America. It was here last year. It's staying here this year.
All right, I want to know in chat, okay? tell us, which region do you think will take it all away? You don't have to name the player, Lyle Jeffs, but I think that NA region have a pretty good shot. EU region also bringing some top quality players, but as you say, LATAM region, they have some incredible. Marta Galde, third at the World Championships. Hargev, we all know how good LNDS Hargev is. He is the only player that has gone an entire event without dropping a single game.
There's so many different good players that are in from around the globe, but I want to have a chance to talk with the players that we just saw on stage. We're going to go ahead and have an interview with Butters and Steps.
Thank you so much, Amanda. I'm here with Steps 1516, who just won the first matchup here at the 2025 Latin American International Championships. You actually got 13th place at LAIC 2022, but you started off on the loser side and made a great run on the loser side. How does it feel to come off winning here in 2025?
Well, it's been a while. I believe I've never won in a regional before, so first time. So I hope this is the start of a good run or something like that.
Hey, a change here. Maybe you'll make it even further than that 13th in 2022. How do you feel your team is based on what you've seen so far in the tournament? I know it's very early, but very meta team. You went a little bit safe here for the tournament.
Yeah, backstage I saw that the top 12 usage, and I had 5 of the 5 most used. So no spice here. I just went safe. I was quite nervous. I made a few mistakes, but I believe it's a solid team, and I hope to continue do better with time.
And my last question is what Tomahawk was mentioning. What region do you think is going to win the 2025 Latin American International Championships?
I have full hope that LATAM will have this international.
All right. Well, back to you, casters.
Yeah, there are so many players here from LATAM that are so strong, and they have got some really creative teams. Let's remember that we did see a Shadow Skarmory in those player preview teams, and I'm just saying, he's not the first player that's brought a Shadow Skarmory this max out season.
I liked what Steps had to say as well. He was like, okay, I know that I'm okay with meta. Like, I didn't go with anything too spicy. I went with my tried and true options. And I think that's a great starting point for a lot of trainers. If you're playing in the Go Battle League, if you're playing against friends and you're saying, I'm not quite sure what I want to bring, start with the Pokemon that you like. And as you get more familiar with them, definitely you're going to start to recognize, okay, this is a 3-turn fast attack. Oh, I know that my Feraligatr ends up beating this Pokemon if I do X.
Yeah, and it's a really good opportunity for everyone watching to say, you know, what are the best Pokemon at the moment? Let me watch these top players, see how they perform, and then you can choose what you want to build off the back of that, because Stardust, it's a precious resource, right? You don't want to spend it on anything, but if you can spend it on a Clodsire, on an Azumarill as well, right? You need a lot of XL candy for that Pokemon. So these players are helping everyone determine what is the best in the meta right now.
And if you're at this event, or if you go to regional competitions or anything like that, take a look at the Pokemon that are spawning at the events, because a lot of them are the ones that are going to be viable for PvP. So if you're saying, how can I even get a Clodsire? I'm not seeing like Glary Woopers anywhere. This is the place where you can get them. Are you looking for Enkies? Are you looking for what? I mean, Bullabies, everything is here.
Yeah, if you missed Wooper Community Day, it will be back in December. Remember that every year, the December Community Day is a repeat of all of the community days that you've had for the prior 2 seasons. So Wooper, Paldean Wooper, if you need Quagsire or Clodsire, it's going to be available there for sure.
Yeah, make sure, go ahead and get one of those. In the meantime, guys, we've got some posts from you guys. So happy to hear it. Don't forget to use that hashtag Pokemon LAIC, play LAIC, so we can feature these posts, because look how cute this is from Play Pokemon itself. Psyduck made it to the Pokemon LAIC! Day 1 is starting soon. Stay tuned. You know what? We're already at it, Psyduck.
Psyduck is a huge fan favorite at the moment. It's going to be coming in Pokemon Unite. I know a lot of those players were very excited about it. I would love for Psyduck to have some meta play in Pokemon Go as well. We've also got players and spectators that are here in Sao Paulo looking at the venue. It's an incredible venue. The strobe lights when we came in yesterday, Amanda, we were blown away.
I think that this looks so good. If you were here last year. I thought it looked great. This year looks even better with these lights around the stages. So happy to see what is going on here in Sao Paulo this year.
Yeah, and good luck to everyone competing this weekend. That was Sai tweeting there on X. So we've got so many more posts that we want to show as well. Make sure you're using hashtag Pokemon LAIC. Me and the boys. Look at these plushies here. Mischievous, Kyogre, Ampharos, Xerneas, and little sunglasses there enjoying itself. So yeah, make sure to get your posts in so that we can show them. Are you enjoying watching the stream? Or if you're here in the crowd, show us what you're enjoying being amongst the community.
Yeah, we have one other tweet here. LAIC hype is real! A privilege to travel this far to play Pokemon. Hashtag play Pokemon. Yes, as a reminder, there's a lot of people coming in from all over the globe. I think that they said it earlier on. 3,000 players across all of the different Pokemon games are here. They're ready to represent. They're ready to see if they can become the champion of their respective games. And you know what? We are here for it.
Yeah, a champion. There's going to be a trophy. It's going to be a big trophy for the international championships. So these players want their hands on that. I can't wait. We all remember Worlds, right? We remember Yakai lifting that trophy. We're going to get one of those on Sunday for all of the games, for all of the different formats. There's going to be a lot of champions, but the work starts now.
And I think you're talking about how he was lifting the trophy. He was also lifting the trophy in the game because it was his avatar, a special exclusive avatar that he got for winning the World Championships. You also get a special avatar if you are a regional champion or a champion here. There's a special shirt that they get, and I think a lot of trainers actually at these competitions have those in their wardrobe in the store. You see it in the starting screen when you're battling against them. You're like, how do I get one of those? Oh, I have to win the whole tournament to do it?
Yeah, it used to be a case of rocking the legend pose. Now you're rocking the regional champion shirt as well. These players will receive a champion shirt for winning an international championship too. They're all going to be going, but we've got more spice on screen. Not just a Licky, but also a Lucario.
I was looking at that Lucario. Now, Licky was one of the Pokemon that actually benefited this season too with that rollout buff. Dunsparce does seem to overtake it quite often as that popular Pokemon of choice, but it does look like Loco has decided to get a little bit crazy and add that Lickitung and the Lucario to the team. What do you think of Lucario as that fighter of choice, especially when there's so many Annihilates and Primates now entering the meta?
So let's remember that Lucario recently received access to the Fighting Fast Attack Force Palm, one of the best fast attacks in the game. The question is it good enough to make up for Lucario's lack of bulk? Let's find out right now. We're getting into game number 1. We have Licky versus Azumarill.
It's not just bench pressure, it's out on the field here. Licky slobbering away. Last season, Lickitung was a very popular Pokemon. This season, not as much, but going up to so much energy here, and now throwing that Shadow Ball to be able to do some nice damage to the Azumarill. Now, as a reminder, both the rollout and bubble are 3-turn attacks, so it does get a little bit more tricky when you want to throw your charge attacks here.
We're so used last season to seeing Lickitung. Lickitung received that nerf to Body Slam, and so did Licky, but the rollout buff maybe makes up for it. That's the question here. Quagsire up against Ariados. We've actually seen this matchup a lot of times as well. It might be a little bit bait dependent. This shield is the right one to use.
Yeah, Quagsire knows it can't handle this. Trailblaze wants to try to keep it as healthy as possible because look how much energy there is. They're charging up. God, we were talking about a potential bait. This is what we call a bait attack. The real question is, will the shield be used? Yes, last second there. And now there's still so much energy left on that Quagsire.
Yeah, this is big for Loco Ferris because the Aqua Tails pace quickly. But if you do land a Stone Edge, that little spider is going down. Daniel needs to be thinking very, very smartly about when do I want to shield, because you don't want, if you shield this, you're in a tricky position.
And I think that Daniel is thinking the exact same thing. Do I want to be in that tricky position? And it looks like both shields are down here. The energy for another Aqua Tail thrown immediately here. Not quite enough to knock out, but what it will do was get that Ariados nice and low.
The Ariados goes into the red, and the Licky Licky comes back to snipe with the body slam that it had already banked. That means the Shadow Quagsire retains all of its health. This is a really, really nice combo play from Loco Paris.
Yeah, that's what we call the combination play. They're throwing one charge attack, recognizing your switch timer's up, swapping back out into another Pokemon here. Now, Azumarill is at its charge attack. It's throwing that play rough, and there's no Protect Shields remaining. That Licky Tongue doesn't even go down, however, and still has a body slam to throw at whatever comes in. Great timing as well, noticing, okay, I want to throw the body slam and not the Shadow Ball.
Look at the bulk of that Licky Licky, taking the play rough like it was no problem, getting the body slam off against the Shadow Drapion, and now you've got two options to come in. The Shadow Quagsire already has a little bit of energy. It will be able to hold on to a crunch, and then one attack should be able to land to take out the Shadow Drapion. This is looking really good for Loco Ferris.
Crunch does go through. Quagsire is so low, it does get the defense ball. You can see it written above there, also little sprinkles above the Quagsire's head, but this Aqua Tail will connect at this point. And now a quick pivot back into the Azumarill to bubble it down.
I really like this from Loco Ferris. He could have used Mud Shot from Quagsire to take the Shadow Drapion down. Instead, why not get a little bit of an energy head start on the Azumarill? It already has a health advantage. Now it's landing play roughs. Loco Ferris has played this game really, really well.
Go ahead, playing this through. Play rough will connect, not enough to take it out at this point, but the writing is a little bit on the wall. Just not enough grit for this Azumarill at 100 energy, not even bothering to throw an attack, kind of complete bubble down.
Wow, that was so smart. Licky Licky. How many players had that on their bingo card this weekend? I thought that was really quite impressive. The Shadow Ball option as well, but the spammy body slam not doing quite as much damage as it used to, but still coming out very, very fast with rollout.
I think since the rollout got above, a lot of times people have wanted to use that Dunsparce. It is in that top 3 usage, but Licky Licky is actually a great alternative to that because it's not only able to do that, it can throw heavy hitting attacks like that body slam and the Shadow Ball.
Did you see that? That was a Blaze Kick Lucario. That is definitely not something I was expecting to see. Force Palm, Blaze Kick, and Thunder Punch. That is a really, really interesting type combination. There are not many Pokemon that I can certainly think of that run fighting, fire, and electric coverage at once.
I love these plays. If you're looking here, you notice that they're going ahead and being able to bait twice successfully, get both of those shields from the Ariados there, and end up winning the game. Loco played that matchup out to perfection.
These players now need, maybe he can try something a little bit different. I want to see the Lucario. I think it has a fair bit of play.
I mean, you say a little bit different, but we had a Licky Licky in that game. That's not something that's oh so common.
Lucario could have a ton of pressure able to be applied. Let's remember that because it has that steel typing as well, it has a host of resistances that not many players are used to. There are not many steel types in the meta at the moment.
Yeah, I think that the, you know what, Tomahawk, we have a player, his name is Loco. That translates to crazy. We saw some crazy Pokemon that he has picked for his team of 6. I think we actually might see one of these Pokemon now taking the field. We have that Lucario coming in onto game number 2.
There is Lucario. It is taking super effective from Mud Shot. And we know that Force Palm is good, but honestly, these Mud Shots really are adding up. Look at that damage from Mud Shot already. You're going to have to shield the Aqua Tail if you want to keep Lucario on the field.
Looks like he does indeed want to do that, but there's a problem here. Neither one of these attacks are going to be doing so much damage to that Quagsire. He had to go ahead, get it down to the yellow first beforehand. Does Daniel want to end up shielding this? No, content to let it go because look at it, not very effective, but a brilliant catch here, catching that Aqua Tail onto that Shadow Jumpluff.
What a great catch onto this Shadow Jumpluff. Hugely bulky grass type. That's not very effective. You could have gone for the Stone Edge, but it just came in too quickly. At least you've got Dunsparce to respond. Daniel still could be absolutely fine here.
And we're talking about good timing. Look at this throwing, not letting a roll out go through here. Going for the heavier hitting energy ball. It does a nice chunk to the Dunsparce, and it gets the defense ball, which is huge for the Jumpluff.
And now the difference here is that this is a Shadow Jumpluff. Each of these attacks doing 20% more than the non Drapion Shadow counterpart, and that Energy Ball, look at it's a super effective Rock Slide, but actually Energy Ball is doing far more damage to the Dunsparce, especially after that defense drop.
Now this Energy Ball is going through one Protect Shield, now going ahead and use on Daniel's side because there's quite a bit of energy trying to catch, but now Lucario has maybe found its target here using that Protect Shield, both of them actually on the Lucario at this point. But we'll have to see if the switch timer's up, if we're going to see a quick pivot by Daniel. It looks like trying to catch her, but now in comes the Drapion.
This is interesting. Poison Sting is double resisted by Lucario. You're not going to be able to Poison Sting this down. You will need to throw an attack. Blaze Kick would have done a lot of damage, but look at the Force Palms adding up already. This is an awesome display. Who's that Pokemon?
Aqua Tail coming through. And we saw how much damage that Lucario was taking before. Aqua Tail should be enough to finish it off here, but now Drapion is going to have a big hill to climb because now we have that Quagsire coming in. Crunch already loaded, coming through on Daniel's side.
This Crunch will do a lot of damage. The switch timers aren't quite up. Loco Ferris will not want his Aqua Tail to be caught, so let's see if we see a pause, waiting for a Poison Sting to come through before you throw the attack.
No, go ahead. It's going straight for her here. He knows no Protect Shields remaining. I want this Drapion out of the way. I know what is in the back here, and I have to have some energy for it.
This is really, really great energy management from Loco Ferris. Look at this! You've got so much energy already, you can guarantee taking out the Shadow Quagsire. And what's Dunsparce going to do now? Shadow Quagsire's just been so brilliant in this game.
Aqua Tails has been knocking out Pokemon left and right here on both sides of the screen. At this point, a Drill Run is loaded. We're talking about catches.
Oh my goodness! What a catch! Ground is triple resisted by Shadow Jumpluff. It doesn't even take it out. Loco Ferris, you're toying with your opponent. This is such a sensational game to get to watch this early at the Latin America International Championship.
We were talking about very meta picks, some Pokemon that we knew that we would see here at LAIC, but I have to admit, Lucario with Blaze Kick was not one that I was predicting. Winning both of these matches, moving on winner's side of the bracket, Loco.
He's going to have his friends cheering for him, his family cheering for him, and honestly, Amanda, I'm cheering for him as well. Those catches and a Lucario, what's not to love?
Now, a lot of times, some trainers are a little bit wary about it, and you were explaining it while it was happening. We actually didn't see it happening. But while we have a little bit of time, why don't you tell us about waiting a turn?
So this is a really interesting technique that a lot of players are using to try and reduce the chance of their opponent catching an attack. And the way that they do that is they throw a fast attack, and they know that their charge attack is loaded, it's ready to go. But what they do is they wait to see, is my opponent using a fast attack? Do I see the Poison Sting coming through from the Shadow Drapion, or do I see the rollout coming through from the Dunsparce? Because you can't switch out during a fast attack. And that's really nice. Loco Ferris, wait, hold on a minute. There's a Poison Sting coming through right now. I'm going to pause. There it is. Now let's throw. Guarantee that my opponent can't catch. Daniel wasn't quite using the same strategy, and Loco Ferris took advantage.
And as a reminder, we talked about it a little bit earlier on, each attack is 0.5 seconds. So when we say waiting, or a turn is 0.5 seconds. So when we say waiting a turn, waiting a half a second to see that animation come through before throwing an attack of your own. Sometimes you even see opponents waiting a couple times just to make sure that the attack is going through.
Well, this is the thing. The aim of the game is not simply to just wait half a second, okay? That generally speaking is how you use that technique. But the real crux is that you are waiting for your opponent's fast attack. So it doesn't matter if you pause and you don't see it, your opponent could be pausing as well. And later in this competition, I'm sure we're going to see a ton of that strategy being used. So players want to pause, wait to see the fast attack. Sometimes it takes a turn, sometimes you might be waiting more.
And if you watched last year's LAIC, if you've seen previous regional competitions, it's something that is, I'm not saying completely new, but it is more relatively new. This game continues to adapt and change, and people's play styles and different ideas about how they want to play out their Pokemon changes as well as we continue to ebb and flow through the different Pokemon that are used, through the different charge and fast attacks that the Pokemon can be learning. Another reminder, this is actually the first season that we have a shortened switch timer. So in the previous seasons, before Max Out, if you swapped out your Pokemon, you had to wait a full 60 seconds to be able to swap again. Now it is down to 50, and though that might not sound like much of a difference, it makes the gameplay so much more dynamic.
It is a massive change, one of the biggest mechanical changes that we've had, and we saw Loco Ferris taking full advantage of it. It allowed him to catch so many more attacks than you might have been able to last season. Why don't we hear a little bit more from him? We've got an interview coming right up.
I'm here with the winner of our previous match with the local team. This is Loco Ferris. Loco Ferris, congratulations on your win. Can you tell me how you went? What your thoughts were during that battle?
Eu tava assim pensando, tipo, o Ariados dele tava bem forte. Pra mim tava bem forte, então na primeira partida eu pensei assim, vou usar o Lucario pra puxar o Ariados dele e deixar o Zumaril safe pro final.
So he is afraid a little in Ariados, so we use Lucario to Quagsire to came Ariados, and in your back Azumarill can do everything. So he has Lucario with Thunder Fang, Fire Punch, Fire Fang, so he's the plane.
How did you actually come up with those two picks, the Lucario and the Licky Licky?
Eu tava treinando muito com eles. Em um treino que eu joguei, eu fiz 4-1 e eu mantive esse time que foi o mais seguro que eu fiz. E eu sempre gosto de levar coisas spices. Então foi mais ou menos isso.
During the week he was training with these both Pokémon, and he got 4-1 and confidence about this team.
Do you feel confident about winning this tournament potentially?
Yeah, I feel. I'm a little afraid about the team, but I feel very confident to win the next matches.
All right, Loco Ferris, you played very well, and I wish you the best of luck in your next matches. We're going to head straight back to the battles.
Thank you, Martine. I love the confidence of him. He's running this spicy team. He said, oh, you think you're going to win? Yes.
I think one of the really nice things about using spicy Pokemon, especially if you prepared well, is that you know how they play better than your opponents do. And you can take advantage of that. It makes a massive difference.
Yeah, of course. Like if you're saying, okay, well, I know that if I play against a Quagsire, I want to do this amount of damage. Or if that Clodsire comes in, I mean, definitely Loco was preparing for the Pokemon he knew he would see it in the meta. And then he just kind of flipped it on his head and said, okay, if these Pokemon are going to be here, that makes me want to bring this.
Yeah, like, I saw a Quagsire into the Lucario, and I'm thinking, okay, do you switch out straight away? I don't know how that matchup plays, and Daniel probably didn't either, but Loco goes, no, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to shield one, I'm going to get some damage, get a shield back, and I'm going to catch. Or I'm going to start sponging some damage. It worked perfectly.
And we talk about catches. There were so many catches within that game. He knew his energy management. He knew when the charge attacks were ready from his opponent, and he was able to completely maneuver around, catching a drill run on a jump up, which we saw wasn't even enough to knock it out at such a low health range.
And these players are juggling so much in their head in live time, right? This is a real-time game. You've got to do it on the fly, and you're trying to count your opponent's energy. You're trying to work out, hold on a minute, is my opponent at a charge attack? And when are they going to throw it? There's so much prediction at play. It's very impressive to watch.
And a lot of times you may see trainers jotting down some notes during matchups and stuff. And I'm always curious. I like to ask them, like, what are you writing down when you're writing stuff down? A lot of trainers like to make a matrix beforehand where they say, okay, I know that if my opponent leads a certain Pokemon, it's good against 4 of my Pokemon, but it's not good against 2. So if I lead that, then I'm going to be able to go through, right? So like if there's like a Dunsparce in the lead and Annihilate is there, I'm obviously going to stay in. But what if it's a Shadow Jumpluff in the lead and I'm leading Annihilate? What do I do in that scenario?
Yeah, and there are so many different Pokemon that players are able to use, and that can make it really tricky as well to keep all of that information in your head. So you need to go out, you need to be catching all of these different Pokemon. Even if they're not relevant yet, they might be relevant someday. And there are a lot of big events coming up in-game where you can catch some really interesting Pokemon. Look at this. into the Wild event coming up next week.
Super excited about this. Back in GoFest, we were able to get the origin form of Dialga and Palkia. They're back in action, so we were able to get these Pokemon. Also, a new release of Toxel. What do you think? How cute is that Pokemon?
Look at this baby Pokemon Toxel. It evolves into the electric poison type Toxtricity, and guess what? It is being released with the shiny form available. That's really cool.
That is cool. We can see also the different Pokemon that will be in the raids, but let's not forget the event bonuses here, because there is no remote raid limit, which I think will make a lot of trainers very happy, because look at what is in these raids. Not only that, an increased Rare Candy XL chance from the Dynamax Drillbur, and you were talking about how everyone needs charge TMs. I need XL candies.
Yeah, and here is a little hint, okay? Go and do your Dynamax Drillbur raids, because if you can get Dynamax Excadrill before Toxtricity comes out, you can use Dynamax Excadrill against Gigantamax Toxtricity. Toxtricity, poison and electric type, that is double weak to ground. You need a Dynamax ground. Go and do your Drillbur Dynamax raids.
And I think that is a fun part of the community to do, right? Gathering people from the community to go ahead, take out these raids. If you don't have enough people in person, no remote raid limit. So, I mean, I think I'll probably gain up on a little bit of that as well. But let's get back to the action here in Sao Paulo. We're going ahead, getting to our next matchups here. We have JW Naldo versus Joshua Botero.
Yeah, JW Naldo, a player that so many of you will be familiar with, and he has gone with a very meta team, and Joshua also another meta team. But the Talonflame is a Pokemon that I think is quite interesting. Remember what we said, right? There are not many steel-type Pokemon in the meta at the moment. Very, very few rock types as well. So that means that there are barely any Pokemon in the meta at the moment that resist flying-type damage. Yes, your Shadow for Alligator or your Azumarill will have positive matchups into the fire aspect of Talonflame. But if Talonflame can get any kind of energy advantage, the potency of Fly and Brave Bird could really threaten.
Talonflame is one of those Pokemon that definitely has a lot of play. One thing I want to point out, because we see it on our team sheets, the opponents can see it between their team sheets. You guys haven't had an opportunity to look at it yet, but that Gastrodon on Joshua's side is running Earth Power and Water Pulse as its charge attacks. No Body Slam to be found.
That is interesting. I've actually not seen many Gastrodon opt for that. So not running Body Slam means that your pacing is a lot worse, because Water Pulse and Earth Power are much more, they require a lot more energy, okay? But Body Slam by itself is not a great attack. It's not particularly efficient, and it can never be super effective. What that sometimes also means is that Body Slam and Earth Power means that you can get hard-walled by Pokemon such as Drifblim. Or Mandibuzz as well. It's a really, really difficult matchup against the Mandibuzz, where the Body Slams just really aren't doing anything. Talonflame is another example, which Water Pulse especially can help against.
Now, one thing that I want to point out while we were going ahead and looking at that team in general already, we were the big debate, right? Are we running Sludge Bomb? Are we running Stone Edge? Clodsire mostly always seems to be running Earthquake for that heavy hitting same type attack bonus. Looks like on Joshua's side, it is opting for that Stone Edge, potentially for all of those Ariados, for the other potential flyers that are in the meta. Meanwhile, again, on JW Naldo's side, we've got that Sludge Bomb.
If you were looking at these teams then, which kind of lines would you be thinking for each of these players? How can you take full advantage? And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a fair amount of Shadow for Alligator. There's the grass type coverage from Ariados, but let's remember that if Feraligatr gets any kind of energy head start, then it can be really, really strong, especially when you can just sponge damage on a Dunsparce. So, oh, here we go, straight into game one, and it's a Dunsparce mirror.
Rolling out and rolling in with the Dunsparces here on even energy. Now, what will happen most likely is we will see, okay, not at this moment, but the who will win charge attack priority, and that means that the Pokemon with the highest attack will be able to win. This is information that players take into the different games here. You saw him waiting a turn, now throwing a drill run of his own to be able to even up the energy, even up the health of these two Pokemon in the lead.
Yeah, I like that from Joshua. He goes, hold on a minute, let me just double check that you are using rollout, and I'll throw in between your fast attack so that you can't catch it. on something else. Another drill run coming through. This is going to take Dunsparce low, but not low enough that you could roll out down.
Look at this. Naldo has so much energy on that Dunsparce. Now coming in with the Feraligatr, and like you discussed, even though that Trailblaze definitely hits hard, there was so many Shadow Claw advantages on that Feraligatr before the Ariados even swapped in here. Has to shield up the Hydro Cannon and not even close to the attack.
Yeah, this could be advantageous for that Shadow Feraligatr. It makes sense that Joshua wants to shield first and then go for lunge. It's a guaranteed debuff. It will reduce Shadow Feraligatr's attack.
I like that play because they have to shield up in case it's a Trailblaze because it does super effective damage. But not only did they get the shield, there's not as much oomph to this Feraligatr here. Still another Hydro Cannon going through. Still another Hydro Cannon would hurt.
And it makes sense that Naldo doesn't want to throw on charge attack priority because you're never sure who wins out of an Ariados and a Feraligatr. They both have very similar attack stats, and it depends on how you...
Oh my goodness! Both of these trainers, such wherewithal of the timers here. We were wondering who won charge attack priority between the Dunsparce. It looks like it's Joshua's able to take out all of that energy on Naldo's side.
That was a simultaneous snipe. Both players immediately switching in to try and snipe their opponent. Joshua won charge attack priority, took down the Dunsparce. Naldo lost all of that energy. He has a hill to climb now.
He had 2 attacks basically loaded on that Dunsparce. It went down there. Now Feraligatr has to face off against Azumarill. Now, on paper, it looks like Azumarill would have such a great time here with the Hydro Cannons and the Ice Beams not doing that much. But the Shadow Claws add up, and look how slow Azumarill paces. Already another attack on the Feraligatr side before Azumarill is even at an Ice Beam.
Feraligatr and Azumarill, 2 different sides of the water type coin. One of them is bulky but slow. The other one is a little bit squishier but very, very fast.
Trailblaze coming through here. Ariana says, I know your top used Pokemon, but guess what? I can hit you harder than you can hit me. Trailblaze going through, attack is rising, but Ice Beam gonna go ahead and cool it right back down.
Now this Ariados has been chipped so much by the Shadow Claw damage from Feraligatr earlier that it is in Ice Beam range. It is going to go down to the Azumarill, and now we're into another Azumarill mirror.
Going ahead, throwing the play rough here. If you saw a bubble go through, Azumarill versus Azumarill at this range is going to be so tough, right? Because even though there's more health on Naldo's side, there was more energy on Joshua's. The real question would be, is this play rough enough? Still Feraligatr in the back.
Yeah, Naldo's going to land this play rough. It's going to take the Azumarill very, very low. It's not going to be enough to take it out, but it could be enough to Shadow Claw down in the endgame.
Going for that Ice Beam, it's not going to be as heavy hitting, and it might not even be enough at this range. Azumarill is so bulky. It's on top of the meta for a reason. Naldo comes in with the Shadow Claw just to be safe and takes game number 1.
It's Gator feeding time! Shadow Feraligatr comes in, the Shadow Claw damage registers, Azumarill goes down, and Naldo takes that game number 1, despite that crazy situation in the middle with the Dunsparce both coming in and Naldo not coming out on top.
Now, I don't know if you guys could hear it from home. We could hear it back in the caster's booth, but when Naldo won that matchup, a roar went up from the crowd. The crowd at LAIC is always so hype.
Yeah, this Dunsparce mirror ended up being one of the most exciting aspects of the game, because when they both came back in with that energy loaded, we didn't know what was going to happen.
Yeah, look at this here, going through Shadow Feraligatr, catching, and then at the same time saying, oh no, this wasn't a catch at all.
That was really, really smart from Joshua. He's going to know that he had the opportunity there, and he needs to claw his way back into this series. 2 games are needed at this stage of the competition. They're all best of 3 for now, so only 1 more, and Naldo is through to the next round.
Naldo is someone who is well known within the Pokemon circuit. He's had a lot of accolades to his name. He won the 2023 LAIC. LNDS Hardjeff took it away from him the next year. Maybe he's on the climb for this season. We got that Clodsire into the Ariados here in the league.
This is a really beneficial matchup on paper for the Clodsire, but because Clodsire doesn't have access to Stone Edge, if Joshua is able to shield Earthquakes correctly, then honestly, Ariados can put in a fair bit of work.
Now we're going ahead seeing a Clodsire coming in on the other side. It really doesn't matter what the secondary charge attacks are between the Clodsires when they're in a mirror, because they want to be throwing that Earthquake because, as you can see, super effective damage will be hit. Coming into the Superior, now it doesn't have great matchups against a Clodsire, but it will be able to chip away, and Frenzy Plant, that Community Day attack, hits very hard for a lot of Pokemon.
Yeah, Frenzy Plant, one of the best attacks in the game. And the advantage that Naldo has here is that Joshua's Clodsire doesn't have Sludge Bomb, which is super effective. Stone Edge, it's just going to hit neutrally. It's not going to even be enough to take the Superior out from this energy, from this health.
Yeah, though unfortunately we're not also able to take out the Clodsire. Clodsire is already at the attack. Does he want to use a shield is the question. I think he's one away from another Prince, but no, recognizing he can go ahead and take it. But look how low both of these Pokemon are able to now throw the Aerial Ace. Now, normally this is not the attack you want to throw at a Clodsire, but it's enough to get it out of the way.
This is really nice for Naldo because that Superior is so low, you're giving your opponent little to no farm. Just that one Poison Sting goes through and the Superior goes down, and then you come back in with that bulky Clodsire.
Clodsire back. We're back to where we started. Ariados against that Clodsire. Going for that Trailblaze. It's going to boost its attack here, but we'll see that it doesn't, at least the first one, doesn't do too much damage to Clodsire. Meanwhile, Clodsire just charging away here, going a little bit overthrowing right before the next attack is available.
You saw the pause, you waited for that fast attack, the Earthquake's coming through. This is the good shield from Joshua. This is a correct shield, so much damage prevented.
Now going ahead, going for a lunge this time. This doesn't do very much damage to the Clodsire, but it will debuff it. So now all the attacks coming through on the Clodsire's end are not going to be doing as much damage. Now it's trying to find its target, but now being met now with a Feraligatr. Look how much Mudslap damage this does.
And now, this is the question. You've got a Gastrodon that doesn't have Body Slam. Your pacing is so much slower than it was before, and you're up against a Feraligatr that is one of the fastest pacing Pokemon in the metagame.
Yeah, it looks like Gastrodon is actually going through the mud here to be able to throw off its attacks, pacing quite slow like Creed just said. Earth Power is shielded up, but there was a defense drop here, and I don't know if a Hydro Cannon is even enough at this range.
I think it's going to be very close. It might just take the Gastrodon out or put it into Shadow Claw range. The problem is it's not like Joshua can now just take out the Feraligatr with a Body Slam. He's relying on the Mudslap damage. The Feraligatr has held on, and there's still a shield available for JW Naldo.
Not only that, a Hydro Cannon is loaded. It is being ready to be splashed onto the Ariados there, and it is enough to bring it down to the heavy, heavy red.
Look at that damage from Hydro Cannon. Clodsire there to comfortably take any pressure that Joshua might look to throw. Not before a Sludge Bomb is reached. It takes out the Ariados, and Naldo wins the series.
JW Naldo gives a thumbs up to his opponent. He took also that 2-0 victory to be able to go on that winner's side of the bracket in winners round 3.
That was a really, really nice performance. He's got his plushie to support him there as well. He knows the crowd is supporting him. He's very, very pleased. He's going to go through to the next round. He's going to want to go all the way.
Yeah, we talked about that. He was actually the 2023 LAIC champion. Now, can he do it again? If they're determined, if I'm determined, if everyone thinks that it's staying in the LATAM region, he's definitely a contender that people are keeping their eye on.
Yeah, which of the LNDS players do you think will perform the best? That's a question that I think a lot of people going into this weekend will be thinking about. There are just so many that are at that top level.
Yeah, we see so many trainers, 223, I believe, in this actual tournament for Pokemon Go. As the tournament progresses, we're going to see a lot of different names, but we're going to see some fan favorites be able to make their way through. I'm really excited to see these highlights.
Yeah, there was so many incredible plays. One of the moments with those Dunsparce was something like I'd never seen before, but this is the bulk of Superior. This is a Pokemon that I think might have a lot of play if Azumarill and Dunsparce remain super, super popular.
Yeah, I especially like how he's able to just do great management of energy throughout this here, and now he's able to completely go down. I think that we were wondering, is Shadow Feraligatr the play over regular Feraligatr? How much these Hydro Cannons go for? I'm actually going ahead and saying yes, I think Shadow Feraligatr is the way to go.
Do you know what I really like? I love Hydro Cannon, Frenzy Plant, Blast Bird, all of those attacks, Community Day attacks for the starter Pokemon, and we're seeing them here. The Feraligatr, the Superior. I want to see more. I want to see Infernape,
oh,
maybe.
Interesting. Well, you know, we have seen Skeletors quite a few times in other formats, not really in the max out meta very often. I do have to say, if you're watching this, make sure that you are going to be able to get those Twitch drops because they are community day attacks. They're not available all the time. You can use that elite charge TM that you get to be able to use it on one of the Pokemon that you want to have that community day attack from.
And this is basically a free elite charge TM because you're going to be watching anyway because you know where it's at. You know where the action is. Make sure to get your Twitch drops. There is a link in the Twitch chat that can show you how to do it, and then you get to enjoy these battles with these incredible players. I think we need to hear a little bit more from Naldo now.
Yeah, I would love to hear what Naldo thinks and if he thinks he can take it again in this season. Why don't you ask him, Butters? Could you ask him for me?
I absolutely will, Amanda. We're here with JW Naldo, of course, the 2023 Latin American International Champion. You won in 2023. What do you think you need to do to be able to win in 2025? Você ganhou em 2023. Como você acha que você pode ganhar de novo?
Parabéns pelo português, tá? Bem, eu estou confiante que eu posso adquirir o título novamente. Eu sei que será muito difícil, tem muitos jogadores melhores do que eu, até tipo igualitários. Porém, eu daria o meu melhor. É isso. Eu estou sem expectativa, mas da última vez também foi assim. Então, o que importa é a confiança.
He said he's confident and he trying his best, but he think this time he have some better players than him or in the same level. But in the last time he won, he's not spared at all. So in this time, he's thinking positive and he will try to do his best.
All right, and how about your signature Pokemon? Poison types are good right now, and you don't have Toxapex, which you won with in 2023. Cadê Toxapex? Onde está Toxapex, JW Naldo?
Infelizmente não é um meta legal para ela. Tem muito terrestre no meta, Shadow Canto Marowak, tem Clodsire, tem agora o Annihilape que entrou no meta. Ela não está legal para usar, infelizmente, mas eu amo aquele Pokémon.
He's saying there's a lot of counters, there's a lot of ground types in the meta. Now there's Annihilape with Rage Fist as well, so it might not be a good place for Toxapex right now. And my last question, we saw the crowd go crazy for your victory. Do you want to give any shout outs to the crowd, to anyone, and give some appreciation?
Nós vimos que a torcida estava torcendo muito por você, estavam felizes com sua vitória. Você tem algum recado para a torcida que está torcendo por você?
Bem, eu só tenho a agradecer meus amigos e amigas, minha família, meus companheiros de time da Infinity. Eles me apoiaram bastante, me deram confiança, porque mesmo no momento que eu estava para baixo, ruim, eles me motivaram, falaram, você é um bom jogador e tal, e isso que me dá confiança, então só tenho a agradecer a eles.
He just wants to thank his teammates and his family, and the times he's not okay at all, they gave the support he needed.
Oh, that's beautiful. And I want to thank the former champion, and good luck the rest of the way. But don't go anywhere. If you want to learn how to cook like the best players in the championship series, well, you're in luck. We're going to teach you. We're here at the Latin American International Championships. I'm joined by Tomahawk, who is known for cooking on the main stage. So, Chef Tomahawk, can you please do us the honor and teach us how to cook in Championship Series play?
That's right, team. If you want a great meal, why not start with a great recipe? And that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be team building with all of these ingredients because so many of the top performing teams from this season have used a recipe of sorts, with each Pokemon performing a particular role.
So that means each ingredient will be a role in your team building. So we have some essential ingredients here. We have the flour, we have the milk, we have eggs, we got butter, and then we have a little more flavor on this side. We have chocolate and sugar, but let's start at the essential, Tomahawk. Where do we begin in this team building in this recipe?
So one Pokemon that has been so popular this season is Clodsire. It is a ground type Pokemon. It is an anti-poison as well of sorts. It beats those poisons. Let's put the ground type in first.
If you want to be at the top, you got to beat the top there. And then up next, we got the milk. What do you got for the milk here?
Clodsire often paired with Feraligatr at the beginning of the season. More recently, we're seeing a lot of Azumarill. Water type, that's what's next.
One of the greatest Pokemon of all time. I love it. And a top usage Pokemon, another top usage Pokemon. What would you do with a Pokemon like Dunsparce?
Yeah, Dunsparce is a normal type Pokemon. It resists Ghost. A dark type could be used here, something flexible like Malamar. So normal or dark, something flexy, we put it in next.
All right, perfect. And I'm very invested in this next ingredient. What do we got for the butter, Tomahawk?
Yeah, your butter. This is your anti-flyer. We've seen this in the form of dugong, in the form of a lowland sand slash. You need to keep those flyers down. Butters, I'm going to let you do the honors.
Oh, all right. I'd love to. Yeah, I'm going to put exactly 20% of the butter in the recipe here. So let me just grab. There it is, 20% exactly.
Yeah, 2-0 butters. That's the real key ingredient when team building.
Oh, well, thank you. All right, we got some flavor here. Now, what do we got here for the chocolate ingredient?
Okay, so we've seen so much of Gastrodon, Shadow Quagsire. Grass coverage is really key. But more recently, we're actually seeing Ariados with Trailblaze. That's the grass type of choice for the attacks.
I mean, you can't beat it. It is a sweet Pokemon to watch. So let's put in a little bit of chocolate there. And then lastly, what do we got for the sugar?
Yeah, you need something to beat Pokemon with grass coverage, something that beats Ariados and Superior. We're going to have something sweet. It's Galarian Moltres.
Ooh, Galarian Moltres. That is a sweet Pokemon, especially if it's shiny, right, Tomahawk? I believe you got one of those yourself. All right, let's put that in here. All right, so this is the basic recipe for team building. But there's a special reason we brought you here, because you're the king of spice, Tomahawk. You are one of the best spice trainers on the planet. Let's make a recipe spicy. How do we do that?
Okay, so you can add a bit of flavor to any of these roles, but only if you understand what each of the roles are trying to perform. And it doesn't matter which of these that you sub in, but for the sake of argument, let's replace sugar with spice.
I love it. I love it. All right, so now we have, you can, like you said, could put spice anywhere. You could put it in the last spot, you could put it in this first spot. Let's start with some essential. Your anti-poison, your ground type coverage, usually. What do you have if you were going to compete this weekend at LAIC? What would you put there?
So this weekend is the first time that players can use Annihilate, a fighting and ghost type Pokemon with Rage Fist. Ghost resists poison, so we're going to sub this in here as a form of anti-poison, but it's got some flavor too, so let's put that in first.
Yeah, that's got a little, so I would put an extra one in there. That's got some spice there. All right, and then we got the water type Pokemon, the Milk. What do you got there, Tomahawk?
I think Azumarill's just too good. Water and Fairy, so bulky, so defensive. I think it's a staple.
Absolutely is a staple. And then we had Dunsparce there as that role last time. What do you have here for the eggs?
So we've talked about normal and dark, and we're actually going to put the Galarian Moltres here. It's a dark type Pokemon. It resists Shadow Claw. Let's go with that.
Can be flexible, right? You can interchange the roles here in 2 different spots. Add that in there. And then, of course, what you got for the butter if you were going to play this weekend, Tomahawk?
We love dairy. We love the dairy Pokemon. It's going to go Miltank with Rollout and Thunderbolt as our anti-flyer.
This might sound like a joke, but Miltank actually did just top cut in Buenos Aires in the LATAM region. So it is not a joke. It is a real Pokemon here, and we're going to put that in. Rollout's better. It's got the Thunderbolt, got the electric type coverage. It's a good Pokemon.
I agree. Now, next up, we talked about grass coverage, but we need a little bit of bulk. So we're going to go back to old school Superior.
Oh, yeah. You're going to put in the Superior. So good at beating Dunsparce as well. So good at walling some Pokemon. Let's add a little bit of the chocolate there. Then lastly, we have a little sugar left. We also got a little spice. What are you putting for your last pick here in the sugar in this ingredient section?
And this is interesting because we talked about how Ariados has risen in popularity. And so a Pokemon that is very good at beating Ariados is Stone Edge Clodsire, and actually then covers the ground type role that we lost at the beginning. I think it shapes it out nicely.
A poison type that beats other poison types, that is sweet to me. Let's put in the sugar here. All right, well, this is a great recipe for competing, but we actually got 2 professional chefs on the Casa crew. So let's welcome in guest chef Inadequate here. All right, Chef Inadequate, what would you cook up this weekend at the Latin American International Championships?
For this weekend's recipe for an Inadequate team, I'm going to start a little bit with some meta. We're going to start with the Clodsire.
Yes, chef. And then what for the water type, chef?
Again, not super spicy, but we need some more bulk. We're going to go with Azumarill.
For 17 straight seasons, Azumarill getting in the recipe. All right, what do you got for the eggs?
For some safe coverage to add to the team, we're going with the Malamar.
All right, Malamar, a super fun pick, so flexible, can get the energy so quickly. And then Adequate, what do you got for the butter?
Well, now we've had enough of the meta picks. To keep the butter cool, we're going with a Frostlass.
Oh, you're making the butter spicy? All right, we're going to add all that butter in there then. I love that pick. That is the Frostlass as your anti-flyer Pokemon. All right, what do you got as your grass-type coverage then?
So I'm going to stick with the grass-type Charge Trailblaze, but with a different Pokemon. This is Berserker.
Berserker with Trailblaze. All right, well, that is getting a little spice in there for that chocolate as well. That is super spicy. And how are you going to round out this team? What are you going to put in for your last ingredient?
To cover the grass-type Pokemon a little bit more, we're going with a good dragon. Only naturally, that is Goodra.
Oh, that is a good dragon. I love me some Goodra. That does counter the grass. And you know what? That thing is spicy. Get that rested in there. Get that in there. That is fantastic. Thank you to both of my chefs. Thank you, Inadequates, Guest Chef Inadequates. And thank you to Tomahawk. We're going to mix this up. We're going to put it in the oven. We're going to see which rises here at the Latin American International Championships. But let's get back to the Pokemon action.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome back to the 2025 Latin American International Champions. We got Lucarios, we got a great crowd, and I'm Tua Butters, joined by Inadequates.
I cannot express enough. I am bursting with excitement. It is so great to be here at the 2025 LAIC. We had some great battles. We saw Naldo, one of the top Brazilian battlers, and there's so much more to come. I can't wait for the next matches to come.
A former international champion. We have some former regional champions in Brazil coming up as well with LNDS. Kanan is going to be an absolutely epic day. It is more of an international championship now because of the travel awards. There's a ton of trainers from North America, a lot of trainers from EU as well.
There are so many different nationalities, so many different teams that we're going to see as well, what these players have cooked up. We saw the cooking segment earlier. Maybe they can give us an idea as well of what they have brought. I heard Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite coming up as well. We saw the Licky Licky, the Lucario. Players really have brought spice. And you know, Kanan, who will we feature soon, is the first trainer to have won a championship with a Magnezone. So he knows the spice.
Right, no, he started the spice, which of course, Paulasha, who is also here as well, was able to use that to great effect. I mean, how about also, we haven't seen yet the fighting types. Rage Fist was the community day last weekend, and now the addition to Primeape and Annihilate as well, which actually was number 11 and 12 in top 12 usage. 13% for Primeape and 12% for Annihilate. How much do you think it's going to affect the tournament in day number 1?
Well, we definitely see an increase in Cloth Sign. I think that really has an effect on it as well. As you can see here, our battlers that we're going to have soon battling it out here. Kanan on the left and Rina on the right here. Both Brazilian battlers. And do we see anything spicy standing out here? I see the Shadow Drifblim on Brenna's team.
Yeah, we saw ZZ, obviously, in a European tournament get runner-up with that Shadow Drifblim, but it is still super spicy. We haven't seen a ton of it in the meta so far, or at least get to great heights. So, and Goodra, it is a Pokemon that's pretty flexible, a little more bulky. It doesn't feel as spicy, but in this meta, it definitely feels spicy and has a lot better shot against the top fairy. Once again, Azumarill is #1 in usage. It was 75% usage in Buenos Aires day number 2. If you're a Dragon, you definitely want to have a chance against Azumarill.
I want to ask you here, Butters. So the team from Kanan is not really exactly adapted to Annihilate here, right? But it still will work so well. There's Azumarill and Malamar on the team. Do you think that Brenna will bring the Annihilate here?
Yeah, that's a tough question because even there is Area Dose, right? Because even though Annihilate is going to resist those Poison Stings, you can still outpace significantly because the Annihilate is a lot slower now, and I believe it is going to be running Ice Punch. So it doesn't have the Shadow Ball. It doesn't really have the reach to knock out a lot of these Pokemon. So I feel like you can definitely bring that Annihilate. It's a really strong safe swap in the meta as well. If you get some energy ahead, start ramping up, start getting some Protect Shields down and using your own Protect Shields, you can maybe flip some matchups. What do you think is the best way you could use Annihilate as a tool in this meta?
It's really good to just go straight Rage Fist when you have 2 shields in play because it keeps buffing up your attack, right? Per use of Rage Fist, and it's only 6 counters, so even though counter doesn't generate as much energy as it used to be, Rage Fist comes out really quickly, and that allows the Annihilate to win some matchups that it normally doesn't. Even Clodsire, where your counters are resisted into that poison type of Clodsire, it's not that bad. I witnessed it myself. Tomahawk UK, for once ever, defeated me with it.
Yeah, no, it's a strong Pokemon. I mean, it was so good for so long. It is slower now. It used to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 power-up punch in the past with these boosted attacks, but now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 getting to that Rage Fist. So the pacing is going to be slow, and we know in Pokemon Go PvP, pacing is so important. That's why I think Primeape has a better shot, but we are locked into the battles here. We have our first matchup versus LNDS Kanan versus Brina, and it is going to be that Azumarill versus the Goodra, which it's not terrible. It's going to be a soft loss. We're going to see if Brina decides to stay in here.
Looks like Kanan went pretty strong into that Goodra. If we took a look at the backline as well, the Dugong. So I don't think that he minds this matchup as much here, but must be cautious of what could be in the back. Goodra had super effective Thunder Punch, but as you said, it won't threaten this Azumarill as much. I think it will do about 30%.
And the thing is, if you get the double Thunder Punch off, you absorb a Charge Attack, then get knocked out by the second Charge Attack, that's a soft loss in this matchup. I feel like a soft loss in the lead is pretty strong for Brina's backline, because you can either Shadow Claw down with the Feraligatr, or you can Poison Sting down with your Dragon. But here goes the pivot to try to take that energy into the Drapion and banking that Aqua Tail and Thunder Punch and swapping into your own Drapion.
But this Drapion's behind energy now, and I think 2 Aqua Tail might barely be enough, so Brina might be a little bit in a tough spot here.
Yeah, the first Aqua Tail is going to be coming through. Let's see how much damage it does. Will the second, it will be really close. The second Aqua Tail is going to be really close here. It's probably going to be able to hang on with just a sliver to hit your own Aqua Tails, but I don't know if you're going to be able to poison this thing down. Letting both of them through, yes, you are going to be hanging on, and you have a bunch of energy. You can get the double Aqua Tail now.
She can get 2, and that will knock out the Drapion from Kanan. I think Kanan is trying to bait out the potential Annihilate from Brina, but she didn't bring it, so not really necessary to bait out there. On the other hand, though, you have the Azumarill and the Dugong still for the Goodra. So where's Goodra going to go? Put out the Protect Shield here. He wants to get the Poison Sting down.
Yeah, you get the Poison Sting down. This energy is going to be really useful. Shadow Drapion is just so flexible, so strong in the meta. And then pivoting out, actually getting an extra Ice Shard here. Now, Brina knows that Dugong is the last Pokemon. It's going to be double Shield Feraligatr versus the world here. Can they do it?
It has no crunch butters. You only resist the Charge Attacks, though. Even though Hydro Cannon is so efficient, it's going to be a very uphill battle for Feraligatr. Now, do keep in mind, Kanan is down a shield, but he has the potential to bait Icy Wind potentially. You gotta use your Protect Shield at some point, is Brina.
Yeah, and at least you do have the Goodra with little health and a Thunder Punch in the back. You can maybe call the bait. No, actually does use the Protect Shield on the Icy Wind. That is tough, but you can get this debuff off of you by swapping into your Goodra. You can even combo play by throwing the Thunder Punch. There's 1 Protect Shield remaining for Kanan. Kanan lets this go, no problem. Still 1 Protect Shield remaining for Brina.
I think there might still be some plays. You can get a lot of energy on that. Oh, man, the catch on the Drill Run. That is an interesting play. I thought you may need this Goodra to clear a debuff later, but now you cleared your initial debuff, and you might be able to farm up more energy on Feraligatr.
But there goes your energy as well, right? There goes your Thunder Punch that you banked up. So yes, you swapped the attack, but you also lost an attack in the process. So yes, it was a catch, but it's a 1-for-1 trade there.
Letting the next Hydro Cannon go, I think at this point you might want to try and look at that Shadow Claw down as Brina, and I think she's actually not that in a bad position. The Feraligatr, how many Hydro Cannons is this?
Yeah, Gator versus the world is looking pretty strong here. It's a good strategy for Brina. You're going to be able to knock out the Hydro Cannon. Feels like it's 5th, 6th. No! Actually, Azumarill hangs on with almost no health. It is able to get to the Play Rough, which takes the last Protect Shield from Brina. And is this Feraligatr in Drill Run range? Remember, this is not Shadow Feraligatr, but there's so much energy.
He's got one of the crunch,
he gets there. He gets to the crunch inadequate, and that is shortly going to be very close to the knockout.
I think this might actually knock out Crunch coming through and go to take out the non-Shadow Feraligatr. That is a 1-0 score for Lingos Kanan.
What a flexible game there. Both trainers really showing off the advantages of the shorter switch timer. LNDS Kanan just giving up alignment just to get a 1 Ice Shard advantage in these matchups. Well played by both trainers. That for Alligator versus the World strategy almost worked out.
Almost worked out. I did not keep track of how many Hydro Cannon we saw coming through. I think it was like 4 or 5. Here we see the replay again, the Aqua Tail. Both players got to 2 here, but Kanan decided to shield and save the Drapion in this matchup that could get to a crunch in the closing game.
Yeah, and Brina able to take both Aquatails and then unleash 2 Aquatails back, but then swapping out here to get that little energy advantage. Like I mentioned, now this is where we start counting Hydro Cannons. How many Hydro Cannons to get off? Well, at least 1 on that, and this was crucial. What a great catch, but what if you were able, you've done this in the past, what if you're able to catch and charge attack priority at the exact same time? How impactful would that have been?
That would have been the dream, because then you get your energy off, you get the damage in, plus you catch the attack on a low health Pokemon. It's kind of their energy all wasted. That would be the ideal world, but it's a very tough play to make, right? Especially when you play against a 3-turn or 2-turn fast attack. If you have a 1-turn fast attack Pokemon, might be a little bit easier because it's difficult to predict when to catch.
Yeah. No, it's really hard. It's definitely possible with the 2-turn fast attack into a 3-turn Pokemon because it takes 1 turn to switch, then you register that charge attack. I think you did that at the World Championships as well on your incredible run, but that would have been super impactful, but that game is over. Now you have to look at adjustments going into this game number 2. Do we see the Annihilate? Looks like Kanan actually expected the Annihilate. You called out that you thought he was trying to bait out the Annihilate early on with the Shadow Drapion.
So the Dugong could be free from it, but there was no Annihilate. And I think at that point, Kanan made a different prediction of what could be in the back. And for that reason, decided to save the Drapion. Maybe realize, oh, if there's a Feraligatr in the back, there's a lot of fast attack pressure. But we go into game number 2 here. We have from Kanan the Dugong on the left. Into the Annihilate!
There it is, and it's going to be doing super effective counter damage. Where do you swap into? The Ariados as your safe swap here. There is no clear answer on Brina's team. Maybe you can later come in with your Goodrop, but you're just getting outpaced already.
This is double resisted!
He throws the bait launch into the Annihilate!
Oh, that does no damage! And now swapping out with all that energy going into the Goodrop. This is actually not that bad of a matchup, even though Ariados outpaces to the launch here and gets a debuff right away. The Dragon Breath is so oppressive that Ariados' health will wither down very slowly here.
Yeah, well, you essentially soak the first attack from the Ariados here. Now you can take this no problem. You're going to be able to throw an Aqua Tail, and like you said, maybe the Dragon Breath plus Aqua Tail damage is just going to be enough. Brina's in a good position here. It's going to let the Ariados go down. Can you get the knockout before the next lunge is available? Can you get the 2-point sting, 1-point sting? The lunge is reached!
It gets there barely, and it looks like Brina decides to put up a shield on this double debuffed Goodra. I think at this point you might want to be looking at switching out and preserving this energy, or you want to just preserve the switch advantage because you will have that Annihilate on this Dugong. But look at how much energy the Dugong gets now. You get to the Thunder Punch, but it's double debuffed.
Yeah, it is double debuff. It is going to be super effective, but I don't think it's going to do that much damage into a healthy Dugong here. It is going to hit. That is not too much damage for super effective, and as Kanan gets that Ice Shard down.
He's up a shield, he has energy, but so does his Annihilate. Getting the counter through here. In comes the drill for extra damage, and I like this play from Konami because I think he realizes if he swaps, then Brennan will also swap, so there's no need to debuff here.
There comes the swap. Do you throw the Rage Fist before you go? No, actually just taking a lot of damage from that Psywave before you get out there, but you did bank almost 2 Rage Fists. Now you're going to be able to get to this Hydro Cannon. There are 2 Protect Shields remaining. LNDS Kanan has to throw up his first Protect Shield of the battle.
I think Brennan didn't really expect the Malamar in the back flinch a little bit. There has a lot of energy on the Annihilate for later, but this is a non-Shadow Feraligatr, by the way, so it will hang on to the Foul Player. It doesn't take as much damage as the Shadow Feraligatr that we usually see. And does she put up the Protect Shield? Yes, she does.
Who wins charge attack priority between Annihilate and Malamar here? Who's going to be the Pokemon that comes out with more attack? This is going to be the Foul Play. Like you said, probably going to be able to hang on here for this Feraligatr. I think Kanan almost has the switch window. No, not quite yet. So can you throw this Hydro Cannon and reach it into the Malamar? You do. Does this put it in range? It can't be in Rage Fist range, can it?
I think barely off, but the second one definitely, because then the first one will buff your attack. Here we go, gets the Psywave down. In comes the Annihilate. Will it knock out? Here comes the Rage Fist. I think this barely might not be enough, even though it is the same type of attack bonus.
It's hard because if it's not enough, you're going to take Psywave damage. I don't think you'll get to the second Rage Fist, and it's not enough, and it looks like Kanan is going to be able to Psywave down and win it 2-0.
Wow, you can hear the roar of the crowd there, Kanan, with a Fantastic win there with the Malamar to surprise that Annihilate, trying to bait out the Annihilate, trying to make it tempting for Brenna to bring that Annihilate with that Drapion and Dugong backline, and then in game 2 basically said, okay, now that Annihilate's coming, I'm going to be prepared for it.
Yeah, I also love the way that Breenot played that game, especially in the lead with the Annihilate, soaking up that lunge energy and calling that double resisted attack, and then swapping out to hold hope at the end of the game to be able to knock out with the Annihilate, but just didn't have enough reach because you have the Rage Fist and you have the Ice Punch. You don't have that attack that's going to do enough damage like a close combat, or I believe you said you like the Shadow Ball.
I like Shadow Ball because let's say you are against the Ariados as the Annihilate. Brenna could have thrown the Shadow Ball, and if that goes through, that does so much damage. And who wants to shield the first stack? Because if it's a Rage Fist, you feel silly.
Exactly, and I feel like that is the exact advantage that you want to try to put on your opponent when you have a bait move and a closing move, because then it is a really 50-50 opportunity. Because if there's an Ice Punch, you're like, okay, well, Ice Punch isn't going to do that much damage anyway, so I can just take the Rage Fist here, and this Gudra play here didn't quite able to knock out before. That was crucial. If you got that Dragon Breath down, you wouldn't have to give up that Protect Shield, and maybe actually you would have been able to pivot out earlier with the Gudra as well.
And the Thunder Punch would have done more damage, so
yeah, true.
Definitely crucial there. For Alligator, again, one of the most important Pokemon for Brenna there, but it wasn't able to pull through with that shielded disadvantage against Malamar here. And the Son of Psywave down, that sealed it up for Kanan. Malamar's been so good and so safe, and especially, even though Pokemon like Dunsparce and Dugong are now more threatened with the return of Fighting-type Pokemon, Malamar might become more important again.
You know who's also been so good recently? LNDS Kanan. Let me tell you his last 3 regional performances. He was first place in the 2024 Sao Paulo regional with, of course, that Magnezone, the Shadow Magnezone. He was second place in Joinville, and then he was just third place in Buenos Aires Special Championship event. He had a rough world competition, but 3 competitions straight getting first, second, and third. This trainer is on fire, and he's looking to make a mark for himself in an international stage.
One of the Brazilian players to look out for. And I also want to point out that he is one of the few players to have defeated the previous LAIC champion, Linus Harjefe, twice. In Buenos Aires, but also in Joinville. I believe that in Buenos Aires he knocked him out, and in Joinville it was he got to the grand finals, defeated Rajefe in the winners, and then in the grand finals Rajefe was able to overcome Kanan again.
He might have a chance to win it all, but let's hear from him.
So much, yeah. We're all talking about how you've had such an incredible run so far in the max out meta, and not only that, you were able to take first place last season with that Shadow Magnezone. Each of your team compositions have been very different so far. What do you think about the team you brought here to LAIC?
It's a team I'm really comfortable with. I was running something similar last week, but with the Annihilate that I just faced, I had to adjust it. I had to bring the Malamar. I don't know. I'm just confident at the moment, and I'm happy with my choices.
Yeah, we were just talking before this started, and I asked how you're feeling, and you said, oh yeah, I'm feeling good. I mean, you were off to a great start, a 2-0 victory here. I know that you have a lot of competition. Of course, this is a big event, but do you think you have what it takes to take it all the way?
For sure, yeah, I do. I've been dreaming of this moment, and I've come here to win.
One other question about, we talk about a little bit friendly rivalry. Now, I know that you just played against Joinville, against LNDS Harjefe. He was able to take first. You've been able to beat him in the past. It seems to be a seesaw going back and forth. Are you hoping that you're going to play him here? Are you wanting to say, yes, I am the one who's going to win?
I hope to face him, and hopefully in the finals. That would be amazing. We go way back. We are obviously friends before the game. But the fact that he always brings me higher, he makes me try to get better, I would love to face him in the grand finals.
Okay, one last thing for you. Is there anyone, while we got you on stage, that you want to shout out, or anyone that you want to thank while we have you here?
The Lindos family, obviously. They're always supporting. I wouldn't be here without them. My family, obviously, they always support me. They've helped me so much to get these goals, and my girlfriend also, she's been helping a lot. She helped me get mentally ready for this season, and it's been showing. So I have to thank her also.
Well, great. It sounds like you have a lot of support behind you. We could hear it in the crowd, too, as they were cheering. Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Thank you so much for doing this interview with us. We're just getting started here at the 2025 LAIC. We have so many more battles to go. Let's get back to the action.
You can really feel the confidence in Kanan there, right?
Yeah.
He's been on a tier in the past tournaments, and he's going to try to do it again here at the biggest tournament in South America.
Yeah, a trainer that's absolutely locked in, confident in himself, and whatever his girlfriend was saying to get him locked into the season, it absolutely worked. He's been on fire, like we mentioned. And we have another trainer that, when I think of the old guard in Brazilian trainers, I think of Zardy. Because Zardy was actually the trainer to win the 2022 Joinville Regional. He was the champion. And then, a really impressive feat, he was 5th place at the first ever World Championships. Just an awesome trainer looking to make his way back on top here in 2025.
He has played in every World Championships, actually. Even though they haven't been as successful as his first World Championships, he's always trying to make it to the top there. And I believe his past few tournaments didn't go to his expectations, but new tournament, new rounds, and he's gonna be up soon. Zardy, he always has some surprising picks. He really loves his dragons. He had the Shadow Dragon era before, but now with the Body Slam nerf, he's pivoted to another dragon.
Yeah, I think he has, and he was 13th in Joinville with another dragon, actually bringing the Artibacks. So Dragon does seem to be his signature Pokemon, and he does have a dragon in store for us. We've heard a little whispers that maybe some of the teammates from the Lindos maybe liked this Pokemon coming into the tournament, but this is a confirmation right here. I believe, I'm just going to spoil it right here. It looks like Zardy does have the Shadow Dragonite. How do you think that poses against the meta right now? I feel like it might be strong because there's not a ton of fast attack pressure.
I think so too. And the thing is, Azumarill is the most common Pokemon in the meta right now. So it's really difficult to play that Shadow Dragonite. And who knows, maybe he has Stealing or Hurricane or some kind of niche attack to counter or take on the Azumarill, right? I do think that one of the main things that Shadow Dragonite does is just melt Pokemon.
Yes. And what can you melt against this team? You have the Shadow Kanto Marowak for Andre, of course. That was made famous by Lyles Jeff, who is actually here at LAIC as well. The Ariados, the Azumarill, the Clodsire, the Feraligatr, and the Superior. I think you can melt a lot of these Pokemon if you're Shadow Dragonite, because you're not going to be threatened by much fast attack pressure at all. Even the bubble is going to be resisted. Obviously, you don't love that matchup, though.
The thing is, what I do like about that matchup, you have time as the Shadow Dragonite to build up energy. If you can even catch a charge stack on another Pokemon, that puts you in such a good spot, especially with this meta, with a shorter switch clock. If you can build up a lot of energy, swap out, your opponent swaps out, you wear down the switch clock, use shields, you can come back in with the Dragonite and just take out the second matchup entirely.
Yeah, especially in this meta with the lower switch timer, maybe your charge attack isn't going to be impactful into an Azumarill, but I'm pretty sure a Dragon Claw or a Superpower is going to be impactful versus a lot of the other Pokemon on the team. So Andre is a trainer who has competed mostly in events that are in Sao Paulo, but for only 2 events on his resume, he's done quite well. He got 33rd place last season at the Latin American International Championships, and he's actually now in the winners semifinals here in 2025 to face Zardy.
That's getting pretty close to that. Day 2 is here, so there's a lot at stake for both of these trainers. Super curious to see if we're going to see that Shadow Dragonite come out immediately and what the opponent, Andre, is going to try to counter that. He has a lot of bulk on his team with that Clodsire and the Superior, but Superior is not a Pokemon you want there. He also has the Azumarill, so maybe Zardy's not super inclined to bring the Dragonite. You can also really expect the opponent to prepare for the Dragonite. In that case, you might not want to bring it at all.
Yeah, you're going to expect the Azumarill because you don't even really have a hard answer to the Azumarill yourself. Yes, you do have 2 poison types. You have the Clodsire with Sludge Bomb, and you have the Shadow Drapion as well, but Shadow Drapion, all your charge attacks are resisted, and even against Clodsire, it's closer than you would like against the Azumarill matchup. So I feel like you're probably going to get Azumarill in every single game, so that might actually force Zardy to sit the Shadow Dragonite, but I hope he doesn't. I want to see that Shadow Dragonite.
It has some good matchup, like the Shadow Marowak, the Ariados are a decent matchup. The Shadow Feraligatr, although you should not underestimate a Hydro Cannon from a Shadow Feraligatr. You think that's resisted. That still does like 50% to Shadow Dragonite, just because both Pokemon are so attack weighted. But Butters, it looks like we're going to head into this battle. Both trainers are locked in. Zardy on the left, Andre on the right. We have the Azumarill into the Azumarill.
Oh, look, it's Bunny versus Bunny, but one of them sparkles, and that is going to be Zardy's Azumarill here, and it's going to be the mirror matchup. Usually the mirror matchup can be determined by who wins charge attack priority. So are these trainers going to throw when they have the attacks, or are they going to try to wait to not give up who wins charge attack priority so early in the battle?
And it looks like Andre is going for the first player of here. For those who are not familiar with the term charge stack priority, this means that both trainers throw their charge stack at the same time and that one player will win it. Going into the Drapion right away, Zardy banking all that energy, probably trying to bait out something like the Marowak or the Ariados here. Looks like Andre is just staying in, throwing an Ice Beam, which will do a good chunk of damage to this Drapion.
Yeah, it does a decent amount here, and still you're not forced to swap out if you are Andre. You could just sit in here, absorb this not very effective damage, maybe take 2 crunch and then swap out, bank your own charge attack for later on, but there's not a clear place to swap out to. I don't think you really want to come in the Clodsire because you have to get to a big charge attack to knock it out, and for Alligator, it's not really going to be able to Shadow Claw down, so I actually like this decision from Andre to stay in here.
Yeah, Zardy just trying to bait out the Shadow Marowak, so the Clodsire in the back is safe, but there is no Shadow Marowak on Andre's side, so now going into the Clodsire finally, this is going to be a rough poising down, and on top of that, the switch clock is almost worn down, so Zardy could opt to swap out again.
I know Clodsire is bulky, but that is uncomfortable to take that many super effective charge attacks in a row, then swapping out into your own Azumarill to throw the Ice Beam into Andre's Clodsire. Remember, this Clodsire does have Sludge Bomb, so it isn't probably going to be enough to knock out, and it's just this Clodsire is just sponging up all this damage, but it's just being a punching bag so far. It's just taking all this super effective damage, left, right, left. That's a knockout in a Clodsire.
Bye-bye, Clodsire. Thank you for service. In comes the Feraligatr, and looks like we're going to get the Feraligatr show starting here. Andre is going to build up energy with Feraligatr. Bubble from Azumarill's resisted, so you have all the time in the world to build up energy. First Hydro Cannon coming through, again resisted. We're going to do a good chunk of damage on this bulk Azumarill.
Feraligatr versus the world, the sequel, but this time Feraligatr's Shadow. Let's see if Shadow Feraligatr can pull off this battle. It actually going for the Ice Beam here and securing the Protect Shield on Feraligatr. Combo move into the Aqua Tail, another bait, back-to-back baits for Zardy. Can he get 2 Protect Shields with?
He does! He gets 2 Protect Shields with 2 baits! Man, if you no-shielded either of those, the Feraligatr probably still would have hung on and can get to the crush. He gets to the crush, but they can't on the Azumarill!
He swaps into the not very effective crunch. This isn't going to knock out. Do we see an undercharge? And it looks like great. No, actually throwing all the way to the excellent on that charge attack. And the bubble is going to knock out here. How do you come and knock out this Azumarill? Do you go for the poison sting down? No, actually come in your own Azumarill. Can you get the bubble down?
He's going for the
bubble down will be huge.
Can he get there? Can he get there? Can he get there?
Yes!
Out with the attack, and now he gets an attack as Zardy. You need the player up. I don't think player will knock out yet and go for the Hydro Cannon. Looks like Zardy is going to have to reveal that third Pokemon.
And doesn't go for the Protect Shield to secure the player up because you could back-to-back Hydro Cannon there. Smart play by Zardy. And now here comes the Clodsire. And Clodsire has the Protect Shield. You need 3 Hydro Cannons. Can you get 3 Hydro Cannons before the knockout? I don't think he can do it.
At 2 Hydro Cannon now. Even letting the first one go. Zardy giving a demonstration how bulky Clodsire's Hydro Cannon doesn't even put it into the rat here. Now going for the Sludge Bomb. This is going to secure the knockout on the Feraligatr. Zardy is going to take game number 1.
Zardy's back, and he wins 1-0 against Andre here. Doesn't bring the Shadow Dragonite, but plays amazingly with the combo plays. The double bait, 1 bait on the Ice Beam, swap, bait into the Aqua Tail, secure the victory. Game number 1 goes to Zardy.
And we see there the team is now covering the plushie from Zardy. He brought the Dragonair, but in his team, it evolved to the Dragonite. We didn't see the Dragonite this time. Maybe a good choice because Andre did bring that Azumarill and the Clodsire, 2 very bulky picks that do quite well into the Dragonite. So it makes sense he didn't bring it. Maybe for game 2, you want to bring it as a surprise. If your opponent is like, okay, well, that Dragonite is just bluff. I'm just going to bring Superior now.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, also, Zardy is running the Gastrodon, which we mostly have seen the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Some traders don't have Shadow Kanto Marowak. I believe this was earlier in the game. That wasn't, oh, and how about Clodsire? Clodsire had a rough battle in that game number 1, right?
It just took hit after hit, and Andre was able to preserve all the shields. I think he just wanted to have the Feraligatr show here to just take all the energy here and then go for the Hydro Cannon. There, we see the catch on the resisted crush. A great play. Yeah, both players played out of their mind this battle, but Zardy just had a little bit of a very bulky team composition. You see the fist bump there. Zardy very happy to close out that first game here at the LAIC on the stream.
And it's so hard sometimes to close out a battle. We've seen 2 times with the Feraligatr trying to do it versus the world. And I feel like in the past, when Pokemon are more locked into matchups, you can set those up easier. But now because of the switch timer being faster, a lot of these trainers are banking energy, swapping out, banking energy, swapping out. And suddenly when you get to the end game and you have 2 shields, guess what? The opponent has a bunch of charge attacks just waiting for you, and it's really hard to close the battle that way.
It's just like a dance, right? Players are just dancing around with their Pokemon. You have more or less time now on the switch clock to swap around, and it really works. We saw that Clodsire is taking all the damage, and at that point, after 3 charge attacks, that's 30 seconds at least.
Yeah.
That's already almost a full switch clock.
Yeah. It took 30 seconds to knock that Clodsire out of the battle, but if you think about it, that's a most of the switch timer now, because of course it was 1 minute before. It was reduced by 10 seconds to make it 50 seconds, and 1 charge attack, as you mentioned, takes 10 seconds. So if you keep combo playing, you get back to that switch timer really quickly. A lot of these trainers have said this has been one of the biggest changes of the season. I know the meta's whole different, but the meta is different because of the change, and guess what? We got the signature Dragon type from Zardy to start game number 2 versus the Ariados. Instant swap of it. You brought your best counter into the Dragonite.
And there's not really a hard answer from Zardy either. He brings in his poison type Pokemon, but it doesn't have any, the charge attacks only resisted.
Yeah, and now you're gonna throw the Ice Beam, but the thing is, that's okay. You know Azumarill is out of the battle, right? This is so strong for Zardy because this is your only opposition for your Shadow Dragonite, and you know you're going to be able to secure a knockout most likely in the opening matchup. So it probably could be double Protect Shield Shadow Dragonite versus the rest of Andre's team.
I don't know, because Zardy also has the Dunsparce in the back, and Dunsparce with that full rock type coverage in his attacks doesn't have a... It's pretty good into the Ariados. So one thing I do want to point out here, Andre is kind of exploiting the weakness of Zardy's team. Zardy has the Dragonite, but where is the Azumo count?
Yeah, there isn't one. You have the Sludge Bomb Clodsire, and then you have the other poison type of the Shadow Dragon, but it's not enough.
You can't do it. This is disgusting.
Nasty.
You can't do this.
Oh no! Don't do it to Azumarill like that. Can you get the full Dragon Breath down? No, actually.
Oh, he gets to the Ice Beam just barely, but still, you gotta shield this, and you have so much energy. And look at every Pokemon on the line of Andre. Whatever comes in here, nothing likes to take the energy from this Dragonite. Coming in with the Feraligatr, but it's also fragile Pokemon. Look at how much it's going to do.
And now this guarantees the Dunsparce to be against the Ariados in the back line as well. This is looking really strong. You get the first Protect Shield. You're already at the next Dragon Claw. Do you try to throw it? Now you throw it before the Hydro Cannon is available. Did 1 Dragon Breath and then the Dragon Claw. Do you get both Protect Shield? Would this knock out a Shadow Feraligatr? You got the Protect Shield.
We won't find out because he has the last Protect Shield there. Feraligatr very precious for Andre, going for the Hydro Cannon now because the health is just evaporating. But you have the last Protect Shield as well. Dragonite's not going anywhere.
And Dragonite is going to be able to get to a Dragon Claw before the Hydro Cannon. Not messing around. Maybe knowing that the switch timer could be back up. So just making sure to secure that knockout on the Feraligatr so it doesn't slip away. You get the knockout. You have the full Dragonite. Here comes the Ariados. And you're going to be able to get to a Dragon Claw. Maybe you're going to try to swap it a lunge. There comes the Dunsparce. Now actually going for the Trailblaze instead of the lunge there.
Buffing his attack, perhaps hoping that the Trailblaze plus a lunge will be enough, but this Trailblaze is not the same type of attack bonus, not going to do as much damage, and Dunsparce is just going to be rolling here. They see
you
rolling.
have to swap. You have to swap on it. You have to catch it to have a chance. Does he try to go for the catch? And he tries to go for it. The patience by Zardy.
That fails. That means Zardy is in a really good spot to go for Charge Attack Purity again to debuff the Rock Slide coming from his Dunsparce. Rock Slide already has been nerfed before, but I think still with the super effective damage, this will secure a very good position for Zardy here. Rock Slide coming through and gonna deal super effective damage on the Ariados.
And even if it was double debuffed, I think it would have been enough. And Zardy is gonna win 2-0 to secure the win. You hear the crowd going off for a trainer that started off on top and is trying to make his way back to the mountaintop.
The pop-off from Zardy there, really trying to make that comeback here, showing everyone again, he is not washed. He's trying to beat the washed allegations, making it to the finals of his group on day 1 already. Zardy is back.
He is absolutely back. I believe now, he secured winners finals for his group. And how about shout out to Andre, who only has 2 tournaments in his resume. Last year was 33rd, already poised to do better here in 2025. Love to see that improvement. It's going to be going down to the loser side of the bracket, but is also just a match victory away from being in the losers finals of his side. So great run so far from Andre as well.
Exactly, yeah. If you're in the losers finals, you also need 1 matchup to advance to day 2. So both players still in a very decent spot. We might see them later on, even on the day. I'm super excited to see that Dragonite. Maybe. What do you think of the Dragonite? Did you think it performed as we would expect it to?
Yeah, it's so tough because Azumarill's top usage. It's like 65%. It was 75% day number 2 in Buenos Aires. So you're like, okay, the most used Pokemon is such a hard counter. How good can this Pokemon be? But if you look down the list, you even look at Andre's team, because it is a meta team, there's just no fast attack pressure. There's not a lot of fast attack pressure in this meta. So I feel like those Pokemon that can do a lot of fast attack pressure in return has potential. So I actually do think it has a lot of potential in this meta.
There's only really Ice-type Pokemon that threaten the Dragonite so much, and the best Pokemon we leaked up, but no one has used that so far yet. But like Dugong and Alolan Sensors have been dropping in usage, especially with Annihilate coming in the meta. We might see less of those, and I'm not surprised that Azumarill is top meta, just because of, you know, you need to resist those counters from the Annihilate.
Well, let's see that Dragonite in action. That could be the big brain call, right? Because if you expect that Ice is going to drop off even more because the Annihilate and Primeape edition at number 11, 12 in usage, then you bring the Pokemon that are weak to Ice types. Because if Ice types are absent at LAIC, these Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite and another Pokemon that we've seen, Jumpluff, might have a lot of play in this current meta.
I think so too, but Jumpluff has a very low attack, so that means it also, even though Fairy Wind is super effective into like a Dragon type, doesn't do as much damage. Now, another thing I want to point out, right? You have the Shadow Dragonite, but you don't really have an Azumarill on, so you gotta go for Sludge Bomb Clodsire then.
Right.
How do you tackle Azumarill there? We saw Zardy go into the Drapion, and he was fortunate enough with his Line Call there to be ABA strong, which means he led strong, and he was strong in the back into the Ariados. But if he wasn't, he may have needed switch defense. You go down shield so easily there.
I actually love this strategy. This strategy is something we've seen in the past. When there's a number 1 usage Pokemon, say in the past it was Medicham, now it's Azumarill, you know it's going to be on every team. You're going to face it every battle anyway. So you don't necessarily need the hard counter. Just bring a bunch of Pokemon that are okay against it. You know you're going to see it, so just bring those Pokemon that are okay against it, dance around the battlefield like Zardy did in that battle. I love that strategy because you don't always need the hard counter. You can just soft lose the matchup, get some energy somewhere. I feel like that has a higher ceiling sometimes, but I know you love your alignment, so you might disagree.
No, you actually are right, because I ran a Giratina Origin in a Lickitung meta. You know it's going to be everywhere, but on the other hand, I did bring checks to the Lickitung. So the Giratina will be viable to use. If there's Azumarill everywhere, it's so difficult to bring the Dragonite because you know the Azumarill's coming.
Yeah.
So Dragonite's just tough to use, even though Dragonite can have such a solid position. As we saw against that Ariados and the Feraligatr, the HP was just melting.
Well, let's see what Zardy has to say about the looming threat of Azumarill versus his team. I believe Tomahawk has an interview ready.
Thank you, Martijn and Butters. We are joined by the winner of that last match, Zardy. Zardy, those were some very impressive plays. It takes you now through to the winners' finals of your group. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it's impossible to describe in words because when we are competing in our country, when you are seeing all the support that we have in the crowd, and yeah, it's simply amazing. Yeah, I cannot describe in words, I think. Yeah.
You have so much support in the crowd. So many of these people are cheering for you, Zardy. Let's hear it for Zardy. Now, you told me that you're really happy with your team. Look at these guys. You love this. You're really happy with your team. Tell us a little bit more about your team builder in that Shadow Dragonite.
Yeah, I'm very known in the community to use dragons. So when I'm using dragons in competitions, I feel way more happy. So why not try Shadow Dragon? That is one of my favorites. So yeah, I try to build something around it, and so far it's working. So I hope it's keep going on in the finals and also for tomorrow. So yeah.
There are lots of big names still in the tournament. You got to the top 32 last time around at the Latin America International Championship. How far do you see yourself going this weekend?
Yeah, I'm always expecting to be as far as possible. So let's see what where Dragonite can bring me. So I'm expecting to be a champion. Why not?
I know that this crowd wants you to be a champion as well. There is so much support for you. I know you're confident. I'm pretty confident you're going to do well. Thank you so much for the interview. Casters, back to you.
Thank you, Tomahawk. LAIC is always so fun because there's so many crowd favorites, right? There's so many trainers that this crowd is cheering for all day long, and for a good reason. There's so many top trainers that do have a chance of winning it all. Of course, in 2023 and 2024, both trainers were from the LATAM region. So odds are it will be another LATAM trainer to be champion here in 2025.
And I also think that LATAM players are just the most passionate players that we have as well, because at the World Championships, they really were cheering the whole time when I was watching in the crowd. Well, we've seen a lot of trainers. How about we take a look at the Pokemon again that we have seen so far at the LAIC. We saw Primeape and Annihilate rising up, but also Azumarill being top usage once again.
Like I said, 17 seasons in a row, maybe more like 19 for Azumarill here as the top dog. A big thing here is Cloudsire's number 2 in usage, which back on top has dropped off for forever and has passed Ariados as the top poison type. Ariados has been the top poison type for what? 3 straight tournaments or 2? Yeah, 3 straight tournaments.
And Buenos Aires. Yeah, exactly. And even though it is top usage here, I think it's still dropped in usage because it used to be on par in top usage with Azumarill. Now we see that 32%, and Clodsire increasing again. Clodsire was only meta at the start of the season, and now it is going back. And I really think that is because of both Annihilate, Azumarill, and Ariados, because that's play into all 3 of those.
Yeah, exactly, especially against the Ariados. I think we saw on Buenos Aires specifically, there were so many Ariados on the loser side of the winner's top day 2, but then when you saw the winner's side, the poison type was always Clodsire on in Buenos Aires. So I feel like there has been a trend now that if you want to be the top poison, you're back at Clodsire. I mean, Ariados still has so much potential ever since we saw, I mean, trainers like Rise use it in Louisville. It's just taken off. But now, Clodsire back on top. But you know what I want to see? I want to see that 11th place Pokemon in that usage. I want to see the Primeape. What do you think about Primeape right now? Because it's so fast to charge attacks because of Karate Chop.
Karate Chop generates 9 energy per fast attack. So that means you only need 4 Karate Chops for 1 Rage Fist. If you can get like 4 of those off, they keep buffing each up per usage. The thing is, Primeape is not super bulky. And I think the Ghost type defense that Annihilate has is very valuable, especially into, you know, other fighter Pokemon. On the other hand though, Primeape might do a little bit better into Pokemon like Galarian Moltres, because you resist the dark type fast attack damage. And on top of that, I think that the matchup versus Dunsparce was also a little bit better, just because you pace faster to potentially close combat.
Yeah, no, I like Primeape personally because I also like the Shadow Primeape. I know that wasn't available that long in Rocket Grunt, so not a ton of trainers have it. But if you do have that Shadow Primeape, like you said, it has no bulk. It's usually a shield on anything. Like, you can't even take a Hydro Cannon pretty much as a normal Primeape. So you might as well double down and go Shadow. You're going to use a shield regardless. You might as well do some more damage with your attacks.
There's another reason why I like Primeape. And that's also the reason why I picked Poliwrath for Worlds. Because they stand like this, right? They're ready. They're ready to battle. And speaking of ready to battle, we have the next 2 trainers here. We have Just X Derek on the left, and on the right we have Stud Muffins. 2 trainers from North America have traveled here to Brazil, to Sao Paulo, to compete with the best of South America. And they're here in, I believe this is the winners semifinals.
Oh, well done by both of these trainers. And of course, Just Dirk is accompanied by his comfort animal, Pepsi, who also made the trip out. Looks like those are some treats for Pepsi there for being such a good pup there on stage. But yeah, winner semis in Group C for Just Dirk and Stud Muffins. That means 2 North Americans have probably defeated some LATAM trainers here. And there is that comfort animal, Pepsi. Always a good boy there on the side for Just Dirk, giving that good luck energy as well. And Stud Muffins really is running that Galarian Moltres, Dunsparce, Feraligatr, Ariados, Malamar, a really meta team.
Yeah, but have you seen the other team though? Are my eyes deceiving them?
Yes.
Or is that you know, it's stuff.
Yeah, that's what I was going with. I was like, Stud Muffins with the really meta team, but Just Dirk with the Unova Stunfisk there. We haven't seen that in a long time. I mean, how is that going to match up versus Stud Muffin's team?
I'm curious to see what the fast attack is. Gonna take a quick peek here. It's gonna be Thundershock, so it is better into Pokemon like that Galarian Moltres, but it's going to be worse into Pokemon like Clodsire, because your fast attack, even though both Thundershock and Mudshot don't deal as much damage, they still deal damage, right? Thundershock does more on a flying type than Mudshot would do. So it might come down to that a little bit. I think Mudshot definitely helps you into Pokemon like Clodsire, which Stuff Muffins has. But on the other hand, Thundershock is nice into that Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, and then even against Ariados, you would think the ground type should come up on top. But the thing is, you take that super effective Trailblaze. That's why that has been the recipe for most trainers to use the grass type coverage with the Ariados. Probably a big reason why it climbed in usage so much. You don't need to bring the Superior. You can have the coverage with the Trailblaze because you just need 5 Poison Stings to get there. It's going to be tough to bring that Stunfisk, but I mean, maybe he's been doing it all tournament so far. It's been working for him. He is in the winner's semis with it.
Exactly. I'm curious to see if we're going to see it again. It's just like that Dragonite, just like a pick that really is exceptional and standing out that you don't see as much. The thing about Stunfisk, though, its charge attacks often lack a little bit in power. They're low energy, low damage, like Discharge and Mud Bomb don't deal as much damage, even when they are super effective. So you really rely on the unique typing of Electric and Ground. I think that is what Stunfisk mainly does, but if you pair against like a Feraligatr, it's not a good matchup because Hydro Cannon is just so much stronger than all your damage output.
And it probably has Thundershock for the Azumarill matchup. But Stud Muffins is one of the few trainers without Azumarill on his team. I feel like that means that the Malamar for Just Dirk looks a lot stronger. You have to deal with the Galarian Moltres for sure, but otherwise, you're looking pretty strong to good against everything on Stud Muffin's team. I feel like you're going to see a lot of Malamar from Just Dirk in this series.
Malamar is a safe Pokemon in general, right? The only Pokemon to really check it, I don't think even Azumarill are checks, because with the Psywave damage, it can overcome that. But both trainers are locked in. We're going to head into game number 1 from Just Exact. We have the Ariados into the Dunsparce from Stud Muffins. This is a great lead for Stud Muffins.
Yeah, great start here. Just Dirk is probably going to swap out. No, actually staying in here and breathe that Unova Stunfisk, and the game number 1 has it in the back line. And if that does match up somehow against the Galarian Moltres, that's going to be super strong here. Going in for the lunge, trying to debuff this Dunsparce. Actually just going to stay in this matchup to start out. Now swapping in the Malamar, trying to get an energy lead. Counter swap into the Moltres.
Oh, this is a great matchup for the Moltres. Now you got to be careful. 2 Superpower will get very close to knock it out, even though going for the foul play. And
he calls it!
Taking the bait. This is resisted. It's not going to do a lot of damage.
But now, does this put the Moltres close to Superpower range? And this Moltres is going to be at an Ancient Power and a Brave Bird. Do you go for the Ancient Power bait? Does Just Dirk try to call this and then go for the Superpower? He does! He knows shields on this Ancient Power. It's probably not going to be enough to knock out. And now the question is, can a Superpower knock out this Moltres?
It's going to get super close. Superpower does about 50%. Going for a maximum damage before going for Superpower. And if this is no shield, I think this gets really close to knocking out. We're going to find out. No protection. Superpower going through. And
no, it doesn't knock out. Doesn't quite do it. Moltres hangs on, but it hangs on with energy, and this is really tough. I mean, at least all this is going to be resisted into the Stunfisk here, so you are going to get a nice Thundershock down.
Is this resisted? This Brave Bird does a lot. That's and now going back into the Ariados right away. Dunsparce going back as well, but has 2 Rock Slide loaded here. Just as Derek, the riding is on the wall here. This look is so tough to overcome at this point.
Yeah, the pivot into the banked energy from this Dunsparce from Stud Muffins here is just too much. Actually going for a rollout, trying to go for proper timing there instead of just throwing the energy on the rock slide, and it has to take the lunge in the process. Now, once again, proper timing. I mean, you want to throw 1 rollout before the double poison sting of the Ariados to not try to clip your fast attack. You don't get the knockout because that lunge did secure, and you can't even roll out down. No, yes, you can roll out down. So now you have all this energy to throw into the opposing Stunfisk. This is going to be super effective drill runs, but it is debuffed.
Rock and ground coverage is just so important. It is resisted by almost nothing. It's really just Chestnut, which we hardly have seen, and swapping out immediately because Stud Muffins knows he's very strong into this Stunfisk here, so going into Clodsire. And even though the Mud Bomb is super effective, not going to deal as much damage. I think this will do about 30, 25% maybe?
Yeah, it's not going to do, it got a little stronger, but Yeah, that's just not going to do enough. Plus 2 Protect Shields remaining. This is a huge uphill battle for Unova Stunfisk. Like you said, the writing is on the wall for Justerk. Maybe it wasn't the call for this team matchup to have the Stunfisk here, also kind of being a little ABA weak to that Dunsparce, and now the Sludge Bomb is going to be thrown. Oh, the Sludge Bomb is going to be thrown. I should have said that a little differently. Stunfisk goes for the Sludge Bomb here to win the game.
Wow, and still 2 shields there on Studmuffin's side. Just a very strong team composition here. He was so strong into that Ariados with both the Dunsparce and the Clodsire, so that Ariados just didn't really have anywhere to go. And then the Malamar, this safe switch for Just Xderk. A safe switch in this case is a Pokemon that you can rely on if you lose the lead. But the problem is, Studmuffins had that Galarian Moltres, and Galarian Moltres with the dark defensive typing is so good into Malamar that mainly has Psychic Fast Attack.
And you know what? It does make sense, and there is that Galarian Moltres for Studmuffins. It does make sense to bring that Unova Stunfisk because you know Malamar is your safest Pokemon.
Yeah.
So you know Studmuffins is always going to bring Galarian Moltres. So then, how do you counter that Galarian Moltres that you know is coming? It's going to be a couple Pokemon. It could be Stunfisk, it could be a Azumarill, or maybe you could go for a Talonflame, but Ancient Power is double super effective. So I feel like you have to bring either one of Azumarill and Stunfisk. It looks like he tried to bring the Ariados to be a neutral option as well.
Yeah, even Ariados is not that bad into Galarian Moltres when shields are in play, just because you get to the launch so quickly and it deals consistent damage there. So you take a look at the replays. We see Studmuffin there tapping his phone, and yeah,
that was the Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, that
was a zoomed in. That was a Sludge Bomb tap. I could tell by the way he was tapping.
Barely did knock out.
Yeah. I mean, he was trying to send the message there, both with his play and his tapping there. And we're locked into game number 2. We have Justerk in a 0-1 hole, trying to move on to the winner's side of Group C to the finals here, and it is going to be Toxapex, which we haven't seen much of at all, but it's a great matchup versus Feraligatr. Swap into Dunsparce, but it looks like you're going to counter swap into your Malamar.
And Malamar does have a decent matchup here because you have super power as coverage, and Malamar is just bulky enough to barely hang on to the rollout damage plus 2 Duron here. So I think Just Xderk just content with letting that go. But if you want to keep switch advantage, and you might want to, you have the Stunfisk in the back. Although, if you have Stunfisk with an energy advantage, it might turn into a Feraligatr counter. So really, the field is still open here.
Yeah, I mean, you have that Unova Stunfisk once again, bringing that core. Who thought of that core? Just Dirk did. The Malamar plus Unova Stunfisk dominant duo, getting a Protect Shield with the foul play here, so that means you're not going to be debuffed on the superpower, but Dunsparce gets the energy so quickly, is already at the double here, so you're going to be able to back-to-back drill run and either take alignment or take 2 Protect Shields.
And letting it go, actually. Does that knock out? It doesn't, but and now going into the Stunfisk, this allows Just Xderk to potentially have a catch later on, but this drone is again super effective. Still no shielding though.
And sacking the Stunfisk here, maybe trying to bait out the Clodsire, which he didn't effectively bait out. He baited out the Feraligatr. What a call from Studmuffins, right? I feel like Justerk was definitely trying to bait out that Clodsire so Toxapex could be safer, but you know Toxapex is in the back anyway, so you're just going to keep that Clodsire banked for the backline matchup.
And putting out the protection here, it's going to be Stunfisk for Just Xderk to do it now. The discharge didn't even knock out there, even though Feraligatr is such a fragile Pokemon. Can you get the Thundershock down here? Can you get the Thundershock down? No! It gets the Hydro Cannon!
No! Shadow Feraligatr gets a Hydro Cannon as well. You know when Stunfisk is having a tough time now. He's kind of looking backwards thinking, I don't know what to do in this situation. He's going to have to face a Clodsire once again with a lot of health, 1 Protect Shield. You do have a potential swap with your own Malamar here, and here comes the Clodsire. You actually, I mean, you can get to a lot of Mud Bombs here before you get knocked out, though.
And this is super valuable chip damage, because if you look at the alignment now, Studmuffins has the Clodsire for that Toxapex, and that is a terrible matchup for the Toxapex, so you need all the Mud Bomb damage you can get here. This stuff is popping off.
Yeah, but can you get it in brine range? That is the key thing. You need to get this somehow in the brine range. You try to swap on the Sludge Bomb, and he tried to swap in the Patience, but Studmuffins, knowing that maybe he was going to swap in the Malamar, I didn't have to throw yet, but you bank the Mud Bomb, right? So you have energy again for that Clodsire.
Stunfisk will win Charge Attack Purity later, so there's a lot of options for Dustox to actually go here. Going into the Toxus packs, the Poison Jab fast attack damage is going to be double resistant. It's not going to do anything, but the Brine is super effective. Toxpack is super bulky, can still hang on to at least one Earthquake here.
And you have the Dunsparce to swap into. Does he try to reach for it? Looks like he's going to try to wait. Then he reached for it. What a swap by Stud Muffins!
What a play! That's so required as well. Go for the other charge, trying to get some more poison jabs, and is able to. Can this Dunsparce get to an attack? No!
And now suddenly you have to throw the Earthquake though to knock out. But if you throw the Earthquake and your energy dry, can you get the double Mud Bomb? It's not over for Just Turkey. Yeah, is it? Because this is going to knock out. There is one protection remaining, but can you outpace to the double Mud Bomb before the next charge attack is available? How much energy do you have? No, it looks like you're not going to be able to outpace. It is going to be charge attack rounding. No, actually Stud Muffins gets there right before to secure the knockout.
Earthquakes going through, Clodsire the Blobfish taking out Stunfisk, and that's gonna be 2-0 for Stud Muffins.
In the mud boy of choice here at LAIC, the Clodsire is able to take out that Unova Stunfisk in closing out 2 straight battles for Stud Muffins. Congratulations. Moving on into that winners finals of Group C, and Just Dirk gonna go down on the loser side of the bracket, but it's been having an awesome tournament so far.
Wow, 2 North Americans battling out at the 2025 LAIC, and that was a great matchup. We saw Dragonite from Zardy earlier, and now we saw the more reserved Unovian Stunfisk. Not a lot of damage output, but more bulk and very unique coverage.
Yeah, I like how he always used it with Malamar. That's an interesting core. Malamar plus Unova Stunfisk. He brought it to both of the battles. Unfortunately, Unova Stunfisk, I think, was the one Pokemon he couldn't position in both these battles and wasn't able to do exactly what he wanted to do with it, but still was maybe, what, 2 fast attacks away from closing the game. What if he got a swap on his Malamar? So did make it quite close. A veteran trainer in Just Dirk from the North American circuit coming here, trying to make day number 2, and he got knocked down to the loser side of the bracket. Another North American trainer, Stud Muffins, is moving on.
And I just want to point this out. This is generally a favorable matchup for the Malamar. But with that foul play first, the Dunsparce actually was able to flip that, even take shield advantage otherwise, and that puts Stud Muffins in such a great position because he was able to align the Clodsire to the Toxapex, because the leads were actually Toxapex into Feraligatr.
Yeah, that was super tough. And then Just Dirk was in that awkward situation where you either had to use 2 Protect Shields or no Protect Shields, and he chose no Protect Shields. But I think that's 2 games in a row, actually, Stud Muffins called the foul play. He called it on the Galarian Moltres, and then he called it on the Dunsparce as well, able to secure both of those battles with the high-level calls, even get a Sludge Bomb resisted in there as well for style points.
I really like that. That's something usually a trainer like Marto Gall does, but then on Steel-type Pokemon. This time, it was on a Ground-type Pokemon, but at that point, the Stunfisk was so low that it wasn't necessary, right?
Well, let's hear from Stud Muffins. I believe Amanda is ready with the interview.
That's right, I'm here with Stud Muffins, who just had an impressive game to be able to go now into the winners finals. How are you feeling looking around this venue? Is it a different gameplay than what you were expecting?
No, not really. I've been to a couple of ICs already, so I think I've been having the reps and prepare for it.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the team, because what the team you had looks pretty common in this max out meta. Have you been facing other similar teams? Were you expecting to see like a Unovan Stunfisk?
Well, Dirk is my loco, so I've seen him bring the Stunfisk many times, so I was kind of expecting that he's going to bring it again.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. You guys battle in your locals. You come all the way down to Sao Paulo. You're battling here again. Now, I know that obviously you haven't just battled against North American trainers because, I mean, obviously you're in the winners finals now at this point. You've been battling a couple. How has this tournament run been going for you? And do you feel confident about making day 2?
Well, I want to get ahead of myself because everyone is so good here. So I'm just taking it one game at a time.
Okay, that's fair, that's fair. Okay, one last question for you with it. You said you do a lot of travels. You've been to some different ICs in the past. This season is like the first season that we get these travel incentives to really go to the different regions. Are we going to see you at any of the other international championships?
Yeah, I plan on doing the other ICs as well. So I'll be in London this February, and I'll be in New Orleans as well.
All right, take note, trainers. If you're threatened by Stud Muffins, he's going to be there. He's going to be coming after you. Thank you so much for the interview. In the meantime, if you're interested in learning more about the European International Championships, we've got you covered with this.
Yeah.
another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way, you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Treads.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart on that view, EX.
He found
it.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers! Softove here to chat about some strategic differences between the Go Battle League and the Championship Series formats to help you step up your competitive game. When you think about player versus player battles in Pokemon Go, the first thing that comes to mind might be the Blind 3 format of the Go Battle League. The Go Battle League is the in-game ladder system where you can match with talented trainers from all over the world at any time of day. All you have to do is pick 3 Pokemon and wait for a match. However, the format for Championship Series play instead employs a Show 6 Pick 3 format. While the mechanics of the actual battles are the same, there is an important step before the battle. You and your opponent have a chance to review each other's teams of 6 Pokemon, including the movesets. This means you won't be surprised by unexpected charged attacks and have a better idea of what Pokemon you might see on the battlefield. Although the process of looking at team lists is the only structural difference between Blind 3 and Show 6, this actually leads to several strategic differences. For example, consider the process of building a team of 3. In the Go Battle League, you may end up trying to build teams of 3 like Malamar, Clodsire, Feraligatr that have play against almost every Pokemon. But in Show 6, you only have to build teams that have coverage for the 6 Pokemon in front of you. This means that you might be able to combine your Pokemon in ways that could otherwise be risky or unconventional in the Go Battle League. For example, in this game between Valor Ash and Arrow, Valor Ash brought Talonflame, Serperior, and Gastrodon. In a blind format, you may not want to rely on the Talonflame Serperior core due to its weakness to dragons like Shadow Dragonite or Dragonair, but these 2 Pokemon have near perfect coverage against Arrow's line of 6. Seeing your opponent's line of 6 can also affect how you manage your shields and prioritize your Pokemon. For example, in this match between Wadaj and Elam, Wadaj leads Chestnut into Galarian Moltres. Wadaj actually invests both of his Protect shields in the lead, knowing that Chestnut's energy can deal super effective or heavy neutral damage to all of Elam's remaining Pokemon. Near the end of the match, he even hard switches in Chestnut onto a low health Cresselia to farm even more energy. Although Elam happens to have a Gastrodon as his final Pokemon, Wadaj likely would have won against any possible backline because of how he prioritized Chestnut.
He knows that's his last butt slap of the tournament. Wadaj is going to win the losers finals 3-2 in a decisive game number 5.
Regardless of the format you are playing, you always want to maximize your advantages for any possible Pokemon that your opponent might have in the back. However, the Show 6 format limits these possibilities so that you can make decisions that would otherwise be risky, both when preparing for the battle and playing the battle. Hopefully you learned something about the structural and strategic differences between the Go Battle League and the Show 6 format of the Championship Series. Until next time!
Going to Championship Sunday.
There you have it, Inadequate. You can see the emotions. He cannot believe it.
I think the Pokemon type that I would be Fire, because I like to play a little bit more aggressive to try and confuse my opponents with some of the playstyles that I do and try to get in their head a little bit.
But in comes Giratina. Inadequate says, no, no, no.
I started playing PvP when the Go Battle League came out, but as soon as Play Pokemon included Go in their competitive circuit, I immediately started playing as well. The closest one was the 2022 Europe International Championship, and that's where I joined. There were about 100 competitors, and I got to top 8 there. It was the first time I played in this format. After that, I went 0-2 in Liu, unfortunately, but I never gave up, and at some point, I just stopped at almost every single tournament that I played.
The King of Utrecht wants to be the King of World Championships, and that's a top 3 at least finish for Inadequate.
My favorite memory is winning the Utrecht special event.
It wins the MP! Martijn is your special event champion!
And also just playing at the World Championship, very comparable. Just the support that I have, hearing the crowd go wild when I do something good.
And it looks like Inadequence is gonna take this series 2-0.
The player that I admire the most is the previous world champion. It's Axon. He's a very humble and very nice guy. And on top of that, he started making content creation after gaining fame with winning the world championships. And it has been very helpful to many new players.
You know, trial and error, just playing a lot, and you know, eventually you'll get a hang of it.
Something that I've learned since I've started competing is that you should never give up. Never give up in any battle. Obviously, when your guillotine is on League Tongue, it's probably over. But any other scenarios, I've won battles that I thought I could never win. But just keeping my head up and seeing if my opponent could slip just a little bit and I can still take the victory. That is something I will always remember in any battle that I play.
Coming to you live from sunny Sao Paulo for the 2025 Latin America International Championships, and these battles are well on their way. I'm Amanda, also known as Lundberger, here alongside Tomahawk UK, and you know what? We have some fantastic battles coming up for you.
We've seen some really good players, some really good Pokemon, and some really good plays. And I think it's only going to get better from here. As we progress in this tournament, the stakes are increasing. And we've got players that are trying to seal their tickets into day 2 here at LAIC.
Not only that, we have players coming in from all over the globe. We just saw 2 North American trainers actually head off against each other last round. We have another North American up on the screen now. We have NAIC champion Out of Pocket here playing against the LNDS Paulino Todd here in the winners finals.
Yeah, Out of Pocket. He is a reigning IC champion. He could be the first player to be a back-to-back IC champion if he can keep going. He was telling me backstage that he is very confident with his team. He wants to go all the way, but he knows how scary these opponents can be. Shadow Dragonite especially, that is not a Pokemon that many of these players will have prepared against.
I mean, I tell you what, you talk about scary opponents. If you see that LNDS before a lot of the trainers' names, you know that it is definitely going to be a hard trainer to go up against. They are a team of friends here in Brazil, and they have a lot of support going for them in the crowd. Out of Pocket is also out of country, but he could be the one taking home the games.
Yeah, you and I have done a couple of interviews already on stage, and the support from the Brazilian crowd has been immense. You can hear them cheering. You can probably hear them from home, even when we're interviewing on stage. And that's what we're really here for, isn't it? It is that community aspect.
Yeah, looking at these teams, speaking of, we see a Bidoof on the stage, not necessarily on the teams, but a little bit of support. Hopping into the battles, we're going to see what we have here. We got that Galarian Moltres against the Dunsparce, and you hear the crowd go wild as this is a great lead for Dunsparce.
This is a great lead for Paulinho, and the Moltres is staying in, so this is interesting. Pocket going for the catch. Paulinho was aware of it. He pauses, and the drill run's going to come through. This is the more efficient charge attack to throw.
Throwing now added. No protections from Azumarill. Azumarill, as we've seen time and time again, one of the most bulky Pokemon in this Great League. And here's the thing, countering with the Shadow Drapion is so interesting because neither one of the charge attacks, neither the Crunch that is being thrown now or the Aqua Tail actually does that much damage to the Azumarill. It's the fast attacks. It's those Poison Stings that do more.
Yeah, Poison Sting received a big buff at the beginning of this max out season, and it's allowing Shadow Drapion to do a lot more fast attack pressure than before. Ice Beam is going to go unshielded. This is a really good call from Paulinho. He's playing this so well so far.
Going for the Nut Crunch. Again, this is the more effective if you were to throw one, and you also have the possibility of a debuff with this attack. Looks like he was able to get it at this point, but an Ice Beam is already loaded. He could potentially go for a Poison Sting down, but opts not to. Gonna let this Ice Beam take him out.
Paulinho is nodding his head. The crowd are cheering for him. The Dunsparce is going to get a farm down. This is a really great position for him to be in.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Out of Pocket wants to bring in. Most likely it's going to be that Kanto Marowak. And if you look at that little preview, it looks a little bit green. No, coming back in with the Moltres. I like this play. I think he recognizes, okay, that maybe there's something also in the back that could be good. Getting that first Protect Shield, because it could have potentially been a Brave Bird Ancient Power, only getting shielded.
Brave Bird would have done massive damage, so it is a sensible shield from Paulinho. He's actually gone for a drill run here, anticipating a catch. Is Pocket going to shield it? He's no shield in the drill run!
As you can see, not very effective there. The Rock Slide on the left-hand side of the screen for the Dunsparce is going to be doing a lot more damage. 2 Protect Shields left remaining. All they want at this point as Pocket says, okay, now you're throwing your energy, and look how much I have. Swapping quickly into that Marowak to be met with an Azumarill.
Yeah, that is a good answer to the Shadow Kanto Marowak, the green Shadow Kanto Marowak, but the Mud Slap and Bone Clubs together, they'll start to put a little bit of pressure on this Azumarill.
Everyone is saying right now Mud Slap seems to be the strongest attack in the game. You can see the Marowak just throwing these Mud Bombs at the Azumarill. Unfortunately not able to throw yet. Going for that charge attack priority here. Bone Club coming through at the Azumarill. No Protect Shields on Paulino Tad.
Paulinho needs to work out exactly how much energy and health he would like his Azumarill to come out of this matchup with. Pocket could shield here and potentially farm this down.
I think that's exactly what's going to happen at this point. He recognizes how close he is. He recognizes how much energy he also has. Wants to throw before this because he saw that the Ice Beam was ready. What a great wherewithal on Out of Pocket's side.
Yeah, Pocket now knows that Paulinho is going to need to offload this energy to take out the Shadow Kanto Marowak. That could leave Galarian Moltres free. The question is, can you remember how much energy do these players have on their Pokemon in the back?
I think that the Out of Pocket, yep, he was one away from a Brave Bird, but he's not quite able to make it to it in time. Dunsparce already with the energy. Rock Slide's being already loaded up, connecting with that Moltres.
Sensational snipe from Paulinho. He recognized that he could not allow Galarian Moltres to get the farm down. Dunsparce comes in, Rock Slide lands, Paulinho takes game number 1.
What amazing gameplay there by both trainers, going from a bad lead. If you looked at Out of Pocket's team, they're leading that Galarian Moltres, but Paulinho had both the Dunsparce and the Azumarill in the back to take care of it. So he's actually ABA strong to that Galarian Moltres. Still, Pocket made it so close. He was one fast attack away from having that Brave Bird loaded.
I wonder what difference it makes when you're there practicing at home, trying to learn all of your matchups, and then you step on stage and have dozens of these locals screaming the name of your opponent. What does that do to your mentality if you're Out of Pocket? Because he knows he has to win game number 2 if he wants to stay in this match.
Yeah, this is the winner's side of the bracket. This is the winner's finals. Both of these trainers want to be day 2 competitors. Out of Pocket is already an international champion, but he says, you know what? I want to collect those titles like rings here. I was NA. I'm going for that LAIC title here.
And these players are thinking on so many different levels. We saw Paulinho throw a drill run into a Moltres because he thought that there might be a catch coming, and he assumed that even if he threw a drill run, then Pocket might shield, thinking it was a Rock Slide. That was a pretty massive moment, but he still came out on top.
Yeah, the momentum shifted slightly back in the favor of Out of Pocket at that moment, but at the same point, Out of Pocket was able to do a lot of really, really good plays.
Out of Pocket, he is stooped over. This is when he knows he has to lock in. Paulinho a little bit more relaxed. He's got 1 game advantage. He needs to use this momentum. He's got the crowd support. The teams are locked in. Let's get into game 2. This is a fantastic lead for Paulinho.
I bet you can hear the crowd going wild once again as he's managing to call time and time again what Pocket is leading. Now Out of Pocket swapping into Azumarill, one of the hardest counters for Dragonite, but now Dragonite has a ton of energy stored up, coming in with that Dunsparce to absorb all of this Azumarill energy.
Yeah, Azumarill takes the Dragon Breath damage very, very easily. Double resisted because it is a Fairy type. But let's remember how much energy Paulinho has on that Shadow Dragonite, because he's going to want to use it later, and it's going to do a ton of damage.
Yep, Drill Run coming through from the Dunsparce here. Will connect with the Azumarill. Azumarill knows it can take it, knows it can take 2, can take 3 at this point. Meanwhile, attack already loaded. This Azumarill isn't playing nice, it's playing rough here. Gonna go ahead and connect right with that Dunsparce.
Yeah, Dunsparce still very, very bulky. It's not a comfortable position for Azumarill. That bubble down could invite Dunsparce to reach more and more attacks, but out of pocket will be focused. How do I deal with the Shadow Dragonite in the back?
Yeah, the Dunsparce, a quick swap back out, coming in with that Dragonite here, and it has a ton of energy. If you remember, he left with it, forcing that Protect Shield from the Ariados, and now we'll see if he's able to reach another one before another attack is even loaded from the Ariados. Lunge coming through.
Lunge is resisted, but Shadow Dragonite is a fragile Pokemon. It'll still do a decent amount of damage. And remember that Poison Stings will add up too. The question for Pocket is, do you shield again? Because there's a Dragon Claw coming through right now.
Dragon Thaw going through here at this moment. One Protect Shield left remaining, and it's exactly used up at this point. Going for the heavier hitting attack. Will he be able to farm down and come out with a lot of energy? Yes, he will.
That is a ton of energy, but Paulinho has 2 shields available. So which Pokemon is he going to commit to and use? He needs to think about what is my efficient way to victory here.
Yeah, going ahead, coming out in with that Azumarill. The Ariados is so low at this point. Going for the Lunge instead of the Trailblaze. This will automatically debuff the Azumarill on Paulino's side until Azumarill swaps back out. He might even be able to get to another attack at this point, and I think we could probably see him going for it right ahead, going for another Lunge.
A massive no-shield from Paulino, resisted bug damage on this Fairy type. The question is, can Azumarill now put the damage out when it's been debuffed and it can't get rid of that debuff? There's no Pokemon to switch to.
He's got 2 Protect Shields. He's got loaded energy. He's coming into a Kanto Shadow Marowak. So this Ice Beam will do a ton of damage, but he is double debuffed.
Pocket needs to think, look, there's no point almost throwing these charge attacks because my opponent has 2 shields, but I really need to get it off the field. I'm going to go into my Azumarill now, and I'm going to force my opponent to throw energy into this.
And energy he's going to have to do. Play Rough is the attack to throw, but you have to remember, at this point, since it has so much debuff, will it even be enough? No, look, it's barely putting the Azumarill in the red.
Pocket is forcing the bubbles through. He is trying to get it into a range where Mud Slap will be enough. Paulinho is trying to work out, hold on a minute, I need to get rid of the Azumarill, but I need energy for the Marowak as well.
Now this is a predicament here. Going for that charge attack. He won charge attack priority, but he's still now in this. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining. There is very little left on this Azumarill. He's 1 bubble away from another attack, but he's going to need more than that to take out the Azumarill here. Another Ice Beam coming through.
This is so close. The Azumarill has a ton of HP, but it is so deep in the red now that 1 Mud Slap could be enough. It's anticipated. Pocket reaches the Bow Club. This is going to land.
This is going through. It doesn't even matter at this point. Azumarill did all it could, but it wasn't enough. Out of Pocket has tied up the series.
That was a huge game for Out of Pocket, and that is exactly how you recognize your win conditions. Paulinho, he does not look happy. He was in such an advantageous position going into that game too. There are a couple of things that happened there that you saw him shaking his head. He wasn't particularly happy. He's actually having a conversation now with the judges, just making sure that everything went to plan. But Pocket can relax because that was a massive game for him.
And let's go over the plays that Out of Pocket actually made within that, because when he had the Ariados against the Azumarill, your natural inclination is to go for that Trailblaze because it's super effective. It boosts your own attack. So of course, why would you not want to put in that extra damage to the Azumarill? However, Out of Pocket went for the lunges because he recognized Paulino had no Pokemon to swap out of. Azumarill would be debuffed for the rest of the game, and that proved so vital for Out of Pocket in that endgame.
I really like that strategy from Pocket. He basically said to his opponent, look, you can no-shield these resisted attacks if you want to, but each one is chipping you down. My Poison Stings from this Ariados are chipping you down further, and if you're not going to use your shield, then I'm going to come in and Mud Slap you and really, really threaten you. That endgame was so excruciatingly close.
And also want to point out another masterful play that Out of Pocket did during that matchup. He swapped out with the energy on that Kanto Marowak because he knew that he won charge attack priority against the Azumarill. So even if the Azumarill had an attack already loaded, he wouldn't be able to throw it.
These players still discussing the outcome of that game too. It is a pivotal moment, and we've got to remember these are best of 3. So every second matters. Every half second matters. We play in turns here in Pokemon Go. Each turn is half a second. That is how on the ball you've got to be. You cannot let anything up for a moment.
And even though these two are on the winner's side of the bracket, they obviously want to stay there. Of course you want to be going on to day 2 from the winner's side. That means you're going to have to play less matches. That means you're having a very dominating performance. Both of these trainers have showed us what they had. Game 1 was very, very heavily under Paulino Tad's, but game number 2 was definitely for Out of Pocket.
Yeah, and there's a really interesting situation that happens in Pokemon Go. And if you're wondering, why do players throw an attack when your opponent is so low and they have a shield? That's because when you shield, you do not reduce your opponent's charge attack damage to 0. You reduce it to 1. And that gives situations where you can have shield knockouts. If you throw a charge attack against an opponent that is on 1 HP, even if they shield, they go down.
Yeah, and we've seen that actually happen a couple times. It's not very common, but sometimes you can't really tell. If you've got 1, have you got 2, maybe 3 HP left? You won't find out until you use that shield, but a lot of times trainers opt to just let it go at that stage. Man, again, I can understand from Paulino's side here. Match under review, as you can see. We're having the judges look over everything because when it comes down to that close of a margin of a win and a loss, you want to make sure everything was correct.
And one of the questions that people have had going into this max out season and the way that it's developed over the course of these last few months is Pokemon such as Azumarill and Shadow for Alligator. What is the best water type? Pocket goes, do you know what? I'm going to use both. If I want to go hard and fast, then I'll lean into that for Alligator. But if I need bulk, then that Azumarill was huge. You don't need shield for Azumarill half the time. It is so bulky, and the damage output over time has made it one of the staples in the game.
Actually, now I'm looking at Out of Pocket's team, it's like semi-weak to grass. In my opinion, I don't know, maybe you feel it a little bit differently, but the Feraligatr, for sure, the Superior, could definitely take on that, could take on Azumarill, and not only that, if you have a Marowak on your team, you're also taking some nice damage from grass on that as well. So that's basically 3 Pokemon that you have to play around should your opponent have a grass-type Pokemon.
Yeah, this Out of Pocket's team with the double ground of Clodsire and Shadow Kanto Marowak, and he's pivoting into the one that he feels is most useful. Here, we saw him relying on that fast attack pressure from the Mud Slap. Now, the issue for Paulino was that he was relying on his own Azumarill to be able to sponge the lunges from an Ariados and to be able to sponge the fast attack damage from Shadow Kanto Marowak. The reason why this game is under review is because during the Azumarill mirror, Paulino felt that his Azumarill was not able to get the charged attack off that he wanted to throw at the time he wanted to throw it, and he feels that that impacted the game. It's now up to the judges to determine what they feel.
And exactly right. I mean, again, 0.5 for every turn. So though this may look like it's a very fast game, these small moments can have a huge impact in the outcome. So yes, if you're a player in this, go ahead, make sure that you're getting your matches reviewed if you feel that something has gone wrong, because I mean, at this point, obviously, if you're in the winner's finals, you want to stay on the winner's side.
I think it comes down to the fact that because this game is played in real time, and as we say, those critical half seconds, let's think about that, half seconds, those critical moments can be so impactful. That is why we have the advantage of these very experienced judges on stage. They're doing a very technical job, making sure that they review each moment in isolation so that they can ensure that the outcome of the game is as it should have been.
And if it was to be a rematch, which it looks like we might know pretty soon, we're going to go ahead and look at the moments. Actually, I love this. Really big shout out to the replay operators. They're showing us the points in time where they are actually reviewing as judges, and we can see ourselves kind of what is going to be the effect.
So do you see that? You got a little glimpse there, right, of what the judges are looking at. They will freeze each moment and they will determine whether or not it was impactful. It looks like we are about to get locked into the next game. Let's get straight into a Shadow Dragonite up against the Azumarill. There was no rematch. This is game 3, all to play for.
And though Paulino had game number 1 in the lead, game number 2 in the lead, game number 3 definitely went to Out of Pocket there, forcing now to swap into the Dunsparce and take out this play rough. And now the play rough will connect. Dunsparce still just continuing to roll out, being met by a fully healthy Clodsire. Now, those drill runs are going to be super effective against Clodsire. However, Dunsparce once again lacking that same type attack bonus. You can see still in the green on the Clodsire's end.
This is a really interesting matchup, Dunsparce and Clodsire. Dunsparce, of course, has super effective drill run against that poison type Clodsire, but Clodsire is also a ground type, so it resists the rollout damage and the bulk to actually withstand it.
Yeah, going through here, another drill run will be able to connect, and I believe there's like one rollout away for yet another. Still 2 protect shields remaining. The next one might be enough to do it, and he might be able to get there. Gets there right in time. If you're out of pocket, yeah, he might shield this and go for an aggressive farm down at this point, coming out with a ton of energy.
Pocket knows that he has a lot of energy that he doesn't want to lose, so he does shield. Now the Azumarill comes in. Paulinho didn't wait for Dunsparce to go down. He did not wait for Clodsire to farm. He hard swapped Azumarill. That allows Pocket to bank the energy onto his Clodsire, come in with Ariados, which has such a positive matchup into Azumarill.
With this, we saw before it was Lunge. This time it's Trailblaze time because he wants to boost up his attack. And I think at this point, he's going to go ahead, let that Ice Beam connect. Doesn't want to use his shield in that moment because he knows he can take it. And look how close he is to another one. Just charging up a little bit extra energy here before throwing another Trailblaze, boosting his attack once more and getting a shield to boot.
Yeah, Pocket's now getting shield parity. 1 shield available to each player. Let's remember that there is a Shadow Dragonite there. It has some energy. It outputs so much damage. Pocket needs to be very, very sensible as to where he wants to use his shields. He is committing now to this Ariados. He thinks it has a lot more value. Here comes the Dragonite. Dragon Claw's going to come in. It's going to take all of that energy away from Pocket. But remember, Clodsire has a Stone Edge banked.
Not only that, there's a full help the Azumarill left. We're back to where we started. It doesn't even matter that Clodsire is coming in. Wants to get that Protect Shield out of the way. This will do so much. Yes, he needs to shield it up, but now we're going to see a combination play.
I really like this from Pocket. He forces that shield. The low charging Azumarill can now come in. Superpower does do more damage to an Azumarill. It's only single resisted against a Fairy type, whereas Dragon damage is double resisted.
Going for that superpower before the Ice Beam connects. Let's face it, an Ice Beam at any range would still be enough to knock out the Dragonite. Doesn't matter if those defenses are lowered. Ice Beam connects, Dragonite falls. Let's see what comes back in.
The Azumarill comes in. We've got a mirror on both sides, but Pocket's Azumarill has a ton more health. They're both going to reach the play rough at the same time, and Pocket is not going to win charge attack priority. I think he might have even clicked an Ice Beam there.
Going for an attack here. This play rough will do more damage. I wonder if Pocket's thinking, could Ice Beam be enough at this small stage? We're about to find out. No Protect Shields are going to be remaining. That means that Ice Beam will connect.
Ice Beam does connect. It's not going to knock out. It's going to get very close. The Dunsparce doesn't have enough health for it to make a difference. Out of Pocket, takes down the Azumarill, and he wins the series 2-1.
Such close games on both ends here. You can see these trainers giving a good games to each other, talking it through, but Out of Pocket is the winner of this bracket.
That was a massive series, 2 big names in the community. Paulinho played so well. He tried every win condition he could, but getting that Dragonite stuck against the Azumarill in the endgame was so costly.
2 out of 3 ain't bad. Paulinho Tad had the lead in Game 1 and Game 2, but Azumarill against the Dragonite, I think Out of Pocket felt very in his comfort zone at that point, saying, all right, now you see how it feels.
Yeah, it's very interesting. You're trying to use these spicy picks. Pokemon like Shadow Dragonite can do so much damage to anything that doesn't resist Dragon Breath. But then there's Azumarill everywhere. And how do you balance that? How do you avoid the one Pokemon that you absolutely cannot afford to see?
I mean, I think with high risk comes high reward, right? Because if you don't have it lined up on the Azumarill, Dragonite puts in a lot of work to basically everything. Even a Clodsire doesn't like it. I mean, the Dragon Breath damage just starts to whittle away. Just a little bit.
And we see that Clodsire here up against that Dunsparce. These seem to be the staples. I think that no matter what spice people are trying, you've got at least one of that Azumarill, Dunsparce, and Clodsire. Paulinho actually went for all 3. Pocket, similarly, he's got a little bit of spice, you could say, with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. We have obviously seen it perform very, very well, but Azumarill and Clodsire, again, you start to question, right? When you're team building and you're thinking, I know you enjoyed the cooking segment earlier, how do you manage Pokemon that are just that bulky? What do you do to take them down?
Yeah, it's a great question. And yes, I have to say, we did love that cooking segment. I was really impressed with your one-handed eggshell crack.
Left hand as well. I had nowhere else to put the shells, so I was like, why don't we get some extra protein, because we need to get that muscle in. And Pocket muscled his way through that last match. We've got Martijn with him now for an interview.
Thank you, Farid. I'm here with the winner of our previous match. That is Pocket. Pocket, congratulations on that fierce battle we just had. Can you walk us through what went through your mind in that matchup?
Okay, so I had no idea what Paulinho's team is, right? And then I get a glimpse at like his team sheet, like as soon as we exchange sheets, and I see that Shadow Dragonite, and I'm like, oh man. Because my favorite Pokemon on my team were the Ariados and the Marowak, and both had such a huge problem just versus the Dragonite. However, besides that Dragonite, both Pokemon were very safe. So I just needed to make sure I lined up the read correctly. And if you guys see the second game, I didn't quite do that. However, as soon as I saw the Dunsparce as the counter swap against the Azumarill, I was pretty confident that it was his own Azumarill. So that was when I started formulating the game plan. Let's hope that he no-shields the lunge, and then I Poison Sting down, and then I can set up a debuff Azu endgame where I can just pile on the pressure with my Marowak and my Azu.
Yeah, there was a lot of debuffs in that game, but hey, if it works, it works. You usually run some spicy Pokemon as well. What would happen with your team? It's all meta.
I mean, you saw my last two very good performances, NAIC and Worlds. I ran very hard meta teams. I was not very experimental, and I was just willing to just run the good things that I liked using. And because of that, I went into the similar mindset and built and ran a team of good things that I like using. That being the Shadow Feraligatr, the Ariados, and the Shadow Marowak, which I haven't really brought so far in this season.
I'm actually going to disagree with you because you were the first one to bring the non-Shadow Feraligatr, so you have that to your name. What do you think of the LAIC so far? The crowd here is very loud, very passionate.
They're very passionate for their local trainers, not me. I don't know if this got picked up on the stream, but they were chanting his name the entire set. And I enjoy that energy. I enjoy it makes the competition way more, feels way better when I win, but it also just feels good to be a part of that crowd.
Yeah. Again, congratulations on making it to day 2. Do you have anyone you want to give a shout out?
I like to shout out Nighttime Clasher. So the day before the event, last night, I had a completely different team. And then, however, I decided to scrim Nighttime Clasher. We were eating some food, very good food. But unfortunately, I got ran over by a Azumarill, Shadow Marowak, so I was like, wait a second. Like, everyone's bringing a Azumarill in this tournament. The usage says that it's like at 60% right now. But if I'm gonna have to worry about a Shadow Marowak, I'm also gonna have to worry about a Azumarill with it. So if I'm weak to those two Pokemon together, I'm in for a lot of problems. So that's why I decided to change my team a little bit to better handle those.
Makes sense, and so far it's been working very well for you. I have one final question for you, Pocket. What are the odds of you making it to Championship Sunday?
100 billion%!
Wow, I'm super excited for the next matchup coming up. Let's head back to Farid and Amanda.
Thank you so much, Martijn. It is always such a joy to listen to Pocket. He is a player that has been on the scene since he was very young, and the way that he has developed, even standing on stage and giving us that insight, I think that was really helpful, and really, honestly, I would be taking notes because this guy is good.
Yeah, he's so good. Like he said, he was the NAIC champion. He had a really phenomenal run at Worlds. He was the highest ranked North American trainer, and I think he feels like, okay, I got something to prove here. I do agree with him. You hear the crowd here. There's so much energy here in Brazil at the LAIC. I'm so excited to see the next matchups as well.
Now, I'm going to let you guys in on a little secret, okay? So
Don't tell
Pocket
anyone.
was telling us how he took a team from Nighttime Clasher. They played yesterday, and he goes, actually, Nighttime Clasher, your team is really, really good. Now, I also then arrived at this venue where they were eating, and I was with Colin 6. We both come from Europe. And Colin sees their team as well and goes, Farid, their team's pretty good. Should I use it too? And I'm like, hey, Colin, why not? If it's good, you're a great player. Let's see how far you can go. He has brought the same team as well. He has joined Nighttime Clasher and Out of Pocket, and he as well is into these winners finals. So the team seems pretty strong.
I know, it's always the question, is it the driver or car, or perhaps even both? It looks like this is a pretty strong team into the current meta. Very excited to see how it'll play up against Kanan. We saw him play a little bit earlier on stream. He seems super confident. He says, I've got these capabilities, and he's already got second place at a regional this season. But guess what? So has Colin 6.
Yeah, these are two great players. As you say, we saw the confidence from Kanan. He wants to go all the way. Day 2 is not enough. Day 3, trophies. That gold trophy, that is what he wants. But Colin, arguably the best player in Europe. He has traveled here as an LAIC Travel Award participant, and he means business.
We call him the final boss in Europe because more often than not, we would actually say he is usually in those grand finals. He's someone who's well adjusted to the stage, well adjusted to many different playstyles. Really anxious to see how these two trainers are going to duke it out with these teams because you know, we talked about Dugong being popular before. We haven't seen too many of them, but it is one thing that is on Kanan's team.
Yes, Shadow Kanto Marowak as well. It dipped ever so slightly from when Lyle Jeffs won an event earlier this season, and people were questioning, do you want Clodsire? Do you want Shadow Kanto Marowak? Do you want Gastrodon? Do you remember that there was a period where Gastrodon was really popular a couple of weeks ago? It seems to be back. Shadow Kanto Marowak is so strong with that mud slap damage, and it's pretty bulky too.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see as these two trainers looks like they're about to be locked into battle. They're ready to get going here. This is the winners final, so whoever wins this will be day 2. Let's go into the battles here. We got that Galarian Moltres up against that Shadow Drapion.
This duo of dark types up against each other. Let's remember that Shadow Drapion resists the dark type Sucker Punch, but it only can throw Aqua Tail for unresisted damage against the Moltres. But they spam so quickly that with shields, Shadow Drapion has a slight advantage.
Going for the Aqua Tail here, and Will looks like it's unshielded on Colin's 6 side, just gaining a little bit more energy before releasing a charge attack of his own. Now the Ancient Power is coming through, getting that Protect Shield off of Kanan.
Yeah, you cannot afford to let a Brave Bird land. A Protect Shield makes sense, but it doesn't debuff Colin 6's. Oh, look at this, straight into the Feraligatr. So that was interesting. You get a 0-turn swap. If you swap straight after throwing a charge attack, it doesn't take any time at all. It allows you to get straight in on your energy. But what Colin doesn't want to see is that crunch debuff.
Yeah, not only that, and if you saw, he waited a turn because he didn't throw the attack, still forced to throw a Hydro Cannon now onto the Dugong, not going to be doing that much damage. Dugong is just going to be able to soak this up, meanwhile just continue to farm away energy. The real question is, does he want to go for the Icy Wind to debuff now and have that defense drop, or is he going to go straight for the Drill Run?
Kanan is in a great position here. The crunch defense drop means that a Drill Run will threaten this Shadow Feraligatr. Colin will need to shield if he wants to keep Feraligatr around. Otherwise, this Dugong is going to be able to take it out and potentially debuff the incoming Pokemon.
Valor, see you later, Feraligatr. It is off of the field at this point. Dugong gets to dictate now what is coming into it. It's going to be the Ariados, but there is already a little bit of energy stored. Probably able to get to the Icy Wind right before a Trailblaze or a Lunge is even available.
I really like this from Colin. He's actually prepared the Galarian Moltres in the back for Kanan, and the Shadow Kanto Marowak really doesn't want to see it. The difficulty here is how do you get rid of that Drapion? That's why this energy on Ariados is so important.
Now going for that Trailblaze, that heavier hitting attack for the Marowak, and no Protect Shield on Kanan's side. This will do a nice chunk of damage.
Do you then stay in, or do you go straight into the Moltres? Straight into the Moltres, chooses Colin. The Drapion comes back in. Look how much energy it's already got banked. This is also important. Kanan's Shadow Drapion is winning charge attack priority against the Galarian Moltres. They have very similar attack stats, so this is important information for these players.
And they knew it from the beginning because we saw it before the Ancient Power going off at the same time at the Aqua Tail, shielding now the Drapion once again, wants to keep it as healthy as possible, and he's going to be counting. He's going to go right before another Ancient Power is available.
Colin needs to remember exactly how much energy is on this Shadow Drapion. He can only allow 2 more Poison Stings through and then has to throw the the attack with the Ariados. The question is, can the Ariados then reach an attack against the Shadow Kanto Marowak?
Great.
This is crucial. Look at this energy management from Colin.
Great timing. He knew right when the Aqua Tail is loaded, knows he's going to win charge attack priority, knows he wants it out of there. Now in comes that Marowak, but guess what? Already at the Trailblaze.
Colin 6, he is so good at this game. That energy management was meticulous. The super effective Trailblaze lands. Colin 6 takes game number 1.
Very, very close. You saw how little was left on the Marowak at that point, to how much just one more month left probably could have done it. These are the margins that we're getting to when we are in the winners finals.
This was such a critical play from Colin 6. These are the types of games, if you want to learn how to get really good at Pokemon Go PvP, these are the types of games that are so helpful to watch. The energy management from Colin, recognizing I need to hit charge attack priority against the Shadow Drapion, that will put me in perfect range to reach another attack against the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
There's so many different things of this year's LAIC, and that travel incentive is just one of them. But what I love about this is it brings an opportunity for trainers from all over the globe to compete at this event. Colin 6 is a trainer that a lot of these competitors probably didn't have the opportunity to play against unless they're on the world stage or unless they happen to both be traveling to somewhere together. Let's go ahead and kind of look at the accomplishments of this man, because Colin 6 is our only three-time regional champion here in Europe.
Grand finals are Colin's second home. He has been in so many, both as a gold medalist and as a silver as well. I mean, I faced him in Bologna. He is such a tough opponent to beat. He also got that top cut in Worlds. This is a formidable opponent for Kanan, but Kanan cannot let up. He knows he is a great player too. The players look like they are locked in for the second game. Let's get straight into it.
Kanan needs to have this game to stay in it, and he does have a great lead against Colin 6 here with that Dugong lined up against the Marowak. A quick swap into the Ariados here, and the Dugong looks like it's going to stay in at this point. Going to go ahead and take a Trailblaze as the Ariados pace is just a little bit quicker.
I really like this from Colin, throwing the attack early so that Kanan cannot sponge it on his own Ariados. Kanan is going to commit to the Icy Wind to bring that Ariados damage output back down to what its base was.
Yeah, saying, oh, Trailblaze, you boost? Well, okay, gonna go ahead, lower that right back down now, coming into his Ariados of his own. Now, Collins is ahead on energy. He will be able to hit the lunge first, so that means any attacks coming through by the Ariados are actually not gonna be doing as much. However, there's not that much health left on Collins.
Yeah, shiny Ariados mirror. The lunge from LNDS Kanan's Spider might not be enough to take Ariados down. The question is, can Colin reach another lunge? Because that could be quite critical.
Going ahead, it's so close, it's deep into the red. Will he be able to hang on? He's there. He's banking that energy for later, coming now in with that Marowak. And you know what? I think if you're Colin, you're saying, okay, I already saw the Dugong at this point. This Marowak is just kind of going to be a little bit of a shield fodder.
This is exactly what we mean about identifying the most efficient use of your Pokemon, of their attacks, and of your shields. Colin recognizes, hey, look, I've banked a lunge or a Trailblaze, and I want to use it later against something where it can be super effective. I love this play.
Going in now, back with the Dugong, we're back to where we started, but both of these Pokemon are relatively low. Going for the Bone Club, and if Kanan's counting, which you know he is, you know it's not going to be that heavy-hitting rock slide, but you still won't want that Dugong to go down.
Bone Club lands. It is a Shadow Kanto Marowak. It was enough. And now, what do? You've got to try and Poison Sting this down, but look at the amount of damage these Mud Slaps are doing.
Wow, able to do it. Is still 2 shields left on both of these trainers here. Going for that lunge. Love this play because now, we saw it once before in the previous round, now this Drapion is going to be debuffed for the rest of the round. But how much is left of this rest of the round here as the Feraligatr takes the field?
You got a 2 shield for Alligator. It's an Aqua Tail bait. Colin knows it! He's just so far ahead of his opponents at the moment. He knows you're debuffed. You're probably going to bait to get a shield away. He nods his head. That is a massive, massive moment for Colin 6.
Going for the crunch this time. That Drapion is getting lower and lower. It's like Colin 6 is in Kanan's mind at this point, saying, okay, here's where I use the shield on the crunch, on that more effective attack, and down you go.
That is huge. Colin 6 coming all the way from Europe as one of the best players in that region. He goes, you guys, you haven't played me before. You don't know what you're up against. Taking the series 2 games to 0.
Colin 6 coming from abroad, taking the games, Cannon falling down to the loser's bracket, but once again, double elimination tournament. We could potentially see more plays from him later on in this series.
Honestly, if you, in a few years' time, wanted to look back and write a memoir, right, of some of the best players and plays that we've seen in Pokemon Go, Colin 6 could be one of the men to do it of, because he has so many tournaments at such a high level. This consistency is almost unparalleled. Clearly one of the best players in the world, showing it here on stage, but the question is, can he go all the way?
I mean, we talked about his accomplishments. He's a 3-time regional champion, 2 times in one season. Not only that, he's gone to the grand finals many times. You gave a little fun fact about him earlier, and I'm also going to give a little fun fact about him. When we were in Lille, we were doing a small interview with him for actually LAIC, talking about coming here. And he said, yes, it's true. I'm the only 3-time regional champion for Europe. And then after he did that one, I said, okay, time out. Let's make another take in case you win Lille and say, yes, I'm the only 4-time regional champion.
Yeah, he is a player that can, I mean, he got very close, didn't he? Grand finals
That's
against
right.
Boom. He reset the bracket. He was the only player in that tournament that was able to take a match off Boom. And he is showing just his caliber here. Now, the match is going to be looked at again. There might have been a situation in the Dugong against Shadow Kanto Marowak matchup that Kanan is asking the judges to take a look at. Colin knows he's been in this position before. You let the judges make the decision, but you will either get a rematch or the win. So Colin is going to stay calm.
Yeah, so we actually had a little bit of a rematch earlier on, or a match under review. It was not a rematch. We're going to see the moments that we're actually talking about right now. So there was a moment on the Dugong versus this where it didn't think that he could get his attack through. And let's see.
So it looks like there was an ever so slight misalignment so that the Dugong did not get an Ice Shard through against the Shadow Kanto Marowak when Colin threw an attack. The next question for the judges is, did that make a difference? Because if it didn't make a difference, the judges might not award a rematch. But if they feel, actually, if that Ice Shard had gone through like it should have and would have impacted the game, then you might need to replay.
So this is exactly the moment. Again, loving this replay operation that we can see what the moments that are going to be those impactful moments that we're actually looking at on the field.
Yeah, these players know that you've got to leave it to the judges. The judges will make their decision. They have made their decision. Colin 6 is going to be awarded the victory, 2-0, and he progresses to the next stage of the Latin America International Championships.
Congratulations to Colin 6. Like we said, Kanan going to be knocked down to the loser side of the bracket where he will continue on his run in this tournament. So don't count him out just yet. He's been playing phenomenally. He still has that confidence, and I definitely think that he has the capabilities of being a champion.
Yeah, he knows that he just needs to focus, lock in, and if you keep winning, you will keep progressing. You cannot afford to lose, but no player wants to lose, whether you're on the winner side or the loser side, especially when you get into the later stages of the tournament. Just don't lose.
Now at these moments here, look at this coming through. Great lead by Colin here, and now being able to get that lunge off on Kanan's side. These matches were back and forth. You saw how close they came down to the wire, but Colin 6 was able to stay cool as a cucumber here, taking game 1 and game 2.
Now, we talked about whether or not it's driver or car when it comes to a team that many top players are using and performing well with, but I have to say, not just any player can pick up a team like this and perform in the way that Colin is showing there. You all saw some of the meticulous energy management. You got to take notes. We've got to take notes because that is how you really produce at the top level.
And we saw him waiting turns. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier on in the stream. These new kind of techniques that players are getting more as like the, you know, it really evolves a little bit more throughout the PvP scene. I'm so anxious to see how Colin is going to progress even for years to come.
Yeah, he has so many more accolades that he could still get under his belt. I want to see more of Colin for sure. I want to hear more from Colin. Butters, take it away.
Thank you, Tomahawk. I'm here with Colin, who just secured day number 2 at 2025 Latin American International Championships. And I want to talk about that last play. Can you talk us through that moment when you had 2 Protect Shields and you no-shielded that Aqua Tail?
I mean, he was debuffed on his Drapion. So I thought like Crunch doesn't KO anyway. If I get a debuff, if I shield on a Crunch, it will do more damage. So it makes sense to not shield the first one.
It makes a ton of sense, and that's the reason you constantly win or are runner-ups in a lot of these regionals. And actually, you just played Kanan, who used your team in Lille, I believe, right? That's where you got second place in Lille. Do you feel more familiar facing your own team?
Yeah, I knew what the weaknesses were of the team. I was thinking a little too far ahead. It was like Drapion was like such an obvious lead for him, but he probably knows that, so he won't play it. Then he did play it, not expecting it, but worked out anyway.
And you've had so much success at regionals, one of the most decorated European trainers there is, but this is actually your first day 2 at an international championship. How does that feel?
It's incredible, especially being here in South America. It's just an incredible opportunity, and I hope to make it far.
All right, well, congratulations once again for making day number 2. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you, Butters. Honestly, seeing those two tall, handsome men, it feels like Colin's got a bit of an unfair advantage here. He must look quite menacing to your opponent. You're just like, oh, look how calm he is. He is so well put together, and his plays reflect that as well.
I mean, and he's also playing up against the opponent where Out of Pocket said earlier, man, the whole teammates are just cheering for that one opponent. To be able to sit there, hear that everyone is cheering for the person who is not you, and still be able to pull out wins, that takes a lot of resilience.
I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. I'd be like, come on, guys.
Just like me,
Yeah.
just like me.
We need to get, where are the Europeans in the crowd? You need to give Colin some support. The Americans, go get back behind Out of Pocket. But there are so many people here that all could get into those final placements. We've got so many incredible players still to come.
I mean, speaking of incredible players, we have ones that we saw a little bit earlier on stream because we're into the winners finals of the earlier brackets. 223 people here at this. So that means there's going to be some people who are making it on to day 2. It's going to be one of these people here. Let's go down the stage and see what these players have in store for us.
Yeah, so this is another winners finals from Group C. We have Bruno up against Stud Muffins. We've seen Stud Muffins already. He's very resolute. He is determined. He practices a ton. I think a lot of players in the community that practice in Show 6 formats prior to major events will recognize Stud Muffins. They know what kind of player he is. He does bring meta teams, and he's against a little bit of what we would now call an anti-meta team.
And what I want to also bring up is this is the 3rd winners finals that we've seen so far. Out of Pocket was able to take it away from a Brazilian trainer, and just earlier now, Colin 6 was also able to take it away. Stud Muffins is from North America, so we have potential for another one to be able to take it. Will Bruno be able to keep it on the home turf with this win?
Now, Diggersby Toxapex is a core we have seen this season. The question is, does it have the same potency? He's actually gone and paired them with a Charger Bug. This was a Pokemon that Tontonpatus used to win in the EU region because of that electric bug typing. It has a host of resistances and damage output that not many other Pokemon have.
Yeah, Charger Bug was one of those Pokemon that was very popular in the past, but with Clodsires on the rise, it's just something Pokemon that completely negates all of that energy. We're gonna hop into the battles of these winners finals here. We've got the Diggersby versus the Clodsires, 2 grounds going at it.
This is a superb lead for Bruno, and do you know what? Shadow for Alligator is not an answer to Diggersby, especially when shields are in play. If Bruno can land 1 Scorching Sands, he should be able to quick attack down. Let's see if he goes for that tactic.
It is super effective. You saw how much damage that does to the Diggersby, but he's already at the energy here, getting that Protect Shield off of the side here of the Stud Muffins.
Yeah, and Bruno gets the Scorching Sand shielded, but he's so prepared. He has a Toxapex now available to sponge any residual damage from this for Alligator. Diggersby still available there to deal with the Clodsire in the back. This is looking like, this is a good position. He's still got both of his shields as well.
Yeah, let's go ahead and recap that. Scorching Sands got the attack debuff there, got the shield, and now Toxapex is coming in to say, oh, hey, for Alligator, I'm ready to take all of that energy.
This is really, really nice for Bruno. He's going to keep poison jabbing down. The Clodsire comes back in, but Toxapex has access to Brine, which will be super effective here.
Now, both of these Pokemon pace a little bit slowly. This was one of the reasons we thought Toxapex may have fallen out of the meta, but because it has so much bulk, it just doesn't have a lot of oomph behind its attacks. Even though this Brine is super effective, you see this Clodsire is still in the green.
Yeah, you're never going to be able to Poison Sting down the Toxapex, but it does switch out into that Diggersby. Earthquake is going to hit hard. It probably will threaten a knockout. Bruno's going to shield. He thinks his Diggersby has a lot more work it can do.
Both of these Pokemon are just dancing across the screens here as switch timers are misaligned. Now getting up a ton of energy, throwing, but guess what? that sludge bomb's coming through first. Does Bruno know it is just a sludge bomb? And does he
shield
still
it.
want to shield?
Don't shield it, Bruno. That is easy. Look at that damage sponged on the Diggersby. And now you can farm up even more. Look at the Diggersby. It is so thick. It is so bulky. Scorching Sands hits hard too. You're going to reach another one as well.
Yeah, you can see that Stud Muffins was trying to go for that Galarian Moltres to catch on the Scorching Sands. And you know what? Bruno says, okay, you can have it anyway. You wanted a Scorching Sands on the Moltres? You got it.
And I don't dislike this play. Yes, Scorching Sands is double resisted, but it does have a chance of an attack drop. It doesn't look like he gets it this time, but it makes a lot of sense. And now here comes Talonflame.
Talonflame coming in, only one Protect Shield, and the Moltres does have a small energy advantage. Ancient Power would do so much damage to this Talonflame. Getting that last Protect Shield off of Bruno's side and Incinerate. If we talk about slow pacing, it's already Charge Attack's loaded, but it's a 5-turn attack.
Now you've got to be really careful here because this is going shielded, and Galarian Moltres will reach another Ancient Power before Talonflame reaches its next attack. Does Bruno Silva... Bruno Stival doesn't mind this, okay? He's going to say, okay, Talonflame can go down. Maybe Toxapex can close the game for me.
Toxapex does have a great matchup against the Feraligatr. Doesn't have as amazing a matchup against the Moltres, and the health is just so low at this stage. Will he be able to get to a Brine? Coming in with the Feraligatr to try to soak the energy at this point, and now forced to throw this Brine onto the Feraligatr. Toxapex getting desperately low.
Too much work for the Toxapex to do. It has to throw into the Feraligatr. The Moltres has energy so close. The Ancient Power is going to come in. It's going to take out the Toxapex. Stud Muffins takes game number 1.
Ancient Power loaded up, going through. Toxapex going down.
That was a brilliant display of energy management from Stud Muffins. He knew he was in a difficult position up against the Diggersby Toxapex core, but he used his health and he used that switch timer really, really effectively.
What I love about this max out meta and this 50-second timer is the indication that just because you lose the lead does not mean that you are going to lose the game. And I think trainers should definitely take note of these types of scenarios. A lot of times I think you can feel discouraged saying, oh, I always get bad leads. There's nothing I can do. I think that this game just proved the exact opposite.
Yeah, the games are getting so much more dynamic, month on month, year on year. The meta is so diverse, and as you say, this 50-second switch timer allows for so much more flexibility in the way that the players approach each game. You can land attacks, you can spam attacks, and almost delay that switch timer, and then switch out and get an energy advantage on something else, reducing that alignment-based aspect of the game.
Bruno had a lot of control in the game at the very beginning. He had so many things going for him. He had that Protect Shield taken away. He got that attack debuff on the Feraligatr, but unfortunately for him, that Toxapex just couldn't handle 2 Pokemon in the end.
Yeah, Toxapex and Diggersby put in work. Talonflame didn't get the value that it wants. The players might adjust. We're getting into game number 2.
Ooh, we got that Malamar against the Moltres, an immediate swap out. Doesn't even want to bother going for the superpower because those sideways would be doing nothing to that Galarian Moltres. Swapping into the Talonflame at this point, and an Incinerate goes through.
Now, this is the problem with when your opponent switches in a Talonflame. The perfect time to throw your charge attacks is slightly different to what is normal, and Stud Muffin has let through an entire Incinerate. That is a ton of damage and a ton of energy.
Yeah, the energy is big at this point because we saw how fast Talonflame is able to pace. Brave Bird does make your defense fall, but at this stage, the Talonflame, I think, was saying, okay, well, I'm just trying to get this Pokemon as low as possible, and it looks like no Protect Shield on Stud Muffin's side. If it was a Brave Bird, it would have knocked him out.
It's funny because we were just talking about how much value can you get out of your Talonflame, and this is the kind of value that we love to see. A Brave Bird and a Fly, followed by an Incinerate down. Bruno Stival is cooking.
No shields left, but a lot of energy, and it can do a lot of work still. He's got that lead back going for that Fly and getting a Protect Shield because this could have been a potential Brave Bird, and that would have done so much to knock out that Moltres.
Now, I don't think Bruno's going to be able to reach another Fly, so he's going to switch into the Azumarill. He knows that it resists the Sucker Punch. Brave Bird is going to do a neutral, like a lot of damage, but it is neutral, and Azumarill's very, very bulky.
Yeah, Azumarill can take this very easily from the Galarian Moltres, and guess what? If you're taking a sneak peek at the back, it also deals with the Malamar really well. Unfortunately, at this point, Malamar has a shield advantage, and that could come vital. If this was a play rough, it would do so much. Is it going to get the shield? Yes!
He does get the shield. Bruno is getting everything in his favor this match. If he can get to a play rough, it will
Look at this calling by Stud Muffins here. Knows he's won all from the play rough, throwing right before, hoping this is enough to knock it out, and guess what? It is!
Malamar still has a ton of health. It has a ton of energy. Bruno has his own Malamar as well. He also has Talonflame available. The problem is Talonflame doesn't have an energy stored. Can you use it as a catch maybe? Perhaps.
He's going for that foul play. The reason he's not going for the superpower, even though it is more effective against the Malamar, is that debuffs your attack and your defense. And with no protection skills remaining on either side, it's gonna get tricky pretty soon. Coming in now with that Moltres, getting up 100 energy, throwing that superpower, which will debuff himself right as the Ancient Power is loaded.
I like this from Bruno, but is it going to be enough? How do you take down your opponent's Malamar? Does Talonflame come in? You're going to throw another superpower. The problem is you need a third superpower to be able to take out this Malamar. Malamar has energy. Do you go into Talonflame now, or what's the play?
Yeah, do you try to catch? There's a ton of energy. You try to catch and you get it! My goodness!
That is massive! What a catch for Bruno! If he can now reach this final superpower, he will take down Malamar. He will take this game. He makes it! What a play!
Superpower coming through. Bruno coming through, taking game number 2, tying up this series.
Everything in that match, just a showcase of talent for Bruno Staval7. That was sensational. He has the momentum, he has the motivation. Can he take it to game 3? Can he take this series?
What? We just need to back up a little bit there, because what a time to catch, right? There was not like a predicted time. It's not like, oh, he's got, 2 foul plays loaded or 1 foul play even loaded. It was at a very odd moment, and both of them chose to go for it. That was more of a feeling. So, a prediction.
Yeah, we've spoken about waiting a turn for your opponent to see if they can catch, but you cannot do that if both Pokemon in play are using a 1-turn fast attack like Psywave. That was almost just like a mind-reading prediction from Bruno. He just had that gut feeling, and sometimes that is what takes you to victory.
That was so close. That was his win condition. He played it out masterfully. I'm so happy we got to see that on screen. What a huge moment, and I love seeing it in the winners finals, because that means we get to have that decisive game number 3.
Yeah, decisive game number 3 would take one of these players into day 2 here at LAIC. Let's see how it's going. We've got a Charjabug up against Malamar.
Charjabug has the charge attacks, X-Scissor, which would do so much damage to the Malamar. We might try to see catches. No, Malamar just continuing to Psywave. Definitely wants to shield this up because it wants to keep the Malamar nice and healthy.
Yeah, Malamar is a Psychic and Dark type Pokemon. Bug is super effective against both of those types, so it would do double super effective damage and take out the Malamar. Bruno's actually going to go into his Diggersby. He's going to let this super effective superpower land. Yes, he is. It does do a chunk of damage.
That does quite a bit to one of the bulkiest Pokemon, and Stud Muffins looks like he's sort of in control of this at this moment, because those Sucker Punches are doing a decent amount, and nothing that this Diggersby can throw is really going to be doing that much impactful damage for the Moltres. Going for the Scorching Sands again, saying, okay, I got an attack debuff once, maybe I can do it again.
Yeah, you are fishing for those debuffs here. He's going to go for Fire Punch. It is slightly more efficient into a Galarian Moltres, neutral fire damage, so he wants to start chipping this Galarian Moltres down.
Now, and that's exactly what he's doing, but guess what? Getting chipped down in return, this Moltres is basically at 100 energy, and now this is a baiting game. Do you go for that heavy-hitting Brave Bird because your switch timer is almost up? Or are you going for that Ancient Power bait, depending on what's coming in? Doesn't even matter at this point. This is going to do nice damage regardless.
Yeah, Ancient Power, Rock type attack. It is super effective against a Charjabug. Bruno knows that Charjabug is going to be able to hold on, and he's going to lean into his Malamar for the endgame. The question is, does he shield here? Yes, he does, because he cannot Psywave this Moltres down. He needs this Volt Switch to land.
And also, if you have the superpower, the Moltres at that point, you would be deep up for the rest of the game. Bruno playing this out, going for that X-Scissor will be enough to knock out the Moltres. We'll see what's going to come back in.
Now the question for Bruno is, when do you go back into Malamar? Now is the time. You know you don't want to be up against a Clodsire. The thing is, the Malamar on Stud Muffin's side is at least 2 attacks away from going down, so Stud Muffins can commit to chipping this Malamar and then bring in his own.
We call the Psywaves the Woozoo Woozoo Woozers, and you can see them both on both sides of the screens here. Lots of action going on. Going for that foul play, getting the last Protect Shield off of Bruno's side. It's not over yet, but these Malamars are at it once again.
Stud Muffin's showing his experience. He's chipped, he's gone into his own Malamar. He's putting his opponent in a position where one attack could start to threaten. This is going to get very, very close.
Gonna go and throw the next one. He's one away, going for that superpower. It will definitely be enough at this stage. He could potentially dip out after this into the charger, but getting that last protect shield off of Stud Muffins.
Now, do you come in with Charger Bug at some point for a catch? Can you reach your attack? You can't. You've been Psywave down. Stud Muffins has the attack. He knows that this is going to be enough to help see him through into day 2. Bruno's nodding. Can he hold on? It's going to be very close. The Psywaves could be more than enough. The Clodsire closes it out.
Clodsire saying, I'll come back in. Texting me in here, Malamar. I want a little bit of the action at the end here. Stud Muffin taking it in. We have another North American into date number 2.
That was so, so close. Bruno going for another random catch there. He didn't quite make it. Stud Muffin's probably, looking very calm, but I reckon there was a bead of sweat going down.
I mean, when you're getting those kinds of games, when they are so close, when you know that all of that glory is on the line, I just need one more game from either side. I bet those tensions are absolutely high.
Yeah, it is a critical, critical moment for each of these players, and Stud Muffins came out on top there. Not reacting. He knows that he has to stay focused. He doesn't want anything distracting him from the games at hand. He could not allow another catch. He did not allow another catch, and he took that series.
Really, really great game plays by him. He was talking about it earlier on when I was in the interview with him. He was saying, like, okay, yeah, it's a little bit different than North America, but guess what? It's not that different because I am able to play this out still. I've been to ICs before. I know how these work. I know all these different players, and I have the capabilities to show what I've got.
And let's just look at that beautiful Galarian Moltres. It had so much play into Bruno's team, and it had so much power. The Ancient Powers even, not even the Brave Bird, but the Ancient Powers, super effective against that Charger Bug.
Yeah, I think there you can see him at the end there. Bruno going ahead, clapping it out for him. And again, double elimination tournaments. That means there's still plenty of opportunities for trainers to still advance. And there's so many matches that aren't even played on screen. I wish we could see them all because there's been some really, really interesting names that I've been seeing, getting knocked down to the losers bracket, continuing on that we haven't seen yet in the tournament.
Yeah, and I think no matter what, Bruno is going to have that clip of that catch on his Talonflame that won him game number 2. That is something you can take home, show your family, say, look, this is what I managed to do at the Latin America International Championships.
These games have been incredible across the board. There's been so many different trainers, so many different Pokemon. If you guys saw near the beginning matches, we've seen Lucario in this matchup. We've seen Licky. We've seen some really, really fun and interesting Pokemon that aren't necessarily meta, but still have been able to work.
Yeah, and we've seen them winning. It's not just a case of bringing random non-meta picks and they don't quite work out. We're actually seeing a lot of these Pokemon have a ton of play into their opponent's teams and toy with their opponent's minds as well, because you're having to think, okay, how many rollouts to a Shadow Ball? And after that, how many more rollouts to a Body Slam? It's not easy.
Yeah. Now, we saw a little bit earlier on that little segment you did. We talked about it, the cooking around and everything. What are you thinking of the teams that have been cooked up for LAIC? Is there anything that really struck you as like, okay, all right, maybe this is a different formula than what I was actually predicting?
So during that cooking segment that we showed earlier today, we talked about how pivotal a ground-type Pokemon can be, something that can do well against poisons. Now, Pocket and Colin have taken note from Nighttime Clasher, who we haven't yet seen on stage, by opting for 2 ground types. They really don't want to allow Pokemon like Ariados to perform. And Charger Bug, for example, that would definitely not want to be up against those ground types. But Stud Muffins, he didn't have to worry about that. He goes, look, Charger Bug, super effective into my Moltres will still be fine. Why don't we hear a little bit more from Stud Muffins? We've got Martin with him now for an interview.
Thank you for reading, Amanda. Yes, I'm here with Stud Muffins. Stud Muffins, congratulations on your win. You made it to day 2. How did you win that battle just now?
Wow, I want to shout out to my opponent. He played really well. He flipped game number 2 where I kind of hard countered him, but I tried to recollect myself for game 3, and it turned out well.
He made a crazy catch against you, but it didn't stop you. How do you feel about making it to day 2 for the first time, I believe, right?
Yeah. Really excited. Just all the hard work, all the practice, all the scrims, it really paid off. And, you know, I'm just really happy with my performance. And to be honest, I just wanted to go 3-2, get the points, but like anything else is just a bonus.
It's looking great for you right now, being on the winner's side on day 2. How do you feel about the matches upcoming? Do you feel confident in your team for tomorrow?
Yeah, I feel very confident in my team. I've been playing it for some time now, and hope tomorrow goes well as well.
What has been the MVP of your team so far?
I want to say Moltres, Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, makes sense. Make sure to use that daily and Adventure Incense to get the Galarian Moltres. Is anyone you want to give a shout out?
Yeah. I want to give a shout out to everyone that helped me practice on a Flash tournament and on your server as well, Candle Coat.
I'm glad that worked out for you. Thank you so much, Studmuff, and good luck tomorrow. We're gonna go to a video real quick, but don't go anywhere. We're gonna have super exciting battles coming up soon.
Hi trainers, we are here at LAIC, and although this man needs no introduction, we are joined by one of the Travel Award players from the EU region. It's Colin 6. Colin, how does it feel getting the opportunity to travel abroad during the season to come and compete at LAIC?
I mean, I'm incredibly excited to be here. I've had opportunities to travel before for the World Championships, to Hawaii, to Japan, meeting new cultures, meeting new people, but to get to do it within the season, it's just so much fun, and I'm looking forward to meet the Latin community here.
And how does it feel to represent your region? So many players watching from home in Europe. What's that like for you?
There's a bit of pressure that comes along with it. It's always a bit of a rivalry going on between each region. But I'm just happy to be here. I look forward to battling the Latin players. Always enjoyed battling them at Worlds before, and I just can't wait.
Okay, we have a question for you then. Of the LATAM players that will be here, are there any players that you are looking to avoid or would really like to play against?
I'm not looking to avoid anyone. I like playing good players. I like playing, I think, good battles. There's so many good players here. LNDS, Steinar, LNDS, Rarjev, Sardi, so many more to name. I just hope I get a chance to face them.
Okay, one last one. If you were to bring any meal from Europe here to Sao Paulo to impress the locals, what would it be?
I'd like to name a Dutch meal, but I don't think it would impress anyone. So I think Italian is the best cuisine in Europe, so pizza, pasta. Can't go wrong with that.
I don't disagree. Trainers, this was Colin 6 here at LAIC. Make sure to root for him. We'll see you later.
Aloha, Pokemon trainers. This is Will Dunphy. The 2024 World Championships took our breath away. Let's take a look back at the epic competition in Hawaii. Trainers from across the globe touched down on Oahu's sun-kissed sands, ready to battle it out for the title of Pokemon Go World Champion. Inadequance displayed incredible skill and resilience with his signature core of Wigglytuff and Giratina origin form. Inadequate says no, no, no! While Yakai sliced through the winner's bracket with his Skarmory. Skarmory fires off the Sky Attack, looking for the Steel Wing down. Fans cheered as Martel Galde and his Whimsicott charmed spectators both far and wide.
Marto making trophy moves!
After an incredible day 2 of heart-stopping battles, only 2 trainers remained standing on Championship Sunday. The Hong Kong hero Yakai took to the stage, met by the do-it-all Dutchman Inadequance. Our 2024 Grand Finals were officially underway. In Game 1, Yakai Skarmory caught Inadequance's Wigglytuff out of position, giving Yakai the momentum that he needed to turn the tide of the battle. In Game 2, Yakai made a thrilling swap into his Charjabug, clearing the way for his Skarmory to fire the Brave Bird and claim a Game 2 victory. In Game 3, Inadequance's Poliwrath toppled Yakai's Skarmory, and he gained additional ground by pivoting to Clodsire. Yakai eventually succumbed to Wigglytuff, giving Inadequance his first win of the series. In Game 4, Inadequance would send his Skarmory to face Yakai's Skarmory, and that choice would eventually align Giratina origin form against Lickitung, giving Yakai his decisive victory in the Grand Finals.
And it's official! Congratulations to Yakai as your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Yakai became our Pokemon Go World Champion, a storybook ending for his 2024 season. A brand new chapter of the Championship Series is set to begin. Write your own Championship Series story by going to Pokemon.com/compete, and we'll see you on Victory Road.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 ISELF 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yakai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome back, trainers, to the 2025 LAIC broadcast of Pokemon Go. We are heading into the winners finals of the groups here, and the battles have been amazing, and there's so many more to come.
Yeah, they've been amazing, and they're about to get even better, because up next we got Doombug versus LNDS Wings, an absolute titan of the championship series. Doombug has the most regional wins ever, but has never won an international championship. Came very close. I know he stressed you out, almost winning the European International Championships.
He did come very close. He's really good, and the Brazilians really want to make up for it, because in the past battles, the Brazilians have lost a couple winners finals. Now they want to come back, and Lindo's Wings is one of the most experienced Brazilian battlers. If anyone from Brazil can take down Doombug, it may just be Wings.
Yeah, no, absolutely. He has a lot of tournaments under his belt. He's gotten 5th place in Guyana. He's gotten 17th place at the Latin American International Championships last season. Of course, 9th place in Joinville as well. So he is going to be the underdog in this matchup for sure, because I think literally everyone is the underdog to Doombug in terms of resume. Of course, what is Doombug? A 4-time regional champion. I mean, not only one of the best players in North America, one of the best players on the planet.
2 titans from their respective regions, and we got some spice again, Butters.
Oh yeah, I can't wait. We're just gonna say it now. There's a Shadow Zapdos coming in from LNDS Wings. I mean, I have not seen that all of Max Out season. How is it gonna position itself in this meta?
I think it might just be the thing you want. It can be good into Ariados, into Annihilate, and Azumarill. That is such a smart pick from him. So, really excited to see if Doombug may be able to take that on. Shadow Zapdos actually sounds more threatening than I thought it could be early.
Well, yeah, because the pacing to that charge, the flying type charge attack, right? I feel like it could be really strong in this meta, like you mentioned, the Ariados, the Annihilate, but the pacing to that attack could be really useful, because it's kind of hard to get off an electric type charge attack if you're a Zapdos, because you're almost always going to be shielding it. It's a ton of energy, so it's going to be more acting like a flying type Pokemon in this meta, which have been pretty absent from the meta besides the Moltres and the Talonflame. So we're going to see if it's going to have a chance here, and if Doombug is going to be a tough opponent to try to take out with the Shadow Zapdos. Here are the teams. Actually, Doombug going pretty spicy for his his standards as well. Look at this inadequates.
A Shadow Drifblim Pangoro. I think that Doombug didn't get the memo. There's Annihilate now.
Yeah, I guess he didn't, bringing two things weak to fighting, unheard of in this meta, but he brought the Dunsparce and the Pangoro. There is no Annihilate or Primeape on the side of LNDS Wings. Instead, there's a Shadow Zapdos, there is an Azumarill, a Superior, Clodsire, Malamar, and Gastrodon. Let's go ahead and look at the attacks of that Clodsire. It is running Stone Edge and Earthquake. I actually don't even know if that's better against Zapdos because you can knock out with a Sludge Bomb. You don't even need to get to Stone Edge.
Well, I must say that the Pangoro may actually not be as silly as I made it sound, because it actually does better into the Malamar than any other fighter would. But yeah, that's going to be interesting to see. Annihilate with Rage Fish is really good, but Pangoro?
Well, the problem is the pacing of Pangoro. I don't think Shadow Zapdos wants to take a Night Slash even, right? Because you're just going to get the Night Slash after 4 Karate Chops over and over again. So you would think that Shadow Zapdos has a huge advantage over Pangoro, but
I don't think it does.
I don't think so either, because it just doesn't want to. You've seen what it does to like a Shadow Dragonite. It's going to do so much damage here, but this is going to be an absolutely epic matchup because these two top trainers playing amazingly spicy teams. I can't wait to get this one started. It looks like they're almost locked in.
Wings is locked in. Doombug is now locked in as well. Let me know in chat, who are you rooting for? Is it Doombug from the United States? Is it Wings from Brazil? We have the Clodsire from Doombug into the Superior from Linda's Wings.
And it looks like Doombug's Clodsire is running Stone Edge and Earthquake as well, so this Superior is actually going to stay in this matchup because you're not threatened by Charge Attack, just going to be able to take that neutral Stone Edge. Eventually, you probably will lose this matchup though, but LNDS is very happy to stay in this matchup. Do I see a Zapdos in the back? No, it's the Malamar Clodsire backline versus the Shadow Drifblim Azumarill from Doombug.
And I think at this point, he's playing out the neutral matchup that is Superior. Oh, putting up a Protect Shield though. Looks like Linda's Wings wants that switch advantage early on in the game, giving off a signal to Doombug. I want switch advantage. I want to win this matchup here.
Yeah, and there seems to be no confusion there, knowing it was that Stone Edge instead of Sludge Bomb, and going for the Frenzy Plant here is going to do a lot of damage into the Clodsire, but not quite enough to knock out. So Clodsire is going to get to one more charge attack before trying to swap into your own Stone Edge. The patience from Doombug.
Wow, the patience, and in comes the Earthquake, super effective. I don't think this puts Clodsire into the yellow. Oh, it barely does, just exactly 50%. And now coming in with the Azumarill, but the Clodsire from Wings doesn't have Sludge Bomb either. So Azumarill's pretty fine here.
Yeah, but the clunky thing is you can't really bubble down, but you can get to full energy, but you just have to be careful. You probably don't want to take double Earthquake here. Now as this Earthquake does land, you're nowhere near your timer yet for both trainers. So you're just kind of locked into this matchup. Doombug's just going to do the best he can to get as much energy as possible. Didn't really want to take a Stone Edge, so decided to throw the Ice Beam before that was available.
And I think this is what Wings exactly wanted, to bait out that Azumarill so it clears up the Malamar in the back. The problem though is he is down a shield, so you're gonna need to get a lot of energy here before Doombug gets to the Ice Beam. And oh, the charge stack priority. Very smart play from Wings. Otherwise, he would have had to shield a potential Ice Beam.
It's gonna beat the Shadow Drifblim versus the World Inadequates because he lets the Azumarill go. It's only Shadow Drifblim left. It is gonna be versus the Malamar here, but actually swapped into it. You have the 2 Protect Shield. Astonish is so strong, it is chunking this Malamar.
And if that wasn't enough, it's going to debuff the Malamar as well. The Astonish doing so much damage. This Ice Wind is even almost threatening KO. Linda's Wings is hanging on by a thread. He has to get to so many charge stacks, but the Astonish damage is doing so much.
And it's not like you can bait with a superpower because you don't want to debuff yourself, so you're going to go for that foul play. Gets the Protect Shield, gets the first one. Can you get this Drifblim in range of Frenzy Plant, though? It is getting closer and closer. It's probably in range of Frenzy Plant right now, so you are going to have to use the Protection here. So now it's going to be a race. Can you get the double Icy Wind before LNDS Wings gets to a Frenzy Plant?
But do you even need to throw? Perhaps you can just get the Astonish down. The Astonish damage is doing so much damage. Can you get the knock? Can you get the knockout? And he doesn't get to the superpower. Now the Drifblim is loaded with energy. And comes Superior. Going for the Shadow Ball. This does more damage than the Super Effective Icy Wind. And it's going to do so much damage. Here we go. Shadow Balls being loaded on the Superior. And it comes. Boom!
It gets the knockout. Shadow Drifblim and Doombug takes game number 1. Yeah, there was no Protect Shield remaining. He used that Protect Shield on the Malamar. Didn't even need to get the double charge attacks. Just was able to close. Fast attack through a Pokemon and then knock out with the charge attack. That is the potential of Shadow Drifblim. Not a lot of Pokemon can do that. Maybe like a Shadow Kanto Marowak, but I think that the Drifblim's even more lethal with charge attack damage than the Marowak is.
The Drifblim is just so solid there for Doombug. It popped off. And if you look at the team from Wings, it's actually quite good into pretty much everything, because the prime answer, the Shadow Zapdos, takes a lot of damage from that Astonish. I would not be surprised. I don't know this matchup specifically because when do you see a Zapdos? I would not be surprised if Drifblim can just Astonish down a Zapdos when it has 2 shields.
I think you're completely right. Even though you're taking the super effective charge or fast attack damage with the Thundershock, it's just not enough. Thundershock's not strong enough attack. I mean, it can do it to Shadow for Alligator. You can 2-shield through a Shadow for Alligator. I think it can definitely 2-shield through a Shadow Zapdos. How are you going to stop this 2-shield force? What do you have? There are no normal types on LNDS Wings team. No, actually, I'm literally asking you, what do you do against the Shadow Drifblim?
Switch one Pokemon for Dunsparce.
Yeah, you can't though.
You can't do that.
The cutoff was 8 a.m. this morning to change your team.
Well, Wings does have Stone Edge on the Clodsire. Here again, we see the team from Doombug, and at this point, that Drifblim, that game 1, was really a warning for Wings. Look at my balloon. This thing is really good into your team. You gotta do something here.
Yeah, and the thing is though, like you said, one of the best answers for that Shadow Drifblim might be the Clodsire with Stone Edge. Doombug is just kind of weak to Clodsire in general. He doesn't really have an answer to Clodsire. He has his own Clodsire, a Dunsparce, Shadow Drifblim is the best answer. So I think we're just going to see more Shadow Drifblim in this game number 2. Can Doombug do it again? He's done it before with a Shadow Pidgeot. I think he can do it with a Shadow Drifblim. He gets a superior lead into the Malmar. There it is. That Shadow Drifblim is lurking in the back.
And it's Leaf Tornado as well. So, man, if he gets that bait, but no, going for the Frenzy Plant right away. This will do a lot of neutral damage. I don't think Wings wants to shield right away here, just in case that could be the Leaf Tornado, and we do see the no protect shield puts Malamar almost into the red.
Trying to use the gimmick that we see in North America. Sometimes Onion Frank and some other traders use that Leaf Tornado, but it looks like Doombug is adopting it here in the Latam region. Protect shields on their superior, so actually now is only going to have 1 protect shield for that Shadow Drifblim in the back, so that actually gives LNDS Wings a lot better chance to win this battle. If you ask me, it's a superpower is going to land in the superior.
This superpower is going to put Superior relatively low, but Doombug's probably fine, and with that switch advantage, in comes that Clodsire with the Stone. Again, going for the Frenzy Planet, and this is just so threatening, right? Because you never want to shield a Leaf Tornado, so Wings is just letting everything go, even though these Frenzy Plant just add up, and I think you can get to another Charge Stack before Wings can get to a Charge Stack, and going for the Frenzy Plant, but Wings didn't throw!
And did you see how Doombug waited? He thought there might be a swap there, so he waited to do an extra Vine Whip before he threw that Frenzy Plant, and now he's just going to swap into his own Clodsire, going to try to soak up all this energy. He gets 2 Poison Stings, so looks like you will get to the next attack earlier because you could maybe knock out with a Stone Edge, but it's going to be really close as you take that super effective Earthquake on your own Clodsire. I don't know if Stone Edge is going to knock out here.
I think you need to, otherwise you get to Charge Stack Purity, and that would be risky. Let's see, Wings is letting that go.
Enough. It's the favorite game. Can a rock type attack knock out resisted?
It doesn't knock out.
It's not enough there, and now you have to take double Earthquake. Is this enough? I think it is going to be very close.
This is going to be enough. I think it's going to be enough. Yeah.
It is enough. It does secure the knockout, so looks like it's going to be Shadow Drifblim versus the world once again, but you are down to Protect Shield, and Superior can't really get to another charge attack. Maybe against an Azumarill?
I love how Wings adapted. He brought 3 of his best Pokemon into the Drifblim, and now with that shield advantage, Azumarill's so fine here because he has super effective Ice Beam.
Yeah, and you're definitely gonna bait these Icy Winds here to try to reduce the attack of the Azumarill. I think Doombug's only chance is to somehow catch a Ice Beam onto the Superior, and here it comes, the bait into the Icy Wind. LNDS Wings has the protection because if you let a Shadow Ball through, it's gonna be GG. This is gonna be so tough for Doombug to make this swap because LNDS just waits for an animation, right?
I think so too. You don't want to Doombug to catch a Charge Stack, and does try to, but fails to. Wings too big.
Wait a second.
Oh, can he get to the
Tornado? Wait a second. If LNDS, what a call by LNDS Wings.
Does this knock out? It's super effective. I don't think it does knock out. Lazuro hangs on, has the Ice Beam, not throwing just yet, knowing it can sneak a bubble. This Ice Beam will debuff, but I think that an Ice Beam from the Azumarill may just barely be enough.
Maybe if he got the debuff and actually swaps here to clear the debuff. But no, now you're still 1 Astonish away. So it looks like LNDS Wings is going to be able to press that Ice Beam and knock out finally that Shadow Drifblim. You hear the roar of the crowd for another Lindo's victory on stage.
Wow, I wasn't sure about that play because if Doombug got too astonished in there, he would have come out with another Ice Wind, and then Wings would have lost that battle. But he wanted to clear the debuff from the Ice Wind on that Azumarill. Successfully did, though even snuck another bubble to get more extra damage in knowing he would lose the charge attack priority because Drifblim has a higher attack than that Azumarill.
Yeah, that was such a tough situation. Maybe if Doombug tried to throw another Icy Wind into that Azumarill before making the swap into the Superior, maybe that Superior gets to a Frenzy Plant, and then maybe that Frenzy Plant either knocks out or takes a Protect Shield. But like you said, I love that strategy from LNDS Wings. Just bring your best answers versus Shadow Drifblim, and then just hope you can get a shield down and close that out.
And if you think of the lineup that Doombug brought, he actually went super weak into the Zapdos. He just was bluffing it, right? Because he went with the superior lead, and he had the Shadow Drifblim in the back. How do you answer a Shadow Zapdos potentially with that? This might just be inviting Wings to bring it.
Yeah, maybe he is. I mean, I was just shocked when he actually used the Protect Shield in the lead because there is no answer for Shadow Drifblim. What does alignment matter in this scenario? Game number 1, he didn't go for alignment at all because he just knows, I just need to pick my spots with the Shadow Drifblim to be able to close it out. But in game number 2, actually went down a shield, and that was to his detriment because LNDS Wings was able to save 3 Pokemon, save energy, and close out that game number 2. And do we see that Shadow Zapdos for an impactful game number 3? Remember, the winner of this series is moving on to day number 2.
And I think those Brazilians really want to get some more of those Latin players in there. Let us know in the chat, let us know in the audience who you're rooting for. Both players are almost ready. One of them locked in, the other one's still thinking through a little bit. It's a tough matchup, right? There's a lot of stake right now.
Yeah, I mean, there is a lot of stake. You have said it before, some of the Lindos have gone down on stage. There is the team right there cheering for LNDS Wings. Those are the Lindos trying to make their voice heard here, and we have a lock-in. Winner of this battle moves on to day number 2 at 2025 Latin American International Championships. We have the leads. It is going to be Clodsire versus the Azumarill. Of course, there is that Drifblim in the back.
And no Zapdos again from Wings. Figures he might not need it. And because this is a Clodsire with Stone Edge, it doesn't do that well into the Azumarill. Azumarill has a lot of play here.
Yeah, but a soft loss doesn't really matter in any matchup for Doombug, because as soon as you soft lose a matchup and you get a farm down, suddenly you're really far ahead in the battle. So I feel like LNDS Wings has to be very careful with how low he leaves his Pokemon. He might need to pivot around a bunch.
I think so too. Energy is so important, and you really don't want your superior going for the
charge attack priority.
But I think that Earthquake might not knock out. Wings knows it, and at this point, he wins the lead matchup. If Doombug is putting up no protection, Earthquake doesn't knock out yet. Let's see what Wings gonna do.
I mean, this is exactly what Doombug wants, though, I think. This is gonna be able to knock out the Clodsire, but now you get a double Astonish down on this Azumarill, unless Wings decides to pivot. No, it's just gonna let this Drifblim, and you only get the double there, but what do you bring in? You have to bring in your Clodsire, and what if your Drifblim just double shields through this? There's no fast attack pressure into this Drifblim.
And Stone Edge would knock out from this range, but after the Icy Wind debuffs, it won't. This is such a rough spot. Letting the first one go as well. This might be very inviting to Doombug to just Astonish down everything.
But the problem is for Doombug, the backline matchup is terrible. You have your Azumarill into the Superior, so you need the shield through this matchup like he's doing right now into the Stone Edge, and you're actually going to need to throw another Ice Wind because you can't Astonish down before this Clodsire reaches the Stone Edge. Here comes the Ice Wind, and there comes the Protect Shield from LNDS Wings. And now, the crucial decision for Doombug, does he try to pivot or does he try to double shield through?
I think he has to.
Oh, wait a second.
Wings, I think, tried to predict that Doombug would try and catch, but no, Doombug's just staying in with the balloon. Doesn't want the Azumarill on this, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. Lindo's Wings was trying to be a step ahead and actually had to shield a Frenzy Plant there that is resisted, but Superior is such a tough spot because you have to Protect Shield this. I mean, you do have some energy on the Clodsire, but no, there is your last Protect Shield out of the game, but the thing is, you're probably out of range of Frenzy Plant now.
And Wings is going for that Frenzy Plant. Frenzy Plant is resistant, but is so efficient that it does a little bit more damage than Aerial Ace, even though Aerial Ace is neutral. I think this might not even knock out after those debuffs.
If he hangs on, I think Doombug can win it. Can he hang on? And he does! And he throws the Icy Wind. He waits a turn to make sure that a Vine Whip goes through. This is going to secure the knockout, but the key thing is, now this Superior is out of the way and Azumarill's free. Clodzire's way too low of health.
Well, it's almost at a Stone Edge, but the Poison don't end up. Can you get the Poison thing down? Drifblim has so much health, it can barely not go into the Azumarill with the bubble down, and Doombug takes game number 3.
What a cheeky bubble there to finish out that game number 3. Congratulations to Doombug once again moving on to day number 2 at the Latin American International Championships, and LNDS Wings will be moving on down to the losers final. Still has an opportunity for day number 2.
The best player in the regional championships is back here in the international championships. He got runner-up at the UIC, and he wants to take it even further here at the Latin American International Championship.
And you know, recently, for his standards, he has had some duds. He hasn't been as strong as he was last season. He was 13th this season in Louisville. He was 113th at Worlds last season, 65 at the North American International Championship. Doombug is trying to come back and claim his throne once again. And what better way to do it with the pressure of this Shadow Drifblim?
Drifblim is not great into normal and dark type Pokemon, but there's almost nothing of that on Wings Team. There's the dark type Malamar, but also a Psychic type to it. So Drifblim was just so incredibly safe, and Doombug being able to lean into that Pokemon the whole time gave him quite the advantage there. Even though the Zapdos was kind of a Pokemon that is a core breaker, it is so fragile that Wings didn't want to bring it.
Yeah, it seemed pretty good against that team, especially with that Shadow Drifblim and Azumarill in the back line there, but not able to pull out for LNDS Wings, and Doombug once again finding the spice that works. I actually had Shadow Drifblim #1 on my caster prediction only for one reason. I thought that the ice types would drop in usage and the normal types would drop in usage with the increase of Primeape and Annihilate. And then I feel like that was the best time for Shadow Drifblim to strike.
I actually predicted that as well. But I also had a Pokemon that is quite weak to Annihilate too. I had the Greninja, and Greninja is actually a Pokemon that could be a good core breaker there as well. I think the Drifblim really makes sense when you expect less Dunsparce.
Right.
But yeah, Dunsparce is actually top 3 usage here, so it's still very common.
Yeah, well, he was able to avoid it there, and it looks like we have an interview on stage ready. Let's hear from Doombug himself.
Thank you, Martijn and Butters. We have the privilege now to be joined by one of the best players in the world. You've seen him in NA, you've seen him in Europe, and now you get to see him here at the Latin America International Championships. Doombug97, how are you feeling?
I'm so ecstatic right now. This has been one awesome experience. The community here is amazing. Shout out to the Brazilian community. They're awesome.
Doombug, you have shown everyone just the level of player that you have available to show. That play with the Shadow Drifblim was sensational, but this season hasn't quite been for you yet. Is this the momentum that you want to build off of?
Absolutely. I've been really struggling since my abysmal Worlds performance, and finally it feels like I'm getting that weight off my back and I'm ready to roll.
And you brought that Shadow Drifblim. You brought it in all of your games here. Everyone was so impressed. Talk me through that team building, that meta call.
Yeah, Shadow Drifblim, I felt like a lot of people were going to bring Ariados and Clodsire, and Shadow Drifblim performs very well against those, and it's very neutral into a lot of other things like Azumarill and the Mud Slappers it's very good against. So I felt like Shadow Drifblim was just the right play here.
You and I have been talking a fair amount over these past few weeks and months, and you felt that your team going into this event was strong. Now that you've played a few rounds, you're of course into day 2. Are you still with that same confidence for this team?
100%. I really like the synergy the team has. It gives me a lot of options against multiple teams, and like Clodsire is definitely a little bit sometimes annoying to play against, but I've been playing really well against it and just bullying it with my other Pokemon.
We know that Sludge Bomb Clodsire is obviously a brilliant matchup for Shadow Drifblim, but you were up against a Stone Edge Clodsire. Tell us a little bit more about how you managed that.
Yeah, so when Clodsire is Stone Edge, Azumarill and Serperior perform way better against it, and it just allows me to use those picks in a more flexible manner.
And it was really nice to see that you recognized that. You had some really sensible reads. Game 2 obviously was a little bit difficult, but you powered through. We cannot wait to see you power through in day 2, potentially go all the way. Thank you very much for this interview. Casters, take it away.
Power through is the exact right words for Doombug, because this is a trainer with resilience. Remember at the very beginning, he had that that incident with the Registeel that was the wrong CP. I mean, people gave him a hard time about it. He got reverse swept by Rise at that tournament. But this is a trainer that always powered through. He powered through there, And then when he got on the top, he kept powering through at the top, kept winning regional after regional. Just because he had a couple of bad performances doesn't mean he's gonna power. Doesn't mean he's not gonna power through again.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Rise to Occasion because we're actually gonna have him on stage as well, up against Richie on the right side from Mexico. I believe he won the Charlotte Regional Champion in, was it 2024 or 2023?
I believe it was 2023, but we'll double check that for you there. Versus, of course, Rise Occasion, the only trainer to win a regional every single season in Championship Series, and actually brought back the Diggersby. Diggersby's been gone for a little while. I mean, the season's only 3 months, but it seems like this thing is ancient over here, bringing the Diggersby, the Shadow Drapion, Azumarill, Ariados, Shadow for Alligator, and Talonflame. I actually am curious how similar this is to his Louisville team.
Well, the Diggersby is still a pretty crucial part of the meta if you consider Clodsire and Feraligatr being a popular core. It actually is one of the very few Pokemon to be able to core break that. So Diggersby might actually be a very useful Pokemon there. And paired with the bulk, it can probably put off some insane matchups too. Even into Annihilate, you probably can hang on to some counter damage. I'm not going to say it's a good matchup, it's definitely not. But let's say that Annihilate doesn't want to go for that close combat. Rage Fist is double resistant. And in that case, the Diggersby might be able to get 2 charge stacks.
And Rise to Occasion is bringing 5 out of the 6 Pokemon that he brought to Louisville and placed 5th place. He was one of the trainers that went the furthest with the Ariados in this season, kind of set it all in motion for Ariados to rise to the top. He is still using it right now. Of course, he is matched up against one of the few Annihilate users to make it this far. This, of course, is Group E Winners Finals, so I feel like this will definitely be the first Annihilate or Primate to make day number 2 if Richie is able to pull it off.
And both players are locked in. We have Rise to Occasion on the left, Richie on the right. We have Feraligatr into regular Alolan Sandslash.
And regular Alolan Sandslash was made popular by Marto Gaude, who's also competing here. And yes, running the Shadow Claw instead of the Powder Snow. Usually the Powder Snow variant has been more popular for that Ice-type coverage, but a lot better in this matchup to have the Shadow Claw, right?
I think so too. Even though Drone is not the same type of attack bonus, Feraligatr has a very low attack, so this Drone is going to add up a lot. Generally, this is a good matchup for the Feraligatr, and we see Rise to Occasion putting him his first Protect Shield because he wants to preserve the Feraligatr and put on some more work with it. Richie going into his own Shadow Feraligatr, but even though resist Hydro Cannon is going to do so much damage here.
It really does, and you have to force up the Protect Shield here just on a resisted charge attack, and looks like Rise has the timer and swaps out into the Shadow Drapion, but you also don't want to take a Hydro Cannon really, so the Hydro Cannon is going to be getting there first. At least you don't have to worry as much about the Shadow Claw pressure. Do you just let this go and soak it up?
Hydro Cannon going through. Splash! Does a lot of damage to that Drapion here. The Shadow Claw resisted. I think you can still get the Shadow Claw down as Richie if you decide to put up a protection here. This is the Feraligatr show, and he goes 2 shields down.
He tries to go for it, and this Drapion just needs to get a couple more Poison Stings before the farm down. Can he get 2 more? And no, he has to go for an Aqua Tail, a desperate attempt to knock out this Feraligatr, but it is going to be resisted, so it's not going to be enough. And like you mentioned, you're going to get that full farm down, and you're going to have some energy coming out of this matchup.
Wow, and what do you bring in here as Rise to Occasion? You still have a shield, but nothing on your team really likes to take any Hydro Cannon here. Even the resistance on his own Feraligatr would almost detonate. And storing all that energy going into the Galarian Molten, but shields are down. Can you get to the Ice Beam here?
And he's going to try to reach for it. The timer's not quite back up. There is only 1 second remaining on the timer, but he could not get out of there. Now he's going to feel the full force of the Ice Beam from the Shadow Feraligatr. That's a knockout.
Wow, takes out the Galarian Moltres in 1 attack. That's why you have Ice Beam, baby, going into the Ariados right away. Now remember, there are almost 2 Hydro Cannon on the Feraligatr, and here comes the first one. Can this Ariados, it's a fragile Pokemon, but can it hang on to another Hydro Cannon plus a Shadow Claw damage?
The back-to-back here, is the timer available? No, of course, he just switched into this Ariados, so he's switch-locked here. He has to take the full damage of the Hydro Cannon, but Rise to Occasion shaking his head a bit, but I think he knows his Spider has a chance of holding on.
Let's see, timer is almost up. And no go for the Trailblaze right before the timer was up of Richie. He cannot swap out, but can you get the Shadow Claw down with the Alolan Sandslash?
Oh, and you're going to be able to resist this Poison Stings here. The Alolan Sandslash is coming in. It's going to be able to go for it. Can he get the Shadow Claw? He might be able to. Just one more. Does it!
It does it!
He does it! Richie out of nowhere, and he has a charged attack.
Wow, what a play from Richie Vamos! Going for the draw to get the knockout here. And Richie takes game number 1 against Rise to Occasion.
What a comeback. That game was a roller coaster, just going up and down, 1-hit knockout. from that Ice Beam, but it was the Ice-type Pokemon that had the last laugh with that Alolan Sandslash, getting the absolute perfect farm down with the Shadow Claw.
That lead matchup looked so bad for Richie. The Shadow Feraligatr from Rise to Occasion into that Alolan Sense from Richie, but he had Shadow Claw on it, so that made that matchup a little bit better. And then his energy management on his own Feraligatr was incredible. We saw him have 2 Hydro Cannon later. Look at all the Hydro Cannon coming through in this tournament here.
This was really awkward for Rise, because Rise came in on a counter swap to that Feraligatr, but his counter swap got double shielded and farmed down, and those 2 Hydro Cannons at the end that Richie secured that farm down with was so impactful to finishing up that game.
And even though he got the 1-hit KO with that Ice on the Galarian Moltres, was just barely not enough. Just because that Alolan Sense still hung on there, the Poison Sting double resisted allowed Alolan Sense to hang on and get the knockout there to get that first win for Richie.
And Richie was also in Louisville. He placed 7th in Louisville in running a little bit of a similar team, but running the Alolan Sandslash just like he ran in Louisville. So very comfortable with it, but I believe he did run the Powder Snow in Louisville matchup, decided to switch it for Shadow Claw to this tournament.
Yeah, Shadow Claw is better into the Feraligatr, but is much worse into other Pokemon, such as opposing Galarian Moltres, Dunsparce, even the Clodsire. That's where you want Power Snow in those matchups. So really kind of an offset, and I think that Richie just recognized how good Feraligatr may be into his team, so he switched it up to Shadow Claw.
Yeah, and it was 2023 Charlotte that Richie did secure the victory, got first place at that regional. So this is 2 regional champions going at it at the Latin American International Championships with a chance of going on to day number 2. Rise to Occasion felt like he was in a good position there, able to get shields down, able to knock out with the Feraligatr, but the amazing comeback was not expected. Now suddenly Rise has to be the trainer to come back in this matchup and reverse sweep if he wants a chance at day 2.
Yeah, but how are you going to do that? He doesn't really have a very clear answer to the Feraligatr. I believe his best answer is either the Ariados on even energy or the Diggersby that takes super effective damage from the Hydro Cannon. But both players are ready. Here we go. Game number 2. Rise to Occasion versus Richie. We have the Shadow Drapion into the Alolan Sandslash. This is a pretty good matchup for Richie.
And this is the exact reason that you run the Alolan Sandslash normal instead of Shadow, in my opinion. And then swap in the Feraligatr, counter swap into the Moltres, but the Feraligatr got a couple of Shadow Claws ahead at Ice Beam Energy, decides to go for the bait, and it is protect shielded by the Moltres from Richie.
If you use 2 shields here as the Galarian Moltres, you should be able to get the full Sucker Punch down on the Shadow Feraligatr and come in with a lot of energy. And go for the Charge Attack Purity. This is actually big. Rise to Occasion recognizing that Richie is counting until the Ice Beam. Richie no shields his Hydro Cannon, but has a Charge Attack Purity, so it's all the energy wasted.
Yeah, and he already locked in that Ancient Power, so you can't take that one back, even though the Feraligatr did get to go first. But instead, he's going to go for an Undercharge here to try to reduce the damage of the Ancient Power to get more fast attack damage and, crucially, get more energy for the next Pokemon.
Kind of needs it, but going into the Diggersby to soak the damage here, that's interesting. Do you shield this Braver? This is going to do a lot of damage. No, still no shielding. Putting it all on the Shadow Drapion, perhaps?
Yeah, and I like this no shield. I actually like the farm down here because those Fire Punches are going to do a lot against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but Feraligatr comes in to soak this energy instead, and now going to probably save your last Protect Shield on this Scorching Sand. Can Rise to Occasion get a debuff here? I actually don't think the debuff will matter for the Hydro Cannon, though.
He does get the attack drop. Well, the Shadow Claw damage at least does more. But do you shield this? The thing is, Alolan Sandslash has access to Drill Run. Drill Run is super effective on Drapion. Oh, no shielding still. Well, all the fast attack damage that is coming out on this Drapion is resisted, right? The Sucker Punch and all the Shadow Claw. But this Drapion's getting really low.
And he could have thrown an Aqua Tail to maybe force a Protect Shield or Knockout before this energy was available, but actually decided to save energy and go for the Poison Sting down instead, so he's absolutely loaded for the backline.
I think Rise recognizes he needs energy more than he needs those shields. But this Alolan Sandslash does need a lot of attacks to take out the team. Oh, the Peekaboo catch! What a play from Richie here. Oh, that is an incredible play. All the energy gone. Can Rise to Occasion come back from this insane play?
There is the Alolan Sandslash. There it goes, because Galarian Moltres was able to swap in and catch that and waste all that crunch energy that he just Poison Sting down. This is a huge flip in the game. Richie is just performing out of his mind in these end games.
Letting the Ice Punch go. Rise to Occasion is hoping he can hang on. Does the Ice Punch not count? It's very bulky, this Diggersby, and it does hang on. Can he get it? And he gets the Fire Punch!
clutch, 1 HP and a dream from this Diggersby, able to get the last protection here. Richie is going to be able to get the Shadow Claw down, but the thing is there's a Protect Shield remaining. You should be able to get the double Aqua Tail before
he goes for the crunch.
Oh yeah, you get
he goes for the crunch. There's no protection.
There's no protection. Yeah, there's no protection. What am I talking about? That's a knockout in a tied-up series.
What a crazy game. Even though he made that insane peekaboo catch, it didn't throw Rise to occasion off his game, and he ties up the score to 1-1 here.
I mean, imagine how dominant that victory would have been without the peekaboo. The peekaboo was able to take a full crunch worth of energy away from that Shadow Drapion, and then crucially, that Diggersby able to hold on with no health to get that Fire Punch, take that last Protect Shield out of the game. So all you needed was that one crunch to clutch it out for Rise. Now we got a tied series, Inadequates.
Butters, question for you.
Yeah.
Richie led the Alolan Sensors twice.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the third time now.
I think he tripled down.
You tripled down?
There's
no way.
Wait a second. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Because you are obviously one of the best trainers on the planet. You have done so well on the regional stage, at the world stage, with alignment. So, what would you do in this situation? Would you triple down? Would you try to go for the same lead 3 times in a row?
Would you say it was more alignment than skill?
No. No, I'm just saying, you're so good at reading the leads and the teams of the opponents. I want to get in your mind. What would you do here? Would you switch it up or would you stay the course?
Well, it's a tough decision, right? I think if I was Richie, I'd be like, there's no way he calls 3 times in a row that I would lead that Alolan Sanchez. But that's also what Rise might be thinking. There's no way he leads that 3 times. So that kind of is the mind game that comes in play here. It's always a 50-50 to me. And if I were Richie, I would probably not lead the Alolan Sandslash.
And does it come down to if you have a good plan B? Maybe he hasn't been forced into a plan B yet if he does lead that Alolan Sandslash for 3 straight games, but we're about to find out. Of course, Rise to Occasion, one of the most decorated trainers in Championship Series, one of the best trainers in North America, won a regional every single season, has been runner-up at an international championship, trying to make his name here in LATAM. They are locked in for this decisive game number 3.
And Rise to Occasion finally gets a lead here. Diggersby into Clothesire. This is a great lead for Rise to Occasion. And swapping into the Feraligatr. This is actually not that much of an answer because the Shadow Claw damage is double resisted, but the Hadouken will do a lot on the Diggersby.
Yeah, you're okay here. And if you have an attack breakpoint on the Quick Attack, you can actually knock out with Quick Attack plus Scorching Sand, depending what kind of Diggersby Rise to Occasion has here. I do think it's a little more bulky because it has a Best Buddy ribbon, if you would ask me, but you do get the Protect Shield either way.
And I think you can just go straight for the Scorching Sand here, but no, Rise to Occasion swapping out, going into that Drapion that plays just a little bit faster, plus he can preserve the Diggersby for the Clothesire. And if you build up energy on this Drapion, you may also come out with multiple Aqua Tail for the Clothesire, which is super effective.
Yeah, and able to Protect Shield that, and actually threw a little bit early. Maybe you could have done another Poison Sting there, but it doesn't matter because you got the Protect Shield regardless.
Putting up another Protect Shield here. Richie again doubling down on Feraligatr. It's a Feraligatr show going for the switch here into the Clothesire, but it's behind so much energy. You're gonna take 2 Aqua Tail here at least that will put the Clothesire at like 30% health.
Yeah, and you can get back to your timer. You can either go for this double Aqua Tail or maybe even throw an Aqua Tail and swap back and try to catch an Earthquake because, oh, actually your timer won't be available, so you have to go for the back-to-back. Now your timer is up. You can preserve all this health on Shadow Drapion if you so choose to.
But I think that Diggersby, after taking the Hadouken, might be in Earthquake range. I think this might almost be Earthquake range.
Yeah, but is that bad? You soak up this energy here, and then maybe you can go for an Incinerate down. Oh. Actually, an undercharge, trying to hold on. The Diggersby does hold on. Wait, he's trying to get a Poison Sting down. What an undercharge! Wow, what a play by Richie there to get some extra energy.
That's crazy. Going back in with that Drapion. It was for nothing, unfortunately, because he gets a charge like purity on his Drapion. But what an insane recognition of Richie on how to undercharge perfectly.
This guy is amazing in the mid to late game. You have to watch out for him. But the thing is, he has to watch out. He has no Protect Shields remaining. And there is a Talonflame in the back, and you have the Hydro Cannon, but you're not throwing it yet because you're trying to bank up a little bit of energy. And that is actually pretty successful. How is this Talonflame going to be able to take out this Feraligatr?
Well, we're about to find out because Rise letting it go, putting it all on Talonflame. Here it comes, and this is gonna be tough because Galarian Moltres in the back also has access to that Asian power. I think Is this Feraligatr being able to get to another Hydro Cannon here?
The problem is, how many does he need? He needs 5. I don't think you're going to be able to get there. Can you hang on to the Incinerate? Can he hang on? And he does hang on, and he gets to the Hydro Cannon. And now suddenly, Richie is going to be able to throw this super effective damage in the Rise.
It's the Feraligatr show here at the 2025 LAIC, and Richie takes that Rise occasion, moves on to day 2.
One of the most clutch players at the tournament. Richie is just able to put it in another gear during the late game and close out these battles to secure day number 2. Rise to occasion, not out of it yet. It's going to be moving down to the loser's side. Still has a chance on that coveted day number 2.
Wow, it's such a threatening matchup too. You play against Rise to Occasion, one of the most well-known battlers in the world. You come there as Richie, and Richie, of course, has won a championship before as well, and wants to show again how good he is and how good the players from Mexico are.
Yeah, absolutely. And Rise was so close there to getting that Incinerate down. He let his Drapion go and tried to get that full Incinerate down, but the Shadow Feraligatr just had too much bulk to absorb that Incinerate. Maybe you had to shield that Drapion to have a chance, but what an epic series. I'm so impressed with Richie's in-game strategies, able to pull off a peekaboo even though he lost, able to clutch out a nice undercharge that helped him a little bit in this game. Just amazing battles from both these trainers.
The Talonflame was just so risky for Rise to bring as well, right? It really was like a hard call what could be in the back there, but with the Feraligatr coming out, and even if he were to shield the Drapion, then that Galarian Moltres would have access to Ancient Power. Rock is double super effective on Talonflame, so that would not have ended super well there either. I think he really tried to catch it alone in Sandslash, but Richie didn't bring it in the third game.
Yeah, I think he was thinking it was going to be in the back. That's why he brought that Talonflame in the back, but Richie did what you thought he would. You thought he would sit the Alolan Sandslash in the lead. He just sat it in total. He didn't bring it at all. And Rise brought his counter to that Alolan Sandslash, and Richie was able to take advantage of it with this Pokemon right here, the Shadow Feraligatr.
Perhaps this is Richie's time, one of the most animated battlers that we have. Super excited to play on the broadcast as we've always seen him, so super cool to see him get to day 2 at the LASC.
It's awesome to see him get there, and I want to hear from him too, so let's head on over to the stage with an interview.
We've seen expert undercharges, we've seen peekaboo plays, we've seen Richie now make it into day 2. Congratulations, Richie. How are you feeling about those last matchups?
Very excited. I mean, those were very close matches. I mean, the peekaboo play with the with the Moltres was amazing. The undercharge on the Clodsire, I've never tried that before. I hope it worked and ended up being. So I'm very happy just to be able to make it on the day 2.
Yeah, we saw those plays were masterful. That undercharge as well, even though you weren't able to get off the Stone Edge, getting right to an attack was really, really good. Now, you were actually the first trainer to take away a spot out of region. So when you won in North America, I know that this is like sort of home away from home, right? LAIC here, first person speaking on from the Latin American side. Do you think you have what it takes to go all the way?
If I didn't think I had it, I wouldn't be here in the first place.
Yeah, we have a lot of support in the crowd for Richie. I want to ask you a little bit about your team compositions. When you're looking at this max out meta, was there anything that stood out to you that you were saying, I need to have this on my team of 6?
I think the Galarian Moltres, this is my first tournament, my first time playing it, and it has been amazing. I think it has like very good fast move and charge moves, and I think the overall coverage against the meta is like really good. So I think Galarian Moltres, I mean, it's a Pokemon that is something hard to get, but it has been like the MVP in these last battles.
Okay, yeah, we definitely saw a good display of skill with it. You are automatically on to day 2, so we'll let you decompress, relax a little, but is there anyone you want to shout out or give some notes to before we let you go?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a big shout out to everyone from 7-Eleven team who has always helped me to be here, to scream, to team build. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for every one of them. To shout out also the Aztec League team back in Mexico that always cheering me on. And overall to all the LATAM community who was cheering for me in this match, it really helped me go through.
Yeah, we got a lot of support for Richie in the crowd. Thank you so much for having this hop with us. Don't go anywhere. We've got so many more battles. We got more winners to crown.
I love seeing Richie there. His smile is so, it affects me too. It makes me smile.
Yeah, how about that energy? I mean, no wonder he's so good at that undercharge, getting extra energy, because he just has all the energy, and well done to make it to day number 2. I mean, we just have banger after banger after banger here. Look at our next matchup. We got Marto Gaude versus Zardy coming up next on the main stage.
This could be like a grand finals, but it's gonna be the finals of their group, which is so important to get to that day 2.
Yeah, I thought maybe this could be a rematch from Worlds in 2022, but it actually wasn't. Both these trainers made very deep runs in Worlds. I believe top 5 for both. And of course, Marto Gaude has already qualified for the World Championships in 2025 because he was a 3rd place finisher last season in Hawaii World Championships.
He kind of even double qualified because he also won the Lima special event this season. So he still got it. He's been top cutting and top cutting. Buenos Aires didn't go as well for him, but he did bring a Togetic there, which is very spicy. So we might see some spicy picks here again.
Yeah, we definitely could see the spice from Marto Gaude. He is known for it. I don't think he has the Togetic in this particular tournament, but he does have the Jump Bluff. One pick that we thought that we might be able to see, and so good against the ground types. I mean, it's simply ground taking how good he is against the ground types here.
I agree.
I think we maybe have a little bit of yeah, there it is. There's the graphic. Jump Bluff would be quite good against all this. Maybe actually not against Drillbur because it's got that steel type, you know.
The extra drill, yes. Drillbur is a ground type, but
yeah,
extra drill is steel ground type. Make sure that you get that Dynamax Drillbur because next week we will have the Go Wild area, and that's where we will have the Dynamax or Gigantamax Toxtricity. Toxtricity is a poison and electric type Pokemon, so that's double weak to ground. This is your moment to get yourself that Drillbur.
Yeah, and make sure to battle in those Dynamaxes. And yeah, ground type looking really strong right now. I mean, poison type is the top, so ground is usually the option to counter that. I'm actually going to see, whoa, we got the players ready. Let's see if there are any ground types on either of these teams. And actually, there is a Mud Slapper for Zardy with that Gastrodon and, of course, that Shadow Dragonite that was so potent in his earlier battles.
Well, we have multiple ground types, actually. We also have Clodsire on both teams, but we saw Zardy earlier on today's stream. He has Sludge, but well, Marto Gaude actually has Stone Edge as the coverage attack. Both Clodsire, of course, running Earthquake as well.
And Marto was one of the first trainers to use the Alolan Sandslash non-Shadow. He brings it here again and is in the Group F Winners Finals and actually is running the Powder Snow. So he's not running Shadow Claw like he was, or like Richie was just running, and has the Malamar Shadow for Alligator, the Jump Bluff, not even the Shadow variant of the Jump Bluff. How is Jump Bluff looking against Zardy's team in Inadequates?
Well, Jump Bluff is in a little bit of an awkward position. Grass and Flying might not be always the coverage you want. Of course, it's great into Pokemon like Gastrodon, but it can actually lose the scenario against Azumarill when both Pokemon don't use shields, just because Ice Beam does so much damage and Energy Ball from the Jump Bluff doesn't do as much damage. You also have Fairy Wind as the fast attack, which is not super effective into Water-type Pokemon, so it also struggles into Pokemon like Feraligatr. But with Fairy Wind, you are a little bit better into Pokemon like Dragonite.
Yeah, and you have the Clodsire and the Shadow Drapion if you are Zardy, so you definitely have a lot of good answers for the Jump Bluff. And then, on the other side though, it looks like Marto is one of the teams that is going to be well prepared for that Shadow Dragonite though, because you have the Azumarill. Also, you have the Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash. So I don't know how much Shadow Dragonite we're actually going to be seeing in this matchup.
I think maybe he was like, okay, I'm going to play Zardy later. I'll make sure that I cover that Dragonite quite well. I don't think we're going to see that from Zardy, but he has other excellent choices. We have two top trainers that have qualified for the World Championships before and got far in the World Championships. One of them is ready. Both of them are ready. Let's get started. It's going to be Marto Gaude versus Zardy.
Both these trainers are trying to make it to day number 2. This is their ticket to get there. It's going to be the Malamar lead into the Clodsire here. You're going to be doing super effective damage with this side wave, but Clodsire is just so bulky. You can kind of hang in there in this zero Protect Shield situation.
This is a fantastic match for Marto Gaude regardless, because he has the time to build up energy and manage his energy as well. In the back, we see the Dunsparce from Zardy, so he doesn't really have that much of a chance to pivot out. In fact, if you're Zardy, you must be like, wait, there's got to be an Azumarill counter in the back, so maybe my own Azumarill is not that safe, and we do see the Jump Bluff from Marto Gaude lurking in the back.
Lets the foul play through. You're not in range of the double foul play, but you are in range of the Sludge Bomb, so if you don't shield this, you'll actually lose the zero, so have to use that Protect Shield early, but now you have a lot of time to bank some energy here but Zardy has a Pokemon that can soak up all this energy, so this isn't terrible for Zardy.
But you still cannot get the Psy Wave down. You have to go for the foul play, expend energy here. Marto Golda is now a shield down. Zardy can come in with the Azurill and soak up all this damage. Let's see if Marto Golda accepts that or just might pivot out. He does stay in with his Malamar, building up more energy. Cyrus add up, but the charge sex will not.
Is he gonna bank it or is he gonna throw it? He banks all of it. He is at nearly 100 energy, if not 100 energy there. So he banks absolutely everything and now soaks up this play rough into his own Azumarill.
But this is bad for Zardy at this point because that Dunsparce likely is to be aligned to the jump off later. If Zardy is decided to stay in here, this matchup might take a while. But remember that the energy from Marto Golda on that Malamar might be very crucial for the ending. And making the catch on this play rough. Man, that jump off in the back though, brothers.
Yeah, the thing is, you're gonna probably try to stay in this matchup and just bank that jump bluff for the back, no matter what here. So the lower you can get this Dunsparce, the better. And then suddenly the jump bluff can come in, maybe get some Protect Shield, maybe do some chip damage, and then suddenly maybe Malamar has a chance to close it out with that 100 energy. You take this drill run, it's gonna be no problem. It's just gonna be an epic end to this battle in Adequance.
I actually love this charge security because now the timer is stalled even more. The timer already was up, but because of the charge security, Marto Golda has to stay in another 10 seconds and is not able to expend energy just yet. In comes that Malamar going for the foul play. Does Zardy decide to shield and preserve this Dunsparce? Remember, there are 2 attacks right now, and no, Zardy does let it go.
It's gonna be all Azumarill here, and can you get the bubble down? There is gonna be a superpower coming in. Both these attacks would be resisted, but decided to go for the superpower. You still have 2 Protect Shields remaining here. It's gonna land into the Azumarill. Can this jump up get to a triple attack here? And no, almost gets there on his own Malamar.
I think Zardy's just entirely banking that there's gotta be the jump off in the back, but the Azurill from Marto Golda is not exactly in player of damage, player of range just yet. So kind of tricky position for Zardy here. In comes the player off. Maybe you get the bubble down after this, but I think the timer will also be up for Marto.
Yeah, and you soak this up. You're going to try to get that bubble down, but you're just out of range and you're at your own player up and the timer is available. You kind of have to shield this. If you don't shield this, you have to be banking on the fact that there is 0 fast attack pressure in the back. Had to throw up that Protect Shield, and this is not a shadow jump up. This is a normal jump up. This Ice Beam is going to be double super effective, but a normal jump up can take it.
Let's see how much this is gonna do. Ice Beam, double super effective into Jump Bluff. It will be able to hang on, but that does so much damage.
Oh, that chunks into the jump fluff there, but can you just go straight Aerial Ace at this point? Is he gonna try to go? Oh, he actually goes for the energy ball. Zardy's maybe trying to call an Aerial Ace here. This is a huge call, and it looks like Marto, no, it gets Protect Shielded by Zardy last second.
I don't think it may matter though. Marto Golda is so close to another attack. He has a shield here, puts out the Protect Shield, keeping the jump bluff around, and I think at this point you just get to that energy ball to close out the game.
Yeah, it looks like he is poised to get there after 2 Fairy Winds. He's going to secure that in jump bluff. The Pokemon we thought didn't have as much play into this matchup is going to be able to take out the Azumarill, no problem. Marto Golda takes game number 1.
Showing he's the 3rd Worlds finalist for a reason. Marto Golda taking game number 1 against Zardy. How are you going to come back from this as Zardy? You cannot really bring the Dragonite right because there was both Azurill and Jump Bluff.
Do you go double poison here? Do you just try to lean on your Clodsire and your Shadow Drapion? I feel like that could be a good strategy to protect yourself from Marto Golda in these battles. We'll see how Zardy does try to adapt to this jump bluff strategy, but I feel like double poison is probably a pretty decent route.
Well, I think that is kind of how Zardy did approach it in the first place. To go very neutral into the Pokemon that threatened Dragonite otherwise. But then he did it with the Dunsparce, because Dunsparce does quite well into Pokemon like Azumarill, Jumpluff, Feraligatr, and even Malamar is not exactly unplayable. So really just trying to align this Pokemon well there. There's a big chance that you get good alignment with that Dunsparce.
Yeah. I mean, Dunsparce is an option. The thing is, like, if you do run the double poison, you are at risk of running into that Alolan Sandslash as well. And Alolan Sandslash is one of the best Pokemon to stop the safe swap from Shadow Drapion, which is such a good safe swap. And Alolan Sandslash does it better than almost any Pokemon here. And Marto is able to bank all that energy in the early game, win the lead, but it just wasn't enough. It was enough in the end, and it was very much because of this energy.
Yeah, at some point he was able to use that energy into the Dunsparce from Zardy. And yeah, here we see that Ice Beam again. Double super effective on the Jumpluff, but Jumpluff is just so bulky. Again, like you mentioned, it is the non-shadow. Shadow may have actually been almost knocked out there. Looks like both trainers are locked in for game number 2. Here we go. Martogod on the left with the Azumarill, and on the right, Zardy with the Dunsparce.
And Dunsparce is the play once again, like you mentioned, bringing the Azumarill in the back and the Shadow Drapion. If you ever try to pivot into the Shadow Drapion, it might run into that Alolan Sandslash here, but this is going to be a long matchup in the lead. Zardy's just going to try to bank up a ton of energy, get to the double drill run, and throw on charge attack priority.
This is actually such an awkward matchup, because if you shield in the scenario where both Pokemon use one shield, then Dunsparce can actually win this pretty comfortably. But in every other shield scenario, this is not that great for Dunsparce. 2 play rough should almost be enough to knock out this Dunsparce.
Yeah, and the play rough does come through. You have the next drill run available. Will Zardy be the trainer to try to pivot out into his own Azumarill and then try to bank all this energy? Once again, keep throwing on charge attack priority, but this looks like Martogade registered the Ice Beam here.
Yeah, Ice Beam does less damage because it's not the same type of tech bonus as that play rough. I don't think that will knock out. Let's see how this is going to go.
And he does register the Ice Beam. Is he trying to go for the bait here? Does Zardy sniff it out? He is kind of in play rough range. And does he shield last second? No, he actually no-shields the Ice Beam and hangs on.
That is a huge play here. I think Marto going for the Rock Slide, however. This will do less damage. I think Zardy just anticipating a potential catch on the jump left.
Yeah, maybe thinking that would be the play, and then instead going into the Simul swap. They both swapped at the exact same time, so now they're going to be at equal pacing, and the Shadow Drapion's going to get to a crunch.
Is he going to call it? Yes, he calls this, because he needs to call a bait to win his matchup here. Here we go. Oh my goodness, that's so much damage.
And that almost knocks out, and suddenly you can't get to the double Hydro Cannon, so you have to throw this Hydro Cannon, but Zardy is just poised to shield this up and poise this thing down.
Oh man, Feraligatr had to call it Aqua Tail perhaps, because if that Drapion got the bait, then Drapion will outpace, and Marto thought this gotta be a bait, and it wasn't. Now Zardy is in such a good spot, even though Alolan Sensor is pretty good into the Drapion. Drapion already has so much energy.
Yeah, it's just overwhelming amount, and now you use a Protect Shield on the Aqua Tail into the Alolan Sandslash, so this is just trouble for Marto. And the thing is, you also have a Azumarill. Oh wait, this is Powder Snow. Yeah, it is the Powder Snow variant, so suddenly you're just going to be able to swap a Azumarill at some point and just soak all this energy and take resistant Powder Snow. Zardy is in such a good position.
And here comes the Azumarill. Both players still have a catch, however Zardy's timer won't be up yet. Marto's timer is up, potentially make a catch here. At this point you kind of gotta guess as Zardy, where do you want to use your last Protect Shield? The Drapion is much more fragile, but Azumarill might also be a good closer in this endgame.
If Marto is able to find a way out of this battle to win, that would be one of the most impressive victories. Throwing the drill run, it is no Protect Shielded from Zardy here, just gonna let it go. You don't have any charge attack damage that's really gonna threaten the Alolan Sandslash. Here comes another drill run. Suddenly, you're getting really close back to your timer here.
And he's still letting it go. Zardy not using the protection. I think he's keeping it for that Drapion. Coming in with the Azumarill. Zardy has to expend energy here. Now, if Marto can get the Power Snow down on this Azumarill, then this is looking good. But I think the timer's going to be up after this.
Yeah, I think you can go with the Shadow Drapion. Actually, that's an undercharge here. And then swap to try to get a Poison Sting ahead. Great move by Zardy here. And now you just need to get to one charge attack. I think the crunch is going to be enough.
It's going to be really close. The Alolan Sandslash is deceivingly bulky because we're used to Shadow, but regular Alolan Sandslash might actually barely hang on there.
Oh, it does! And it does hang on, but the thing is there's one protection remaining, and I believe that is all of Marto's energy. So unless he's going to be able to hold on to a lot of Poison Stings, he is going to get 3-ball flexed by Zardy in game number 2.
Zardy making a comeback, tying up the score to 1-1 here. That was a great game. So much energy management with that Drapion, and we saw that Marto Galdo recognizes the matchup of the Feraligatr into the Drapion. If you get baited by an Aqua Tail, that's bad. That's really bad because you get outpaced.
Yeah, he made 2 calls there. He also simul swapped, right? He swapped at the exact same time, knowing that there probably was going to be a swap in that scenario to try to get a fast attack advantage. He simul swaps and then goes for the bigger charge attack in the crunch to secure that matchup. And that was a key factor in why he was so ahead in that in-game.
I think both trainers just wanted that energy advantage on either the Feraligatr or the Drapion, recognizing that if it's the other Pokemon, that either the Drapion would lose to Feraligatr with energy advantage, or Feraligatr would lose to Drapion with energy advantage. And in that key moment, it just really came down for the rest of the end game, simply because you have to make the call on the Feraligatr, And where do you use your shields in the end game? The Alolan Sensors wasn't able to pull through there.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. That might have been a key pivot of that game. Literally that early simul swap and then the no shield on the crunch maybe secured the victory for Zardy there. I mean, that is why he's been one of the best trainers in Brazil for so long. He has been to every single World Championship. He was 5th place in 2022. He is a regional champion, faced against a Goliath of a trainer in Marto Gaude, who was 3rd place at the last World Championships, won a regional this season, and I think did pretty well in Joinville and Buenos Aires as well.
Buenos Aires with that token thing. I would love to see it as well. We have this match on review right now, just looking into that charge security from the Azumarill into that Dunsparce that we saw at the start, and if it affected the game in any way. Because if so, it may have affected the second matchup as well, because maybe both players wouldn't have been able to switch out into their second matchup, into Feraligatr and the Drapion.
Martijn, can you repeat that again? Where is the part that they're looking at right now? I missed it.
So it's at the very end, where the Dunsparce got, it may have been a double charge sec purity. And what this means is if you have charge sec purity and you quickly tap in between again, that it may register as double, and that means that the opponent doesn't get another attack through. So that is what we may be looking at here, and in that case, it may have been a little bit of a different matchup, because that might also not tempt the players to switch out.
Right. Yeah, okay, yeah, we got our judges looking at it right now. It happened very early in the game, so it's tough to say what the choice is going to be, but we have such a talented judging crew that's going to make that decision here. But, I mean, I would love to see some more battles between these two, because we got a 1-1 series between Marto and Zardy, 2 of the best from their region. We've seen some other trainers come out of different regions to make it to day number 2. We saw Dunebug, we saw Colin. I feel like LATAM is trying to make a little bit of a comeback here, getting some more trainers into day number 2.
Well, I can tell you one thing, there's definitely a lot on battle going from this matchup to day 2. And I think at this point, the trainers could also think a little bit of what they want to use next, because a rematch would be an entirely new battle, and then you kind of have to just treat it as a game number 2, or in this case, a game number 3 even. So you have to think of new strategies on how to tackle the opponent in that case.
And it looks like you were correct. I think it does have to do with the Dunsparce here. That is exactly what they're looking at. Both the judge, I believe we got Dijon on stage as well. Our talented judging crew is looking at it for us here. But we'll find out that review soon. It's either going to be a 1-1 Marto versus Zardy, or possibly going to be a 1-0 of Marto in the rematch of that game number 2. But either way, we're going to have some decisive battles, a decisive game number 2 rematch, or a decisive game number 3 between 2 of these trainers. But in the meantime, let's talk about this matchup a little bit, because we saw game number 1, Jumpluff was looking really strong for Marto Gaude in the first matchup. And then game number 2, that adjustment to the Shadow Drapion and that simul swap was really strong for Zardy. Do you think that Marto is going to bring that Alolan Sandslash in this next battle to maybe try to counter that Drapion?
I think Alolan Sandslash is that Pokemon that it's a little bit of an anti-meta, right? It can tackle Pokemon like Azumarill, the Clodsire, the Drapion. So in that case, Alolan Sandslash does have a lot of play, and I think Zardy really wants to tackle the Azumarill Jumpluff core with both the Drapion and the Dunsparce. So yeah, I think there is some play for the Alolan Sandslash. You just really need to avoid the Dunsparce. Now, I'm going to tell you something interesting here, Butters. Because you can actually win with Alolan Sandslash against Dunsparce. If you have an Alolan Sandslash with a very high attack, so if you go to the appraisal menu on your Alolan Sandslash and you have an attack that's almost 3 bars, defense is almost 3 bars, you need some HP as well, then you might be able to win the scenario where both Pokemon use 2 shields with about 1 to 3 HP on the Alolan Sandslash.
Okay, a very nuanced scenario, but it is very possible to win that matchup with that Alolan Sandslash. I mean, the alignment would probably matter in this matchup, especially because the annoying thing for Marto is the Azumarill from Zardy. It feels so strong against what he wants to do, because all his Pokemon can like kind of get their energy soaked by Azumarill. Oh, here it is. I think this is what is under review right now. And it looks like it is going to be the Drill Run registering, so we have to wait to see if it was the double charge attack.
So look, we see the first Drill Run coming through, and let's see if Zardy taps the Drill Run immediately, because that is what this review might be about. We see, we saw the Rock Slide. He tapped the Rock Slide immediately, and normally Marto should be able to sneak an attack here, but he didn't.
And yes, that was the confusing part, because we're also like, why is he going Rock Slide? He was trying to catch that Jumpluff maybe coming into the game, but that looks like there was basically 3 charge attacks in a row, which shouldn't happen. There should be, on a charge attack priority, 2 charge attacks in a row, and then if there's a 3rd charge attack thrown, there will be a fast attack that should be allowed to go through. So we're going to see what the judges do rule on this decision, but that was the infraction.
So yeah, that's a lot of mechanics that go into this game. And if we just think a little bit further, what if Marto did get his bubble through? That means, so you basically cannot switch during a charge attack when your damage still has to land. If you sneak an attack, then you might notice you cannot swap immediately. You have to keep tapping the switch to get that. So that means that he would be behind even more on Feraligatr.
And it looks like we do have confirmation. There is no rematch. That first game will stay in Zardy's favor. It is tied 1-1 now. So now we're back in it. Now it's going to be game number 3 with a trainer having day number 2 on the line, and we're locked in here, and it's going to be the Malamar lead into that Shadow Drapion. Look at these back lines, Inadequates.
This is a great lead for Zardy, but oh man, the back line looks scary. Let's see how this plays out though, because it might be that Zardy tries to bail the jump left from Marto in the back. Going for the first crunch. Marto staying in for a little bit, perhaps trying to pull the shield first from this Drapion.
Kind of ABB strong against that Jumpluff, but the backline can be so weak with that double water type, and Jumpluff wants, Gastrodon wants no part of a Jumpluff in the back. It looks like the superpower will get protected, and then pivoting into the Onozuma
Oh, the
and
catch!
On the Aqua Tail. That is huge!
That is actually, it just does almost no damage to that Azumarill. You have to build up energy with the Drapion again, and where do you go in after? You're gonna need this Drapion for that back line of Marto at this point. Zardy building up to the crunch, then swapping into his own Azumarill to soak up all this damage, but that means that the Gastrodon might get alive to the jump up later.
That is terrible, and I think this is exactly what Marto was aiming for. There are so many Pokemon on Marto's team that can get his energy soaked up by Azumarill. He's like, okay, I just need to bait out this Azumarill here so it soaks up some energy, then maybe I'll catch a good backline with my Jumpluff. He did exactly that. Look, it's going to be Gastrodon versus Jumpluff, but it's not over. There are a lot of switches to be made.
But this is just like the previous match when we had Rice versus Richie. Rice tried to catch Yellow Sand Slash, and now we see Zardy trying to catch Yellow Sand with the Gastrodon, but Marto didn't bring it.
He brings it in those first battles, doesn't bring it in game number 3, and now suddenly the timer's back up for Marto. The timer's almost up for Zardy. As soon as you throw one more play rough, it looks like it's going to be a swap. Actually sacking his Malamar here and soaking up all this energy and securing an Ice Beam and play rough on his own Azumarill.
That is an interesting catch. Perhaps Marto recognizing that the Malamar might not have exactly a lot of value, but I don't think you can even come in with the Jumpluff here, because then you take an Ice Beam to the face.
That is terrible, but you have a Protect Shield advantage. Swap into the Drapion here, going to be able to throw the crunch into 2 Protect Shields. Is he going to try to call a bait? I think he tried to call an Aqua Tail bait, but it is going to be a crunch instead. And can Zardy get a debuff here into this Jumpluff? And he does!
He does! Jump, jump, jump! Drapion's going on this Jumpluff. Do you shield his attack? You have the Gastrodon. No, he goes it! That is crazy! You have Gastrodon in the back. You've got to use protection at some point. Going for another crunch here. Do you want to preserve this Jumpluff? Yes, Marto does. Now this is looking rough for Zardy because the Jumpluff is looking so good in the back line.
Yeah, and you cannot take an Energy Ball if you're Gastrodon, and you don't get the debuff drop there. You get Fairy Wind down. Now this Jumpluff has energy against a double water backline. This is going to be a heck of a finish here with this Jumpluff. And here comes the Azumarill. You have your own attack on your Azumarill.
Oh, the catch! Marto making trophy moves!
To secure the not very effective damage and the undercharge onto the Azumarill here. And now is just going to try to stay in, get a little bit more energy. But of course, Marto does want to throw his own energy to secure the knockout into the Azumarill.
And he has preserved his Jumpluff as well. He hasn't even seen the Gastrodon just yet, but at this point, you might expect it as Marto. Zardy needs to preserve energy now going into the Gastrodon, but this doesn't have anything that can attack the Jumpluff really well. It has Body Slam, but I don't think that the Jumpluff is in Body Slam range.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to need to land some Body Slams and some Mud Slaps there, and of course, the Mud Slap is going to do almost no damage into the Jumpluff here. The Jumpluff does have a Protect Shield remaining, and it does have a bunch of energy as well. Here comes the Body Slam, and no shield by Marto is going to let through this Body Slam.
He knows this don't do as much damage, but you gotta throw before the next Body Slam. Going for so much energy. Now going for the Energy Ball. There's no Protect Shields on Zardy's side. This Energy Ball is double super effective.
And Even if Gastrodon had 100% health, it wasn't going to be able to take that. And now you're going to be at the next energy ball. And this looks a lot like game number 1 because Jump Buff and Marto Gaude is going to secure victory and he's going to move on to day number 2.
Marto Gaude takes game number 3 against Zardy, moves on to day 2. What an incredible match against these two world players.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it came down to the Jumpluff. The Jumpluff was the key Pokemon in that first game. And then game number 3, able to secure that back line matchup of double water, having the Gastrodon. That body slam did nothing. That did absolutely nothing. It feels like a Jumpluff could take out an entire team of Gastrodon.
It can, Butters. I promise you that it can. Gastrodon needs something like ice coverage to take on a Pokemon like Jumpluff, but it doesn't. Gastrodon really excels in neutral matchups, but Jumpluff is the exact opposite of neutral for Gastrodon.
Oh, that was absolutely brutal. I think you mentioned it. He was trying to catch that Alolan Sandslash, and he thought, okay, if I just get the alignment of the Azumarill or the Gastrodon in the back versus an Alolan Sandslash, I might have a good chance of winning this battle. But that wasn't back there.
And here we see that lead matchup, catching the Aquatail on the Azumarill. Marto Gaude making sure that the energy is kind of wasted, and energy was so important later because that Jumpluff being such a threat. Marto even realizes, wait, I don't need my Malamar here. I'm just going to try and close up with the Jumpluff.
Yeah, and it's so tricky to play these battles for Marto because I feel like Azumarill is so good against his team because literally every Pokemon he has, like the Feraligatr could get its energy soaked, the Malamar could get its energy soaked, the Azumarill could get its energy soaked, and even the Alolan Sandslash. It just seems like Azumarill is just so safe throughout all the battles, but hey, he knows that, and he's able to dance around it and move on to day number 2.
So now that we've seen Marto play with the Jumpluff, what is your opinion on this Pokemon? We haven't seen it a lot today.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of potential. I mean, especially in a heavy Azumarill matchup. If you're going to be able to take that Ice Beam because you're non-Shadow and be able to deal back that super effective grass damage, and then also having that quick pacing with the Aerial Ace as well, could be flexible. I'm kind of impressed so far.
Yeah, so am I. Well, how about we hear from Marto himself? He's ready for an interview with Amanda. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Martijn. Yes, I'm here with Marto Gaude. We meet again. Last time I talked to you was on the world stage, and I think you've accomplished a couple things since then. Why don't you go over it for those at home?
Okay, yeah. So this year has been a dream to me. After Worlds, I won a special event, and before that, I got top 6 in Joy Mill. So yeah, I'm very happy with my season for the moment.
Yeah, it seems like you are absolutely on fire right now, bringing some different team compositions to each of these. I have to ask you about Shadow Jumpluff here. Is it the real deal?
Yeah, every tournament I have like different Pokemon. It's how good this meta is, I think, at the moment. Jumpluff is not Shadow, but there are like good things about Shadow and regular, so it depends on what you want. But it has been working pretty well for me. Sometimes it's underwhelming. I know a lot of people love it and hate it at the same time. It's, you know, it changes.
Yeah, I think you were definitely loving it in game number 3 with that double water backline. Now, those games were incredibly close. How do you prepare yourself for a game 3 when you have, you know, day 2 on the line, when it's a best of 3 and it's down to the wire? What mentality do you have in those moments?
Okay, so before I used to be a bit more concerned. Now I just try to play my best and see how it goes from there. As long as I'm comfortable with the team composition, I'm okay, and maybe thinking of what's going to happen in the game if you know, I get this lead and I need to do this. So yeah, it worked pretty well.
It definitely did work. Thank you so much for the time. I just have one more question for you. Is there anyone that you want to shout out or give some thanks to while we have you up here?
Yeah, I feel like I always do the same, but yeah, of course my girlfriend, my family, my friends, my community on Twitch, and everyone that's supporting me. I feel blessed, and thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate it. Marto, he is a champion. There's so many champions that are here competing at LAIC, and we have a special video about different champions and their moments in Pokemon Go history.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the competitive circuit of Pokemon. I'm Caleb Pang. Let's dive into the story of Yakai 0904, the hero of Hong Kong.
Welcome to the stage, the hero of Hong Kong, Yakai!
Yakai was a 16-year-old trainer from Hong Kong, attending his second ever World Championships. Prior to competing in World Championships, Yakai watched the inaugural 2022 Pokemon Go World Championships in London from home. He came to admire APAC trainer Crescent Angels, the third-place finisher at Worlds, after seeing his epic catches and gameplay.
Godon Hada is going to need, but that Sableye makes the catch!
14-year-old Yakai wanted to follow the footsteps of his favorite player, and sure enough, he qualified for the 2023 World Championships.
Welcome to the 2023 Pokemon World Championships.
The epic tournament in Yokohama proved to be a tough hurdle for Yakai, who was quickly eliminated from the tournament after being swept in back-to-back series. After such a devastating result, Yakai contemplated skipping out on the 2024 World Championships, but after a first-place finish in the 2024 APAC qualifier for Worlds, Yakai made the trek to Honolulu, Hawaii. Over 200 Go trainers flew into Honolulu from their respective regions to try and take home the coveted World Champion title. Over half the competitors represented Europe and North America, home of the previous World Champions. However, one trainer came to defy all odds, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong. Yakai powered through the first day of competition undefeated, taking down 3 regional champions along the way. In the winners finals of his bracket, Yakai closed out the day with a 2-0 victory, earning himself a spot in the top 32.
The double resistant licks, and Yakai takes a clean 2-0 victory versus Steinar.
On day 2 of the World Championships, Yakai battled through a gauntlet in the winners bracket and did not drop a single game in his first 3 series, a feat that was unmatched by anyone else.
Yakai taking this series 2-0.
Can he get there? No, a Dragon Breath down, and Yakai, here in this situation, a clean 2-0 sweep.
Number 1, this is Lurgan Rocket on the left, Yakai on the right. It's over.
Conceding the matchup, Yakai staying in the winner's side.
This secured Yakai a top 3 spot as he headed into the winners finals of the World Championships. Seated across from Yakai in the winners finals was Marto Galde, an Argentinian player and one of the most accomplished trainers in the world, having previously finished 5th at the 2022 World Championships. Yakai continued his win streak in Game 1 of the Best of 5 series against Marto, but Marto struck back in Game 2, handing Yakai his first loss on the day.
Marto swapping out to his Lickitung.
Marto is going to be able to even up the series 1-1.
Both trainers split the next 2 games, and with that, they were at a decisive Game 5.
What a matchup here! It's the Skarmory into the Lantern!
In this final battle, Yakai led his Skarmory into Marto's Lantern, the worst possible matchup for Yakai. But Yakai decided to put all his hopes and dreams into his Altaria.
But it all comes down to this Altaria. Marto, he has no answer for it.
With Yakai's bold no-shield calls, he completely turned around the game, defeating Marto and punching his ticket to the Grand Finals. On the final day of World Championships, Yakai was matched against the decorated veteran Inadequance, running an unconventional Giratina team. Yakai was at a vast team disadvantage, and he recognized the mountainous task ahead of him.
And he has that opportunity to claim that first title for the APAC region.
In Game 1 of the Grand Finals, Yakai wrestled away the switch advantage from Inadequance and perfectly lined up his final 2 Pokemon for the win. In Game 2, Yakai found himself in a great lead matchup with his Skarmory on Inadequance's Wigglytuff, but a huge no-shield call from Inadequance on his Lantern allowed him to take the driver's seat. With his back against the wall, Yakai double-shielded his Skarmory and made an incredible last-second catch on his Charger Bug to realign the Skarmory against Wigglytuff, putting himself up 2 wins in epic fashion.
He's on the board! Yakai pulls off another game against Inadequance. We are on match point!
On match point, Inadequance core broke Yakai's team with Poliwrath, placing Yakai in an impossible position, resulting in a loss for Yakai.
And Inadequance is not out of it yet!
Trying to slow down Inadequance's momentum, Yakai found himself in a positive lead in Game 4. But to many people's surprise, he gave up switch advantage after losing his Altaria to Inadequance's Clodsire. Yakai boldly farmed down the Clodsire with his Skarmory, making the read that he needed an energy head start for Inadequance's potential backline Skarmory. Yakai's calculated play fooled even Inadequance into saving his Giratina for Yakai's final trump card, his Lickitung, the hardest counter to Giratina. With both trainers on their final Pokemon, Inadequents could only watch as Yakai's Lickitung chipped away at Giratina's health bar. And with a 3-1 victory, Yakai earned himself the title of World Champion. It all started in 2022 London when 14-year-old Yakai watched the best trainers in all. Two years later, Yakai, the hero of Hong Kong, rose the World Champion trophy himself and inspired a new generation to pursue their own dreams. Yakai's story is proof that the path to being a world champion isn't always an easy one, but with hard work and perseverance, you too could be the very best. Thank you for watching this showcase of the Pokemon Championships history, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Players like Yakai really perform. He had gone 0-2 at the World Championships the year prior and then goes and takes it all in Honolulu, Hawaii. Amanda, you were there, I was there as well. It was so incredible to watch.
There was so many different really nice matches in Hawaii at the World Championships. But guess what? Now it's a completely new season. Now all of these competitors here in Sao Paulo are looking to get those championship points. They're looking to get those qualifications, winning different events so they could be at this year's World Championship in 2025 in Anaheim, California, and maybe have a video made about them.
I think we all kind of want that, don't we? It's so impressive to see these players. We've already got 6 of the competitors here at 2025 LAIC. They are into day 2, but we have so many more to come. 32 players will be playing tomorrow, so I can't wait to find out who else will be next.
I've been loving these matches. We're in the winner's side of the bracket. You know, watching these winners finals, knowing that you make it onto day 2, you see everyone's shoulders kind of like sigh in relief when they get to that point. Meanwhile, the ones who are playing against them are knocked down to the loser's bracket. We've actually had quite a few out of region people making it onto day 2. So it's going to be really interesting to see at the end of the day how this shuffles about and who will be the actual region that will be on top at LAIC.
You and I made some predictions at the beginning of this event, and I think I said that maybe an NA player could be the one to take it all, and you felt that LATAM would retain that crown. Have you reshaped or rethought those feelings?
You know, I'm still sticking with it, especially after Richie and Marto just had some very impressive plays to be able to make it into day 2. Marto Galde, we saw it in that little championship video as well. He got 3rd place. I mean, I'm not counting anyone from Latin America out, but I will tell you this. The person that you said, Lyles Jeffs, he's already in the winners finals here. We could potentially see him go on as well, but he's got to make it through Bertello.
Now, Lyle Jeffs, such a formidable opponent. He also has 3 regional championship titles to his name. He tells me that he didn't have the performance that he wanted at the World Championships in Hawaii, but maybe LAIC this weekend could be a redemption moment for this major event.
Look at these teams also, Tomahawk. I mean, check this out. This is not your standard meta. These people are cooking as well. They're adding in different spice. And let me tell you what, Jumpluff has really made an appearance in these top-level performers that I was not expecting.
Marta Galde we've just seen with the non-shadow Jumpluff. Lyle here with that shadow Jumpluff. Lyle and I actually scrimmed yesterday. Just a quick shout out to Lyle. It was his birthday yesterday. We went out for dinner yesterday, and he goes, Tomahawk, he's like, can we quick scrim? He's like, I've got a new team. It's got a Miltank and it's got a shadow Jumpluff. And I'm like, sure. And he wiped the floor with me. And he will be looking to wipe the floor with his opponents here. But this is going to be a really interesting match because his Shadow Jumpluff is going to be up against a Shadow Alolan Marowak.
Not only that, we have a Shadow Alolan Sandslash that has to deal with and get through as well. Is it too risky to bring that type of Pokemon? We're gonna find out because we are hopping right into game number 1. Let's get rolling. We're seeing that Alolan Sandslash against Malamar in the lead.
Now, in the lead situation, Malamar has the slight advantage. It usually wins charge attack priority, and it will pace to Superpower at the same time that Alolan Sandslash will pace to Ice Punch.
Going through now, going for it, that foul play. Not enough to knock out, but a Superpower would potentially. So getting that first Protect Shield with, even though it's more energy, a bait attack.
So this is interesting because Lyle has now reduced his own pacing. He now won't be able to reach superpower at the same pace, but he goes, do you know what? I can actually take an Ice Punch. This damage will be fine, and I can get the next shield back.
Going ahead and just charging up. He is at the attack, going straight for the superpower this time. And it looks like Vitorello gonna go ahead and go 2 shields down at the very early points of the matchup, forcing Lyledrifts to make a decision. Do I swap out or do I get farmed down? Looks like he's swapping into that Miltank and it's moving into the battle.
You saw Butters and I cooking earlier today. We were talking about dairy Pokemon like Miltank. Look at its ability to just sponge these attacks. Ice Punch landing from Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but you're definitely going to need more attacks if you want to take this Pokemon down.
Yeah, the big thing is since it's open team sheets, we do see that it's a Thunderbolt, and the Azumarill definitely doesn't want to come into a Miltank when there's already so much energy on it, especially when there's no Protect Shields. Going ahead, Lyledrifts are going straight for that heavy-hitting attack. Could be enough to knock out this Alolan Sandslash at this stage. Is it enough? It is!
Yeah, absolutely. Body Slam would have been resisted. Thunderbolt is super effective. Now, the difficulty here is that Miltank has a ton of play, both into Moltres and Azumarill. What's Vitorello going to bring in? This Azumarill's going to start taking damage.
Yeah, the big thing is that Thunderbolt's going to be so good against both the Azumarill and the Galarian Moltres. Going for it once again, second Thunderbolt coming through. This Miltank is just ramping up, and a shield left on Lyledrift's side as well.
And now what Lyle must be thinking is, if my opponent is bringing an Azumarill into a Miltank, you must have something in the back that is also weak to it. So he'll be thinking it's either Galarian Moltres or Shadow Alolan Marowak.
We'll see as it looks like both trainers will be able to go in here. We've seen this time and time again. Drapions, Poison Stings are able to do a nice chunk of damage to Azumarill, but neither one of the charge attacks are super heavy hitting. Meanwhile, Azumarill has some energy of its own. Going ahead, throwing this Ice Beam, bringing that Drapion down to about half health.
Now, Lyle still has a shield. He needs to think about when he wants to use it. You ideally want to take out the Azumarill before you're forced to use it here. Now he's still got a bit of health. That Galarian Moltres still will try and suck a punch, but it is resisted damage.
And this point as well, there's still a little bit of a Malamar left in the back, but there's so much energy on this Drapion. 2 Aqua Tails already loaded, no Protect Shields remaining. Gonna take the full force of this. A little splat, a little bird bath here for the Galarian Moltres.
Yeah, Drapion has so much pace with these Aqua Tails. Lyle will really want to reach another one. If he can take this game. Otherwise, he's going to have to rely on Malamar. That could be tricky as Psywave does so little.
And it looks like he could go possibly for a catch. Both of these trainers know it. Going to try to throw right away. Trying to go for the Sucker Punch down. Not able to do so. This Aqua Tail will land. It will connect. It will knock it out.
And it takes the Moltres down. Aqua Tail so spammy. Lyledrifts is able to seal game number 1. He breathes a sigh of relief. That is a massive shift in momentum for him.
I think Vitorello was trying to go for a farm down. Also was wary of the potential catch. He saw that the Ancient Power was ready. He possibly could have thrown it, but throwing it to the Malamar would have negated all that energy and still allowed Drapion to be able to get energy of its own. It was a hard position to be in. Lyledrifts really put himself in the driver's seat there, and it looks like it paid off for him in game number 1.
Now, the only win condition available to Lyle's opponent there was the full farm down of the Drapion and then throwing 2 attacks into a Malamar, both one to take a shield and one to take it out. Shadow Drapion, it's a poison dark type Pokemon. It resists the dark type Sucker Punch. It was able to hold on and it was able to take Lyle through with this momentum into game number 2.
We'll have to see how Vitorello wants to adjust to this Pokemon, if he wants to do anything specific. That Miltank just was a menace in that last round. I think even if Lyledrifts maybe would have shielded up that Miltank, it probably could have got to yet another Thunderbolt for either the Azumarill or the Moltres.
Let's see if Lyle relies on that Miltank once more. The players are locked in for game number 2. It's coming very soon. Let's get straight into it. There is the cow.
And going ahead for it. This time, the body slams are going to be the more effective attack to throw. Still, Lyledrifts wants to get as much energy as possible before the attack goes through here on the superior side. No Protect Shields used. This Frenzy Plant will connect. And as you can see, that does pack a big punch.
Frenzy Plant is such a brilliant attack, super efficient and really strong. Miltank doesn't generally beat superior, so Vitorello needs to think, why is my opponent staying in with this Miltank? Could it be because he's weak to it in the back?
And another body slam is going through. Now, even though this is a little bit of damage, we call this chip damage, and it could end up being vital later on. Sometimes you see people win by just a sliver of HP, and that could be that body slam, the moment in time that we just didn't know it yet, that could flip this matchup.
No shield, he should hold on. Miltank might be able to tank it. It does, and it's got a body slam available. This is so crucial for Lyle.
Seeing that Vine Whip go through and now throwing the body slam, it's not gonna knock it out, I don't think. They're both just so low at this point.
This is massive for Lyle. He's going to be able to take out that Superior potentially before it reaches another attack. The Psy Waves is coming through. The Superior goes down. It isn't able to throw the Frenzy Plant.
But now there is a little bit of alignment on Vitorello's side, because now the Malamar has to throw the superpowers to be able to do any damage to that Moltres. Those Psy Waves are just tickling the bird, as you can see that, going for that superpower. No Protect Shield on Vitorello's side.
This superpower, it is neutral. It will take Moltres into the yellow, and Lyle has banked 2, so he's going to start to threaten this Moltres. Do you want to shield a debuff superpower? You're going to have to. You want to protect your Moltres.
And then we see a quick pivot out now, LL jumps into one of Galarian Moltres' hardest counters here, and that is going to be the Azumarill. Charging up a lot of extra energy here, going for a bait attack because there's 2 shields up, and you know what? It paid off for him here, because they took a shield from Wild Jeffs, and now it's still possibly able to get to another attack, but coming in with the Alolan Sand Slash instead.
Now, Alolan Sand Slash is a steel type. It will resist Play Rough. It also double resists Ice Beam as an ice type as well. So this is really smart play from Vitorello. He knows he can sponge any damage from this Azumarill that would otherwise have been super effective on Moltres.
Yes, it's saying even if I'm a Shadow, even if I'm taking 20% more, I don't really care at this point. Go ahead, throw that Play Rough at me, and I'm going to continue to get energy, and I'm going to throw back some drill runs of my own at you, Azumarill.
Lyle needs to be very smart here, because he knows that Vitorello's Moltres is very close to another Brave Bird. So when do you want to use your shield? Brave Bird will do more damage than a drill run, so it makes sense to save it.
Going ahead, just charging up a little bit of extra energy here. I like this play, going for the Play Rough, the heavier hitting attack, and even though the Alolan Sand Slash does resist it, it still might be enough with the bubbles afterwards to take it down, but this just gives a lot of sucker punches, because I don't think the Azumarill will be able to make it to an Ice Beam in time.
This is really smart from Vitorello. He recognizes he cannot let the Azumarill reach an Ice Beam. Lyle knows that he needs to get the shield down with an Ice Beam and then try and pace to a superpower on the Malamar. He's actually banked it. There is boosted on the Moltres.
And now there is a boost. That means this is going to be heavier hitting. Not only that, the HP is higher on this Moltres. There is an Ice Beam save, but guess what, Lyle Jeffs? There's a shield on Vitorello's side.
Lyle's going to throw this Ice Beam. His only win condition is that Vitorello misses the shield button. Vitorello says, not today. Shields the Moltres. Galarian Moltres is about to sucker punch down this Azumarill.
Galarian Moltres Azumarill counter confirmed. Vitorello takes game number 2.
And the crowd is cheering. Lyle nods his head. He respects and appreciates the play from his opponent there. They are both now in the driver's seat. They both have the opportunity to win game number 3 and seal their place in day 2 here at LAIC.
And that's exactly what both of these trainers want to do. I was talking to Lyle Jeffs behind the stage earlier on, and he said, obviously, I want to play to win. I'm going to have fun, and I want to get those championship points more than anything, because if he does well in this tournament, he's secured a spot on the travel stipend for the EUIC coming up in February.
Yeah, so many of these players that we've spoken about, particularly those that have traveled from other regions, have a lot on the line. The championship points here are key. They can make a massive difference for the EUIC Travel Award race. But first and foremost is this tournament, because all of these players want to be champion.
Yeah, that comes down to this. Do you have what it takes to be able to make it through here in Sao Paulo? Can you get through the heat? Can you get through the heavy competition? Can you get those points and glory in the tournament? Both of these trainers have it all on the line at this point. They want day 2. They're 1 game away each, and they are locking in.
Lyle is locked in, Vitorello is locked in. It's time for us all to get locked into this game number 3 of the winners finals.
Now this is a little more neutral. We've seen it time and time again. These drill runs are going to do nice damage, and neither the Crunch nor the Aqua Tail are going to be enough to knock out the Alolan Sand Slash, but it will get it nice and low.
Yeah, crunch, but especially from a Shadow Drapion onto a Shadow Alolan Sandslash, does a ton of damage. It's now in a range where even an Aqua Tail will be enough. Does Lyle want to shield his Shadow Drapion? This is technically a bait, but it would still do a ton of damage.
I think we're about to see it. No Protect Shield on Lyle's side, but still down to the red here. Will it be able to outpace to go for the Aqua Tail? And actually going for the crunch again, getting that first Protect Shield from Viterella's side.
I like this play from Lyle. He recognizes he won't get to 2 attacks, so even if shielded, he's got a chance of a debuff. He didn't get it there, but the play makes a lot of sense, and now Miltank can come in aggressively to try and sponge some of this damage.
Now, we talked about the body slams don't do too much, but when the Alolan Sandslash is this low, it might be enough, but Alolan Sandslash is packing a punch in, an ice punch in fact, and now catching this body slam onto the Superior.
Superior is also very, very bulky, and I know you at home will be looking at these backlines, and there is a Galarian Moltres and a Malamar in the back. This is going to be difficult for Lyle. He's going to have to try and work out, can I protect some of my Pokemon, because I will need them in the end game.
This body slam is going to be able to connect, but we saw in game 2, it's not enough to take it out, just slowly whittling away at the Superior, but this Frenzy Plant will hit hard, getting that other Protect Shield off of Lyle Jeffs.
Lyle has saved his Shadow Drapion as well. Can he bring it in quickly to get some damage against this Superior? Will he reach an attack, or is he giving it extra farm? This is now really, really difficult for Lyle. I'm not sure he's going to be able to come back from this.
At this point, he's just waiting out that switch timer at the top of the screen. You see 3, 2, 1, making a decision. That Malamar is coming in. 1 Protect Shield left, but at this point, the Superior has so much energy. Frenzy Plant number 1 coming through, no Protect Shield.
It's going unshielded. This is going to do a ton of damage. You can go straight into your Galarian Moltres here and start sucker punching this Malamar down, and there's not much it's going to be able to do. He's also caught the foul play. This is superb for Viterello.
You hear the crowd cheering. They know that this is a good moment for Viterello here. Now just continuing to sucker punch down. The next superpower that would come through would do a nice amount of damage, but does he want to shield it up? Looks like he's gonna let it go.
You know that you can hold on to this superpower. You know how powerful your Galarian Moltres is. It has a ton of energy, and you want to save your shield for the Miltank.
Miltank is standing on its own here. It wants to use that shield because it wants to get off an attack of its own. There's quite a bit of energy here, but there's a lot of Pokemon to go through. We're going for a rollout. We're going for another here. He needs 2 body slams.
And he reaches the second ancient power. Viterello has his fist in the air. He knows when this lands, Miltank's going down, and he's going up, up, up into day 2 of LAIC.
Galarian Moltres soaring with its trainer into day number 2 there. Viterello taking out Lyle Jeffs there in the winners finals, going on to day number 2. Congratulations.
And the crowd cheers. They are screaming his name. They know just how massive a victory that was. Lyle Jeffs is such a superb competitor, such a trainer of such high caliber, that to take him down in such a decisive game, that is no small feat.
Lyle Jeffs last season won 2 regional competitions in 1 season. He is also very well known within the competitive circuit. And you know what? I say it every time, but it just has to keep pointing out. Double elimination tournament means he's not out of it yet. We've seen people come back from really, really heavy loser bracket runs. So I'm excited to see if he will still be able to make it to day 2, because we're gonna have 32 competitors there. We've already crowned a couple of them, but I'm anxious to see the rest.
What's crazy, right, is if you're a player that drops down into the losers bracket, let's say early on in the tournament, and you and I are here going, don't worry, you can still go through the losers bracket. And you carry on playing, and let's say you keep winning, and then all of a sudden, the light at the end of the tunnel is just Lyle Jeffs' head. And you're like, hold on a minute, I got through everyone here, and now I have to play against Lyle Jeffs in the losers bracket? Lyle, what are you doing here?
Yeah, I think a lot of the trainers have been thinking that. We saw Zardy against Marto Galde earlier on being like, oh my goodness, those games just came down to the wire. It could have been anyone's game. Marto has a lot of momentum behind him at this point, but Zardy's playing was on point.
And Viterello there, just showing that these LATAM players have so much quality. He has been able to take down, yes, a spicy team, but from a really, really special player, and that means he can go with confidence into day 2, because if you can take down Lyle, you can maybe take down anyone.
I mean, even though Viterello maybe doesn't have all of the accolades behind his name, he definitely has the skill to be making it on. He has that Marowak on his team, and also, he took down one of the biggest names. The next names we're gonna see on the screen, I think a lot of you are gonna recognize. You could potentially be like, wait, Did we time warp? Is this the grand finals? Because we are going to have LNDS Steiner against Paulasha 97.
This is a massive match. Paula and Steiner are two of the best players in the world. I don't think that can even be questioned. And they are getting the opportunity to play against each other. You are getting the opportunity alongside us to watch them. I feel pretty humbled by this.
I mean, is there a can we go ahead and put in like a request for like some popcorn or something so we can go ahead and do that? You know what? Instead of popcorn, maybe we can get butters and we can get an interview with Victorello.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Fantastic battle. What an end game there. Absolutely epic to take down Lyles Jeff in como se sente a ir para a segundo dia? Oh, sorry. How does it feel to make day number 2?
Ok. Sempre que eu venho jogar, nunca venho com a expectativa de ir pro dia 2. É a minha primeira vez, inclusive, no Internacional indo pro dia 2. Eu tô muito, muito feliz. Inclusive porque não ganhei ninguém mais, ninguém menos que o Lyles Jeff. Tem 3 regionais nas costas. Então é um excelente jogador, eu estou melhorando a cada jogo, a cada partida, então estou me sentindo excelente. O meu objetivo inicial era ir para o dia 2, então se eu já estou lá, já estou extremamente satisfeito.
When I came the tournament, I don't expect to go day 2, but it's the first time I came the day 2. It's a rough battle. I battled against Lyles Jeff. He had 3 regionals, so I'm very happy to be here.
And now, what is your mentality? You were able to take out Lyles Jeff, like you mentioned, has 3 regional championships. You have secured day number 2. Do you now have a different mentality going into day number 2? Do you think you can win it all now?
Uma partida de cada vez, a partir de agora só tem jogador, né, que tem sua história, que tem um grande currículo, então o que vier para mim agora é lucro. É uma partida de cada vez. Na partida com o Lai eu vi que ele estava confiando bastante na miltank dele, então eu tive que montar uma estratégia para poder cobrir a miltank dele e deu certo. Tanto é que nas 2 partidas ele foi abrir para minha montagem e aí, vim com a vitória. Deu certo.
It is step by step. It's very good players in day 2. When I face Lyles Jeff, I see his miltank is very, very strong. So in all battles, he try against miltank.
Yeah, what an interesting pick there. And last question, is there any shout-outs you want to give? We heard the roar of the crowd. There's so much support here in the LATAM community. Do you want to shout out anyone in particular?
Yes. I wanna be thankful to 2 persons in particular. My captain, Couch, it's right here because I know he's some trouble in his life, and he make all the effort to be here today. And for sure, my wife is watching now. I'm sure she's very, very happy and proud to me. Thank you.
Parabéns once again. Let's head back to the casters.
Thank you so much, Butters. It's pretty impressive. He just flicks into Portuguese when he's ready to interview these players on stage. And these players on stage that we're getting to see, they are so impressive. We have a Shadow Alolan Marowak in day 2 at LAIC. I can't quite believe that.
I mean, was that on your bingo card? We've talked about the different things that we've seen. There's been a lot of interesting Pokemon. A rise of Jumpluff, and that was a bit surprising, but has really paid off for some of the trainers that have been using it. And you know what? I was really happy to see earlier on that the Lucario user was able to make it quite far in the loser's side of the bracket.
Very nice, very nice. It's almost like Shadow Alolan Marowak is almost predicting ahead what other Pokemon you're likely to see. He goes, oh, Lyle, you've brought Jumpluff. I'm actually 1 step ahead of you. So I can't wait to see what other spicy picks we have. But we have some spicy and special players coming up next. We've mentioned them already, Paulasha and Steiner. This is going to be a spectacle.
These 2 trainers are super well known within PvP. Both of these trainers have a lot of accolades behind their names. And you know, in the European region, a lot of people call Paula the chef because she is cooking up a lot of different recipes. She has been known to be playing Magnezone in the past, but no Magnezone on her team. But I do see some pretty hard counters to Magnezone, rather, with that Shadow Marowak and also that Clodsire.
Now, Steiner, he's throwing it back. He says, look, Dugong was top meta a few weeks ago, a few months ago. I still think it has a part to play here. He is in these winners finals of Group H up against Paulasha, but he does not want to go into the losers bracket. Neither of these players do. They want to stay winners as long as possible.
I mean, you called it exactly right. That Dugong still has a lot of play into a team, especially like Paolo's there with that Marowak, that Clodsire. We'll have to see, these two trainers, what they want to actually do when they're going to lock in their teams. In these moments, you can see them discussing, trying to figure it out, trying to get in their opponent's head, saying, what if my opponent brings this, how should I counter it?
And interestingly, when we're looking at Paulasha's team, it is very, very similar to the line of Nighttime Clasher, Out of Pocket, and Colin. The only difference is that Paula has opted for a Shadow Drapion instead of an Ariados. Let's see if we see any of those Pokemon into game number 1. It's a Shadow Kanto Marowak up against Steiner's Shadow Drapion.
This is usually a great lead for the Marowak because look how much damage those Mud Slaps do, but Drapion paces so quickly and is able to hit back with super effective Aqua Tails, which is going to do a nice amount of damage to that Marowak in return.
A really nice attack to land and then go straight into this Dugong. Paula's actually coming in with the Feraligatr. Interestingly, Feraligator's charge attacks are resisted by Dugong, but when shields are up, the Shadow Core pressure is what's really impressive.
And she definitely didn't want to be swapping into that Clodsire. Dugong was a great safe swap a little bit earlier on in the meta. It looks like Steiner's saying, nope, let me show you guys. It is still a good safe swap. Not only can I possibly get opponent shields, I can now debuff my opponent and they're stuck in this matchup for the rest of the time that they're here.
Yeah, Paula did not shield the Icy Wind. She knew that Steiner was going to go for a bait, but it's not too bad of a bait because it guarantees a debuff for this Feraligatr. It means you will hold on and you can reach another attack. This one is the Drill Run. It will knock out if it lands.
2 critical shields remaining, down to 1 at this point as Feraligatr says, nope, not gonna happen. Even though I'm debuffed, I'm just gonna go ahead and get some of this energy here. I know I'm gonna outpace you and I'm gonna Shadow Claw down.
Paula has done a genius strategy here of putting ground in the lead and ground in the back. She knows that Steiner wants to lean into Shadow Drapion, so she is going to trap it. Steiner's like, hold on a minute, where is my poison type supposed to go?
Yeah, I don't know if I really want to tank this. One saving grace here for Steiner is the fact that they have to throw an Earthquake rather than the Stone Edge because there's no Sludge Bomb available on this Clodsire. Azumarill can also hit back here. Those Ice Beams are super effective and they will be able to slowly whittle away at that Clodsire. Just needs one more to be able to knock it out. In comes that Drapion instead.
I really like this play from Steiner, recognizing that the Azumarill will have work to do against Shadow Kanto Marowak and trying to put this Clodsire in a range where Aqua Tail will be enough. Paula recognizes, get the Stone Edge off because that will threaten the Shadow Drapion. Steiner's like, I'm going to charge as much as possible. Paulasha still has the Feraligatr with a Hydro Cannon, so she could take this out when she chooses to.
Not only that, she also has the Bone Club stored on that Marowak. She's got energy galore, and she is going for it here, getting that shield off of Steiner with the Hydro Cannon, which would be enough to knock out that Drapion. How will Steiner retaliate? Let's find out here, because an Aqua Tail is already loaded.
Steiner anticipates a combo play, expects the Shadow Kanto Marowak to come back in. Paula's actually going to shield this Aqua Tail. Is she going to come in with the Kanto Marowak soon, or no, she's going to commit and let this Feraligatr go down. It's all on the Marowak in the endgame.
Now this will connect. It will be enough to knock it out, but the Drapion is energy dry at this point. The Azumarill is coming in. The Marowak is so low at this point. The Bone Club going through. I think you're gonna need 2 to be able to get it. Will she be able to get there before she gets bubbled down?
This bubble might be really, really threatening. You're not going to quite, but you do make the Bone Club. But now, is your Mud Slap going to be enough to take out the Shadow Drapion? I think 2 or even 3 Poison Stings could be enough. This could even be a simultaneous knockout.
Well, we haven't seen it yet so far in the series today. It looks like too much energy to go through here. Ellen Steiner takes it out with a Poison Sting and takes game number 1.
2 Poison Stings were enough. Takes out the Shadow Kanto Marowak. Steiner goes, you want ground in the lead, you want ground in the back. I'm going to put your ground types back down.
Yeah, back into the ground they go, slapping away as much as they could, but unfortunately not enough power in the end game to get through both the Azumarill and the Drapion. Taking game one by narrow some margins for Steiner, but let's see how Paula adapts for game number two, because like you said at the beginning, Tomahawk, these two trainers are super well known. They're fighters in their own rights, and I'm really excited to see how they're going to play this out. Dugong is back.
I love the way that Steiner utilized the pace of Shadow Drapion. He recognized how much damage output it could give off if those Aqua Tails started landing, taking out the Clodsire, taking out the Feraligatr, and then that Shadow Drapion taking out the Kanto Marak as well. A huge, huge effort from that Pokemon.
One of my favorite things that I'm seeing in this max out meta is how many different Pokemon can be used in that safe swap position. And what we mean by that is if you end up losing the lead, that you swap into a Pokemon that you think is relatively safe against another team. We've seen so many Dunsparce, and Shadow Drapion and Dugong seem to be like the ones that are top contenders in this season.
The players are ready. They are locking in for game number two. Let's see who has the advantage. It's Shadow Feraligatr up against Malamar.
Going ahead, going through this wooja in here and going for that foul play right before an attack is thrown on the Feraligatr side, getting that first Protect Shield off of Palasha.
Now look at the amount of damage the fast attacks are doing to each other here. Shadow Claw and Psywave generating energy quickly and putting damage out. This Hydro Cannon will do a ton if it lands, and Steiner's not shielding.
Going ahead and letting it land, seeing, okay, for science sake, let's see how much it does. Basically almost knocking out that Malamar, but Malamar will be able to get to a superpower, which is caught on a Clodsire. Great play by Paula there, great wherewithal knowing, okay, I know that superpower is coming through. Let me negate it on one of the bulkiest Pokemon that it's not very effective against.
Sensational catch from Palasha. All of that energy neutralized from Malamar. And look at the Shadow Feraligatr still with a ton of health and all of that energy in the back. Steiner goes into the drill run of Dunsparce, but he needs to be wary of Feraligatr.
Super effective, knocks it down to the yellow, but guess what? This Clodsire is full of energy, and now gonna go ahead, release that Earthquake, that heavy-hitting attack, and still no Protect Shield on Steiner's side.
Shadow Drapion in the back for Palasha, Dugong in the back for Steiner, so still a ton of play available to both players. Look at this Clodsire tanking attacks like no tomorrow. It might be able to hold on from this drill run, it might not be able to. It lands, it does just hold on, but it doesn't reach the Earthquake. The rollout takes it down.
That was big, could have gone for the Stone Edge, thought maybe would be able to make it to the Earthquake, but that rollout damage connected. The Clodsire went down with a ton of energy, and now the Feraligatr comes back in and says, okay, let's see what I can do.
Steiner says, you think Dunsparce is trending down? I don't think so. Look at the amount of use it's getting here. This drill run's gonna land. It's gonna take out the Feraligatr as well.
A drill run for you, and a drill run for you, says it, and now coming in with the Dugong to negate any of this energy that Drapion is storing up here. A Crunch will connect. It's gonna do some nice damage, but you're noticing Steiner is not gonna shield up this first one in case he ends up getting the deep up. Once he uses that shield, like potentially here, where it will be a little more impactful.
Palasha going for this Aqua Tail bait. She will get a shield, but Steiner is in a pretty good position. Dunsparce being able to take down that Clodsire was a massive shift in momentum. He's reached the first drill run. He's one Ice Shard away from the second. Palasha needs to shield this if she wants to preserve the Shadow Drapion, and yes, she does.
Calls it correctly here, but can she get to an attack in time, or will the drill run be stored? This is just an Aqua Tail. Even though the defenses have been lowered, I don't think this is going to be enough, but wants to get off some damage here before it goes down.
Steiner is cheering. The crowd is cheering. He is clicking the bubbles for this drill run. Once this hit, it's going to take down Drapion. Steiner wins game two!
And another drill run for you, Drapion. My goodness, so many drill runs going across there from the Dunsparce, from the Dugong. Steiner taking both games here, going on to day number two, and the crowd goes wild.
The crowd are on their feet. Their arms are in the air. They are cheering. They know how massive a victory that was for LNDS Steiner. 2-0 against one of Europe's best players.
And Paula played masterfully there, but Steiner just played it better. It was so good, and being able to knock out that Clodsire with the rollout before any charge attack was going through was really the pivotal turning point, I think, in that game.
Paolo really, really hoping that Clodsire could tank the rollout and so that she could reach the Earthquake. You needed that Earthquake damage. It's got same type attack bonus. It would have done a ton. She didn't get it. And what was really interesting was the way that Steiner in game 1 got so much use out of Shadow Drapion. And then game 2, he completely shifted. And he goes, I'm going to rely on this Dunsparce. He didn't even bring the Shadow Drapion. I thought that was really smart.
Yeah, he said, okay, Drapion, you did your job. Dunsparce, you are in the game now. Let's go ahead and look at it because Dunsparce put in work. Drill run after drill run after drill run in this series.
How many drill runs did this Dunsparce land? It took out so many Pokemon in the same way that Shadow Drapion took out all 3 of Paolo's Pokemon in game 1. I think Dunsparce there might have taken out all 3 in game 2, and he is ecstatic, and I absolutely don't blame him.
Yeah, we always discussed earlier on, is Dunsparce really out of the meta? I tell you what, even though Annihilate and Primeape has made it into top 12 usage, I haven't seen actually that many of them on the big screen in these final moments, the people who are making it onto day 2.
I think that's the interesting thing. When you look at top usage graphics from day 1 at an event as big as this, Primeape and Annihilate might have only made it because a lot of players were very interested in using it, but those who were reading the meta correctly identified that perhaps you need to counter the Annihilate and the Primeape instead. So I'm very excited to see what meta usage we'll have tomorrow.
I think that we'll see a big scramble because a lot of the Pokemon, like Azumarill, I think is definitely going to still be on it. We've seen so many of that. We've seen so many Drapion and Dunsparce, but I think that we might see a little bit of shift when it gets down to at least like maybe position 7 and beyond. What do you think?
I completely agree, and what's really interesting to think about is, let's cast our minds back to last year. There was a fighter on almost every single team. Typically Medicham, and after that got nerfed, it was Annihilate or sometimes even Poliwrath. We've had Obstagoon, we've had Vigoroth, we've had Deoxys Defense. Over the years, there have been so many fighting type Pokemon or Pokemon with fighting type coverage. And now, you're just not really seeing it. You've got Malamar with superpower, but half the time it doesn't really want to throw it.
And I do think now with the potential of Primeape and Annihilate back in the meta, the other pseudo fighters or fighters that have, you know, like the Pangoro or potential ones, are a little bit scared to come into the meta because they don't do well against these actual fighting type Pokemon. So yeah, fighting really nowhere to be found.
I mean, I would still bring Pangoro. But I love Pangoro.
Well,
but it's great against Feraligatr.
I don't know if that's true. He didn't bring it to the last tournament he competed in.
I know, I didn't. But Galarian Moltres has shown that maybe it's the dark type Pokemon of choice. We've seen so many of them perform, but Shadow Drapion as well, it's not going anywhere. Mudslap users, sure, I have Aqua Tail, and it paces so quickly. Steiner took, I think, full advantage of that.
Now you talked about Galarian Moltres, and I was talking with earlier, and I think it was Richie who was saying, okay, it was my MVP, and I know it's a little bit hard to get, and that is definitely true. So if you're a trainer saying, how do I even get one of these Galarian Moltreses that I've been seeing so often? You need to use your daily incense, the blue incense on the screen while you're walking around.
Yeah, the Galarian Moltres is such a powerful Pokemon. It is a really interesting, it's a really nice looking Pokemon. There are so many cool Pokemon available in this game. You need to go out and try and catch some, and we've got an event where you can do exactly that. We have the Pokemon Go Wild area coming up very soon in game.
I'm so excited about this. New releases of Pokemon, new releases of shiny Pokemon, a lot of different raid bosses that you can go through. And I'm just excited to see what trainers will bring, because after the introduction of new Pokemon, we also see new Pokemon in the PvP arenas.
Gigantamax Toxtricity. Look at that. And we've got some Pikachu as well in costume. I've got one of those Rockstar Pikachu. Do you have one of those, Amanda?
No, I actually have the other one. So this time I'm going for the Rockstar Pikachu so I can have one of each. Because, I mean, I think that's partially the fun. All the different types of Pikachus that you can collect through the different years. I mean, I've been a Pokemon Go player since the very beginning. So I think that I have maybe every Pikachu? but not the shiny of every Pikachu.
That is a bold statement. I think at some point we're going to have to test that because there are a lot of costume Pikachu available. But if you don't have a costume Pikachu with that Rockstar outfit, you can play in the wild area. Gigantamax Toxtricity. Can we just take a moment to appreciate? I like cool Pokemon. You guys know I like cool Pokemon. Gigantamax Toxtricity. Oh, baby.
Super cool Pokemon. Do you think you like cool Pokemon because you're hoping that they'll also think that you're cool?
I think, you know, in the same way you are what you eat, you know, you are what you use. And I have to use cool Pokemon, Amanda. It's just how it is.
Because he's hoping to get cool with it. Yes, I understand. In the meantime, let's go ahead and check out some of the action of you guys at home because you guys have been sending in some posts. We love to see that. Keep them coming. Use that hashtag LAIC so we can go ahead and see this. And look at this from Boax. Good morning, Pokemon Latam.
We've talked about Pikachu in costume. We got 2 Pikachu in costume there and the cute little Fuecoco. Amanda, you're wearing your Skeledirge badge, so that's a really nice one to see. And make sure to thank your judge at LAIC today. All of the staff are doing an incredible amount of work because think about the number of players, the number of games that we have here this weekend. So a massive thank you and shout out to our judges and back staff.
Yeah, I think that this is one of the most fun things is that we get to see not only from our perspective, not only from players' perspectives, but from the different judges and spectators as well. There's so much going on. There's prizes that can be done. Even if you're not in the tournament anymore, you can compete in cups and challenges, different things around the arenas. This place is so much fun. There's games to play, and I know in my next break, I want to try to play some games.
I mean, I just am loving the atmosphere. It's my first time in Brazil, and everyone has been so welcoming. They've been such a warm crowd, such a great atmosphere to be a part of, and we have players that want to make the most of these opportunities now. We have Decapie and Dell, the 3-1-4-1-6 up on stage. One of these players after this match will have sealed their ticket in day 2 here at LAIC.
We're just going on from winners finals to winners finals. So many of these competitors are ready to be able to say, okay, I'm done for the day. I want to be able to make it on to day 2. I need to go home. I need to practice, do some scrims against what I think my opponents will be playing in the next day. But first, they've got to get through this matchup. And it looks like both of these trainers are having what it takes. They're taking a moment to see what their opponent is bringing, and they're wondering how to do it.
And now still no Primate, no Annihilate to be seen. These players are sticking with what we would call the hard meta. You've got your Dunsparce, your Azumarill, Malamar, Shadow Drapion, and then Superior is making that rise back because it is so good against Azumarill and Dunsparce. And Dell has a Dunsparce, he has a Shadow for Alligator. Even Malamar doesn't have a great matchup most of the time against Superior, so I'm interested to see, can you use it, or are you too worried about Mandibuzz and Ariados?
Well, we're gonna find out. It looks like you see both of these trainers tapping their screens. That means they're ready to go. Hopping into game number 1, we got that Dunsparce against Ariados, and let's see how they want to respond. Looks like Ariados is gonna go ahead and stay in, even though these are super effective rollouts.
Now, I would say this is a bit of an AVA team from Dell. Dunsparce has a positive matchup against Ariados, super effective rollout, super effective Rock Slide as well, but Dell has a Shadow for Alligator in the back, which Shadow Claw does very little damage against the normal type Dunsparce.
Going ahead and letting this go through, even though this is debuffed, it's still going to do a nice chunk of damage to the Ariados. They're super effective, you can see, knocking it down, and this lunge will not be enough to knock out. Still no protection shield on Decapie's side.
Now, I'm expecting Dell to allow his Ariados to go down, come in with the Malamar, and protect his Shadow for Alligator in the back, recognizing that it might have a lot more play later.
Going ahead, going for that drill run here this time, but I think maybe wondering, either attack is going to take it out. Maybe drill run's more effective for what comes in the back. Down goes Ariados. We'll see what comes in here. Gonna go ahead, try to side wave down, but not before another drill run connects.
Dunsparce has put in so much work already, able to land a drill run on this Malamar, but as we predicted, that Shadow for Alligator in the back is being preserved. The thing is, Decapie can just sponge all of this energy on Azumarill. Azumarill out of the way for Shadow for Alligator? No! Shadow for Alligator is going to aggressively swap in.
Gonna go ahead and swap in at this point. Azumarill did have a little energy advantage, and it looks like not even bothering to throw an attack here, going for another Shadow Claw. This is a play rough, and it would do a ton of damage. Now shielding it up at the last second for Dell there, and now pivoting into that Shadow Drapion. But guess what? We're talking about energy. Hydro Cannons galore.
Dell it's gonna land this Hydro Cannon. It's gonna go shielded, but he's got another one already. Shadow Drapion can tank a Hydro Cannon. It will be okay, but Dell will want to try and go back into Malamar as quickly as possible because the Malamar has such little play against Azumarill.
Looking like it was charge attack priority here, getting a shield because it wants to be able to get a Crunch off here, going for that. Now Crunch always has that possibility to debuff your opponent's attack. Even still, wants to make sure to get this Alligator nice and healthy. Gonna go ahead and use that last Protect Shield.
I think here you try and throw a Hydro Cannon and then pivot back into your Malamar if possible. The problem is, are you in play rough range? Are you at risk of that Azumarill sweeping in the endgame?
We're gonna go ahead and see Hydro Cannon connects with the Drapion, takes it out here. Azumarill against the world, but I have to tell you what, it's a pretty healthy Azumarill, and the world doesn't really have great attacks against it.
Dell is going to take full advantage of these Hydro Cannons, of the Shadow Claw damage. He's going to force Decapie to throw an attack into the Feraligatr and then hope that Malamar is able to close out the game.
Going ahead for another Hydro Cannon, putting in work here. Azumarill just has kind of slow pacing, and at this point he needs to throw an attack at the Malamar as well. Malamar has quite a bit of energy. Interesting going for the play rough at this point. I think he was anticipating perhaps the Malamar was going to swap in and it would be enough to take it out. Now recognizing that it wasn't, tried to undercharge, but it was still maybe too little, too late, as this superpower will connect.
I love the way that Dell has used and pivoted his Pokemon in this match. Malamar taking down Azumarill with the resisted superpower. That is a really, really solid victory for Feraligatr and Malamar, two such flexible Pokemon. Full advantage of them there.
Yeah, we saw how Azumarill does have a lot of bulk and take a lot of attacks, especially those foul plays, those superpowers, those Hydro Cannons, but it can't take them all. And if there's only Azumarill in the end, and it's really relying on its charge attacks to be able to take out Pokemon, it just unfortunately didn't have enough by that point.
So we saw at the beginning of that game that Dell was playing what we said was ABA weak to Dunsparce, but Ariados was able to put in a lot of work, take Dunsparce low, and Malamar was able to take it out. And once that happened, Shadow Feraligatr with shields is so potent.
And we saw it. We saw how much damage it did to the Drapion, and we saw how much damage it did to the Azumarill in the end. It was really a tag team effort, and superpower by the Malamar was just the cherry on top at the end of that matchup here. Normally you see Ariados against Dunsparce and you think, eek, a spider, and not in a bad way.
Yeah, sometimes you want to see the spider, sometimes you definitely want to get rid of it. Here, the spider did its job, debuffing that Dunsparce, allowing the Malamar farm down, and banking the energy for later. The Shadow Feraligatr, though, we talked about Azumarill, we talked about Shadow Feraligatr. This season, those two Water-type Pokemon have been immense.
And no doubt in my mind why Azumarill is top of this meta and day one usage, because we've seen it almost everywhere here. Now we see basically the end of the matchup before coming into this game number 2. We saw the Malamar in the lead, getting a little bit of energy before now swapping into the Feraligatr. Neither one of them a hard Azumarill answer, but both of them able to chip away at the Pokemon.
It's crazy, isn't it? When this Shadow Feraligatr comes up against an Azumarill, everyone knows these Hydro Cannons are resisted, and yet each time you shield, you whittle away a little bit more, and eventually the Azumarill's like, hold on a minute, am I in range of a superpower?
Am I in danger? I think you might be, because another Hydro Cannon is already loaded here, bringing the Azumarill down to the red, going for yet another Ice Beam. Now, and it does get the Protect Shield from Dell's side, because at this point, this Feraligatr knows, okay, I can just continue to charge away energy, and look at this again, almost 2 Hydro Cannons ready to go.
Shadow Feraligatr is so powerful. These Hydro Cannons are coming thick and fast. They would do a ton of damage if they land, and you're already at another one.
Washing away the competition, Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, getting shield after shield here. That Drapion does have a decent chunk of energy as well, but these switch timers are completely misaligned at this point. That Ariados coming in now, but it's gonna go ahead and have to take a crunch.
I like that. Dell recognizes I don't want my Shadow Feraligatr to get farmed down by Poison Sting, so let me try and sponge some of the damage on Ariados and try and get away a lunge that will debuff the Shadow Drapion.
Lunge going through, no Protect Shields remaining, so now the Drapion is going to be a little less powerful, but still powerful nonetheless, because look how much energy already is there. Aqua Tail coming through onto the Ariados.
This seems to be the story of spammy Pokemon. Ooh, an undercharge there on that Aqua Tail. That's interesting. You want to try and get a little bit more farm on the Ariados. You succeed, but the Ariados goes down so quickly to that super effective psychic damage.
Now we see Malamar on Malamar here, going for that foul play because he doesn't want to debuff himself right away, doesn't want to lower the attack. The big problem is for Decupai's side is that there is still a shield left on Del's, and you have to wonder when you want to use it.
Malamar against Malamar is tricky. Both Pokemon triple resist Psywave. They are Psychic Dark type Pokemon, so you have to throw 2 attacks in order to take them down.
Going ahead, just a little bit of energy advantage, going for another foul play. This could knock it out at this point if there is no protections remaining, but Del says, you know what, nope, I'm at the energy myself. I think I'm gonna go ahead, shield that up, farm up a little bit more energy and throw my own, because there's no protections remaining, even though there are 3 Pokemon. Going for that superpower instead.
Yeah, superpower is slightly cheaper to use. You can land it and maybe pivot out so that you can get rid of that debuff if needed, but honestly, the goal here might just be to reach attacks as fast as possible, so superpower makes a lot of sense. Decupai was in the middle of a Poison Sting, not able to catch on that Azumarill. This will land, this will take the Shadow Drapion down.
Double debuff now at this point, but does it even matter? Azumarill coming back in. The Malamar can't do too much, but it might be able to make it to yet another superpower. Del takes out the Azumarill!
Look at that Malamar go!
We've seen it again and again. Superpower going through. Del taking game number 2. Moving on to day number 2.
That was such a great victory for Del there, using flexible Pokemon, saying, okay, everyone else relying on Clodsire, on Dunsparce, on Azumarill, why don't I just hit harder and hit faster and take my opponents down that way?
Yeah, we saw it before, but it's like, okay, I think at that range, a foul play could have knocked out the Malamar, but he was like, you know what? No, I've got this energy advantage. There's no shields left remaining, and there's 2 low health Pokemon in the back. I think that Malamar is gonna take it home, and that it did.
Yes, we were wondering, we go, oh, you're throwing the superpower against that Malamar, and actually it worked out perfectly because you were able to reach 2 more superpowers. That made such a massive difference. I wasn't sure, are you going to pivot back into your Shadow Feraligatr and try and Shadow Claw down? Del goes, I got this, I got this.
And you saw Decupai near the end trying to catch one of those superpowers on the Azumarill a little bit earlier, which would have helped negate some of that energy and that attack, because that Drapion would have been able to get to its charge attack. Unfortunately, when the Poison Sting's going through and the charge attack is being thrown, you're going to go ahead and take a full brunt of all of that energy. Down went that Drapion.
It's crazy, isn't it? You resist Hydro Cannon, you resist Ice Beam as an Azumarill as well, and yet you just can't stop it. It was mowing through the teams there, and Decupai was like, I'm not sure where I'm supposed to shield now. I don't want to shield resisted Hydro Cannons.
I mean, and if you think about that team on paper, Malamar together with Feraligatr, and Azumarill just says, oh, hey.
Yeah.
But when you see it in practice and you see that tag team effort, recognizing, okay, I think Feraligatr can really put in some work, and that's exactly what happened. We saw how many Hydro Cannons that it threw, not only at the Azumarill, it had 2 loaded for the Drapion as well. Where do you use your shields at these points?
And what's crazy is they didn't even manage to align the Ariados onto the Azumarill, and they go, no problem. As long as I have shields, then I can use my fast attack pressure and Hydro Cannons to take it down. And take it down it did. Malamar and Shadow Feraligatr still top of the pile in my books.
And there's still so many top players in this tournament still looking to make their way into day number 2. We're not done with the brackets yet. We have so many more pods to go, so many more fantastic games like the ones that we just saw, where Del will now be a day 2 competitor.
Yeah, these players, there are so many players that they're still yet to beat. These players will be thinking to themselves, I've now got the opportunity to take a little bit of a rest, try and, you know, recompose myself and have a think about what comes next. And I think we all maybe need to do that, but don't go anywhere. We're going to have matches coming up very, very soon. We'll be right back.
Pokemon Black was the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffson Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom, and because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me, but my dad hasn't, so I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressed. If you're doing a battle, that's determines if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
I'm a little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
Hey there, trainers. Let's talk about the Travel Awards. The Travel Award is a prize that competitors can win to fund their trips to international championships or the World Championships. I'm here with the third place finalist from the 2024 World Championships, Marto Galde. Marto Galde, you are doing so well in the Play Pokemon circuit. Can you tell us how are you doing for the Travel Award for the EYC 2025?
So right now I'm doing pretty well. I think I'm rank 1, so I'm pretty happy about it.
How much does a Travel Award give you to fund your trip to London, the EYC 2025?
Yeah, I think it's $3,500, so it's pretty good for getting to international tournament.
Do you think you could take on the international competition?
Yes, I think I have done it before. I just lack a good international placement at an IC, so hopefully I will get it.
So now that the Travel Awards have been introduced for the international championships in Pokemon Go, does this change your competitive goals for the season, right? Before it was just qualifying for the World Championships, maybe a Travel Award for the World Championships. Does it change now that you want to perform very well the whole time to get Travel Awards for the international championships?
Yes, definitely. If you want to get the Travel Awards, you need to do top 8 minimum at the regionals, and that's definitely a new objective this season. And hopefully I will get it.
All right, thank you, Marta. I wish you the best of luck. And
well, we are already, yeah, just from the interview with Marto on the Travel Award. The Travel Award. Here we are again, the 2025 LAIC. Welcome back. My name is Marta. You may also know me as Inadequence. I just did a video with Marto, and I'm joined here by Steven, also known as 2-0 Butters, always losing 2-0 to me. Marto, with that Travel Award. The Travel Award is for the top 4 of the leaderboard of each region. So yeah, that's going to be a big race this weekend as well.
No, it's super important, and here's why it's important. Because these internationals are more international. You get the travel awards from each region, so then the top trainers from every region is going to be at every international championships. And then also, there's a key factor. You know when the deadline is for placements for the next travel award in Inadequence? It's going to be after the Latin American International Championship, so it is crucial to all of these trainers to place well at this competition if they want to secure that travel award for future internationals.
Will we see you at the EUIC? I'll be there. Will we be there?
I don't know. I don't know yet, but I know some of these trainers that will place high in the region will definitely be there, because top 4 will get that travel award, which is absolutely essential to get into all those international travels. So it's a really awesome addition. I believe we started last season at the North American International Championships, and this is the first season that we have it since the beginning. And that's why you're seeing more and more trainers travel overseas. We see so many trainers from North America, Europe, even Oceania, just fighting for those top positions amongst their peers.
And one of the trainers coming up soon actually came here using the funding of that travel award that they won in that period between EYC and NAIC last season. It is on your left. You see there, Ilum had that LAIC 2025 travel award, and he is trying to snowball that into an EYC travel award. But for that, he has to win this first, and Regulus on the right side, he hasn't competed much, but he doesn't have the experience needed. I mean, he's in there in the winners final, so he's definitely going to put up a big fight there for Ilum.
Yeah, and I feel like also for Regulus, he has the Shadow Kanto Marowak. How many of the top trainers had access to that Shadow Kanto Marowak? And it's been pretty crucial. I know Lyle's Jeff wins down, but trainers like Colin and others who had that Shadow Kanto Marowak, I feel like especially, how many battles have we seen recently that just come down to Shadow Drapion and Feraligatr? It seems to be those two Pokemon that are the story here, and something like Shadow Kanto Marowak to hard punish a Save Swap of a Shadow Drapion could be essential in this matchup, and it looks like Elam also has that Shadow Drapion and Shadow Feraligatr.
Exactly. The Shadow Marowak has been a threat. I think that a good substitute, however, it would be the Gastrodon. We saw Gastrodon. It's kind of useless into Jumpluff though, so don't line it up there. But into anything else that's like weak to ground, and there's many poison type Pokemon, so Gastrodon really is that great substitute. Even being able to win the zero shield scenario against Ariados, meaning that you can hang on to one Trailblaze and knock it out with an Earth Power. So ground definitely very important right now, and that's why we also see so many Superior. We see Superior on both teams, and it is to check both water and ground type Pokemon.
Yeah, and the thing is about Elam specifically, Elam has been so consistent as of recently. He's been good in this meta as well. He started off the season on fire, and he has that non-shadow Alolan Sandslash. He picked that up after, I think, Marto Gauda used it first. But in the past, he was using the non-shadow for Alligator. He has now switched back to the shadow for Alligator, thinking that he needs a little bit more damage to get even further like he wants to get. It looks like we got to lock in. This is another winners finals for Group J. It's going to be Elam versus Regulus.
With the Alolan Sandslash, Elam picks up a great match against Regulus. Ariados is walled here, so naturally we see Regulus swap into the Dunsparce. There's not really a clear answer here from Elam. He doesn't have the Malamar with superpower. It looks like he wants to get some chip damage in first with this drill on the Dunsparce.
But remember, in the two-shield scenario, there are some opportunities for that Alolan Sandslash here, but it looks like he doesn't want to do that now. He's going to try to soak this double drill run, which is nice because Malamar can kind of barely take the double drill run, but he's going to put your Malamar quite low. I believe you're going to be able to get to the double before the superpower is available.
Two drill runs should barely not knock out the Malamar, but as you say, it gets really close. And some Malamar tend to have more attack than defense, and that means that Malamar might actually be more prone. It looks like Elam puts up his first Protect Shield now, wants to secure that switch advantage. And let's see, going for the foul play right before the next drill probably. Managing his energy perfectly. Here it comes the foul play. Do you want to put a protection here as Regulus?
And actually doesn't even throw the superpower here, even though his timer might be back up. Oh, actually, it is a Protect Shield. And did you register the attack? It looks like no, you didn't register the attack. So Elam's going to back the back here, getting both Protect Shields from Regulus.
Regulus realized Elam is not a double foul play, but he was at a foul play and a superpower. This is crucial. Elam taking the shield advantage. This Dunsparce now has no energy left and is basically just free to farm energy for Elam. Let's see what he comes in here with. Both Alolan Sandslash and Azumarill are great for this. But if the Dunsparce gets to an attack on the Alolan Sandslash, that might not be great because that's super effective and you gotta shield that probably.
And for Regulus, how much does this alignment matter to him? Of course, that means he's gonna be able to have the Ariados versus the Azumarill and the Shadow Kanto Marowak versus the Alolan Sandslash. The problem is this Sandslash is gonna go for the Powder Snow down, so even if you come in with that Shadow Kanto Marowak, you're probably gonna have to take double Ice Punch, and I don't think a Shadow Kanto Marowak can take that.
Here we go. First Ice Punch going through. Remember, it's not just shiny, it's also Shadow. More fragile. Ice Punch probably going to do about 50% here.
Yeah, it does. It does a little bit over, so the next one is surely going to knock out. Trying to swap. Actually does get it. Wow, what a catch by Regulus there. That is a difficult swap to make.
I think so too, but what is this Arizona's gonna do? It's walled by this Alolan Sandslash!
Yeah, but can you outpace? Can you get a knockout with Lunch? Could it do it? That's not very effective. Is there a chance?
Swap out. You cannot swap out either, right? Because there's Azumarill on the back.
Is there a chance this knocks out? I don't think it can do it.
I don't think so. Lunch is resisted. Here it comes from that.
Oh, it does nothing.
It does nothing. And that Poison Sting is double resist as well. Let's see. Elam has to stay in here, but I think with his Azumarill on the Kanto Marowak in the back, he's still pretty confident with this matchup right here.
This is a trainer on fire right now. Elam is going to dominate this game number one. He's coming off of 3rd place at Baltimore, 5th place at Louisville. Now at the Latin American International Championships, he's on the winners finals, Group J, and he's going to dominate this game number one, take this Bone Club, no problem.
2 Bone Clubs are going to come through from Regulus, but it's not going to be... Actually, I think this bubble just knocks out the Marowak, means Elam taking game number 1. The trainers already exchanged a knowing look to each other that Elam had won that battle. It's just kind of tough alignment as well for Regulus, right? The Ariados into that Alolan Sandslash, and once the Alolan Sandslash had energy, the Marowak was not exactly a counter anymore.
Yeah, exactly. You gave up both those Protect Shields because you shielded the first one from Malamar, and then when he threw the superpower on charge attack priority, you're like, okay, now I got to double down here. But then once you got the shield disadvantage, even though Alolan Sandslash loses to Shadow Kanto Marowak, with that energy advantage was able to secure that matchup and really secure both matchups, to be honest.
That's something where Alolan Sandslash just shines a little bit more as well. It has more bulk and can take those super effective ground type attacks. So a Shadow may have gotten way much lower health to the point where a lunge from Ariados would have knocked out, but the non-Shadow Alolan Sandslash did not get knocked out here. So how are you going to adapt here as Regulus? That Azumarill and Alolan Sandslash core is just so strong for Elam.
Yeah, and here's that replay, exactly that moment where the Malamar did go for the back-to-back, and Regulus used both the Protect Shields, as you can see, to take that alignment in. I think you're exactly right. Because the Alolan Sandslash is just so carried by its typing in this meta, you really don't want to lose 20% damage and take more. You'd rather just keep your proper typing, and it looks like we're already locked into game number 2.
Malamar into Superior. This is quite neutral, but Superior has access to Frenzy Blend, and Frenzy Blend hits so hard. Ilum kind of had to stay in. Yes, he has Azuro in the back, which is incredibly weak into the Superior. But he's probably not happy with his lead either, because he has the Alolan Sensor in the back as well to cover this Superior. And look at how much damage that does.
But there's no place to put this Moltres here, and at least you're going to match it up into the Azumarill with shields up, so there is a chance that you could do something here, land a Brave Bird, or possibly even get some shields. Looks like he is going to go for the bait. He can also have a chance on a boost here as well.
Is Ilum going to shield this? No, because a Frenzy Play would do more from Superior, so just keeping the shield for now. No boost from that AC power. Now the player coming through. I think this might barely knock out. The thing is, Galarian Moltres always strikes me as a fragile Pokemon. It's actually bulkier than you might think.
Yeah, it's not too bad here, and this matchup is not great for the Moltres, but this Moltres had nowhere to go, so at least it's going to be taking less pressure from these bubbles on the Azumarill here, and now it's going to go for the big attack. It's going to go for the Brave Bird. I don't know if this is going to be able to knock out the Azumarill. It doesn't quite do it.
That does a lot of damage, but doesn't knock out. Ice Beam coming through now. Do you shield this as regular? He goes double down and protect shields.
He is going to, once again, go for the alignment. Here comes the swap into the Sand Slash. Powder Stones aren't super effective. You're already debuffed here, going in with the Sand Slash, but the thing is, you don't have any shields! What are you going to do to this Ice Punch?
This Alolan Sand Slash is going to put this Marowak on ice. That's coming through, doing a lot of damage. Yes, you have Mudslap doing a lot of damage, but the Power Stones are adding up here. If Ilum can come out with a lot of energy, this might actually look tough for regulars, but the Alolan Sand is so low!
He wasn't even throwing, he was just trying to maximize his fast attack damage. He didn't even try to throw a charge attack to get a Protect Shield. He thinks he can win this game with fast attacks. You know, he maybe has a chance, but here comes the Ice Punch that's going to be knocking out the Moltres, and then he has another Ice Punch bank, but everything on the Ilum team is so low.
Can you get the Vine Whip down here? Can Ilum get to the Ice Punch? He gets to the Ice Punch, and he has energy on the Malamar, right?
Yeah, I think he does. I don't think this is going to be enough to knock out, but if Malamar does, in fact, have a superpower bank, you might see a combo play. Here comes the combo play into the superpower from Ilum.
Superpower! Ilum's going to take game number 2 against Regulus. What a great gameplay there, and it looks so difficult from Ilum as well. When that Frenzy Plant landed, he almost looked like he already was down a Pokemon against Regulus.
That deserved the fireworks right there, because he had 3 Pokemon remaining and 2 Protect Shields on a clean 2-0 to secure day number 2 from Ilum, keeping his season of 2025 streak of dominant performances alive.
Wow, day 2 for Ilum here. Many of the North American battlers, I believe, have made it to day 2 so far. They put up a good fight here at the LAIC against many of the South American battlers.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure too, because you see these other North American trainers doing well, and you're kind of thinking, wait, where are they going to place after this tournament for the Travel Awards? Is Ilum now going to be top 4? All these other trainers like Lyle still have a chance to make it to day number 2. All these trainers from their own respective regions are kind of eyeing their performance from their fellow peers in this tournament, not only to try to win it all, but also to try to secure that travel package for EOIC.
So there's 2 perspectives to it, right? You can look at someone who's performing very well, and they might be actually contesting to your travel award. But on the other hand, if that player from your own region qualifies, they directly, or sorry, if they get to top 4, they directly qualify for the World Championships, and that means there actually frees up a spot for your region to qualify for the World Championships, because normally it's like top 75 for North America and top 50 for Europe and South America, but that doesn't include players already qualified from directly winning a championship or top 4 in an international championship.
That's a fantastic point, Martine. So basically these trainers are hoping their peers do terrible or amazing, because
there's no in between.
Yeah, there's no in between. Like no top 12 finish for like one of your peers. You either are trying to root for yourself, and maybe you do support your peers here in Pokemon. I mean, the community is so great. I'm just joking, but I mean, from a point standpoint, you would rather them do bad or do fantastic.
Exactly, and we have so many more battles to come of players from different regions. Many LATAM players have made it through, some North American. We saw Colin do well earlier. Steinar, however, was able to stop Paula as the second European to go to day 2. And I believe another North American we may see later, Nighttime Clasher, also has done quite well so far in the winners finals of his group. It's going to be super exciting.
Yeah, it's a huge packed tournament here at LAIC. I believe 250 competitors, and I believe we have a little bit of distribution to be given out to all the people here at LAIC, and this is something that you are gonna want to get, because anytime you can get an elite team, you gotta go for it. And Feraligatr has been strong all season, and especially today.
Well, it's been the Feraligatr show, right?
It really has.
If you want to be able to do what the competitors do here at the LAIC, get that Feraligatr, get that elite charge gem to get Hydro Cannon on it, and Feraligatr is a huge asset for your team. And then you also have the TCG rewards for TCG Live. You can get this Pikachu, the special Pikachu card if you want. Use this code here to get that.
Yeah, absolutely. You want to make sure to take advantage of all this and share it with your friends too. If they play some other games, make sure and let them know. We all share the stage on Championship Sunday as well. We're going to be at one home at twitch.tv/Pokemon. So it's a big family. Share the drops with everyone, but make sure to take advantage of that if you're a Go player, because you want that elite team.
Absolutely. So I already heard the crowd a little bit. I don't know if you did. That probably means we're going to get another Brazilian
Lindo
player.
Yeah. Yeah, we got another Lindo in particular coming up. And you're right, you were spot on, because it looks like we have LNDS Stutz coming up versus another top LATAM trainer, Ice Chris.
Ice Chris.
Yeah.
He was, I believe, top 24 at the 2023 World Championships in Yokohama. I played him myself there. He's a really good trainer from Chile, and I believe, did he also qualify for the 2024 World Championship? He's been very successful. Also has won a regional championship before in Santiago in Chile, so very familiar with the competition here in South America.
Yeah, especially at LATAM regionals as well. He's been a runner-up in 2024 Lima. He was 4th place in Sao Paulo. Let's take a look at Ice Chris on stage against Lindo's Struts, of course. But you're right, was 25th at Worlds and a regional champion in 2023 at Santiago versus LNDS Stutz, and you can already hear the chants of the crowd as this team is desperately trying to get as many players into day number 2 as they can.
And again, the Feraligatr. Feraligatr has been the star of the show, and that makes it so interesting to see the Talonflame on the other side. The Talonflame, you'd think that when Annihilate has been introduced, that Dunsparce would decrease, so a spot opens up in the meta for Talonflame. But Feraligatr there is to hold the door on Talonflame. You're not flying in today, birdie.
Yeah, it really does. And you have double water as well, because you have the Shadow Quagsire. I know it's not as strong, but you're kind of weak to that Talonflame in the back, because I saw you pointed out that Alolan Sandslash and Jumpluff was no part of Talonflame. Yeah, and Ariados. So yeah, you do protect your weaknesses to Talonflame, so it is going to be a little dance for Ice Chris. See if he can land that Talonflame into some productive situations. You know also, if you get up shields against a Feraligatr, you're fine in that scenario as well.
This Gator has got to save the day for Stutz, I think, because the Talonflame has to be stopped. It's so strong into his team. Even with Drapion that has Aqua Tail, it's not super comfortable into the Talonflame, and even Quagsire, you have to land a Stone Edge. But if your Stone Edge gets shielded, the Talonflame will outpace to Fly or Brave Bird, which does so much damage on Quagsire. So even Quagsire, I don't consider it as a hard counter to Talonflame.
And especially because of the pacing now, right? It's just a little bit slower. And also a shout out to LNDS Struts, and now has secured his best placement ever in a tournament. And what a place to do it. One of the most stacked tournaments ever. He was 49th in Sao Paulo, 97th last year at LAIC. Congratulations to him. That is well done, as we're about to lock in against a regional champion, Ice Chris. Is he going to be able to land his Talonflame in a productive situation? You know, you're probably going to see that Azumarill out there, but is that Jumpluff going to be lurking for LNDS Struts?
Looks like they got to scan just real quick again, but yeah, I do like your point there. I feel like that you have to prepare as much as you can for the Talonflame. Perhaps you don't even run any Pokemon weak to the Talonflame. You just run your Drapion, Quagsire, and Feraligatr. You have 3 Pokemon with Water-type coverage. You don't have to fear the Talonflame at all. It's kind of predictable Talonflame comes out as well. And if Ice Chris can read that, maybe we don't even see Talonflame.
Yeah, and then maybe you bring your own Azumarill, because the Azumarill can soak energy against pretty much all the stuff that beats Talonflame. So maybe we will see that Azumarill from Ice Chris. I mean, that's not a bold guess. You see Azumarill in almost every battle, but here we go. We are locked in for game number 1. This is another Winners Finals with the chance of day 2 on the line.
And look at that. We see exactly the 3 Water-type coverage. We have Drapion, not a Water-type, but that's Aqua Tail. And we don't see Talonflame on Ice Chris' side. This is actually not that bad of a matchup for Drapion. Now, you're gonna look at me like I'm crazy, but in the zero shield scenario, if you have a
Drapion with a pretty high defense and HP, you can actually... Oh, but he makes the catch on the Feraligatr, but Feraligatr is not really great here either.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have a ton of bulk. It is going to be able to soak this up, but you're almost at the double, right? For Ice Chris, you're going to be one rollout, and you're going to be at the double here. So you're now going to have to give up Protect Shield. Yes, you will be able to outpace in the future, but are you just going to fully sack your Feraligatr here? It looks like you are going to give up Protect Shield.
You have to shield this up, otherwise Feraligator's show is already over. In comes Azumarill, and the annoying thing for the Feraligatr is the Azumarill can soak up all the damage. It's resisted. Hydrocan still hits hard, but Azumarill is not going to shoot anything here just yet.
Yeah, that's the problem. The Azumarill is so strong against those three that you mentioned, right? Those are the three counters for Talonflame, but literally Azumarill is just the sponge against all of it. It's just going to soak up, take a bath with all these Hydro Cannons, and it doesn't even matter. But you are going to struggle to farm down this Feraligatr. You can't really bubble it down. So this Feraligatr did put in a lot of work, and now you're going to swap into your own Drapion.
But this also has resistance charge attack, so those are not going to do much either.
Yeah, well, you have to get it down somehow because it all is resisted at some point, and the play rough is going to land. Your timer is not back up, so I like LNDS here is going to be able to bank up a lot of energy and throw just before that Ice Beam is available. So now the Shadow Drapion is going to have some leftover energy for the backline of Ice Chris as well.
Crunch barely knocks out that Azumarill resisted. When you come back in here, you can't really get in the farm down with the Ariados, so probably has to come in with the Dunsparce, and Dunsparce is quite bulky, so might even be able to... No, he's going for the farm down with the Ariados. I don't dislike this play either, because now you can get a head start against anything else. Like, we see the Quagsire in the back, right? And if you're behind energy against Quagsire, it will outpace you.
Yeah, and then the Trailblaze is just going to knock out. Looked like he was trying to get to either the double Aqua Tail or the Crunch. He decided to go for the Crunch. Maybe the double Aqua Tail would have been a little stronger there. And then now the Ariados has extra energy. You're going to probably need to swap on something. This is going to be double super effective. You can't let this go. Leyland DS is thinking about it. Is he actually going to sack his Quagsire? No. Oh, that's a clutch shield right there.
Barely. I was about to see the Quagsire go down, but oh man, that's tough. Trying to catch the Trailblaze, does catch the Trailblaze on this Feraligatr, but you know what that means? This will only boost the Ariados. Did I still have a shield? Because otherwise this Quagsire will be able to get to the stones perhaps.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have a Protect Shield remaining. Are you in range of the Aqua Tail here? And it looks like you actually just threw a Charge Attack priority there, but you can't throw a Charge Attack priority versus an Ariados. That thing has too much attack for a Shadow Quagsire. This is going to be a one-hit knockout to take out Shadow Quagsire.
Wow, what a gameplay from Ice Chris there. Read his opponent like a book.
Yeah, that was fantastic, knowing that he would bring the three counters, brought the Azumarill, soak it all up, dance around, finish the game. That was just a masterclass of how to deal with these scenarios. You're very good at this as well, right? Where you have a polarizing scenario where you have the Talonflame that's really good against a lot of Pokemon. Then you have the bench pressure. You called the line for that game number 1. I'm gonna ask you, can you call the line for game number 2 as well?
Oh man, if I look at the teams, it's gonna be difficult. I think Ice Chris might, if he were to lose the second game, I don't think he brings Talonflame just yet. But for the third game, he would bring Talonflame. It's just so predictable to bring Talonflame into a team with Jumpluff, with Ariados, and Alolan Sensors, 3 Pokemon that have nothing for Talonflame, right? So you just basically play the counters to the Talonflame because that's what you can expect, and those are probably pretty neutral to bring as well.
And you have to probably expect either some pseudo-grass coverage from the Ariados or Jumpluff, because if you just bring Azumarill again, or you just bring those 3 and you face Azumarill again, you're going to be in trouble. So I think you got to bring something to threaten the Azumarill, but then again, that is your target for Talonflame. And if you are calling it right that there is going to be no Talonflame, I think he brings some grass coverage.
Grass coverage perhaps, and perhaps if you can call that there will be no Talonflame, the Alolan Sensors, Ariados, they may all have a little bit more play. You can maybe replace the Quagsire, the Drapion. I think you gotta keep the Feraligatr. Feraligatr is just so oppressive. With a shield advantage, it can even overcome some of its hardest counters.
Yeah, it seems like there's no reason to ever sit a Feraligatr. Just put it in your lineup at all times. I mean, that is the one Pokemon that has kind of stuck around since the beginning. I know Quagsire is kind of coming back on top too, but that Shadow Feraligatr has just always been a force. As these 2 trainers, with everything on the line here, I mean, it is such a more realistic journey to become champion coming in on the winner's side of a bracket than a loser's side. Speak to that a little bit, Inadequates. Like, how much harder is the journey coming from a loser's side, even in a day number 2?
So there's 2 things to it, right? First off, if you lose early on, you have more battles to play. The way I see it, you have more battles to play to get in form later on. The thing is, you have to go through a gauntlet of more matchups, and every matchup has more pressure to it, because if you lose twice, you are out. the way I like to see it, you know, more battles, you get more informed, you become better and better. You see a lot of very nice loser runs where players just go unbeaten. But here we go. We have game number 2. We have Drapion into Azumarill.
And it looks like the backlines are missing that Talonflame from Ice Chris here. And look, there is the grass type coverage, but the Azumarill's in the front, so that jump up isn't going to be as effective into that Azumarill matchup. It does have a neutral target in the Malamar, and Dunsparce isn't terrible for the jump up either.
So,
oh, the debuff too.
That actually makes this way more comfortable for the Drapion, by the way, at the start, because now your poison sting damage adds up, and that's kind of the prime damage you want to output here, because that's super effective. But I just want to point out, there is no Feraligatr. Here it is, the Quagsire, and I think Lindo Stud is making the call that Dunsparce counts that Feraligatr too hard, so he's going to opt with the other water type Pokemon.
Well, I love that swap by LNDS Struts here, because kind of taking advantage of the vulnerability of the Azumarill, because it doesn't really have that much reach to knock you out. Now suddenly you're loaded with energy, you're going to be able to throw the Aqua Tail bait here. Does Ice Craze try to make the call here? Does he no shield on the bait? And he no shields it!
He does no shield, still does a good chunk of damage. There's another one loaded. This one you know this is the Aqua Tail, won't knock out, but if you want to keep that switch advantage, you gotta shield this, and looks like Ice Craze is going to shield that and drop some more energy. You definitely want to throw before that next Aqua Tail. Oh, did he keep track of energy? Oh, he gets there!
That is crucial here. Now you have to double down unless you want to waste all this energy. I don't think Ice Chris wants to do that. Actually, wait a second.
Does it knock out? Does it knock out? It knocks out! Ice Chris goes down with all the energy!
Oh my goodness, what a swing here for LNDS Struts. Now suddenly he is in a advantageous situation, but you have the Protect Shield advantage, you are down a little bit on health, and you're going to be taking super effective damage from this rollout, but you have the bulk, you're also a non-shadow jump up.
This is actually not as bad for the jump up as you might think, just because it is so bulky. Yes, Dunsparce keeps dealing super effective damage, but it's not the same type attack bonus, and Rockslide has been nerfed a lot, so that means that jump up can hang on there, and you have 2 shields. This is a great place to use them.
Yeah, absolutely. The rollouts aren't doing that much. You're not even in Rockslide range yet. You're going to throw the Energy Ball, which is the better attack compared to Aerial Ace. It's not even going to do half of the Dunsparce health, but plus the Fairy Winds, maybe you can get it low enough to knock out with the next Energy Ball, and it's kind of scary for the Azumarill to try to swap in and catch that Energy Ball.
If Stud shielded this, I think Ice Craze may even switch out and just go for an Ice Beam as well. The Drapion's just not going to do as much anymore at the health range it did, but it does have a little bit of energy.
Yeah, and you are going to make a decision here if you're Ice Chris on if you want to use that last protection of the game. You let it go. Now, the Struts, no, swap. Ice Chris swapped into an Energy Drive Pokemon. This gives a huge window of opportunity.
Oh, wait, sorry, he's not.
No, he actually went for the Energy Ball, but he went a little bit early. But it doesn't matter once again because he got the Protect Shield.
It doesn't matter. Going to put up the Protect Shield here. Going into the Drapion, which already had the Crunch loaded, which is resistant, and in comes the Ice Beam.
And he actually does shield this. Now I think he's going to try to go for the back-to-back here. So knock out the Azumarill, knock out the Dunsparce, and tie this series up.
Let's see, Crunch coming through. Resistant on Azumarill, has another one for the Dunsparce, and Dunsparce is quite bulky. I'm not sure if it's going to hang on to that. Yeah, it's definitely not going to hang on from this range. And it loses Charge and Grody as well.
Yeah, it's got no shot here. And you hear the crowd. LNDS Struts has now tied up this series and has a chance to reverse sweep Ice Chris here with the great energy management down the stretch. I feel like Ice Chris swapping in to try to catch on the Azumarill was the mistake in the end game because you swapped in an energy drive Pokemon that's also really slow at pacing. So it gave so much opportunity for LNDS Struts to do whatever he wanted to do in that last segment of the battle.
I think Ice Chris tried to make the prediction that Studs would go for the combo play with the Drapion, but he didn't. He stayed in, realizing, wait, I'm not in crunch range. Why would I switch there? And I think at that point, it may actually have only been the win condition for Ice Chris because a Rock Slide would not even have knocked out the Jump Love either.
Yeah, that is so tough. You think you're trying to get into your opponent's head there, trying to match the moves so that you make the right plays, but maybe give him a window of opportunity. And now suddenly the momentum has swapped. Ice Chris, that felt really ahead in the series, is now tied 1-1 with LNDS Struts. Ice Chris, who is a regional champion, has Worlds experience versus LNDS Struts, who is making a name for himself for the first time here, 2025 Latin American International Championships.
And both players are one game away from making it to day 2. That's a huge accomplishment at the biggest tournament and in South America here. And we're here to see it.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And are we going to be here to see a Talonflame as well? This is such a tough call. I'm once again going to go back to one of the best team readers I've ever seen in Adequins. What do you think? Is Ice Chris going to bring out that Talonflame for game number 3?
I think yes. Maybe Stutz became more confident with that jump bluff or anything else that is weak to the Talonflame. He has seen it twice now. Do you go triple down on no Talonflame? I mean, it's possible, right? Because on the other hand, Stutz will always bring the counts to the Talonflame as well.
Yeah, do you think he's going to go triple counter like he has done earlier on, bring the Drapion, bring the Shadow Quagsire, and bring the Feraligatr? Or is he going to just respect it, maybe bring a counter, and then also bring some counters to the Azumarill, who's been a problem for him in this series? And looks like we are going to get locked into this decisive game number 3. Winner moves on the winner's side of the bracket to day number 2. And uh-oh, it is going to be the Ariados into the Shadow Quagsire. But the thing is, there's 2 Protect Shields for that Shadow Quagsire to take those Trailblazes.
That is a scary matchup. This is double super effective. If you no-shield this, your Quagsire's almost gone. Put out a Protect Shield at the very last second. But at this point, the Ariados is also buffing his attack. I think at this point, oh, he's going for the Stone Edge. Ice Chris,
wait a second
this
here.
will knock out the Ariados immediately. Here we go.
He's not pressing his shield. He's not.
Oh, here we go!
Stone Edge goes through! Boom! And that knocks out the one-hit knockout. He tried to call the bait. He called wrong, and suddenly LNDS Struts is wildly ahead in this battle.
And the crowd went wild when that Stone Edge landed. Now you have switch advantage. You have a Quagsire with about 55% health. Stutz is in an incredible position in this matchup right now.
And you can pivot too. I mean, if you wanted to, you have options with that Feraligatr in the back, but it looks like you're just gonna take your win here on the lead, keep the alignment. Yes, you're down the shield, but you're up a lot of health here, making those big plays, and still the Quagsire's not even out of it yet. He's gonna get to another Stone Edge. That is ridiculous.
This Stone Edge on Azumarill, this Quagsire's about to almost knock out 2 Pokemon here. Ice Chris still not putting up the shield.
And it almost does it in a counter swap simultaneous at the exact same time. So looks like these will be even on energy. This will play out. But wait a second. He just threw on alignment. He threw with a turn attack on a 3-turn attack, allowing a full 3-turn rollout.
And now, maybe Ice Chris isn't even looking that bad in this matchup now. Dunsparce is looking so good in the backline of Stutz. Against the Ariados that takes super effective damage from the rollout and the Rock Slide. And his Feraligatr has double resisted Shadow Claw. It's gonna be tough.
And it's not over yet because you got that extra rollout. Like you mentioned, you have a strong, another extra rollout. And it looks like he is gonna probably try to go for the no shield here. He just has 6 free turns of energy. No, actually thinking this might be my most impactful shield the rest of the battle. Can he get the rollout down too? I actually think he would have got really close to getting it.
I think you have to shield this if you want to get that damage of no putting up no shield here now. It's all in the hands of the Ariados. Remember, both players also have a catch available. Stutz in the Quagsire and Ice Chris in the Azumarill. In comes the first Rock Slide. You probably want to shield this because this one's not debuffed just yet.
Oh, and it just turned nighttime here at LAIC as these trainers have a chance to make to day number 2. And the thing is, you not only can catch, you can also take off a debuff. But looks like actually LNDS Stress is not going for the debuff.
I like that
actually
play.
Trying to bulk up his own attack.
I think he needs to. The next launch needs to knock out with the poison stings. And I think Ice Chris' only win condition here might be to make a catch because his Ariados will outpace to the next charge attack.
And this is the last Protect Shield of the battle. I think you're right. I think that lunge will knock out. It all comes down, can Ice Chris catch? Can he go for it?
Oh!
He goes for it! He got it! Ridiculous catch by Ice Chris!
Ice Chris making the move! He catches the charge attack, but beyond the charge, can his Ariados get enough energy? Can now the Dunsparce gets there?
Can LNDS swap now? Can LNDS swap onto Quagsire? No!
Oh, no!
He gets rolled out down and now the energy is available! And it's a Rock Slide to win it for Ice Chris!
Wow! The Quagsire standing there. What did I do? He wasn't able to make that catch, and Ice Chris getting that last charge attack in. That was an insane play. That catch was so necessary to have a win condition in that battle there.
What a comeback!
Wow.
What a comeback. Ice Chris got knocked out early game trying to call the bait on the Aqua Tail, took the Stone Edge, took that right rock type attack, but the key thing is he was also able to get some rock attacks through himself. He got 2 free rollouts onto LNDS Struts, which allowed him to close that battle, make the ridiculous catch, and go on to day number 2 on the winner's side.
I think this matchup might be in review. The players are discussing it. So in the meantime, I just want to again emphasize how important that Stone Edge was in that first matchup with the Quagsire into the Ariados. If that gets shielded, the Ariados could buff up and take on the next Pokemon as well. Even like, if let's say it goes to the 2-shield scenario, right? The Quagsire shields twice and the Ariados shields twice. That would mean this Ariados might throw 3 Drill Blaze. Even then, a launch into opposing Ariados does like 50%.
Yeah, exactly. Could have been ramped up, and he was going for that big play, right? He was trying to let an Aqua Tail through and then just take more shields, start ramping up, but was unable to let the Stone Edge through. But how many times have you seen a trainer get so far down in a matchup and climb his way out of a hole? I can't remember a better example than Ice Chris in that matchup.
I think he just recognized, oh, if the Quagsire is here, then my Dunsparce in the back is just so good. So he just put the shields on the Dunsparce.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, no, exactly. We're trying to find clarification for what exactly they are looking at in this matchup, but it was crazy. It was a crazy matchup. I mean, you all saw it. I mean, letting the rock type damage through for Ice Chris on that Stone Edge, and then the 2 times throwing on alignment. Martine, do you want to explain exactly what that means when you're throwing on alignment and why it puts you in such a deficit, especially against a Pokemon like Dunsparce?
If I think of one of the first matchups of the day, that's when we also had Feraligatr into Dunsparce. Feraligatr should be able to get to outpace to Hydro Cannon, but if you let a rollout through, it doesn't. And how does it happen? If you have Feraligatr, Shadow Claw is a 2-turn fast attack. If you have Dunsparce, you have a 3-turn fast attack with rollout. And then, if you throw on alignment, which means 3 Shadow Claw times 2 is 6 turns.
Right.
If you have 2 rollouts, 2 times 3, that's also 6 turns. And if you then throw the charge attack, that means a full rollout or a full Shadow Claw will go through. Well, if you do one more fast attack as either Pokemon, that wouldn't happen because then the turns don't align. It looks like we are not getting the rematch. Ice Chris wins this game and advances to day 2.
That is official, so congratulations to Ice Chris securing one of the best comebacks I've ever seen in Championship Series history to take down the underdog that was fighting so hard, almost had it in his hands with LNDS struts, but he's not out of it yet. He's just on that loser side of the bracket.
Still has the losers finals to go to make it to day 2, his best performance. And yeah, Ice Chris, a very seasoned battler, right? I wouldn't say it's a surprise he is getting there, but man, as you said, he was looking really tough for him. Stutz made such an incredible call on its Stone Edge, and then realizing, oh, well, Quagsire is the only counter because the other Pokemon like Alolan Senses don't jump low. Like, everything's weak to the Dunsparce otherwise.
And this is where it all started, trying to call the bait, and he was wrong. And then almost knocking out 2 Pokemon with the Shadow Quagsire. We thought there's no way Ice Chris can come back in this matchup. He has almost no health, but this last Pokemon in the Dunsparce was able to get those extra rollouts and have all that energy banked for the end, and this was the thing that made it all possible. That huge swap on the lunge into the Azumarill.
It was an incredible catch. We call that in the community a sack swap. It means that you have a very low health Pokemon, almost no HP remaining, that the charge attacks you catch knocks out as well. Because let's say it's a full health Pokemon, is it really a sack swap then? Because then you don't sack the Pokemon.
Yeah.
It might just set it up for another matchup.
Yeah, that's more of a catch. You know, you're catching the energy on maybe something not very effective or something neutral, soaking it in so that you maybe have more advantage. But that is the literal definition of a sack swap. It almost becomes a third shield. Especially when you're that low health, you don't even give the opportunity for an undercharge and farm down. Yes, he tried it and he got what, maybe 1 poison sting or 2 poison stings, not enough to make a difference compared to the 5 poison stings of energy that he wasted. So a prime example of how to sack swap in this game, and a prime example of why you should never give up in a battle, because it can turn around when you don't expect it to.
I'll give that to Ice Chris. That was looking very dire once that Quagsire was at 60% HP. But I already hear the chants going. We have another Brazilian player coming up, and this time against a North American player. It is going to be Nighttime Clash against Gandox that are going to be up very soon.
All right, but before we get into that, you can look out for some TCG drops as well. Do you know this Pokemon right here? I believe
Ogerpon.
Yeah, Ogerpon, yes.
With the mask.
Yeah, exactly. Change the mask, change the types. Kind of reminds me of a more Peko a little bit. Maybe we'll see that in Go one day, but make sure and take advantage of this. If you have a friend that plays TCG, make sure and get that drop. Oh, wait, I gotta give this. I gotta give this one to you.
That's Pelipper!
Yeah.
If you don't have Pelipper in Scarlet Violet, you can get the Pelipper that Patrick Connor won the 2024 NAIC. That was a shiny Pelipper. You can get that for Scarlet and Violet using the redemption code that you see in the right bottom there. Pelipper, I could tell you so much about this Pokemon. It is so good, but it's not meta right now.
Make it rain with shinies. Make sure to take advantage of all these drops. Of course, remember, we have the Feraligatr. Don't forget to mention that there is the Elite TM as well that maybe he's holding behind him as well. So you get the Feraligatr and the Elite TM, which is absolutely crucial, especially there's a lot of really good Pokemon, like Community Day Pokemon. I can think of one that's been really strong today, Feraligatr, that is a Community Day attack, so you will need an Elite Charge TM if you just pick up the game and start battling, which we hope you do because it's a really fun time.
And that Feraligatr is actually from the 2024 NAIC champion out of Pocket. He also qualified for Day 2. But let's head into our next matchup here. On the left, Nighttime Clasher with the Feraligatr again. On the right, Gandox. And we see again that Shadow Dragonite. So many Brazilian players brought these Shadow Dragonites.
Yeah, that was the spice of choice for a lot of these Brazilian trainers, and it has been good in some scenarios. I know Zardy did eventually go down, but did really well throughout the tournament with it. Now Gandox has the same opportunity to do so. And how does it match up versus this team? I feel like once again it's quite good because all you have to worry about is the Azumarill. There is no ice type pressure. There's not a ton of fast attack pressure. I guess there is some fast attack pressure from the Galarian Moltres as well, but if you can dance around the Azumarill, I feel like Shadow Dragonite does have a place in this matchup.
The Galarian Moltres Sucker Punch actually does about as much or even more damage than the Dragon Breath, so it actually is a formidable opponent for the Dragonite, but Dragonite does pace very quickly. So let's say you let a Dragonclaw go and you lose that matchup. But here we go into the first game. We have from Nighttime Clasher the Ariados into the Shadow Drapion from Gandox.
And I believe, if I'm not wrong, Nighttime Clasher was one of those trainers in Louisville that brought out and actually swapping, decided to not go on charge attack priority and swapping on the Aqua Tail. What a catch by Nighttime Clasher.
We are 5 seconds into this battle.
Hold up a second. Tried to explain the leads here, Nighttime. That was a great catch, though. And now the Azumarill is going to be switch locked. And now swapping into their Superior once you banked up all the energy that was wasted on that Shadow Drapion.
I love that play from Gandox because the Superior doesn't have to fear the Azumarill as much. And especially with those Poison Sting damage, this Azumarill is almost into Frenzy Plant range now.
Yeah, and now suddenly you can maybe get the Frenzy Plant plus Farm Down, which would be really strong here. And it looks like it is going to be really close to that knockout into the Azumarill. Will Nighttime Clasher try to Protect Shield on the Azumarill here? Thinking about it says no.
Doesn't do that. And Azumarill goes down. Now you can come back in with that Ariados. You gotta throw a little bit quickly probably because otherwise you get damaged by that super effective areas that this Superior has. Some players have Leaf Tornado. Oh, but going to the Galarian Moltres for an aggressive farm down.
Yeah, I think that was his strategy. I think he planned on pivoting no matter what into the Azumarill to try to bait out the Superior so that maybe there was a chance that Galarian Moltres could close out this game. And now pivoting, trying to deny the farm down into your Drapion that has energy, but it is charge attack priority on an Aqua Tail. Looks like Nighttime Clasher is just going to let that go, throw the Ancient Power, and he can also go into his Ariados at some point as well.
That is a huge play from Gandox here. This might actually tempt him to not shield, and he doesn't because he doesn't have any energy to get off here.
Yeah, and also I don't believe he was at Brave Bird energy here, and there it is, the lunge on charge attack priority, swapped through the Poison Sting, got the charge attack priority, and picked up a Protect Shield. That is huge for Nighttime Clasher, and I believe this was on an Aqua Tail.
I believe it is, and if Nighttime Clasher knows, then he might not put a Protect Shield here. That might actually get pretty tough for Gandox because he has the Azumarill in the back, and Azumarill does not want to see Gyarados, but getting a Protect Shield here is pretty big.
This team is so weak to Ariados in general. It's got Azumarill, it's got Superior, it's got Drapion. How are you going to deal with this ramped up Trailblaze Ariados in the backline? Does he double Protect Shield? Yes, he double Protect Shield to try to keep ramping this up, but you can't Poison Sting down. You probably have to throw a Trailblaze, or can you?
The defense drop though, going for the Trailblaze now. I think as Gandox, you kind of have to get this energy off. In fact, now he's stuck another Poison Sting, and he might be able to get to another Crunch. Is the timer up for Nighttime Clasher? It is almost up. Can he make the catch? He makes the catch on the Moltres!
That is huge. Now this Ariados has some energy and has a chance of closing it out in the back line. Looks like Gandox doesn't want to undercharge either. Wants to get the full attack through. And here comes the Azumarill. Can double Trailblaze do it? You need to be able to knock out with double Trailblaze and Poison Sting.
Well, I already have some energy, so can Trailblaze early on. Now the Poison Sting will add up as well. 2 might just barely be enough. But if Azumarill can get to an Ice Beam, then it won't be confident launch though, because he wants to debuff the. He doesn't think that the Trailblaze knocks out, so wants to debuff the Azumarill to be able to maybe Poison Sting down. I'm not too sure.
Big brain play from Chef Nighttime Clasher here. He's trying to let this Ariados cook a little bit longer. Now that the Azumarill is debuffed, can he hold on from the Ice Beam and get 2 more charge attacks? He does hold on. He is fairly healthy enough. He is going to be able to get to another attack here. He is going to ramp up one more time.
Can he Poison Sting down the rest of Gandox's line? The Vine Whips from the Superior are double resistant, but if it can get to that aerial ace, it might actually be able to close out this game. Let's see. It's going to be so close. The Drapion can get 1 Poison Sting in. The Superior can get Vine Whips in. Here we go. Superior comes in, doesn't have energy. It doesn't have a lot.
It's doing so much. Hold up. Let Ariados cook. He's going to get the full sweep against Gandox and take game number 1.
Wow, what a great play. Ariados showing why it has been the top usage in the Spider season. And at least Nighttime Clash into a 1-0 victory. Drapion, Azumarill, and Superior. I really feel like that team lacked a little bit of Clothesire and Dragonite.
Yeah, and the thing is, it lacked a counter for Ariados as well, because Nighttime Clasher was able to go just absolutely off with it. And of course, this trainer got 3rd place in Louisville with the Ariados. He is well known for it this season, and once again, just putting all his hopes into it. And that little spider picked up a big old broom and just swept away the entire team of Gandox.
It is just so good into the team of Gandox. When Gandox saw the Ariados in the lead, I think he was pretty happy because his backline was weak to it. But then Nighttime Clasher preserved the energy, made the catch, and that made it so difficult for him. Nighttime Clasher really has been on a steamroll this season.
Yeah.
You mentioned the Louisville Top Cut. He actually played in Buenos Aires last week as well, and Top Cut there too. I believe it was a tied 6 or tied 5 place. So he's just been top cutting all over the place this season, and he's looking so well now. Well, the LAIC.
Yeah, he was Mr. Consistent when he first made his name in the scene, right? He kept top cutting after top cutting after top cutting with Togedemaru, which was so impressive. Now it feels like he has a new signature Pokemon, the Ariados. As long as he has that on his team, he is gonna be a threat versus the competition. And I love the way he played that battle. He danced around the entire battlefield. He was able to bait out the Azumarill and then bait out the counter and go for the fast attack down with the Moltres there, and able to just set it up so the timers were misaligned enough that he could put his Ariados in the proper position to pull off an entire sweep. It is not easy to do in this meta.
And here we go, game number 2. We have a terrible lead for Nighttime Clasher, a great lead for Gandox. It is the Galarian Moltres into the Azumarill, and it looks like Nighttime Clasher pivots out immediately. Gandox building up some more energy. Doesn't have that great of an answer here. The Clothesire does run Sludge Bomb, however.
Yeah, and looks like you're just going to go for the Hydro Cannon here, and the Azumarill is going to soak up this energy, no problem. I mean, Azumarill is just so good. It's why it's on every single team. It's just so safe. It kind of feels like Lickitung of the past, where you just bring it in, soak up everything, and just try to chip down as much as you can. And in this situation, you get a Protect Shield.
But I feel like at some point, you have to... Yeah, you have to either preserve the Azumarill or preserve Shields. With Shields up, Drapion would have been fine into Galarian Moltres as well. But the Clothesire without Stone Edge is not that great into that Galarian Moltres. Galarian Moltres, the energy is just so good because flying is overall widely unresisted in the meta.
Yeah, but this isn't terrible for Gandox because you outpace now every single time to crunch into the Hydro Cannon. And also, this Ralligator is in range of crunch, so you actually pick up the second protection here, throwing instantly even though you didn't have to, getting the second protection of the game, but Nighttime Clasher has an opportunity here because the switch timer is back available.
And I think at this point, you know you get outpaced. Going into the Clothesire right away, sees an opportunity to swap in, potentially get to that Earthquake. But I think this Drapion might be able to get to 2 Aqua here into this Clothesire. That would put it very low already.
And remember, this Clothesire is going to be a Stone Edge and Earthquake, so it doesn't have that super effective Sludge Bomb for the Azumarill. So the Azumarill could probably even tank a charge attack here. It looks like tried to swap on something, didn't get it, was charge attack priority, and it looks like it did click on the Earthquake for Nighttime Clasher.
That will secure the knockout on this Drapion. and it looks like Ganox tried to swap into the Clodsire, but the Drapion is stuck and it's gonna get knocked out by the super effective charge stack. But I think you're still in a pretty good spot. As long as that Azumarill is able to line up into that Galarian Moltres, it might just be fine for Ganox. Do keep in mind, this tournament has been the Feraligatr show, and Feraligatr is still in the field as well.
Yeah, but the thing is, now that you bring in the Azumarill and you have to take an Earthquake, looks like he tried to swap once again, but was not able to press that swap, and instead has to take the Earthquake and the Azumarill, the biggest threat for that healthy Galarian Moltres. And at least, can you get the bubble down? No, you can't even get the bubble down, but you secure a play route for Ice Beam for the back line.
But wait, now you get to the Earthquake. How much energy does the Feraligatr have?
Wow, now wait a second here. Now Gandox is going to get quite low. This is trouble. Nighttime Clasher has an opportunity. His timer's back up, and instead actually comes in with the Moltres. And Gandox is running Sludge Bomb. Can double Sludge Bomb knock out this Galarian Moltres?
I think it gets super close. I know it does, almost into a Talonflame. Galarian Moltres might have similar bulk, and looks like it will barely be able to hang on to that, but you need the Brave Bird to knock out here.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I think it's going to be so close, Martine. I think this Moltres might be able to endure this Sludge Bomb, but can it get to a Brave Bird? It is at the Brave Bird already. He's actually going to overfarm a little bit.
Is he going to try to farm down? He's going to try to farm down. Oh, goes for Charge Stack Purity. Perfect counting by Nighttime Clash. But I think he has
got the double.
power.
He's got the double. He has two. He's going to be able to throw one into this Clodsire. He's got another baked for this Azumarill. All he has to do is click it.
And Nighttime Clasher going with the knockout. He is moving on to day 2 at the 2025 NAIC.
What an absolute clinic. Game number 1, knocking out 3 Pokemon with the Ariados. Game number 2, winning the battle with 3 Pokemon, remaining able to get to the double Ancient Power, the poise, the precision. There's a reason he is always top cutting.
Into such a rough lead as well. He led the Galarian Moltres into the Azumarill and still found a way to come back. He didn't even need the Ariados this time.
He really didn't. I mean, all he needed was his skill, and he put that on full display to make it into day number 2. Another North American competitor making it to day 2 here at LAIC, and just, oh, day 2 is going to be absolutely stacked with the trainers we already got in store for you on Saturday.
And then we haven't even gone through the losers finals yet, because some of the losers finals in some groups already have been processed, so we may see tomorrow a whole other field of players that have gone through a gauntlet in the LAIC in their group. And the losers bracket is one of my favorites, because that's where the pressure is high. If you're in the winners bracket, you have another life. But losers finals is win or go home.
Yeah, well, no, that's how I feel about it too. Win or go home. You said losers games are just warm-ups pretty much, just to get you stronger. But I mean, that does happen. We've seen it in the past with these trainers. I mean, our first world champion did it as well. So no one is out of the game. But when Nighttime Clasher is on his game, he is really tough to beat.
Do you know he had a chef's hat before his stream?
He should put it on right now. I mean, because he was absolutely cooking with Ariados and with his energy management. I think he could wear that all day number 2 if he wanted to.
What would you think his MVP was in that matchup? I feel like the Galarian Moltres has been such a strong showcase, and just again showing why I need to be doing more daily adventures. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to just say it's Feraligatr, because Feraligatr is the story, but game number 1 for sure the Ariados. But game number 2, the Feraligatr able to get both of the Protect Shields and get back to the timer with some good enough help. I know it didn't close the game, but that middle game situation, or that first pivot, I feel like set the tempo and gave Nighttime Clasher the ability to try to set up his other Pokemon. So I will say Feraligatr being able to get 2 shields because of its pacing and its power really helped him in that game number 2.
And let's not forget about how well Gandox has done so far. This is one of his best performances so far. He's reached top 10 before. We're gonna have much more battles coming up, as exciting, maybe even more exciting. Don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be right back after this video.
My name is Peyton Bingham, and I'm from Logan, Utah in the US.
There's only some health left on the Azumarill, and its accent is going to be able to Shadow Claw down, and he will become the 2023 Pokemon Go World Champion!
It is crazy winning Pokemon Worlds, especially here in Japan. The atmosphere, it's unlike any other tournament I've ever been to. Last season, I came top 8. This season, I finally was able to break through the grand finals, and then to finally win it today, it's just unbelievable. I'm just so overwhelmed and so just happy to be here right now. My favorite Pokemon to play with is probably Medicham. Obviously, it's one of the most used Pokemon out there, but that's for a reason. You know, it's so flexible. Basically, as long as you don't see like a Sableye, you got play. I'm still worried about Rubik's Master. He's very underrated. Deoxys defense is probably one of the things I really didn't want to see. I think that was a great call by Rubik's to bring the Deoxys. I think he has a bright future ahead of him. My advice to other trainers is to just put yourself out there, to go to these tournaments and just try. When you're here at these events, you know, you just have all these people around you who are just so supportive, so happy to be there, and it's just such an amazing experience. My family pushed me to keep on going, to keep competing, and I eventually was able to push and get the World Championships. I'm definitely going to be at Worlds next year.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那时候宝可梦游戏、宝可梦 Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 iSelf 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people all know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed all my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yakai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦 N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他的操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I love to hear these stories of all these trainers because it makes people realize it could be them. This next winner of the LAIC could be the person that we will be featured on this next video. We've had so many good competitors playing it out for day 2, and we still have so many more to go.
And do you know what was really exciting? We've obviously just seen Nighttime Thrasher get his place in day 2, and we've spoken a little bit about this already, but that team that he has created also being used by Out of Pocket, also being used by Colin 6, 3 of the exact same line making their way into day 2 here at LAIC.
Not only that, these trainers are out of their region as well, so they're getting some nice championship points that they can take back for their leaderboards to be able to go ahead to see if they will qualify for Worlds. But we're gonna hop right back into the battles. Yeah, I know that you guys are just as anxious as we are to see these next trainers going up against each other.
Yeah, we've got LNDS Krasau against Pablondinas from Europe. He is one of the European Travel Award participants, and he will want to show the world just how good he is.
Yeah, looking at their team compositions, is there anything in particular that's standing out to you? I know that Zardy also used a team of Azumarill and Gastrodon together, a double water. Seems to be rather popular across the board, although some people have opted to use Shadow for Alligator, perhaps, with the Azumarill rather than that Gastrodon?
I think the first thing on Pablondinos' mind is what is going to be the case about the Shadow Dragonite. It's a Pokemon that he has used before. I've actually played against Pablondinas using a Shadow Dragonite. The question is, does he know how to handle it? He does have Azumarill. He also has Dunsparce. Both can deal super effective damage, but he's honestly, he's got a lot of coverage for it elsewhere as well. Malamar with neutral damage output with Psywave, and Clodsire has the bulk to be able to manage almost any Pokemon in the meta.
So knowing that, if you're Crystal's side, do you think that that's a Pokemon that is worth the risk to bring into a matchup? Obviously, both of these trainers have been doing so well. They are in the winner's final of Group M. That means whoever wins this is guaranteed for day number 2. I think that Dragonite has probably seen a lot of play. We've seen so many more Dragonites than I expected in these winner's finals.
I wouldn't be surprised if Crystal leans into Gastrodon. It's a Pokemon that Pablondinas does not have any real hard answer to. His grass coverage is via an Ariados, and Gastrodon can put in work, especially if it can start to land that heavy-hitting Earth Power.
Well, let's see if they will be able to do anything here. We have a Dunsparce mirror match here, normally going to the Dunsparce that has that higher attack, winning the charge attack priority, being able to throw first. A lot of trainers opt not to throw right away. It looks like they're throwing at the exact same time, and it looks like it is going to be Pablondinas' side.
Yeah, charge attack priority can be key when it comes to these Dunsparce mirrors, and almost any other mirrors in the meta. Here, the Drill Run, it's not going to do a ton of damage, so there's a lot of opportunity for the players to pivot out if they want to.
Going ahead, this Drill Run will connect, but there's still so much. Both of these Pokemon still in the green, going for another rollout. Well, looks like Pablondinas opting for another Drill Run.
I wonder if these players will opt to play it out and rely on charge attack priority. No, Crystal recognizes that the Gastrodon has a ton of play. Why not get it out straight away? It's being met by an Azumarill. The thing is, if you can land an Earth Power here that goes unshielded, then Gastrodon has a ton of play.
EC, West C, doesn't matter if it gets the shield on that Body Slam bait. I think that the Pablondinas has a lot of energy on the Azumarill, wanted to keep it as healthy as possible, and now going for a play rough, that heavy hitting attack for the Gastrodon.
So few players use a Body Slam bait against an Azumarill. Pablondinas probably thought this is a very, very safe shield. That is a massive momentum shift for Crystal. Now the Earth Power is coming. It's going unshielded. This will do a ton of damage.
This is going through. All the bubbles were connected. Earth Power has the power to knock Azumarill down into the yellow at this point. But Azumarill is fighting back here, going for yet another play rough. This Gastrodon is not protected and is no longer going to be in the green.
Play rough lands, both Pokemon in the red. Crystal's now going to pivot out. This is what's exciting. You're able to utilize the switch timer, save energy, save health on your Pokemon. Your opponent is forced to try and remember exactly how much you've got.
And we've seen this so many times. Shadow for Alligator actually swapping into the Azumarill. Even though neither of the charge attacks hit that hard, that Shadow Claw damage just continues to add up. And Hydro Cannon after Hydro Cannon, consistency is key here. Pablondinas going for the first one against the Azumarill now.
Both of these players really trying to recognize where are their win conditions. We can see how much health the Pokemon have in the back, but remember that the competitors, they have to memorize this. How much health did my opponent leave with?
Yeah, not only that, they have to know, hey, is my opponent's switch timer up yet? Did we switch out at around the same moments? Because I don't want one of these ice beams to be caught on a potential sacrificial swap. Not the case for Crystal. They're taking out the Feraligatr and a quick pivot back into that Dunsparce.
Look at this, pivot back into the Dunsparce, met by Crystal's Dunsparce. It has an energy advantage. Drill Run coming through, it won't knock out the Dunsparce, and Pablondinas chooses not to shield it.
Going down into the red, but one rollout away from a Drill Run, and it looks like he knows he wins charge attack priority. Great play there, going for it, and now getting that last shield off of Crystal's side.
I really like that play from Pablondinas. He's almost trying to force a charge attack priority so that he can minimize the amount of energy that Crystal is able to gain. Crystal has actually miscounted how much energy Pablondinas has. Pablo reaches another Drill Run. This takes out the Dunsparce.
All in the hands of Dunsparce, which turns out didn't have any hands left, but now Mud Slap down, a Body Slam and Earth Power basically already loaded. Cristal taking this too, but guess what? There is a shield left on the side of Pablondinez.
Amanda, I think that Azumarill was denied a bubble. That means it wasn't able to reach the Ice Beam. There is a charge attack priority event. This Body Slam will land and take out the Azumarill. Pablo, if I were him, I'd be turning to the judges. The crowd are going to cheer nonetheless.
Going ahead, taking that down. Cristal taking game number 1 because the bubble didn't go through. Very interesting plays by both opponents down to the wire. You think at these moments, okay, my Dunsparce had so much energy and I let it go down.
That was really, really well recovered by Cristal. All he has to do is everything he can in the moment. He just has to focus on his game, on his plays, and he made the most of those opportunities. It's now for Pablo, for the judges, for anyone else to consider whether there could have been any alternative outcomes for that match.
Cristal played that wonderfully. I think earlier on you mentioned it, not a lot of people opt to go for that Body Slam bait over the Earth Power. However, being able to do that, he also got the shield off of Pablondinez's side and was able to connect that heavy hitting Earth Power later on in the matchup.
Pablondinez is nodding his head. I think these players are looking at their teams again. They're trying to judge what they want to do going into the next game in this series. Pablondinez recognizes that Shadow Dragonite probably isn't coming, and so can you play a little bit weak to it? These are the kinds of mind games and questions that these players will be asking.
I mean, you say that, but he went super strong to it because the Azumarill and the Dunsparce both are very, very good against that Dragonite.
The Dunsparce was really impressive for both of these players, doing a ton of damage. The amount of energy that you were able to get on both sides here. We talked about edge quake coverage a lot in the European region, and I'm going to say it again here. Ground and rock have such brilliant offensive synergy. You are able to hit so many things for super effective, and that's why Dunsparce is just so popular.
Now, one thing that negates Dunsparce is going to be that Gastrodon. Gastrodon didn't find its target there, but it still has a lot of damage to the Ariados, going for those heavy-hitting Mud Slaps. But guess what? That Trailblaze will do so much damage, and Cristal correctly shields it up.
Yeah, Trailblaze would be double super effective against Gastrodon, so it's a great shield, but the Ariados is now boosted. Do you go for a lunge? Do you even shield this Body Slam bait? Yes, you get the shield.
Getting the shield back, they're at shield parity at this point, but the Ariados has a lot of energy. There's another Body Slam already loaded, but if you're Pablondinez, you recognize this could not be an Earth Power. I know that it will survive this Body Slam, and guess what? I'm already at another Trailblaze. It's your call. Do you want to go 2 shields down in the first part of this game?
Now, we've mentioned that Gastrodon has a ton of play. Once this Ariados goes down, it's not like anything else on Pablo's side can resist the Earth Power, so I think that was a really sensible shield, and now Gastrodon can start to go and try and get shield parity.
We saw last time he went for that Body Slam bait. This time, it's all the power with this Earth Power. Still getting that shield from Pablondinez. He knows that Azumarill did really well for him last game. Wants to try to keep it nice and healthy, tip-top shape.
Play rough reached by the Azumarill. This is the slightly more efficient attack on that shiny Azumarill. It's not going to be enough to take down the Gastrodon, but it will start to put it really, really close to a farm down.
Yeah, down into the deep red at this stage. One more Mud Slap will be able to reach yet another Earth Power, and this time you can't avoid it. There's no shields left on either side. It will connect, and this Azumarill is brought down to the yellow.
Gastrodon putting in a ton of work here. It's managed to get 2 shields. It's managed to also put that Azumarill in the yellow, and basically the Ariados is so close as well. Dunsparce coming in to sponge the damage now.
Going ahead and taking this play rough, and it will take a little while to pace up to that drone, and actually a quick pivot out by Cristal now, going and trying to get some Poison Sting damage, but now a pivot by Pablondinez into a Dunsparce of his own, going for that super effective drill run damage.
This is looking pretty good for Cristal. Clodsire, especially shields down, can just go straight for these heavy hitting Earthquakes. They have same type attack bonus, and Clodsire is really threatening the Dunsparce here. How many drill runs will the Dunsparce be able to get off?
We're going to see that time and time again Dunsparce has been throwing drill runs left and right throughout day 1 of LAIC. First one here going through, but that Clodsire is still in the green. Since Dunsparce is a normal type Pokemon, it doesn't get that same type attack bonus. It's going to take 3 to knock out the Clodsire.
That is such a bulky poison-type Pokemon. It's charging up even more now, just before another drill run is reached. But actually, it's a charge attack priority. Crush Zhao was trying to throw just before the drill run was reached, but actually, the Clodsire is going to go down. That's a lot of energy lost.
We said it would take 3, and 3 it indeed took, but now this Dunsparce is quite low. Cristal has a decent amount of energy on his own Dunsparce, going ahead and letting that go. A drill run of his own, saying, okay, I saw how many you did, my turn.
We are seeing a lot of Dunsparce mirrors today, and for good reason. This Pokemon is showing that it is very much top of the meta, and it deserves to be.
Yeah, listen, Dunsparce is nowhere near done, despite our earlier predictions. Ariados coming in, trying to get a catch, unable to do so. Drill run at another charge attack priority going, and you can hear the crowd chanting. You can see the bubble swipe. You can see the drill run connect with that Azumarill.
Crush Zhao has played superbly there. Pablo recognized it. He applauds his opponent. Crush Zhao bows to the crowd. What a performance. It was masterful. He is a maestro.
He took a bow, and you can hear the crowd singing back to him. He's going for his encore performance. An LNDS trainer, one of the GBL Lindos, as they call themselves, and you will be hearing a lot of them throughout this tournament.
That was really, really quality play, and just shows the potency of Gastrodon as one of the ground type options. Mud slap damage, but also body slam. We did see it Gastrodon earlier today rocking the Water Pulse Earth Power. I'm not sure that's the call. I like body slam, I like Earth Power, and Crush Zhao took full advantage of those.
So that is a good point. So in the beginning of this max out meta, we saw Clodsire. Clodsire is still definitely around, but now it's kind of shifted back and forth. At the beginning, it was Stone Edge all the way. All the tournaments we saw, the very first one in Baltimore, all Stone Edge. Then the next one that we saw in Dortmund, all Sludge Bomb. And now we're kind of seeing back and forth. Do you think that Gastrodon will ever get to a point where there is a potential to be using Water Pulse over Earth Power, or perhaps going for that double nuke, as we call it, with that Earth Power and Water Pulse like we saw earlier?
It's a good question. The thing is, Earth Power, it's so hard hitting, and especially when you're against teams like Pablo's that we've just seen, nothing really is able to withstand the Earth Power. I don't know if there's really argument, especially in this meta, to drop it. Now, there is an interesting situation where Stone Collection in EU opted for a Sludge Bomb Stone Edge Clodsire. So players really are trying to explore and test new waters. Maybe Water Pulse can be used in a later meta.
I think if you were ever to make a case for Earth Power Gastrodon, Cristal definitely did a masterful job with it there in that Winners Finals, showcasing the power, the work of that Sea Slug Pokemon.
Yeah, and just briefly touching back onto Game 1, we saw that bubble didn't go through for the Azumarill. Pablo didn't manage to reach the Ice Beam as early as he would have liked, but it's because Crush Zhao also had a Pokemon left in the back that it didn't make a difference. And I think that everyone recognized that it didn't impact the outcome of the game. Crush Zhao sailing to victory and putting himself into day 2 here at LAIC.
Pablo Indinas was one of the competitors coming over from Europe. He benefited from that travel award from the last season to be able to be here. We were so happy to see him play. I love seeing all of the different regions play against each other. It's sort of like a mini Worlds competition before Worlds is actually there. With so many big names here, so many surprise Pokemon and picks, it does kind of feel like that. You get that momentum, you feel that energy and hype from the crowd here as well.
Yeah, this is the first season where all of the international championships have travel awards available to help these players go and compete internationally. It gives players such a huge opportunity to show off their prowess on camera for the whole world to see, and these players really have been taking that opportunity because Pablo's not out yet. As we mentioned so many times, he could still make a run in the losers bracket. He will be looking to do that. But we have some more players up on screen now. We've got the Torian 22. He's actually a Canadian player, another one who benefited from that travel award.
Yep, coming on down here to Sao Paulo to show them what he's got, but he's going to have to get through Eduardo Lomas here with a very interesting team composition. We've seen quite a few of these Pokemon. Now, one Pokemon that was really everyone suspected it would be popular at the beginning was Mandibuzz, and though it definitely has a place in the meta, I think a lot of people are opting to use Galarian Moltres instead. So I am really interested to see how Eduardo uses this Pokemon in this max out meta.
I always wonder when I see a Mandibuzz, are you using it because you think that it has play over a Galarian Moltres? or do you not have a Galarian Moltres to use? I think that is a fair question to ask.
I think a lot of times, too, players have to decide what is the utility in the team, right? Because Galarian Moltres doesn't have that bulk that the Mandibuzz has. However, Mandibuzz doesn't have that fast attack pressure like Galarian Moltres has. So I think a lot of times players are opting for, okay, do I want to survive a little bit longer? Do I need to be able to take more hits? Or do I need to do the heavy hitting damage?
Shadow Jumpluff is the flyer of choice for Torian, and that's a Pokemon that we're seeing quite a few of. We've actually seen a couple of Jumpluff and Shadow Jumpluff make their way into day 2 already. Can the Torian do the same here? Let's get into game number 1.
We're going to go ahead and see that Dunsparce up against that Shadow for Alligator here. Now, we've talked about it before. Those Shadow Claws don't do much damage at all to the Dunsparce, but those Hydro Cannons hurt. Both of them charging up a little bit of extra energy before going for their attacks.
So this is always a very interesting matchup because shiny Dunsparce here, it's a normal type Pokemon. It double resists the Shadow Claw from this Shadow for Alligator, but 2 Hydro Cannons are enough to take it down. Will Torian invest shields in it, or will he save those for his Pokemon in the back? We can see that Gastrodon absolutely needs alignment. Torian needs to shield this if he wants to win this game. Does he recognize that? It doesn't look like he does. He's letting Dunsparce go down, and Eduardo Lomas is in now a beautiful position going into the end game.
Yeah, Azumarill coming in, and we'll be able to get to another Hydro Cannon on Eduardo's side, going up a little bit extra. Great timing, knowing, okay, not even gonna get to an Ice Beam there. I'm gonna go ahead and throw this, get as much damage as possible, and not only that, I'm gonna get some alignment on my side. My Mandibuzz does not want to talk to Azumarill. They're not on speaking terms right now.
That was a really nice bubble down, but as we can see, the Clodsire is coming in here against the Azumarill. That means Gastrodon has to deal with a Mandibuzz in the back. Amanda, you were asking, when should you run Water Pulse? I bet Torian's going to wish he had Water Pulse when he sees what Pokemon Eduardo has for him.
Going ahead, trying to throw that Ice Beam, but recognizing wouldn't be able to get there in time. Now this Clodsire is on Sludge Bomb, so forcing a shield off of Torian's side here, because that is going to be a heavy hitting attack. He wants to at least try to strip a shield off of that Clodsire, and an Ice Beam should do it at this range.
I think Torian is trying to make a call, make a prediction as to which Pokemon he thinks is in the back for his opponent, and maybe because he saw that Eduardo was weak to a Dunsparce lead, that he might not have Mandibuzz in the back. ABA is what we call, this is actually an Air Slash Mandibuzz. Torian's actually checking his team sheet because he didn't notice it either.
And they're going straight for it now. The Air Slash is a 3-turn attack. It just takes a little bit longer to pace to as well. Already able to get to a Body Slam, but look at this Mandibuzz. It's got so much bulk to it, and look at this. Those Mud Slaps are doing nothing.
Yeah, Air Slash is a really interesting call into this meta. It's super effective against fighting-type Pokemon, against grass-type Pokemon, and against the bug like Ariados, and that might be the reason that Eduardo has opted for it.
I mean, if you look at the meta, you just named off a lot of things that we saw on that day 1 usage top 12, so maybe Mandibuzz with Air Slash has been a great call that's gotten Eduardo this far into the tournament. Going for another attack, Mandibuzz, because of its high amount of bulk, does not have a high attack. Not going to win that charge attack priority against a Gastrodon. Gastrodon able to get off another Body Slam in the meantime.
Yeah, this charge attack priority does mean Gastrodon will be going down. That means it's all on Azumarill for the endgame. But Eduardo's Clodsire has Sludge Bomb. That is so threatening. The Azumarill comes back in. It is in Sludge Bomb range. It's not going to be able to reach 2 Ice Beams.
Now, I gotta say, not only that, Sludge Bomb is already loaded. Getting that last shield. Ice Beam is going to be able to go off as well, but guess what? There's still a shield left on Eduardo's side, and I think he's gonna use it right now because he's at yet another Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, a gentle nod of the head. He knows he's played this well. He's outmaneuvered his opponent. The Sludge Bomb is coming through. It will be enough to take Azumarill down. Torian looking at the team sheet. He needs to focus. Azumarill down. Eduardo takes game number 1.
And Clodsire smiling that happy little smile as that Sludge Bomb 2 connects and secures the deal for its trainer there. Eduardo taking that game with a very interesting team. Once again, highlighting here that Air Slash Mandibuzz, which now that I'm looking at it, has a lot of play.
Well, when we consider Air Slash, if we're thinking about its parameters, it is generally considered a worse fast attack than Snarl. It generates a lot less energy. It does do a little bit more damage. But actually, when you look at the Torian's team, Shadow Jumpluff, Shadow Drapion, and Azumarill, Air Slash is better than Snarl into all 3 of those. And Air Slash is neutral into all 3 of the other Pokemon as well. So that could be a great meta call from Eduardo here.
I think it's a really great call. Also, if we were looking at that day 1 usage, you talked about the Gyarados, we talked about Annihilates, Primeapes, definitely don't want to see it to be there. So I wonder how we'll actually do against the Malamars. We'll have to see, but not in this matchup necessarily, but maybe in game number 2.
Now, I think that the Torian will probably recognize that the Mandibuzz has a ton of play. And what that might invite is forcing him to bring Dunsparce. The question now is, does Eduardo recognize how important Dunsparce is for Torian? And to what extent does he counter it?
And also, if you think about how many times we've seen so far today when the Pokemon was basically the most valuable Pokemon in game number 1, forcing the second trainer to make decisions around it, and then the player just benches it for game number 2. Let's see if that's the case, and it looks like it as we take this field. This Mandibuzz is nowhere to be found on Eduardo's side.
I think you nailed it, Amanda. You baited out a Dunsparce from your opponent. You can see it there on the back line, but it doesn't really have a hard target. Azumarill, Dunsparce, Clodsire are the trio of the weekend, and Eduardo has all 3 of them on his team for this game number 2.
Crunch debuff will connect. You saw it, you heard it. Azumarill now is not going to be able to take attacks as well, but the Crunches and Aqua Tail still don't do that much damage. Torian going ahead, shielding this up. There's so much energy on the Drapion. In comes that Dunsparce.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to pivot the Azumarill out. Once that Crunch has debuffed the Azumarill, Poison Stings are doing a ton of damage. You don't want to take it. Go and protect the Azumarill. Dunsparce can sponge this damage.
Going ahead and trying to catch here on his own Dunsparce. Nice waiting there from Eduardo saying, okay, I recognize that this could happen. I'm going to see what's coming in, and still bothering to throw that Drill Run. It's going to be the more effective attack to throw at the Dunsparce on the other side.
Dunsparce loading up. Now, both of these Dunsparce are able to tank quite a few attacks, and each attack, from a charge attack, right? Each charge attack takes 10 seconds. That is a fifth of the switch timer. So these players need to recognize the time it takes to reach your charge attack and the time it takes to throw them.
Drill Run will be connecting here. There's another one already loaded on the Torian side. Choice is his if he wants to throw it right away. See if he could potentially get that charge attack priority, or if he's going to go for a roll out down. Now the roll out has gone through. Drill Run is going through on Eduardo's side, and no shield from the Torian.
Torian backs his Dunsparce to hang on. Hang on, it does. He's going to bank that energy and go straight into the Azumarill. Eduardo's gone into the Shadow Drapion, and Eduardo's gone into the Azumarill. So this is really, really smart thinking from both sides.
Still 2 Protect Shields remaining on Eduardo's side. Azumarill knows it's going to be able to take those a little bit better. You don't see the debuff this time. Azumarill sitting pretty, hopping along here, gonna throw the Ice Beam and going to get a shield.
You can full Poison Sting this down now for Torian, and that energy could be massive. Can you get all of them before the next Ice Beam is reached? I think you can. It goes down. A huge amount of energy on that Shadow Drapion. Does Eduardo want to start taking these on his Clodsire? He does have 2 shields to use.
Yes, I know Protect Shields on Torian's side, but a ton of energy. And the blind charging in here, going for that Aqua Tail, and it looks like that is the correct call with this Clodsire here. As you can see, super effective damage. Not 1, but 2 going through here.
Now the question for Eduardo is, can I Poison Sting this down? It is resisted by Shadow Drapion. It's certainly not an easy thing to do, but he doesn't really have much choice. He's going to have to possibly throw a Sludge Bomb to prevent Shadow Drapion from reaching another Aqua Tail.
Shadow Drapion has basically put on a cowboy hat, some cowboy boots, and has started to farm. Look how much energy he had before. He's now throwing at this Clodsire, which was completely healthy when that Drapion started, is now down to the yellow. Forced to throw a Sludge Bomb to get that Drapion out of there.
Shadow Drapion putting in a ton of work. Now this Azumarill from full health has to deal with the Poison Sting and Sludge Bomb damage from this Clodsire. Do you think it's going to be able to?
It's going to be really close. This bubble damage is going to be able to go off. There is a potential for a catch on the Torian side. We see how much that Sludge Bomb does. Gonna go for the Ice Beam. You're gonna see we get that last shield. There is a potential for that Dunsparce swap. The timers are coming up. Let's see how these two want to play it out.
Do you anticipate the combo play? This is really, really high level. Here comes the Dunsparce. The Drill Run is loaded. It will land on this Clodsire. It's gonna take it out.
There was so many plays there for the Torian, and that one just happened to connect for him, taking it out. In comes the other Dunsparce. Roll out as one more is done, but the Azumarill bubble should do it, and Torian ties up the series.
That was really, really brilliant play from Torian. He could have gone for the combo play, but so many opponents recognize that as a win condition for their opponents and will counter swap immediately to catch that drill run. Torian goes, I don't want to risk it. What I want to do is I want to wait a little bit and I'm going to catch him off guard later.
And what happened too, we saw the Clodsire was getting up energy. It was at the energy for the Sludge Bomb, and the Torian forced Eduardo to make a decision at that point. The Sludge Bomb is loaded. If you don't throw it onto my Dunsparce has an attack. If you do throw it on my Dunsparce, I'm willing to sacrifice my Dunsparce for this. It was just between a rock and a hard place, and that Clodsire had nowhere to go.
That Shadow Drapion against that Azumarill, putting in so much work. Yes, the Aqua Tail is resisted. Yes, the Crunch is resisted. But especially when that debuff was connected in the early parts of the game, the Poison Sting damage allowed Azumarill to be farmed down later on. That was a massive, massive moment.
And massive moments are about to be made as we hop into Game 3, this decisive game, which will decide who will be going on to Day 2 on the winner side of the bracket. We have a great lead for the Torian there with that Malamar against the Azumarill, but we do know a two-shielded Malamar can really put in work because those Psy Waves are starting to hurt.
Now, this is interesting from Eduardo. I would have expected him to go straight into the Shadow for Alligator against this Azumarill. Instead, he's throwing this resisted foul play. He's going to perhaps try and shift, try and reduce and chip this Azumarill down. Shadow for Alligator now comes in, but it's going to have to take a play rough.
There's a lot of energy on this Azumarill. Azumarill more than happy to unload a little bit onto the Alligator, saying, hey friend, bye friend, as it now swaps out into the Dunsparce here. Dunsparce is going to be able to get to an attack, but not before you see there's basically 2 Hydro Cannons loaded on this Alligator, and Alligator is ready to shine.
And we've talked about rollout animation. Sometimes it's so hard to keep track of. A full rollout goes through for Torian. He's probably going to shield to preserve this energy on the Dunsparce. Yes, he does. Can he commit to a full rollout down from here?
Rollout did get a buff this season, and that's why we see so many of these Dunsparces. He's able to reach there. He's at 100 energy, and he's saying bring it on, because whatever's coming in is going to get a drill run.
Yeah, look how much value Torian is able to get by farming his opponents down fully. 100 energy, as you say. Some of that is going in the first drill run. There's another one loaded as well. And he's also managed to catch the superpower on Azumarill. Torian is laughing in this decisive Game 3.
They still both waited, but it still was inevitable. You can't fight it. They're coming in now with the Clodsire against the Azumarill. You talk about a farm down. We're probably going to see a decent amount of farm onto this Azumarill, but Azumarill still has a lot of energy. This Ice Beam is super effective, and another one is close to being loaded.
Can he reach that next Ice Beam? That will be massive. Is Eduardo going to allow him to do it? He's going to try and throw, but no, he's going to shield and commit to the full farm down instead.
Eduardo says, oh wait, I have 2 shields left. You know what? I think this is a wonderful time to use it. I saw you farm me down with rollouts. Hello, Poison Sting. Now I have 100 energy. What do you want to come in with?
Torian goes, uh-oh, this is going to be a lot of damage, but actually gets a charge attack priority here. So this drill run is going to be shielded. Sludge Bomb then will land, and the question is, what does Torian do next? Because Sludge Bomb won't take out this Dunsparce, but will it give you enough health to be able to reach another drill run? I'm not sure if it will.
Clodsire going through here, swiping all the bubbles. Sludge Bomb connecting with the Dunsparce, and we see a very quick pivot out into that drop in. But guess what? The Earthquake is basically loaded. This is called a bait, ladies and gentlemen, and this bait was successful.
Now, the Torian, if he can land this Aqua Tail, that will be massive. He cannot afford for it to be caught. But honestly, getting rid of the Malamar could be pretty important as well. You've now got the opportunity to overfarm. This is massive for Torian. He has found his win condition. Eduardo maybe knows it. This is going to be so critical.
The Dropian says, here's an Aqua Tail for you. I already have another one loaded up. I'm a Shadow. This is 20% more damage. You feeling thirsty, Clodsire? How about a refreshing Aqua Tail?
Look at the amount of damage. Torian takes this decisive game number 3, 2 games to 1, and he puts himself in Day 2 here at LAIC.
The Torian coming down to Sao Paulo and going into day number 2. You see him pump his fist victoriously, and we saw just how much work he put into those battles. Aqua Tail after Aqua Tail. great catches, great energy management.
I really, really like that. We are seeing so much play from Pokemon such as Dunsparce and Shadow Drapion, particularly when they get those farm downs. It's so crucial, and your opponent's stuck there thinking, I'm not sure what to do. Do I try and catch onto this Malamar? But honestly, even if you did catch, Torian would have been able to undercharge and continue to Poison Sting down. So preserving that Drapion in the back was so pivotal.
I know we've discussed it a couple times, but I have to keep coming back to it because as a competitor yourself, I mean, are you surprised that we're actually not seeing any of those Annihilates or Primeapes that were just going to be released that has a new attack, its actual, like, you know, signature attack? And yet, in these grand finals, they're nowhere to be found.
I think if we try and cast our minds back to when Annihilate first broke onto the scene, it was released right at the beginning of this calendar year. I actually used it in January at Liverpool, but there weren't many people using it. The first couple of events, people was trying to stick with what they knew best, and some people were actually looking to counter Annihilate more than they were looking to bring it themselves. I think we might have a similar situation here. Not many players are familiar with Annihilate, so why don't you go with something you trust, something bulky. Dunsparce, Cloud, and Azumarill, we mentioned them so many times, but they're performing, so why would you swap?
I mean, that was one of the main reasons I believe that we kind of thought maybe Dunsparce could be on its way out with its just normal typing, especially like against a Pokemon like Primeape, where it just can get to its fast attacks so quickly. It would just be able to be countered down or fought down pretty easily. However, without these Pokemon to be found, a lot of the counters for those Pokemon, Dunsparce still handles wonderfully. Talonflames, those Mandabuzzes, Drift Blimps, Dunsparce says no problem.
Yeah, and we know that Dunsparce is being used so much as a safe swap, but that does suggest that there is a space for fighting type Pokemon. One of them we've discussed also is Pangoro, one of my favorite Pokemon, and there is a Pangoro in Day 2. Dunebug has a Pangoro on his team.
I was talking with Dunebug a little bit earlier. He's very pleased with his performance here. He knows he wants those championship points. Ever since there's been awards that have been, kind of introduced saying, oh, wait, I could potentially not only go here, but also to the European International Championship. I think I might want to try for that.
Yeah, speaking of international championships, this is the first one of the season, the Latin America International Championship, and many of the players that are looking to secure points for this could be in the race for the European International Championship in February. North America International Championship in June is the last event of this season prior to Worlds in Anaheim. And there are so many prizes on offer.
Not only that, prizes, a lot of money. There's a lot of booster packs that aren't even listed. I know trainers are loving to open up these, but this is nothing to scoff at. $5,000 for the winner is great. Not only that, you get championship points, you get prestige, you get to call yourself a champion. You get that golden ticket next to your name saying, hey, guess what? I'll see you in Anaheim.
Yeah, the top 4 players here at LAIC will qualify for the World Championships. They'll take a pretty penny home with them too. That can help fund their travel to more events, and they can really secure their place as one of the top players in the world.
And speaking of top players in the world, let's swoop down to the stage because we have some trainers who are still fighting their way into day number 2. We saw Desync play a little bit earlier on, managing to make it on, and now we have LND's Nando90 to be able to see if he can stop him.
Yeah, look at these teams. We wanted a Primeape. We have got a Primeape. The thing I love about Desync is he is not afraid to use any Pokemon. I've seen him with a Shadow Ursaring. Today he has a Shadow Sableye, a Primeape, and an Abomasnow, Pokemon that we very rarely see at this stage of the season.
Now, Shadow Sableye is, well, Sableye in general is my favorite Pokemon. As a competitor, as a high-level player, in your opinion, is there a high place for it in the meta, especially now noticing that maybe there could be more of these Primeapes and Annihilapes around?
Would you like a yes or no answer, Amanda?
Well, I will always love, regardless if there's a place in Show 6 Pick 3, there's a place in my heart for Sableye, so at least it can take that as consolation.
I think Shadow Sableye might have to stay as in your heart only because it doesn't have a ton of play into Nando's team over here. It is Shadowclaw is resisted by that Galarian Moltres. Ariados actually paces better, although it has to be wary of Power Gem. Dunsparce also resists Shadow Claw. Shadow Drapion resists Shadow Claw. Azumarill resists the foul plays, and Gastrodon just has the bulk and the Mudslap pressure to power through. I would be surprised if we see Shadow Sableye in this match.
Not a lot of targets, but Dunsparce has found its target here with a Abomasnow. Quick pivot out now into the Clodsire, but guess what, Clodsire? Your bulk is no match for the slaps as Gastrodon has come in to counter.
Safe swapping a Clodsire into a Gastrodon team is never that safe at all. At least you can land an Earthquake. If you can land another one, then you could take the Gastrodon out. But if this Earth Power lands, that Clodsire is saying goodbye.
Clodsire is going and doing everything it can, but just by fast attacks alone, this is where it's at. Forced to now use the shield because it is at an Earthquake. Wants to try to make that Gastrodon shield up as well, and that's exactly what Nando is going to do. Says, okay, you saw how much damage those Mudslaps did? I'm going to keep on going.
What Desynct is trying to do here is get shields down, because if Primeape can get shields down, close combat can do a ton of damage. He's actually going to preserve the Clodsire here. He's caught the Body Slam onto this Abomasnow, but I think that he might try and sweep with the Primeape in the endgame.
Going ahead and getting that Dunsparce line back up into the Abomasnow. Abomasnow will be able to get to an Icy Wind, which will lower the attack of the Dunsparce, but the Dunsparce throws its charge attack first. That means that full brunt of this power is going to connect. It's super effective damage, and at this point, Desynct is opting to go for that heavier hitting energy ball.
Now, I'm going to try and work out how Desynct is going to navigate this endgame, because Primeape can't fast attack this down, and Rage Fist, as we know, is double resisted by Dunsparce. So are you going to be throwing a close combat into this Dunsparce and debuff yourself? Because Clodsire is not going to be able to farm it down either.
Let's find out. The Primeape has entered the field, but there is already so much energy on this Dunsparce. Now that will connect. Like Farid just said, because of the fast attack damage, is not doing that much. It's just more energy pacing. I think, you know what? I think Nando just kind of made the decision for him, saying, okay, well, here's a Rage Fist for you, and now, my attack is boosted.
Yeah, Nando's actually has given Desynct an opportunity to boost there almost for free. He would have needed to throw that anyway, and now he's going to go for another Rage Fist bait. If it were a close combat, it would take the Drapion down. He correctly get the shield. The question is, can he reach a close combat from here?
Going ahead, swapping into that Clodsire because it does have an Earthquake stored here. No Protect Shields remaining. This Drapion is healthy, but it can't handle this. Clodsire is saying, guess what? I'm back, baby!
Oh my goodness, Nando is allowing this Clodsire's Earthquake to hit. Everything is going on the Dunsparce, but the Primeape still has a shield. You're committing to a rollout. You're not going to make it. Clodsire is going to land this Sludge Bomb.
We thought it was not that safe. Turns out it turned out to be very safe. Clodsire taking out both that Drapion and the Dunsparce in the back.
That is incredible from Desynct. Everything looked against him, leading the Abomasnow into that Dunsparce in the early game. Clodsire being met with Gastrodon. And do you know what? It's not that Primeape did a ton of work, but I think it honestly intimidated the opponent into making a mistake. I think Gastrodon coming in and allowing Primeape to land that Rage Fist, that was where everything shifted.
Listen, Primeape, with close combat, Primeape has such a high attack. Close combat is such a heavy hitting attack. You have to respect it, and that's exactly what Nando did. Saying, okay, I know that Drapion's going to be gone. I need to be able to shield this up. Unfortunately for him, shielding that bait and letting that Clodsire get to the Earthquake just ended up proving so costly and really handing the keys to Desynct. His first attack and possibly getting that shield off of Desynct.
This is interesting. Going from the rock side, Drill Run is more efficient. You know it's getting shielded anyway. It doesn't really make a ton of difference. You are in Hydro Cannon range. You're going to have to shield this if you want to preserve the Dunsparce.
And the big thing is, throwing that rock slide was kind of funny in general because Drill Run is more effective on not only the Feraligatr, but also the Primeape, which you saw going for it this time. Heavier hitting attack. Does he want to use a shield? Yes, no shields left remaining on this Feraligatr, but still a nice amount of energy and a possible sacrificial swap of that Primeape later on. We'll have to see as the energy for Hydro Cannon is ready. Azumarill coming in, but just still charging up more and more.
This is so good for Desynct. He is using his Pokemon to perfection in this series. Feraligatr charging up so much. Hydro Cannon landing on the Azumarill, where your opponent tries to your switch timer can expire and you can get out of there.
And not only that, Rage Fist ends up being powered up very, very quickly. Close combat doesn't take that much longer either. And by that point, your opponent is like, wait, is this another Rage Fist? Do they have enough energy for a close combat at this point? What am I doing?
It's so tricky sometimes to recognize how much energy your opponent is on, especially when the Pokemon charges that quickly. And the other special thing about Primeape that is really important to note is that there is no Pokemon in the Pokemon Go meta that resists both Ghost and Fighting type damage. That's why when people say, hey, should I run Ice Punch on my Primeape? No, just go Close Combat. Close Combat is great. Rage Fist is great. Primeape is great.
I think that, you know what? You're great. Everyone at home, you're all great as well. We're going to go ahead, take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. We have so many more interesting battles. We got to see who else is making it to day number 2.
What's good, everybody? Doob Snacks here with another episode of Snacks with Snacks. We are here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC, and I've got a tour guide with me to bring me around all of these snacks this go around. So, thank you for joining.
Much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian, and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite.
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
So we're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Very nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific.
This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're going to be fine. So next up we have the... Look.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This is what... I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what... Okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay, childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes. The vanilla. Vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie, it's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah, why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my personal favorite as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Let's get into these too. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through, right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but...
Turtle on the back. It doesn't have peanut butter in it, I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this, this entire package is just two jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get that.
So essentially we've taken your classic snacks and just done
made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to
deep fried.
them. Yeah, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really like that.
Okay, good.
Let's rate these
Good.
things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5, considering everything else is much more solid. Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm going to go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a 5 for sure. Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7. Which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9.
Okay.
And that's because these, despite being first and kind of I kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
That
These
is
were
incredibly
terrific.
good, yeah.
This was sweets. So we've got more to come. What else
Yeah,
we
we
got
do.
coming up?
First, we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks with Snacks.
Stay tuned.
That is such a brilliant segment there. Snacks with snacks. I think that we need to implement some more food segments in our displays here on the Pokemon Go stream, and I think I'm joined by just the man to do that. If you watched our cooking stream earlier, I think you will have enjoyed it a lot.
Hey, you're the chef here. I'm just the host. You're the one that makes the recipes. We also got Niantic as a guest chef as well. Two of the best trainers on the planet on this casting team, making up recipes for everybody else. But we're here to see what's cooking here at the Latin America International Championships, and I couldn't be more hyped for the next matchup because we have Ashton Ash, who has become one of my favorite trainers in the circuit. He broke out and got finalist at North American International Championship. He is a show every time he battles.
Yeah, that was an incredible international championships to watch. He's going to want to use the momentum from that event here in Latin America International Championships. I can't wait to see how far he goes. I can't wait to see what he's cooked up, what spice he's bringing here this weekend.
Yeah, we're going to find that out because we are getting through this bracket. All these are still on the winner's side. So all of these trainers that you're seeing moving on have a really good chance of winning it all. I mean, I know it's a huge tournament, but coming on that winner's side of the bracket is a huge advantage. And we got our next matchup ready on stage. So let's head on over to Ashton Ash versus Shadow Ban. And what kind of spice? Okay, we got the Primate. I believe this is going to be the first opportunity for a Primate to move on to day number 2.
Yeah, it's the first one you're seeing. Amanda and I just had one, and it was sensational. I can't wait for you to get to see how good Primate is. It's going to be up against a Diggersby Toxapex core, and Toxapex is a really interesting opponent for a Primate because you are resisting the fighting type damage as a poison type, but the Rage Fists, once they build up, suddenly they start to threaten you.
Yeah, and Ashton Ash is actually running the Rage Fist in close combat on the Primate, which means it has a lot more closing power over that Ice Punch. So if you're going to close combat, say on Shadowban's team, the Diggersby, the Dunsparce, even throwing that into neutrally into a Mandibuzz and a Shadow for Alligator wants no part of a close combat from a Primate.
I honestly think this Primate could do a massive amount of work. The question is, does Ashton Ash recognize that his opponent might try and over-prepare for a Primate? And does he then withhold it in game 1, or does he go, do you know what? I know how much Primate can do. I'm going to go all out.
Yeah, that's a tough choice right here. We also have on Ashton Ash's team, he has the Alolan Sandslash as well, and I believe these trainers are just locked in. Both of them are battling for the chance of day number 2 on the winner's side. We got the Mandibuzz lead into the Mandibuzz lead. I mean, we said it's exciting, not the most exciting start though.
Yeah, this mirror does take a while, but it gives both of these players an opportunity to have a think. What might be in the back for the opponent? Ashton Ash is nodding his head because he's recognized that his opponent's using an Air Slash Mandibuzz.
Yes, he is using Air Slash Mandibuzz. That is going to be so much better in the mirror as well. And I think I want to look at the attacks from the Alolan Sandslash as well to make sure if it's Powder Snow or Shadow Claw. It looks like it is going to be a Powder Snow Alolan Sandslash in the back, but first off, this Air Slash Mandibuzz is going to be much better in this matchup.
Yeah, I always wonder when players get into this situation, do they go, hold on a minute, I actually didn't recognize it was Air Slash. Now I need to rethink about my strategies. Ashton Ash is going to say, I'm going to stay in no matter what. I'm going to throw these aerial aces, try and chip this Mandibuzz down.
It absolutely happens. We saw Pranav do it at Louisville. He didn't know that there was a Hydro Pump on Azumarill because you expect Play Rough and the Ice Beam. You expect it to be the Snarl, but in this case, it was the Air Slash here. Pivot into the Dunsparce and actually counter pivot into the Sandslash. This is an interesting choice here.
I really like this from Shadowban, recognizing Mandibuzz might have more opportunity in the back. I'm going to preserve it, come in with the Dunsparce. Ashton Ash could have said, actually, I'll preserve my Alolan Sandslash for when Mandibuzz returns, but no, he's going to come in aggressively into this Dunsparce, preserving his own Mandibuzz for later.
And especially surprising knowing that the Alolan Sandslash could be strong against the Mandibuzz in the back that pivoted out earlier, and that you're just getting outpaced by these drill runs here. Now suddenly you're going to have to give up a Protect Shield on a counter swap. That's not exactly what you want to do here, and actually just letting it through, fully sacking that Alolan Sandslash.
The reason I think he's gone for it is he recognizes if you've got a Mandibuzz lead, you've probably got something that's very strong against Alolan Sandslash in the back. So why don't I get it out of the way and get that Dunsparce low so that I can focus on my Feraligatr in the back.
And then now you're going to be able to take this Rock Slide. Do you pivot? Do you go into that Feraligatr, try to get a fast mass attack advantage here, and you're going to take that Rock Slide. See if he does try to go for some sort of pivot. No, he's actually going to try to go for the Snarl down. It's going to be really tough. I don't think you can get the Snarl down. Now pivots, but he pivoted a little late. Now that he pivoted late, he has to take a full drill run, and Ashton Ash is shaking his head here.
Really tricky for Ashton Ash to recognize when the correct moment to come in with Feraligatr is. Look, it's being met by another Feraligatr, but your opponent has an extra shield. What do? You
can't really do too much here. And here comes the first Protect Shield up on the other side of Shadow Band. Gonna be able to absorb that, and now suddenly it is Protect Shield parity, but Shadow Band has such an advantage on the energy on the Feraligatr, and also you have the Mandibuzz in the back.
Ashton Ash knows this is a massively opportunity to win this match.
Can he do it with a 1 health Mandibuzz? Can he reach it? He's not at the timer yet, and actually he's trying to get it, and he gets it! He gets it!
Catch, but he loses all of the energy on that Mandibuzz. It's such a tricky position now. Can his Feraligatr do it? No, it can't. The Mandibuzz returns for Shadow Band. Foul play coming through.
And Shadow Band just dancing around the battlefield, able to secure game number 1. A 3-ball flex into Ashton Ash.
Look at that game number 1. So much movement, so much pivoting. Really, really tricky for these players. Shadow Band coming out on top.
Yeah, and of course, having that early advantage with the Air Slash, right? I feel like that gave you so much more flexibility in that opening matchup, knowing you have the Air Slash Mandibuzz into the Snarl Mandibuzz, something that we haven't seen at all. But if there ever was a time to make a meta read to go against the fighting types, it might be right now. And guess what? He's in a winner's finals versus a Primate.
Yeah, this is the moment to show the world just how good your meta reading is. We spoke a little bit about Air Slash Mandibuzz earlier when we talked about its play against Ariados. You're not against an Ariados here, but look how much better you are against Primate, and that mirror matchup against Mandibuzz. It was critical for Shadow Band.
And they just came out with so much health. Ashton Ash with a kind of a clunky mid-game play of the Sand Slash. I feel like as soon as he did it, he kind of regretted it there. Not able to pull off the magic that he's been pulling off for so long in these tournaments ever since North American International Championship. Remember, this was a finalist there at North American International Championship. He is down here, but he has the full potential to reverse sweep this matchup, and his Primate going to be part of the recipe.
He knows he has the caliber, he has the skill. He needs to take a moment, compose himself, recognize what strategies his opponent might use now that he sees that it is an Air Slash Mandibuzz, and adjust accordingly. That Primate suddenly has a lot less play than we thought it might have.
And I think Ashton Ash is a trainer that if you just give him a glimpse, he will kick open that door and start making flashy plays left and right. And this is that glimpse of hope that he needed, because he has the superior lead into the Dunsparce, one of the best neutral answers into Dunsparce in the game.
This is a huge lead for Ashton Ash because Shadow Band is ABA weak to this superior. He's probably going to have to stay in with Dunsparce and just try and chip as much damage as possible before allowing Mandibuzz to clear it out later.
And the reason it's so strong is because it forces Dunsparce to throw Rock Slide, which isn't that strong right now. It is great coverage, but into the bulk of superior, it just doesn't do enough. As the Frenzy Plant lands, the next Frenzy Plant will knock out, and actually you'll have to take actually didn't even throw the Rock Slide. You had the Rock Slide available, but just didn't even throw it. Now you have to give up a shield, and now Ashton Ash has all the momentum.
The momentum is so important here for Ashton Ash because this superior won't even go down to a Rock Slide. Frenzy Plant is such a brilliant attack. It does so much damage. Ashton Ash, is he going to use a shield here? No, he knows he can tank this.
And it's not that bad to be up shields here, because Alolan Sand Slash up shields is just really good against Shadow Band's team. So able to go ahead and go for the Frenzy Plant, get the next Protect Shield. Looks like alignment matters a lot to Shadow Band. Use 2 Protect Shields here. Ashton Ash hasn't used a single one.
Wow, look at that. 2 shields available for Ashton Ash. Shadow Band is really, really relying on alignment. I'm not sure if it's going to be as important as he thinks it is, because this Clodsire is able to do a ton of damage, both to Feraligatr and Mandibuzz in the back, but not before a Drill Run lands.
And I didn't peek at it at the start. Is this going to be a Stone Edge or a Sludge Bomb? And this is the Stone Edge, so you have coverage for the Mandibuzz as well. You can actually just comfortably get to this Earthquake. You'll have to use a Protect Shield here, but you're going to be able to secure this damage with 1 Protect Shield.
I really, really like this from Ashton Ash. Charging up all the way to that Earthquake, using his shields on the Clodsire. He knows it has a ton of play into whatever Shadow Band has in the back.
And here comes the Earthquake. I don't know if it's enough to one-hit knock out a Shadow Feraligatr. It's not as strong as it used to be, but you do have that Alolan Sand Slash in the back. Even if you get knocked out here, you're going to have that Protect Shield advantage and a positive matchup. into an air slash Mandibuzz, which you're just way stronger into.
Ashton Ash recognizes that it's probably the Mandibuzz in the back. He goes, you know what? A lowland Sand Slash can close this out for me. Bounds down that for Alligator. He's going to nod his head when this Mandibuzz eventually comes back in, but the Dunsparce is still there on low health as well.
Can you get the Powder Snow down? And here comes the Mandibuzz. Coming into this first is smart, so you can maybe get a swap into that Dunsparce, but Dunsparce might be your only opportunity to get enough damage into this Alolan Sandslash. I believe this leaves the Sandslash pretty energy dry. Do we see a swap here? No. Actually, just going to stay in, just going to put on some more air slash pressure and just get some foul plays out of here.
Ashton Ash absolutely cannot afford to let his attacks be caught. Remember, this is a normal Alolan Sandslash. The Ice Punches aren't doing quite as much as a Shadow would, but he is doing really, really well in this endgame.
And he is going to throw the foul play here, and a Powder Snow comes through. You have to probably use, does he call it, just to not use a Protectile to try to save it for the drill run? Looks like he's just going to comfortably save it for the drill run. That doesn't do anything at all. Here comes the swap. No, before the swap is available, able to throw the Ice Punch and secure the knockout.
He still has a shield available. The Alolan Sandslash has a little bit of energy. This is looking really good for Ashton Ash.
And I believe that Dunsparce is energy dry, and it is energy dry, so the Alolan Sandslash is going to be able to Powder Snow down, and Ashton Ash ties up the series 1-1.
Really dominant display there from Ashton Ash. Great line call against Shadowban, who had such a strong performance in that first game one. Ashton Ash nodding his head. He knows that he is ready to go into this decisive game 3.
That's exactly what Ashton Ash needed. I feel like he made a couple misplays in that game number 1. He himself was shaking his head. And then to go into that game number 2, instantly get up 2 Protect Shields, that's got to give you all your mojo back. And we know Ashton Ash, once he gets on the roll, he always puts on a show. So now we have it tied 1-1. Ashton Ash has an opportunity, even talking to the trainers now, he has that confidence back.
I really like the pivot into the Clodsire here for Ashton Ash. He recognizes that he has Stone Edge from Mandibuzz, and Mandibuzz is pacing so much slower with Air Slash. It doesn't even have Dark Pulse. Foul Play doesn't do as much damage, so Clodsire could be key.
Yeah, and do you even bring that Mandibuzz into the next game? It's just so strong on paper against Ashton Ash's team. It's just hard to sit it because it's good against the Mirror. It's good against the Feraligatr. It is good against the Superior. It's good against the Primeape. It feels almost impossible to sit that Mandibuzz, but it is a real risk if you match it up against that Alolan Sandslash.
I really like the strategy from Ashton Ash in that game number 2, playing what we call an ABB team. His lead very strong against Feraligatr. His swap designed to invite the Feraligatr out, and his closing Pokemon, that Alolan Sandslash, doesn't usually want to be up against a Water-type Pokemon.
Absolutely not, especially with that Powder Snow there. I feel like we are going to probably see that Alolan Sandslash because it is your best check, but as you mentioned, the Clodsire does have a lot of optionality against that Air Slash Mandibuzz. Do we see a bold decision from Shadowban to completely sit that Air Slash Mandibuzz in game number 3? It's good on paper, but I feel like it doesn't feel that strong in reality.
I think Ashton Ash knows his opponent needs to be leaning into Shadow Feraligatr. Do you run a team with 2 Pokemon strong against Feraligatr this time, rather than 2 Pokemon weak? That's the big question. This game means everything to these players.
And here it is, the leads. It is going to be Ariados, and Ashton Ash picks up a huge lead with the Alolan Sandslash into the Ariados. What is the pivot going to be? Is the pivot... Oh no, it's Dunsparce! Here comes the Primeape! Primeape is going to go absolutely off in this matchup!
Primeape has found its target! Does Shadowban know how to deal with it? The first drill run is going to land, and then close combats are going to start coming through. They will knock out this Dunsparce in one shot if they hit.
It decides to go for the close combat. You could also throw a Rage Fist as well, but no, shield from the Dunsparce, just gonna annihilate that Dunsparce and hang on with some energy. It's not gonna be easy to go in and Poison Sting down. Do you come in with your Shadow Feraligatr, try to get the Shadow Claw down? I feel like you'll have to soak another close combat or shield. No, it's the Ariados.
Primeape is putting in so much work. Ashton Ash is actually going to go for a close combat here. I don't think it's the right attack to throw, but it won't make a difference because Alolan Sandslash can sponge all of the energy from this Ariados.
And getting that farm down, but this energy is pretty useless into the Alolan Sandslash, and look at that backline. That backline is going to be superior into that Shadow Feraligatr. Looks like Ashton Ash bounced back in this series. It is so far ahead in this game number 3.
Shadowban is going for a lunge. He knows it's resisted, but he wants to slow Ashton Ash down a little bit. He needs to work out, can he get the most out of this Feraligatr? We're going to be watching these players' reactions.
Oh,
when
swap
they see
on the Ice Punch, though.
He's caught the attack. That is exactly what Shadowban needs as an opportunity to shift the momentum. But I think Ash doesn't mind because he knows what his counter stop is.
The problem is, yes, you catch the attack, but now you're at the same energy pacing. So you can just bring in your superior, just go straight aerial ace here if you wanted to, and you have 2 protect shields remaining. Even if this was a bait, looks like he went for the maybe one winning chance he had, right?
The only opportunity was for Ash to try and call a Hydro Cannon. He correctly shields the Ice Beam. Ash is cooking. The first aerial ace is coming through.
And does a shield even come out? No. No shield from Shadowban here, knowing that Ash is so far ahead. Will we get any more shields in this battle? This is going to be an aerial ace. Oh, actually, no. He's still trying to do it. He's still trying to come back with the Ariados, but it's going to be almost impossible.
Never give up. This Ariados has a ton of energy. Lunge is super effective against the grass-type superior. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take it down, though.
Yeah, this is super effective. Do we see the no shield? Actually shield, but you have the back-to-back here. Does he throw the back-to-back for super effective? No, actually throws the aerial ace. Before that, there is 1 protect shield remaining. Like you said, never give up. Now you get the last protect shield out of the game. Maybe you pivot out into the Sand Slash. Here comes the pivot. You're going to get the double lunge, but I just don't think you have the reach.
Double lunge coming through. If this can put the Alolan Sand Slash close, the question is, can the second one take it out? It's going to be very hard. Steel resist. It's not going to be anywhere near.
He can't do it. Maybe he had to try to go for the Trailblaze, but even a 1-stage attack boost wasn't going to do it for Shadowban. That means Ash is moving on to day number 2 on the winner's side.
Ash, take a bow. What a recovery from that first game to win the next 2 and put yourself in day 2 here at LAIC.
Super impressive. Maybe fumbled in game number 1, but the absolute amazing play in that game number 2 and then game number 3 with the team composition read. Like you said, you had to have an answer for that Shadow for Alligator. He had the answer in every single position.
He picked the ball back up, went into that game 2 so dominant, and then calling the game 3 line perfectly. The players at this level, they need to be on point, and Ash showed just how on point he was.
Oh, absolutely. And this is a trainer that is familiar with day 2 recently. He has secured the winner's side, but Shadowban is not out of it yet. He is now on that loser's side of the bracket with an opportunity. We actually have so many trainers on that loser side with the opportunity for day number 2 as well. We're still on the winner's side, and it's about 5 p.m. here because this tournament is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, it is so good. The plays here are so spicy. Things really are heating up, and look how many players we already have into our top 16 places.
Yeah, I mean, that winner's side is crazy. Out of pocket, the Torian, we got Dell, Vittorio, Stud Muffins, LNDS, Krazaum, Richie, Ice Chris, Colin, Ashenath, Steinar, Elam, Doombug, D-Sync, Mardo, Knights. It just gets better and better as you go down. It's crazy.
This is a crazy list of players. The caliber at this competition is beyond any LAIC I think these players have had before. I was speaking to a couple of the LATAM players and they go, oh, you know, we've got a lot of European and NA talent, especially coming over, and this competition is fierce.
Well, the thing is, there's never been a trainer not from the home region to win an international championship. Could this be the tournament that a trainer not from that region wins the international championship? It could be the first time ever.
Amanda and I were having a little conversation about this, and she thinks that LATAM will retain their title. I said, I don't know. I think NA are probably going to have my vote. What about you, Butters? Who do you think?
The thing is, the LATAM is the home country. You have the best odds for sure. You have 2 years in a row of winning it, but the dynamics have changed a bit. There are travel awards. There's now more top trainers, 4 from each region, that are coming over here to try to take that crown. And that's going to be like that every international championship this season, not only at LAIC. So I feel like it's eventually going to happen. And can this tournament be the first time ever? Will it be North America? Will it be Europe? Also, I do think Ztarb is the last standing Oceania trainer, so if he somehow makes it through and wins it for all of Oceania, that would be quite impressive as well.
I think this is incredible for everyone watching wherever you are in the world, because these competitions are so important. Let's remember that the top 4 here at LAIC will get an automatic invitation to the World Championships next year in Anaheim. But what that also means is that an extra position is available to your region if there is an auto invite given.
Right, so when you're looking at the end of the season and there's 50 trainers for Europe or for LATAM, you're thinking, okay, that one is off the list because that one got qualified, another regional champion is off the list. Suddenly it is a little bit of a trickle down like there used to be, but there's also another travel award on the line. After this tournament concludes, whoever is top 4 in each region will get the travel award for Europe. And I know specifically, I'll ask you about Europe. I know specifically for North America, there are trainers between 3 and 6 that are going for that travel award, and they're here today.
Yeah, I think Nighttime Clash are currently top of the NA leaderboards, and he has cooked a team so spicy that he wants to cement that position at number 1 and get his EUIC Travel Award. Out of Pocket also using that team. He's in the race as well, and guess what? Colin 6 using the same team as well. He is looking to get his EUIC Travel Award. He's already got the LAIC Travel Award. Why stop the ball rolling now?
And we got one more matchup on stage here. We are in the losers finals, but I just want to point out how impressive this is for one of these trainers. Patrick E. Albany started off this tournament with a loss because he didn't quite get his team registered last night like he thought he did. So he came in here today, was able to get it settled, but took a match loss. He's in the losers finals. He's actually undefeated here at the Latin American International Championships. He's only lost to his ability to click in his team.
Now, I've always said, do what makes for the best story, and that makes a pretty good story. We've seen players navigate their way through the losers bracket. Patrick E. Albany is doing superbly here in Group K. He's got a pretty meta team, and I'm interested to see the Shadow Alolan Sandslash this time. A lot more popular last season, perhaps, than this season, but it can put out a little bit more damage.
Yeah, and a trainer that has had success in previous LAICs. He was 5th place in 2023 Latin American International Championships. Of course, facing LNDS Stutz here, who was kind of an underdog in a previous matchup, now has secured his best ever tournament performance. And can he also secure a day number 2?
This is really exciting. We're going to see a Jumpluff again, this time a Shadow Quagsire on the team as well. It looks like the players have locked in. They are ready for the first game of this losers finals. Let's get going.
And it is going to be the Shadow Drapion versus the Shadow Feraligatr here. They're going to be on equal energy, so they're going to be throwing Hydro Cannon and Crunch at the same time. Do you ever go for that Aqua Tail bait so that you can then outpace that Feraligatr?
I think you might need to. The question is, if it gets called, that is a huge momentum shift. This Hydro Cannon lands. Look how much damage that does.
And then swap to try to soak his energy into your own Shadow Drapion, catching that Aqua Tail. But you have a little bit of a chance here if you are Stutz, because you can bank up a little bit of energy with these resistant Poison Sting, but instead just goes into the Sandslash and not try to give the opposing Shadow Drapion that much energy advantage.
Now you've chipped this Drapion, you can go straight Ice Punch here. You are a normal Alolan Sandslash, so you are going to be able to take this crunch a lot better than a Shadow variant would have.
And no debuff here. You got to throw before charge attack priority, and yes, you do throw there. This should be enough to secure the knockout into the Shadow Drapion on Patrick E. Albany's side. And I believe his Mandibuzz is not in this game, but it does have Air Slash as well, so kind of like that last matchup here. Now, how do you come in? Can you set up your Feraligatr to try to get some side of huge farm down, maybe shield a Drill Run and just get loaded with energy?
I love how similar these players have chosen their lines of 3 in slightly different orders, as Stastikio has his Sandslash against the Feraligatr now.
Wait a second. He just called an Ice Punch bait into 2 shields. What a read by Patrick E. Albany.
That is how he's getting so far in this tournament. What a play.
And there goes the knockout. I mean, now suddenly you have that Shadow Alolan Sandslash versus the Feraligatr, though, so it's really dangerous here. You can't give this Feraligatr that much. And in the swap! What a play by Stutz!
What a catch! These players are playing on another level! Patrick is shaking his head. He knows how important that was for his opponent.
And now you're going to try to get this full farm down before the next Hydro Cannon is available, and suddenly you're going to be loaded with energy going into this Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
Shadow Feraligatr up against Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Patrick E. Albany recognizes, he knows there's not much he can do. That catch was superb for his opponent, LNDS. Estastico is going to close out this game.
What a win with the epic catch. I thought Patrick A. Albany was so far ahead, making that read on the 2 shields, the no shield and ice punch. Suddenly, everything flipped, and it has been the Pokemon that's been the story, in my opinion, of this tournament, maybe the season. Shadow for Alligator is just such a force in this meta.
That was superb. Estastistico against Patrick A. Albany, both using the same 3 Pokemon in a slightly different order, and it came out to that pivotal catch. What a call.
Yeah, I mean, that was amazing because that left the Feraligatr energy dry to be able to Shadow Claw down. If you don't make that catch, maybe you have to Protect Shield. Suddenly, there is a chance for Patrick A. Albany with that Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Now, suddenly, he is 1 win away from his first loss of the tournament.
That could be massive. Estatistico is thinking to himself, how do I outthink and outmaneuver an opponent of this quality? And Patrick Albany knows. He goes, I've got my back against the wall, but this is where I can shine.
I really like these teams with either double grass or double grass coverage because it really makes you double think about just throwing Feraligatr and Azumarill in every lineup. Because Toxapex is kind of out of the meta right now, people are just putting Azumarill on every single team. It doesn't really matter because you know even against grass, you can do some things. I really like these double grass coverage teams. I feel like they might be really strong in day number 2.
And one of my favorite things is seeing how players opt either for Azumarill, Clodsire, Dunsparce, or for the much faster hitting Shadow Drapion, your Ariados, your Shadow Feraligatr, and your Alolan Sandslash. And when we get to see Pokemon of that pace, it makes for really exciting gameplay.
Yeah, and talk about pacing here. I mean, the Shadow Drapion, Shadow Feraligatr are kind of kings of this meta for a reason. Of course, Ariados with that pacing as well. It is kind of funny that Clodsire did leapfrog both of those 2 poison types to be top usage. I think it's going to be a very different story when we see day number 2 usage.
Yeah, day number 2 usage will show us which Pokemon are coming out on top. It's easy to bring a Pokemon in your day number 1. These players are bringing Pokemon into this game number 2. Let's take a look. It's Shadow Drapion against Ariados.
And we've seen this before. Look at this. Backline is really weak to that grass coverage, so you kind of have to stay in. Actually, just going straight for the Aqua Tail, knowing you're going to get debuffed by lunge anyway. Just throw the Aqua Tail damage, secure it.
Yeah, this is the best way to play out this matchup from a Shadow Drapion. You're going to take this lunge, but you will reach a crunch before the Ariados will reach its second lunge. Patrick Albany then probably will shield it.
Yeah, and do you try to ever make a catch here knowing this is going to happen right now? No, doesn't make the catch and probably will pick up that first Protect Shield of the game. And he doesn't know the backline. We do. You definitely want to keep this Ariados around.
Yeah, and you need to have a think now here, because if you let this Drapion go down, how are you going to take down the Ariados? I wouldn't be surprised to see a shield here, so you can try and chip a little bit more.
Yeah, and can you get to that next crunch? You do have the Aqua Tail available. I believe you got the next Poison Sting through to secure that crunch. Does he throw the crunch? He does throw the crunch. Suddenly, Shadow Drapion can win this 1 shield scenario if it can get a knockout with this crunch. Double debuff. No, instead, Patrick A. Albany is going all in with the Spider.
Yeah, a bulkier Ariados might be able to hold on. Patrick A. Albany doesn't want to risk it. He wants to get this Drapion off the field. Do you shield again? I don't know if you can. It's so low.
Yeah, and going for the lunge too, just in case of the shield. Not even trying to ramp up with the Trailblaze. You do have an shield advantage if you are Stutz here. So how do you get rid of this Ariados though? It's going to be so tough. I like this play because you're definitely going to get the shield no matter what. Might as well debuff them.
Yeah, I really, really like it, but this Shadow Feraligatr...
Oh, he calls it! No way!
That is a huge call! The Trailblaze would have been super effective. Lunge is going to debuff, but it's not going to take out the Feraligatr. You can now switch out to get rid of that debuff if you want to.
And it looks like he's just going to throw a Hydro Cannon. It doesn't matter that it's debuff. I think 2 Hydro Cannons is going to be almost enough here. So throwing the first Hydro Cannon, not very effective. Debuff, it doesn't really matter. It's still chunking. There comes a swap into the Quagsire here, and you don't even want to swap into your backline Pokemon because you're weak to Quagsire in the back.
Alolan Sandslash does not have much space to maneuver in. Patrick Albany needs to rely on his Shadow Feraligatr. LNDS Statistico is going to shield up this Quagsire, try and get this Feraligatr off the field.
But the problem is this Quagsire is going to be tough to take out, and here comes the Alolan Sandslash here, going to try to get to that Ice Punch. I believe this is an Aqua Tail thrown. I don't think that was going to be, it looks like the side of Stutz did go down there. He is going to be coming back into the game, see if he can refresh here, but this is almost certainly not going to play out as expected.
Heartbreak for Estatistico. That was such a dominant position to be in, but the game hasn't quite allowed him to get the victory that he was leading towards. These players are going to have to take a moment to make sure that they can get everything back on track.
Oh, that was definitely going to be an epic in-game there. There was going to be a tough hill to climb for Patrick Albany, but you did have a chance because that Shadow Frag layer had a little bit of energy, had some health out of Aquatel range, so there was some playability, I believe, on Patrick Albany's side. So we're going to see what's going to happen. Of course, the judges will take care of everything here as the farm down is going to happen with the Shadow Lone Sandslash.
And I think, Butters, at this stage, it becomes a question of mentality, because no matter what happens, you know that there are still games to be played. You have to maintain focus. Even when it feels like the world is against you, you have to be able to recompose yourself and lock back in.
And let's talk about the mindset of these trainers here. You obviously have competed a lot. One trainer has been winning throughout the tournament. Patrick Albany started with a match loss because of his team registration. He's won all the way here. On the other side, we have Stutz, who was in a winner's finals and dropped down. Is that way more discouraging to be almost on that winner side in the drop down, opposed to the other trainer that's just been climbing since the beginning?
It's difficult. There are some players that say when you go into the losers bracket, you get to play a lot more games. And that sometimes can give you momentum, but also real confidence in your team, because you're getting to use it a lot more against players at this top critical level that sometimes you can't quite match in scrims. The question for Patrick Albany is, can he take advantage of what's just happened in that game? He needs to recompose as well. It's going to be really, really tricky.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. I mean, Patrick Albany has just been going up and up and up since the start, and we see Stutz on the other side has dropped down, so it's a mental game at this point, especially in a matchup like that where anything could have happened in the end. They'll probably have to replay it, but of course we don't know. The judges will figure that out for us. We'll know the score after they make their decision, but it is a tough situation mentally for both these trainers, especially on that loser side of the bracket. It is win or go home in your dreams of day number 2 vanish.
I really don't envy the judges in this position. It's very, very tough for them to make the right call, to give justice to the moment, but Stutz needs to, no matter what, basically focus and think to himself, okay, look how good that game was going for me. Can I take that forwards?
Yeah, I mean, you have to. I love the way that he played out that lead matchup. You called it out in the moment. That is the best way to win it. Maybe if the Ariados had good stat product, it could have won anyway, but still, you're getting a lot of protect shields early on in the game, which sometimes you would think Shadow Drapion is a negative matchup, because if you play it and normally you're just going crunch, you're getting out charge attack priority, you're getting lunged, you're just going to lose. But if you get innovative, there's a lot more possibilities.
Yeah, the really nice thing about that Aquatail is it paces a little bit quicker. That allows you to throw the first Aquatail and it won't be debuffed at all. But a crunch, even debuff, does more damage. So that's why it's correct as an Ariados user to shield the crunch.
It's crazy how important Aquatail just is in the life of all these trainers, because in the Feraligatr matchup, you need to call the Aquatail bait or else you're going to lose the matchup. And then also you need to throw it instantly against the Ariados. Attack that isn't that strong and doesn't seem that useful. It's just absolutely vital for Shadow Drapion all the time.
Yeah, and it's crazy. You and I have talked a little bit about poison types in this max out meta. We talked about Ariados maybe as that top poison user. We talked about Clodsire. Do you feel that Shadow Drapion isn't being talked about enough? Because it is so good.
Yeah, because I feel like it's more flexible than the other two. I feel like Ariados has the highest ceiling. If you can line it up like we see Nighttime Clasher do, you can fully sweep a team and you can pop off. So it has the highest ceiling. I feel like Clodsire is the safest. It has such good coverage, it has such good bulk. I mean, you can really move around with the Clodsire. But I feel like the Shadow Drapion is the most versatile.
I think one of the things that makes it the most versatile is because Aquatail is so quick, you can throw so many attacks, and that gives you better control of the switch timer. There's only 50 seconds before it resets, and Drapion is the fastest Pokemon possibly in the meta game at being able to delay it.
Primep says, hold my glove, because I'm coming up in day number 2. That's the only one that can maybe challenge it. Anything with Karate Chop are really good. And let's go into the wild real quick while these judges figure out what to do on stage. An upcoming event with Toxel, as you mentioned, evolves into an electric type. I love to see that.
Yeah, Toxtricity will be coming as a shiny and in Gigantamax form very, very soon in-game, coming soon to a game near you. But there is also the opportunity to get Dialga and Palkia with their special attacks. Roar of Time and Spatial Rend, that is massive for players.
Yo, oh, absolutely, because if you use Roar of Time, that can delay or pause your items in-game. And you see these trainers like Nighttime Clasher using this Galarian Moltres. Probably he delayed his Adventure Sync with Roar of Time to extend the duration to then have more probability to catch that Galarian Moltres. It is actually very, very useful.
Yeah, these are great Pokemon to get, so make sure to get them. And then we also have Dynamax Drillbur available in max battles. I've recommended it earlier. You should be doing these because if you can get yourself a Dynamax Excadrill, then that will be so helpful for those Gigantamax Toxtricity battles that will be coming very, very soon. So make sure to play these events. I think they're pretty good ones to get involved in.
No, absolutely. Make sure to take advantage of the Twitch drops as well. We always got good stuff at the International Championships, and we always got good matchups. I actually believe we have another matchup, and it looks like we have some breaking news here. Patrick Albany decided to concede the game, actually. Wow, what a trainer there, thinking that maybe he had no win conditions, he was going to lose, actually concedes.
I think that deserves a moment of pause and a round of applause as well. I think the crowd will give a huge amount of respect for that. Patrick Albany recognized that he had no win condition, that his opponent, but for the game not operating in the way that we would like to see, he would have lost. So I think a huge round of applause for both of these players. That is the level of sportsmanship that we want to see, especially on this stage.
Yeah, especially in this tight-knit community that is Lantam. I mean, I feel like they are probably the most tight-knit community in all of Pokemon Go. They always support each other through thick and thin, and Patrick Albany throwing out this sportsmanship that is unmatched because, I mean, he had a chance to maybe make it to day 2. That's a lot for these trainers. I mean, that's your dreams, what you want to do, and to be humble enough to be like, okay, I really don't think, if I think about it, I was going to win that game. He should have won that game. I'll give it to him. I
really, really respect that. I know you at home will have a huge amount of respect for it too. And Patrick Albany, he'll be able to hold his head high no matter what. He had an incredible run in the losers bracket. I think so many people will applaud him for that, but also applaud his opponent because those were some impressive games.
I mean, to make it there after taking a match loss from your registration at the very beginning, I mean, he is one of the most seasoned trainers in Brazil, and he showed it off here today. So he has been eliminated. So congratulations to LEDS Studs for getting it to day number 2.
Yeah, that is massive at this stage of the competition. Getting into day 2 at an international championship is definitely one of those targets that many players set for themselves at the beginning of the season to just say, hey, do you think I could get into the Saturday of an international championship? To that top 32 with players of such high quality, can I be a name on that list?
I mean, imagine how fun it is also for any trainer to know that you're competing on another day. Even if you get eliminated early on, you're like, I made it to another level of the competition. That's a huge achievement no matter what. I mean, a lot of these trainers have bigger dreams, but that is a good goal to hit. You can hit that, you can keep climbing. We've seen amazing stories of trainers getting better and better, reaching the top. And I feel like we have up next a trainer that's been at the top and is actually in an unusual position. We have Hard Jeffy coming in on the loser side of the bracket, trying to not get eliminated and make it to day number 2. In some people's minds, the favorite, obviously the reigning champion.
Yeah, he is the reigning champion. There has been that question of whether or not LATAM will be able to retain the title. Harjeff, he is in the losers bracket, but he knows that he can keep on winning. He's had events where he hasn't dropped a single game. If he can lock in that mentality now and continue to just win, then he could still see himself make it to the grand finals. But let's take a quick look at the winners side of the bracket because these players have not yet lost a match.
Yeah, and we have Marto Gaude versus Nighttime Clasher. I can't wait for that matchup early on in day number 2. Of course, Dunebug versus Desync. Desync, I didn't see him on stage. I was filming a segment. Did you see Desync move on into day number 2?
Yeah, Desync was using a Primate and he used it to perfection. It was so good. His plays were incredible. Primate making that top 12 usage here at day one at LAIC. So many cool Pokemon on show. Let's take another look at them.
Yeah, Distinct is known for the spice, for sure. He is really talented at it, and he is one of those trainers that brought 13% Primeape here and making it to day number 2. Of course, Azumarill is top dog always, and throughout the tournament, it just seems so safe to pivot into it at any moment. I don't expect that Azumarill usage to change at all. Maybe it will jump for day number 2.
Yeah, no, okay, Primeape and Annihilate. You and I have spoken about it a little bit. Which one would you prefer to use if you were competing this weekend?
I prefer to use Primeape just because of the pacing. You talked about how crucial Aqua Tail is because it's so quick. The same thing with the Primeape. You can throw out something after 4 attacks, plus just one more Karate Chop, and you can get to a close combat as well. So you're just so close to doing a ton of damage, and you have that real 50-50. You have a bait with the Rage Fist, you have the closing move, you have the pacing, you have it all. I wish I had a Shadow one because it gets knocked out to anything regardless. Like, you get knocked out by one Hydra Cannon from a Shadow for Alligator, even if you're normal. So you might as well double down and do more damage. But most of these trainers, I feel like that have made day number 2 with it, have the normal version, trying to get a little bit more bulk, or maybe don't have that Shadow one yet.
Now, do you want to hear something interesting about Primeape? Even though it is not the fully evolved form of that Mankey family, it actually has a massive attack stat in Pokemon Go. And that's because the attack stat here in Pokemon Go is weighted more heavily than your defense and your HP. So its attack stat is probably the highest that we will see of any Pokemon in this meta.
It's very angry, and that's why it has that huge attack stat. And the weird thing about it is usually the middle evolution has more stat product in Pokemon Go PvP than the final evolution. But it's the opposite.
Yeah.
Annihilate is bulkier than the middle evolution Primeape because of that attack stat.
Yeah, Annihilate has better typing, arguably, as well. Ghost has a ton of really useful resistances, but Primeape goes, do you know what? Fine. You can be the more defensive one. I will hit faster, I will hit harder, and Distinct could take me all the way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I believe he did come on that winner side of the bracket, so there is an opportunity for Primeape to be crowned champion at the Latin American International Champion. And it was cool to see all those regions represented as well. It is a unique opportunity. It kind of felt like in the past, the home country dominated. Now it is international. Could be any of those trainers, could be a trainer making history here at Latin American International Championship.
And the other thing that's difficult, I suppose, for these players is that usually at a regional, when you're going into day 2, you can use that evening to think about all of the opponents that you're likely to face. And many of them are opponents that you have played reasonably frequently, especially if you are someone that attends lots of regional events. This time, these players are thinking, hold on a minute. I've never played this player from North America. I've never played against this player from Europe. It's a much more trickier challenge to navigate.
Yeah, it's tough unless you matched up at Worlds or you traveled to another international championship. Maybe this will not be the case in the future as all these top trainers just keep traveling around to all the international championships. They will get a lot of reps against each other, but you do see the same patterns, right? Because you see a lot of Brazilians were running the Shadow Dragonite, right? You see a lot of the other trainers from other regions running Shadow Kanto Marowak. So you do see that region differences. It's going to be great to see them all clash in day number 2.
Yeah, I really like that aspect. A lot of these players, they're obviously practicing together. They're identifying Pokemon that they think will be really, really useful in this meta. And I think you called it perfectly there. The Shadow Dragonites from some of the Brazilian players it is almost siphoned off as their strategies approaching this meta. And then we've mentioned that Nighttime Clasher team that Out of Pocket is also using as well. Colin is using it. Paulasha had a very similar style too. So the question is, how are these players going to navigate the different spice from different regions as well as that base core meta?
It's so difficult, and that's why the Latin American International Champion will be an amazing player. Which region will it be from? I actually know literally the only way that you can figure out which region will win LAIC. It's right up now.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships, and as day 1 wraps up, we have a lot of trainers moving on to day 2. A lot of trainers from different regions. Here I have 3 different trainers from 3 different regions. We have Dunebug from North America, Colin from Europe, and we have Val from LATAM. And this might be the first time ever in Pokemon Go Championship Series history that a region that is not the home region is going to take the crown. But there's only one way to determine that. Literally only one way, and that is by ring toss. off camera, LATAM was able to defeat Oceania, so that means LATAM does get a bye in round number 1. So it's going to be North America and Europe to determine which region will win the Latin American International Championship. Let's get it started. First up is going to be North America. So Dunebug is going to be throwing the rings first here for all of North America. Also, Dunebug has qualified for day number 2, so this is also real if he can win the ring toss and win the whole competition. It looks like I'll count it. That counts as 1 there. Looks like he's got 1 on the board for North America. At least he's on the board. Can he get 2? He doubles up on the same Pachirisu. Can he get triple on the same one? No. Okay, that's 2. Strong start. Let's bring in Europe. We got Colin. He's already got his rings ready. See if he can tie it up with 2 points here. Immediately gets 1. Oh, clutch from Colin. Looking good to start off. He got 1 point very early on. Can he get 2? He has 1 more shot to tie it up for Europe. And I count it. I count it. That means it's going to be a shoot-off. Dunebug, you get to go up first. And then Colin, you get to go right after him. And whoever hits 1 first wins it all. Go ahead, Dunebug. You're going to be up first here. Can you get 1? Right away. Dunebug with the clutch gene takes it for North America. That means it's going to be North America versus LATAM. LATAM gets to go first in the winners final as the home country. So Val, go ahead. You get to throw your 5 rings here. And no, it comes up a little short. This is all of LATAM on the line. LATAM has won the first 2 Latin American International Championships. Will it make it 3 in a row? Val, can you get 1 on the board? It is so close on that Bidoof. You have 1 more shot, 1 more ring. Get it on one of the Pachirisu or the Bidoof for all of LATAM. You can do it, Val. Do it. No, okay. That means if Dunebug is able to hit 1 right here, that means North America will make history and win the Latin American International Championships. And can Dune hit it? He instantly hits it. That is absolutely clutch. It doesn't mean Doom's gonna win the whole thing. It doesn't mean North America has a great chance to do it all, but we'll have to find out day number 2. So see you there. Let's get back to the Pokemon action.
Well, it's official. North America is going to win the Latin American International Championship. Dune just hitting every ring toss there, dominating on the stage and at the side events as well.
That was a great game to get to watch. You must have enjoyed hosting that one.
Oh no, that was super fun. Oceania did get defeated off stage, so they weren't represented there at the time. Zetarb was in the tournament, so they did have a chance. I don't know if he has yet been eliminated, so I don't want to neglect Oceania. Oceania was defeated off camera. That's why LATAM did get the bye, also because they're the home country.
I would love to have taken part in that event. This is the thing, you get to play these kinds of games when you come to events of this size. International championships, so many games on offer. I think Martine also was playing a bit of the ring toss. Maybe we should have a look at how he got on.
Trainers, welcome here to the 2025 Latin America International Championships. It's time to do some ring tossing. I have here 3 trainers that are going to try and hit 2 targets here. They have 4 attempts to do so, and if they manage to do so successfully, they'll win a training card game pack. Let's have trainer number 1 come in now. All right, good luck. Here we go, 4 attempts. The first attempt here from Juminis. Here we go, the first one. Ooh, a miss, but another chance. Here we go. And oh, on the side down the Pachirisu. And oh no, that's on the Pachirisu. You need to hit and barely miss. That's unfortunate. All right. Well, thank you for participating. Let's have trainer number 2 come in. All right, we have 4 attempts here. You need to hit the Pachirisu or the Bidoof. And oh, almost the Bidoof on its head. Here we go, almost on the same spot there. Can we get on? Almost bounces off the Bidoof 1 more time. Can we get the 4th time? And it is it! He got 1 out of 4. Very well done. Thank you so much. All right, and then we have our final trainer coming in. Let's see if you can do it. You need to hit 2 out of 4. Here we go, the first one, and that's a 1. And oh, it just barely bounces off. Can we get it? Oh, it's stuck in the other ring. That's exceptional, I'll admit. And again, okay, well, I've never seen that before. Thank you so much for participating. That was great. All right, that was some ring tossing action. Let's head back to the other Pokemon action.
careful, don't quit your day jobs, stick with Pokemon Go, but that looks like a lot of fun. Butters, did you actually give it a go yourself?
Yeah, I did give it a go. It's harder than it looks, actually. They're so close, and they let you stand so close, so when you miss, it is actually very frustrating.
I mean, you're like 6'15", so you could basically just lean over and put them
I
on.
could just tap it on the Bidoof, but that would be cheating. I didn't do that.
No, that looks like a lot of fun. It's great that you get the opportunity to have these kinds of segments. I was really enjoying our cooking segment earlier.
Yeah.
I hope that we get an opportunity to do some of that again, or maybe you get to go and watch it again because that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, maybe we could get some guest chefs, maybe some of these trainers, we can bring them on, and they can teach us how to cook as well. There's a ton of chefs in Championship Series. Maybe we can do that again, but a tough little sequence for LATAM there, not hitting a single ring out of, 20 attempts or something. So can they bounce back? And if LATAM needs to bounce back, I feel like they want to leave their hopes in the next trainer that's going to be on stage next, which is Hard Jeffy.
Yeah, that is going to be a huge trainer that is going to garner so much support here in Brazil. We know how good he is. He is not a player that needs any introduction, but the fact that he's the only Pokemon Go player that has won a regional event with no games dropped, that is sensational.
It really is. And then to follow that up with an international championship right after that, it is insane. He hasn't had the exact performances on an international stage since then at the World Championships, and I believe he also traveled to the North American International Championships as well, and now he's on the loser side of the bracket, so he is trying to bounce back. I know a lot of trainers in the LATAM region think this is the best trainer. I know he thinks he is the best trainer as well, so he wants to get in the mix in day number 2, and then anything can happen.
I think it's very difficult to argue with that because he can show just how much of a force he is. And I think that if I remember correctly, he might have brought a Shadow Skarmory to this event. I think we need to just double check, but when we first saw his team at the beginning of the day as like a preview of some of the top players here, I believe I saw that on his list.
I can confirm there is a Shadow Skarmory that is amazing on the team. And guess what? You are a trainer that's also familiar with Shadow Skarmory. Why bring it in this meta?
That is a great question.
Yeah, just for fun?
Yeah, honestly, there was a little bit of that, but also it was because so many players, at the time that I brought Shadow Skarmory, they were leaning into Ariados, and it has such a dominant matchup, double resisting every attack that Ariados has to offer at a minimum. And that is something that it can be quite scary. Whether I would bring it here this weekend, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be able to hard wall something like a Clodsire as well if it doesn't have the Stone Edge. So can have a lot of great play in the meta for sure. And actually, it looks like we are going to do some cooking today.
Yeah.
So you did the honor earlier of teaching us how to cook. I want to see that. So let's take a look right now.
We're here at the Latin American International Championships. I'm joined by Tomahawk, who is known for cooking on the main stage. So, Chef Tomahawk, can you please do us the honor and teach us how to cook in Championship Series play?
That's right, team. If you want a great meal, why not start with a great recipe? And that's what we're going to be doing here. We're going to be team building with all of these ingredients because so many of the top performing teams from this season have used a recipe of sorts, with each Pokemon performing a particular role.
So that means each ingredient will be a role in your team building. So we have some essential ingredients here. We have the flour, we have the milk, we have eggs, we got butter, and then we have a little more flavor on this side. We have chocolate and sugar. But let's start at the essential, Tomahawk. Where do we begin in this team building in this recipe?
So one Pokemon that has been so popular this season is Clodsire. It is a ground type Pokemon. It is an anti-poison as well of sorts. It beats those poisons. Let's put the ground type in first.
If you want to be at the top, you got to beat the top there. And then up next, we got the milk. What do you got for the milk here?
Clodsire often paired with Feraligatr at the beginning of the season. More recently, we're seeing a lot of Azumarill. Water type, that's what's next.
One of the greatest Pokemon of all time. I love it. And a top usage Pokemon, another top usage Pokemon. What would you do with a Pokemon like Dunsparce?
Yeah, Dunsparce is a normal type Pokemon. It resists Ghost. A dark type could be used here, something flexible like Malamar. So normal or dark, something flexy, we put it in next.
All right, perfect. And I'm very invested in this next ingredient. What do we got for the butter, Tomahawk?
Yeah, your butter. This is your anti-flyer. We've seen this in the form of Dugong, in the form of a Lowland Sandslash. You need to keep those flyers down. Butters, I'm going to let you do the honors.
Oh, all right. I'd love to. Yeah, I'm going to put exactly 20% of the butter in the recipe here. So let me just grab
There it is, 20% exactly.
Yeah, 2 oat butters. That's the real key ingredient when team building.
Oh, well, thank you. All right, we got some flavor here. Now, what do we got here for the chocolate ingredient?
Okay, so we've seen so much of Gastrodon, Shadow Quagsire. Grass coverage is really key. But more recently, we're actually seeing Ariados with Trailblaze. That's the grass type of choice for the attacks.
I mean, you can't beat it. It is a sweet Pokemon to watch. So let's put in a little bit of chocolate there. And then lastly, what do we got for the sugar?
Yeah, you need something to beat Pokemon with grass coverage, something that beats Ariados and Superior. We're going to have something sweet. It's Galarian Moltres.
Ooh, Galarian Moltres. That is a sweet Pokemon, especially if it's shiny, right, Tomahawk? I believe you got one of those yourself. All right, let's put that in here. All right, so this is the basic recipe for team building. But there's a special reason we brought you here, because you're the king of spice, Tomahawk. You are one of the best spice trainers on the planet. Let's make a recipe spicy. How do we do that?
Okay, so you can add a bit of flavor to any of these roles, but only if you understand what each of the roles are trying to perform. And it doesn't matter which of these that you sub in, but for the sake of argument, let's replace sugar with spice.
I love it. I love it. All right, so now we have, you can, like you said, you can put spice anywhere. You can put it in the last spot, you can put it in this first spot. Let's start with some essential. Your anti-poison, your ground type coverage, usually. What do you have if you were going to compete this weekend at LAIC? What would you put there?
So this weekend is the first time that players can use Annihilate, a fighting and ghost type Pokemon with Rage Fist. Ghost resists poison, so we're going to sub this in here as a form of anti-poison, but it's got some flavor too, so let's put that in first.
Yeah, that's got a little, so I would put an extra one in there. That's got some spice there. All right, and then we got the water type Pokemon, the Milk. What do you got there, Tomahawk?
I think Azumarill's just too good. Water and Fairy, so bulky, so defensive. I think it's a staple.
Absolutely is a staple. And then we had Dunsparce there as that role last time. What do you have here for the eggs?
So we've talked about normal and dark, and we're actually going to put the Galarian Moltres here. It's a dark type Pokemon. It resists Shadow Claw. Let's go with that.
Can be flexible, right? You can interchange the roles here in 2 different spots. Add that in there. And then, of course, what you got for the butter if you were going to play this weekend, Tomahawk?
We love dairy. We love the dairy Pokemon. It's going to go Miltank with Rollout and Thunderbolt as our anti-flyer.
This might sound like a joke, but Miltank actually did just top cut in Buenos Aires in the LATAM region. So it is not a joke. It is a real Pokemon here, and we're going to put that in. Rollout's better. It's got the Thunderbolt, got the electric type coverage. It's a good Pokemon.
I agree. Now, next up, we talked about grass coverage, but we need a little bit of bulk. So we're going to go back to old school Superior.
Oh, yeah. You're going to put in the Superior. So good at beating Dunsparce as well. So good at walling some Pokemon. Let's add a little bit of the chocolate there. Then lastly, we have a little sugar left. We also got a little spice. What are you putting for your last pick here in the sugar in this ingredient section?
And this is interesting because we talked about how Ariados has risen in popularity. And so a Pokemon that is very good at beating Ariados is Stone Edge Clodsire, and actually then covers the ground type role that we lost at the beginning. I think it shapes it out nicely.
A poison type that beats other poison types, that is sweet to me. Let's put in the sugar here. All right, well, this is a great recipe for competing, but we actually got 2 professional chefs on the Casa crew. So let's welcome in guest chef Inadequate here. All right, Chef Inadequate, what would you cook up this weekend at the Latin American International Championships?
For this weekend's recipe for an Inadequate team, I'm going to start a little bit with some meta. We're going to start with the Clodsire.
Yes, chef. And then what for the water type, chef?
Again, not super spicy, but we need some more bulk. We're going to go with Azumarill.
17 straight seasons, Azumarill getting in the recipe. All right, what do you got for the eggs?
For some safe coverage to add to the team, we're going with the Malamar.
All right, Malamar, a super fun pick, so flexible, can get the energy so quickly. And then Adequate, what do you got for the butter?
Well, now we've had enough of the meta picks. To keep the butter cool, we're going with a Frostlass.
Oh, you're making the butter spicy? All right, we're going to add all that butter in there then. I love that pick. That is the Frostlass as your anti-flyer Pokemon. All right, what do you got as your grass type coverage then?
So I'm going to stick with the grass type Charge Trailblaze, but with a different Pokemon. This is Berserker.
Berserker with Trailblaze. All right, well, that is getting a little spice in there for that chocolate as well. That is super spicy. And how are you going to round out this team? What are you going to put in for your last ingredient?
To cover the grass type Pokemon a little bit more, we're going with a good dragon. only naturally. That is Gudra.
Oh, that is a good dragon. I love me some Gudra. That does counter the grass. And you know what? That thing is spicy. Get that rested in there. Get that in there. That is fantastic. Thank you to both of my chefs. Thank you, Inadequates, Guest Chef Inadequates. And thank you to Tomahawk. We're going to mix this up. We're going to put it in the oven. We're going to see which rises here at the Latin American International Championships. But let's get back to the Pokemon action.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Butters, that is one of my favorite segments, not just to watch back, but also one of my favorite to have recorded there with you and Martine. Now, a few of my friends, they've said, Freed, when we let you cook, you sometimes burn the kitchen down, and honestly, sometimes you gotta.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling good today. Please do not try to drink that recipe at home, but I absolutely love that cooking segment as well. And we got some chefs up. We have finally got our battle. So we got Jeffy on the stage here versus Pablo Dinas, and that is going to be our losers matchup in the group M here. I can already hear the crowd.
Honestly,
I hear them right now. They have been anticipating this for so long. The previous champion, he's here. He's made it to the stage.
Yeah, so Butters and I, we're backstage. We've even got these headphones on, and yet we can hear screaming coming from where the stage is because the Brazilians know who they are rooting for. LNDS Harjev, such an immense player. Pablo Dinas knows he needs to perform if he wants to get through this round.
I mean, giving him a little extra energy with the chants. That just boosted my energy. I feel like a Annihilate here in the old Night Slash meta, but we have that matchup. It is going to be, of course, like we said, Harjefi versus the underdog of Pablo Dinas. But how is he going to be able to face that Shadow Skarmory? That is my question here. Is this just bench pressure, or is this going to be the real deal? Is Harjefi going to bring that in the matchup?
Yeah, it's really, really tricky. Sometimes your spice picks are just to put your opponent off. But actually, there are also times where it can work against you because your opponent goes, hold on a minute, you're hard countering everything I've got. I'm almost forced to play ABA. And when you do that, the Shadow Skarmory user, for example, goes, okay, I should be able to predict what's in the bag, except you're playing an ABA, so how do I do that now?
Yeah, exactly. And that is what the good cooking does sometimes. It really puts the pressure points on your opponent. We know Inadequates does that really well with his unique team compositions where they really make you think, like, hey, wait, do I really have to respect this Shadow Skarmory? We've seen Caleb with Bastion in the past. We've seen you with the Shadow Skarmory. It's just so hard to deal with these bench pressure Pokemons because, like you said, they could just not bring it as well. And then that would be a huge advantage if you're bringing the counters and they're just not even using it.
And speaking of huge advantage, that crowd, we got a little glimpse there. They are screaming for Harjev. How do you feel as Pablo Dinas when you have your opponent's name ringing in your ears going into this match?
Yeah, it's definitely hard. You got the home crowd on Harjef's side. It is all of the Lindos just cheering on their trainer who has taken a little break here, needs to re-energize in this matchup, but it's almost like you're at an away arena in a little bit where you have the home crowd on one trainer's side, but I have to imagine if Pablo Dines does start making some plays, I think we're going to hear some cheers for him as well.
Yeah, like, look at this team from Pablo Dines, right? The Shadow for Alligator obviously has a ton of play against Skarmory. It's a water type that resists the Steel Wing damage, but once shields go down, there are no Pokemon for Pablo that resist the flying type damage. That is the threat of Shadow Skarmory. You use the Steel Wing fast attack pressure, and you threaten with a Brave Bird, where you say, if you don't shield this, you're going down. One thing to note, right? Because you're a Shadow variant, your Brave Birds do more damage than the Brave Bird from a Talonflame.
That is crazy, the closing potential, and really you do need shields down for Shadow Skarmory because its pacing is insanely slow. It takes a lot of Steel Wings to get to some necessary energy. As you see, the Lindos are just roaring for one of their best trainers, trying to just put all his energy into day number 2. I mean, this is what it's been like all day here at LAIC.
Mentality is such a key aspect for these players, and Harjeff will look to use this momentum, this support, this entire atmosphere to his advantage. Look at the Brazilians dancing. They are loving it. I'm loving it here. What an event we've got for us this weekend.
Oh, it is amazing to see the energy at such a high level late into the day. It's the loser side. It doesn't matter because day 2, anything can happen. Once you make it there, you have a shot. And Harjeff is the reigning champion. Can he be the first trainer ever to win 2 straight international championships? He has to win this matchup. But remember, if he loses, he is eliminated. And that's what it's like for both of these trainers.
I think I'm expecting Pablo to lean into his Shadow for Alligator. Its sole goal: avoid the superior. If you can do that, you can put out a ton of pressure.
And does that Shadow Skarmory protect your Azumarill a bit? Because there are 2 poison types on Pablo Dines' side. Can you bring the Azumarill knowing that maybe you won't see as many poisons? And there it is, the call right there. It is going to be the Shadow for Alligator versus the reigning champ Shadow Drapion here. And do you try to go for that huge Aqua Tail bait? Let's see, straight away he goes for it.
Shadow for Alligator, massive amount of pressure on Harjeff. Harjeff with the first shield straight away. He knows that Drapion has a lot of play. We're already looking at that backline. There are no Skarmory to be seen, so how are these players going to navigate? Another shield goes up so early in this match.
Instant protect shield on the bait. That is crucial. Now Shadow Drapion can outpace. That means that Pablo Dines wants to pivot out of this matchup, knowing it's a lost cause anyway. So now does the Drapion hang on all this energy? Yes, hangs on to all the energy and swapped into the Azumarill. There is no sludge bomb for Pablo Dines.
I really, really like this from Harjeff. You saw the massive amount of energy that is banked on that Shadow Drapion. Pablo Dines needs to remember just how much there is while still focusing on this mid-game Clodsire up against Azumarill.
And now throwing the super effective Ice Beam into this Clodsire here. You bank so much on that Drapion that's going to be able to maybe close the game for Harjeff here. Absolutely huge. And remember, the Feraligatr got out of there early, so it doesn't have any energy. And this Earthquake isn't even enough to knock out the Azumarill.
Do you then come back in with your Shadow for Alligator as soon as you're able to? The switch clocks aren't quite up, but you could go for a Poison Sting down. You could bank this energy. You don't want to take another Ice Beam. That's why Pablo's throwing this Stone Edge now.
Yeah, and gonna leave your Clodsire energy dry. There's only 1 Protect Shield remaining for Harjeff. He decides to save that for the end game. Coming with Drapion, but the thing is, you have so much energy already. You do get a couple of more Poison Stings. Now you are energy capped, so throwing out 100 energy here to knock out the Clodsire.
I really like this from Harjeff. Poison Sting is resisted by Shadow Drapion, so you can freely go up to near 100 energy there. Aqua Tail's loaded, Crunch is loaded. What's Pablo going to do? What's he going to soak the damage on?
And the problem is, look at the backline too, that Dunsparce is looking pretty good against Ariados and the Shadow for Alligator, and you're up so much energy. No shield, trying to call maybe an Aqua Tail bait, but it's not an Aqua Tail bait this time. It is the Crunch, and it lands into the Ariados. Now you can throw Aqua Tail, throwing it before the lunge is available. Precision by the reigning LAIC champion.
A massive amount of damage. Pablo needs to really think now, how much energy does that Drapion have? The rollout is going to go through. That is a great catch and a huge amount of energy gained basically for free.
A 3-turn fast attack of that rollout for free because you swapped on the lunge, knowing that usually you throw it at the 5 on the Poison Sting, getting to that drill run. But Remember, you are debuffed now. This isn't going to be enough to knock out the Shadow for Alligator here. So can Pablo Diaz do anything with the Shadow for Alligator and little energy on that area dose?
And I'm not sure if that Dunsparce is in Hydro Cannon range. So even if this lands, Pablo Diaz might not be able to farm it down. It's going to be very, very close.
But the problem is, if this Dunsparce throws energy right here and leaves itself energy dry, decides to not throw the energy, I think that's actually really smart by Harjeffy. You don't want to actually knock out this for Alligator and leave yourself energy dry and get farmed down by the area dose. So it's actually in his advantage to lose that matchup.
And now you're going to get farmed down. Look at the Poison Stings coming through. Shadow for Alligator goes down. This Drapion is sweeping this game number 1.
What a play there by the reigning champ to be able to take game number 1. The Crunch is going to be able to knock out the area dose. What a big brain move to just let your Dunsparce go. I think your only lose condition was to knock out that for Alligator and allow a Poison Sting down, knowing I'm just going to win it with the Shadow Drapion anyway. That was his win condition all along.
Harjeff rewards the crowd support with a brilliant victory for that game number 1, taking the momentum into game number 2 here in these group losers finals.
And suddenly he is 1 win away from his ticket to game number 2. Pablo Diaz needs to reverse sweep this series or he will be eliminated here. What kind of adjustments can you make? That Shadow Drapion was just so impactful in that game number 1.
I really, really like the bench pressure there from Shadow Skarmory. You saw the impact it had on Pablo's line building. He went for a strong Pokemon against Skarmory in the lead. He then had his Clodsire to try and bait it out, and the Ariados in the back. Whilst Pablo's thinking about that, Harjeff's got a completely different strategy in mind, taking full advantage of the pace of Shadow Drapion and the bulk and coverage of Dunsparce and Azumarill.
Yeah, I mean, it was just well done. You were kind of prepared for that Skarmory if it wasn't there, but just was not bringed by Harjeffy. We don't even know how much he's brought it all tournament long. Could just be that bench pressure here. And now, how is he going to be able to deal with that Shadow for Alligator? I feel like you're just going to want to bring strong counters to that Pokemon if you want your ticket to game the day number 2.
If I'm Pablo, I think I would absolutely be leaning into Dunsparce. It has play against Shadow Drapion. It has play against Skarmory. I really, really wouldn't be surprised if Pablo goes for a little bit of a safer option there. Try and gauge what Harjeff's strategy is as soon as he sees that Pokemon in the lead.
We have a lock-in on Harjeffy's side. So much on the line. That is why the crowd was trying to pump up these trainers, specifically one trainer, Harjeffy, who is not necessarily the captain of this team, but maybe its most famous member, trying to put his energy into day number 2. Can he make it? And there it is, like you called, the Dunsparce in the lead from Pablo Diaz into the Shadow Drapion, once again in the lead for Harjeffy.
That is a great lead for Pablo. Drapion is staying in. It can still do a ton of damage. Now, look at this. If you get a debuff with this Crunch, Shadow Drapion can really threaten the Dunsparce. Pablo's going to be keeping his fingers crossed it doesn't get it.
And he doesn't get it, so now that means you're out of Crunch range, so just swapping here and actually getting a full bubble through on this drill run as well, soaking up this energy as Azumarill is so good at doing in this meta.
Now, Pablo needs to be really smart. Is this Azumarill bait? Yes, it was a bait, and Pablo has fallen for it. Look at the backline. There's going to be a Superior against the Feraligatr later on.
Yeah, that is going to be absolutely brutal unless you can come out of this matchup with Area Dose healthy or ramped up. I feel like that is Pablo Diaz's best chance. If he knows that was a bait out, he needs to fully invest into this Area Dose to have any chance of winning this battle.
Does Pablo recognize that? If this Ice Beam lands, it does put a ton of pressure on this Ariados. It's still in the yellow for now, but the bubbles will start to add up. The Ariados is ramping just as you said. Harjeff needs to think, if I can get this down, Superior can sweep.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to get this Area Dose down. How much energy do you have on the Shadow Drapion? And you actually don't have that much, but you're at the Aqua Tail, which will be enough. So throwing right before the lunge is available here. Do you get the Protect Shield? If you don't Protect Shield, if you let Area Dose go, it is going to be a Feraligatr to Superior. So no, he does do the Protect Shield.
That is a huge shield for Pablo. He can safely throw this lunge. It is boosted. It would take out this Shadow Drapion. Harjeff recognizes this. He's not going to be able to Vine Whip down Ariados. He needs to protect the Drapion.
Yeah, and here comes the combo play into the drill run, and now suddenly the Shadow Drapion is up against it. Do you use 2 Protect Shields into it just to keep it around? Yes, actually investing fully in the Shadow Drapion. on.
I really like this from Harjeff. He might look to start to put some pressure, get that last shield off of the Dunsparce, and then come in with the Superior. The Ariados is low, remember, and that Feraligatr could be taken out by one single Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, but the thing is, now with the shields down, can you get to an Ice Beam against that Superior, and how impactful will that be in the backline? The problem is, this Drapion is just too healthy. You don't have enough energy on the Ariados to get to an attack, so you just have to come in. There comes the Superior, and now suddenly, did you get the 2 Shadow Claw advantage? I think you're going to be able to get to the Ice Beam before the Frenzy Plate is available. Hold up a second. Pablo Dinas is not out of this matchup yet.
This is going to be huge. If you can now shield your Feraligatr and Shadow Claw this down, you could reach a Hydro Cannon against the Drapion or...
Oh, and then the swap in the Aerials. Wait a second. Pablo Dinas is just out of his mind.
Pablo is cooking. What a catch on the Ariados. That is massive for him against Harjeff. Feraligatr comes back in. The shield is still available.
And now all you need to do is get the 2 Shadow Claws and you win the game here. And there it is. That Hydro Cannon is secured. And this is going to tie up this series 1-1.
Europe is back. Pablo levels the score. It's 1-1. What a play. He is showing himself on this international stage.
Just ridiculous in-game execution by Pablo Dinas here. Just amazing play to be able to catch that energy. I think literally the way he played it was the only way he could win it. Also, even pivoting to get that double Shadow Claw advantage to be able to secure that Ice Beam before the Frenzy Plate was available. Ridiculous.
And he has some support as well in the crowd. They are screaming his name, and he needs them to. Harjeff and Pablo Dinas, this is so decisive for both of these players. They know this is the game that could determine whether or not they stay in the competition.
I mean, how dire did it look from Pablo Dinas all that game? As soon as the Azumarill bait out happened, and then suddenly you're not going to have anything for that Superior in the back. You're destined to have Feraligatr into Superior, but just able to wiggle his way through this matchup to get any type of advantage and then just finish it off with the amazing catch to win the battle, tie it up. Suddenly, he's back in it. Now he is 1 game away from getting to day number 2.
I really, really like this from both players, recognizing the strategies of their opponent. They are operating on such different levels here, but they have to focus. They have to lock in, and they almost have to mind read now, try and get that lead and put themselves into as advantageous a position as possible.
And I'm curious about this now because we've seen a lot of poison types out of Pablo Dinas. Do you ever see the Malamar to put some pressure into those Pokemon that you've been seeing? I feel like that could be a great adjustment here in game number 3.
I think Harjeff will recognize that Pablo's Ariados had a ton of play, so I wouldn't be surprised if Harjeff starts to play strong into that Ariados. And Malamar with that Psy-Wave damage, if shields are up, can start to put pressure, but also it can start to snipe Pokemon that are low and take them out without needing to throw a charge attack.
And I think it's your best option besides the Shadow Skarmory. I think Shadow Skarmory is just too risky in this situation. You are up against it, elimination, you are done. So I feel like you bring the second best answer with more flexibility into this game number 3. Remember, this is the reigning Latin American International Champion with his tournament life on the line. We are locked into game number 3.
And we have Dunsparce against Ariados. That is a big lead for Harjeff, but Pablo is nodding his head. Does he know something we don't?
He expected maybe this lead, knowing that maybe he would swap into the Dunsparce. This Dunsparce got a lot of energy advantage here, and Double Drill Run isn't quite enough to knock out the Malamar, but it's going to put it quite low, or force this Malamar to throw Superpower and debuff itself.
Now, I don't know if Harjeff is looking at his opponent. Is this almost a bluff from Pablo, nodding his head? Because actually, Ariados and Feraligatr might struggle against Dunsparce in the back, and Harjeff has a dominant position here, especially if this Superpower
Oh, he
lands.
tries to call the bait, but it's not a bait. It is a Superpower, almost knocking out the Dunsparce, and it's a back-to-back Superpower from Harjeff. Do you ever protect your... No, you're just going to let the Dunsparce go and try to get a farm down somewhere.
Do you come in with Feraligatr now as fast as possible? Your opponent's switch timer isn't up. Your opponent is double debuffed. Even if they reach a superpower, it won't do that much damage. This could be really, really nice for Pablo.
Maybe this is why he was shaking his head. Maybe he thought this was going to be the situation he wanted. He needed some avenue to ramp up the energy on Feraligatr, but the timer is back up, so now you can swap in with your Shadow Drapion, but this Feraligatr is up a lot of energy, but the problem is it's almost in Aqua Tail plus Poison Sting range.
I am really, really excited and trying to anticipate how these players are trying to approach this game. Will Pablo shield the first attack to then get the lunge debuff guaranteed?
But now you get to hide your area dose, right? Because the Dunsparce in the lead matchup is in the back. Now you get to bring this against the Shadow Drapion. Suddenly, you have a lot of playability here, even with that bad lead. He was shaking his head for a reason, but this could go to any trainer here in the in-game.
I really, really like this from Pablo. He gets that debuff. Crunch will still do a lot of damage. Harjep doesn't have the switch timer available at the moment. He's going for that second crunch.
And here comes the crunch into an instant no protection here. I want to take a look at the timer on Harjeffi's side. It is back up. He can swap whenever he wants, and no, doesn't decide to swap on this lunge here. And this lunge is going to secure the knockout into Harjeffi, but this area dose has a decent amount of health remaining.
Yeah, the Dunsparce is coming back in. It already has energy loaded. It's not going to be able to... Oh, he's actually allowing a
Wait
lunge
a second.
to come through. First, he's going for the full farm down.
He is. He could have thrown the energy before the lunge was available. It looks like he's going to go for the rollout down, but doesn't get denied by Pablo Diaz. Yes, he swaps in, but the thing is, you're pretty much in range of Drill Run no matter what. Even if you are debuffed by lunge, I feel like Pablo Diaz is in such a tough position. That's why you hear the crowd already going crazy for Harjeffi.
Harjef is nodding his head. Pablo is shaking his. He knows this is tough. The Hydro Cannon's going to go shielded. I don't think this Dunsparce is in lunge range anyway, but the Dunsparce has a ton of energy available to use.
He is almost at it right here. He is at the Drill Run. He can get some extra energy. Decides to just finish this off. It looks like Harjeffi is already breathing a sigh of relief as the crowd is popping off here for the Lindo Harjeffi.
Harjeffi knows what's coming. The Ariados is so low. The rollouts come through. Ariados goes down. Harjef wins the match.
And suddenly the reigning champ is still in the game on the loser side going into game number 2. He loves it. He says, I can still do it. I can be the first trainer to win back-to-back international championships.
What a massive victory. The crowd is celebrating. Harjef is celebrating. It's almost as if he's won the entire championship already. That was a massive match for him. He takes himself into day number 2, and everyone is over the moon to see it.
What an impressive performance. What a matchup. High-level PvP gameplay going on by both of those trainers. Towards that middle game, it felt like any trainer could have done it. Just expert play after expert play. And then suddenly, once that Dunsparce was unleashed at the end, you kind of knew, you felt it in the room that it was just going to be over for Harjeffi, able to secure it. Day number 2.
Yeah, Pablo put in such a great effort. He did go ABA to that Dunsparce, and honestly, the amount of work that Dunsparce has done this weekend, just this one day already, has been sensational. We talked about Primate, we talked about a rise in Mudslappers as well throughout the season, but there is one thing that doesn't look to be going away. It is that Rock Slide Drill Run user, the Dunsparce.
And especially if trainers are not as prepared for it, yes, it always is so high in usage. But if you think there is going to be a meta shift because of Rage Fist from Primate and Annihilate, Dunsparce is the key candidate that could be worse in that meta. Because if you stay swap a Dunsparce into one of those Pokemon, that will be a huge shift in momentum. But in this case, Harjeffi, he's a champion for a reason. Sometimes he's ahead of the meta. You're not as prepared for Dunsparce right now. I'm going to bring the Dunsparce. I'm going to get to day number 2.
Yeah, I really like Dunsparce on both sides for those competitors. We saw how much play it had for Pablo in that game number 2. I think he'll be very proud of himself for this weekend, for his performance. And look, you lose to Harjef in the losers finals of your group. That is nothing to be ashamed of at all. But huge congratulations for LNDS Harjef for cementing his place in day 2.
Yeah, it's absolutely nothing to be ashamed of. And we still have more trainers to cement that exact same position. So don't go anywhere. We have more loser sides after this break.
Pokemon Black is the first Pokemon game I played. When the feature dropped late 2018, I immediately started playing and I got hooked immediately. Through grassroots tournaments in my area, I was immediately presented with a lot of other extremely interested people that were willing to practice, play games anytime, really. And due to that, it just converted into me playing more and more and more and getting better and better. My first competitive memory was probably when, as a senior, I convinced my mom on Mother's Day weekend to drive me to Indianapolis on the hope that if I win on the seniors division, I can get her a trip to London, and that I did. My favorite Pokemon? Probably Quagsire. I love how derpy it looks, and I have very fond grassroots memories of using Quagsire a lot. Favorite Pokeball? Probably the Ultra Ball. I like the black and yellow. I look up to Lyle Jeffson Elite a lot. Good peers of mine. Like, we've all helped each other win tournaments, win matches, and they both have done so well this season that it's like I'm trying so hard to match them in a way. I would battle Ash Ketchum. I love watching his journey through the first few generations of the show, and if Pokemon Go me could fight Show Ash, I think that'd be really fun. The farthest I've traveled is probably Japan, for most North American trainers, but especially me as from the East Coast. It was basically almost on the other side of the world. I'd say the blue one. I really like the color blue in general, and it's definitely also part of why I like Quagsire so much, is just the straight up blue. Very nice. I'd probably call my dad. As of the last 2 World Championships, I've gone with my mom. And because of that, I wouldn't need to really call her. She'd be in the stands watching me. But my dad hasn't. So I would definitely call someone that I couldn't just talk to in person immediately after getting off the stands.
Hey there, trainers. Let's talk about the Travel Awards. The Travel Award is a prize that competitors can win to fund their trips to international championships or the World Championships. I'm here with the 3rd place finalist from the 2024 World Championships, Marta Galde. Marta Galde, you are doing so well in the Play Pokemon circuit. Can you tell us how are you doing for the Travel Award for the EYC 2025?
So right now I'm doing pretty well. I think I'm rank 1, so I'm pretty happy about it.
How much does a Travel Award give you to fund your trip to London, the EYC 2025?
Yeah, I think it's $3,500, so it's pretty good for getting to international tournament.
Do you think you could take on the international competition?
Yes, I think I have done it before. I just lack a good international placement at an IC, so hopefully I will get it.
So now that the Travel Awards have been introduced for the international championships in Pokemon Go, does this change your competitive goals for the season, right? Before it was just qualifying for the World Championships, maybe a Travel Award for the World Championships. Does it change now that you want to perform very well the whole time to get Travel Awards for the international championships?
Yes, definitely. If you want to get the Travel Awards, you need to do top 8 minimum at the regionals, and that's definitely a new objective this season, and hopefully I will get it.
All right, thank you, Marta. I wish you the best of luck, and let's head back to the battles.
Welcome back in. I hope you grabbed your snacks, perhaps your raw eggs, flowers, and all of those chili peppers, because things are really heating up here in Sao Paulo at the 2025 LAIC. We've crowned so many people who are going on to day 2. Those last matchups were on fire. You could hear throughout the whole venue people cheering for Pablo Dinas and for our last champion, LNDS Harja.
I think that's the magic of LAIC. You come here not just for the great food, not just for the sunshine, but the crowd, the atmosphere, the camaraderie between especially these LNDS players has been a sight to behold.
I have to say, I was walking around the crowd a little bit earlier on. They spotted me and they gave me a little song for myself, and I've never felt cooler in my entire life.
Oh, that
Man, if I could just have the Lindos follow me around shouting a chant, I don't think I'd ever go home.
I mean, I think that level of support is massive for these players on stage as well. And I think we're going to have another Brazilian player coming up very, very soon. So many of these LATAM players know how important it is, not just for them as individuals, but for their region. They are representing their region. All of these players are coming here with so much at stake, but also so much to obtain and receive back in terms of support and in terms of reward.
And this day 2 portion is actually one of my favorites because we've moved from the winner side of the bracket and now we're seeing the loser side of the bracket. So these are very go big or go home moments. Not only will they not make day 2 if they don't win this, they will be out of the tournament, and nobody wants that at this point. So we're going to go ahead, look at these teams, see these players, and how they will do. We have Gundo on one side versus Chen Yu on the right.
Yeah, that's right. On the left, it's Gundox with the Shadow Dragonite. So many Brazilians, as we've mentioned before, have opted for this spicy Pokemon. That is their read on the meta. On the right, we have Chen Yu, an American player with a much more meta, a much bulkier team. They've even got a Mandibuzz there.
Now, if we notice, this Mandibuzz is on Snarl rather than on Air Slash, so maybe a little bit of a toss back to the old meta, but we will have to see if this will even have much play into the other team. If you have a Clodsire, if you have a Shadow Dragonite and an Azumarill, I don't know how much placement there is. Now, on the other hand, it does great against a Gastrodon, a Superior, and it does pretty well against that Drapion running Aqua Tail over Sludge Bomb.
I think Mandibuzz could have a little bit of play because that Clodsire for Gundox doesn't have Stone Edge. It's running Sludge Bomb, which means it's not quite as strong into Mandibuzz as it otherwise could be. Dragonite, on the other hand, just does not have the bulk, especially if shields go down. Mandibuzz will be able to threaten it. Gastrodon is a brilliant matchup for Mandibuzz. Superior is a brilliant matchup for Mandibuzz as well. You just have to avoid the Azumarill and Shadow Drapion. I think everyone seems to be struggling against this weekend.
I mean, Shadow Drapion has proved time and time again throughout this max out meta that it is one of the perfect safe swaps in this meta, even countering things that sort of hard counter it, like that Kanto Marowak or a Gastrodon. Able to throw back crunches with possible debuffs or Aqua Tails is really giving this Pokemon a lot of energy and efficiency.
I wonder how you try and bait out that Azumarill. Do you try an ABB style of Clodsire lead with a Malamar swap and Mandibuzz in the back? You use your Malamar to invite out the Azumarill, or do you go harder against Drapion and lean into your Dunsparce? Because we've seen Dunsparce as well perform so impressively this weekend.
Dunsparce has huge amount of coverage, not only for the ground, but also for the skies. It wouldn't surprise me to see it, especially knowing that there's not a hard counter for it on the other side. Looks like these players are both getting a little bit of time to lock into battle. Completely understandable at this point in time. They know this is the moment for them. We see a thumbs up by one of the trainers. Looks like they're getting very close to being ready to play.
Yeah, this is the losers finals for Group L, but neither of these players will want to take the L in this match. They are focused. They are focusing on their players, on their opponents' team sheets, on their own teams, trying to work out what is the best strategy. Can I get the momentum, especially in that first game of this best of 3?
That's true. Since this is a best of 3, if you win that first one, there's a lot on the line. There's a different mentality that I think a lot of trainers have, and I think that these trainers are getting locked into battle. We'll have to see what they choose to bring into this game number 1, because we're getting started here. We've got the Gastrodon against a shiny Ariados.
We've seen so many shiny Ariados. It does have access to the grass-type Trailblaze, which can near knock out that Gastrodon from full health. What will be the style of play for these players? Will you go for a bait? No, you're going straight for that Trailblaze. If you don't shield this Gastrodon's in trouble.
Gastrodon has so much health right now, and 2 shields, a last-second shield there by Gundock, and then still having a lot of energy on his side. Going for that body slam bait, we've seen it a couple of times. Not enough to knock out the Ariados at this point, but it is a nice amount of chip damage. And you know what? Chen Yu doesn't even want to take that risk thing. Already boosted once. Quick swap now into that Drapion.
I like this. Gundox gets shield parity, thinks I can use my Gastrodon later. I'm going to save it. I'm going to come in with the Shadow Drapion and see what my opponent's reaction is. Chen Yu actually stays in, gets that lunge debuff, and then comes in with the Mandibuzz, which is interesting because it's actually Clodsire that wants to avoid the Gastrodon in the back.
Now, it looks like Mandibuzz is going to have to take these Aqua Tails, but guess what? They're already debuffed, and they're just chipping a little bit at the Mandibuzz here. Drapion so spammy. We've seen it so many times before. Another one already ready to go.
Now, it might be the case that Chen Yu recognizes there could be an Azumarill in the back. I would rather put my Mandibuzz up against the Shadow Drapion than against the Water Fairy type later.
Now they're going for yet another Aqua Tail. No Protect Shield used on the Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz using basically here as a 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, maybe even 7th shield at this point, gaining a ton of energy. Now quickly going for an Aerial Ace. It is a little less energy sort of caught on the Azumarill, but at this point, it will do a nice amount of damage, and we'll see that quick pivot out into the Clodsire.
I really like that catch because you got the Poison Sting through from your Shadow Drapion and the Bubble through from Azumarill, so a huge amount of energy advantage there, and we know that the Aerial Ace doesn't do a lot of damage. Azumarill gets a little bit of a head start, and it's going to land this Ice Beam on the Clodsire.
Azumarill saying, brr, is it cold in here? It's about to be. Here's Clodsire, and now Clodsire responds in kind, saying, here, have a Sludge Bomb. I'm ready to go as well. This is super effective, and you will be brought down low.
Yeah, Sludge Bomb is going to land, but another one's going to be needed very, very soon, and Chenyu does opt for it. There's no shield available. Gundox is going to lean into this Gastrodon, I assume, to try and mud slap the Clodsire down.
Mud Slap does a lot of super effective damage to that Clodsire. It's a heavy hitting attack. Look how much health there is on that Gastrodon. Even though that Earthquake is reached, he knows it's not going to knock him out.
Yeah, and I wouldn't shield this because the Trailblazer from an Ariados will do more damage. Gundox agrees, I'm going to tank this pressure. Do you come back in with the Mandibuzz, or do you start to try and go for lunges with your Ariados instead?
Now, Mandibuzz has a ton of energy already loaded on it. It threw that Aerial Ace, but it already has another one basically loaded up. Swapping now from Gundox's side into that Drapion, it's going to be hit with an Aerial Ace, and at this range, we might see that Drapion go away.
Yeah, this is difficult now for Gundox because you're going to have to throw a couple of Body Slam at minimum. Aerial Ace has also been thrown on Charge Attack priority, but if you shield it, does the Ariados take you down? I think Chenyu's in a good position here.
And Body Slam coming through. There's been so much chip damage time after time here on this Mandibuzz, but it is still standing. A lot of times people are wondering, should I be using that Galarian Moltres? Should I be using Mandibuzz? This is a good case for Mandibuzz here because I don't think that the Moltres would be able to survive so many attacks after attacks.
Chenyu also has a shield available. I think he's going to lean into the Ariados for the endgame. That's even if this Body Slam takes down the Mandibuzz, which it barely doesn't. Chenyu actually had an Aerial Ace loaded that he could have thrown, but Ariados with a shield looks pretty good here.
Going Body Slam going through, but guess what? There is that shield remaining. Gonna healthily protect that up because there's one away from that charge attack. Looks like Chenyu is at that Trailblaze, gonna go for it. And just like at the beginning, Trailblaze is thrown at the Gastrodon, but unlike the beginning, it will cost him. And now, game one is Chenyu's.
Shiny Ariados showing just how good it is. That Trailblaze is so powerful. You saved it in the back when the Gastrodon didn't have any shields. It doesn't matter if the Gastrodon had a ton more health, it would do a huge amount of damage.
I think that was really well played. Gastrodon had a lot of play into the meta, but like you predicted, having a Mandibuzz on there, if it can avoid just the Azumarill, it's actually going to do fairly well, and that's exactly what happened. We saw it tank a debuffed Aqua Tail after debuffed Aqua Tail, then a Body Slam after a Body Slam, and you know what? Mandibuzz was still flying high.
I really like the recognition from Chenyu to say, okay, I know Mandibuzz doesn't have a great matchup into a Shadow Drapion, but I've already debuffed it. It's already low on health, and it isn't an Azumarill. So let's put it in now. It worked for him. I really appreciated that play.
So how do you adjust if you're Gundox in game number 2?
I think for Gundox, he maybe does need to lean into that Shadow Dragonite. His opponent didn't have a real answer to it. The Dunsparce is available, but even then, Shadow Dragonite in the endgame, if it lands a superpower, would do a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, if you're looking at Chenyu's side, the really only super hard Dragonite counter, I say, would be the Dunsparce, and even Dunsparce wouldn't want to take a superpower. I mean, of course, since Dragonite doesn't have a lot of bulk in the Great League, it's not going to be able to take fast or charge attacks from any of the Pokemon. But even still, it's such a powerhouse when there's shields behind it.
So here's the question. Chenyu lent heavily into the Ariados in game number 1. We saw the amount of pressure it was able to put out. Gundox might look by responding with something that is very strong against the Ariados. And the question for Chenyu is, do you lean into it again, or do you switch it up and try something a little bit different?
Well, he's got one game under his belt. Chenyu just needs one more to be able to secure that day 2. Meanwhile, Gundox needs to be able to win this game, and the third to be able to call that victory for himself, what we call a reverse sweep in this best of 3. One trainer is already locked in. The other one's still debating a little bit. What do I want to bring? Because as much as this is a game on the phone, it's also a game in the mind.
There is so much mind game at play. Gundox is locked in. Chenyu is locked in. Let's get into this game number 2.
Ooh, we called that Dragonite. There it is on the field. Wings of Flying against the Shadow Alligator, and immediate swap out into the Clodsire. Clodsire. Clodsire is running Sludge Bomb, but we talked about how Dragonite in this meta just, you know what, can't really take an attack anyway.
I quite like the attempt from Gundox to catch a double resisted Sludge Bomb. Didn't quite make it. The Earthquake's going to land. It's going to take his Clodsire into the yellow already. But now Gundox has a bit of energy and he can start to threaten as well. The problem is that Chen Yu's Clodsire is not in Earthquake range.
Yeah, at this point, even if it connects, it will be brought down to the low yellow. But at this point, look at this, even into the red, but an Earthquake is already loaded on the other side, just going up to 100 energy before throwing, saying, you saw how much that first one did? Do you really want to take another?
This is a big shield decision here. You might look to invest into the Dragonite instead. You're going to be able to Dragon Breath this down, or you come in with your Azumarill and Bubble down, but then you're going to have to maybe shield them either way, so maybe the energy on Dragonite's better.
Going in, look how oppressive this Shadow Dragon Breath is. Going to have to shield this up because it would do so much damage to the Dragonite, but Dragonite's going to get a very healthy farm down and have potential to either Superpower or Dragon Claw, whatever's coming in the back, and neither one wants to take this from this 20% more high attack Pokemon.
I want to see if Gundox goes for a catch here. He's actually let another Snarl come through. That's quite big for Chen Yu. A lot of energy gained basically for free. And he's not going to give the shields away because Shadow for Alligator with shield, that could be the win condition for Chen Yu.
I'm very curious as to what is going on with him at this point, because if you look at this backline, Azumarill does so well against the Mandibuzz, but now these switch timers are completely misaligned. Dragonite just going in, powerhousing through. A superpower at this range would be so threatening. There are still 2 shields left on Chen Yu's side, and he's still not using it!
A lovely bait from Chen Yu. He recognizes that Dragonite is almost certainly going to shield, so why not throw the slightly cheaper charged attack? Now he's going to protect his Mandibuzz, get that shield off, and then try and lean into Shadow for Alligator to seal out the endgame. But not before a catch. A bubble goes through as well. That's brilliant for Gundox.
Gundox did this last time too, going ahead, catching this aerial ace onto the Azumarill. You see how very little that does, but in comes the Feraligatr, ready to eat him up. Now the Hydro Cannons again don't do so much damage, but that Shadow Claw damage adds up, and there's still a shield left on Chen Yu's side, shielding up this play rough.
What are the win conditions now? We're all thinking about it. Gundox is going to say, okay, I've got shields down. That means Dragonite could potentially sweep. If I can get this Feraligatr low enough, snipe it with my Shadow Dragonite, and then throw a charge into attack into the Mandibuzz, that could be the road to victory for me.
Azumarill is pacing slowly like Azumarill does, but it does have some pretty heavy hitting attacks if it's able to get there. Shadow for Alligator in the meantime, super healthy, already at another Hydro Cannon, releasing it onto the Azumarill now. Switch timer is up on one side, but not on the other. Play rough coming through.
The play rough isn't going to be enough. Chen Yu has a Hydro Cannon loaded. I wouldn't be surprised if he instantly throws it to try and anticipate the Dragonite coming through. He's waiting to see, no, he gets the Shadow Claw through. The Dragonite returns, and Hydro Cannon will be enough.
You saw that Dragon Breath go through. Hydro Cannon coming at it here. Dragonite falling from the skies. Chen Yu taking game 1, taking game 2.
That is a massive victory. Both players leaning into their Shadow Pokemon, but it's Shadow for Alligator that comes out on top. Is that any surprise?
I think at this point, what masterful plays here. You saw both times Mandibuzz being able to be lined up against the Azumarill. Again, Mandibuzz and Feraligatr. Neither one of them on paper do so well against the Azumarill, the top used Pokemon in the day 1 usage. But yet, a little bit of tag team, a little bit of combination plays, and that Azumarill could only do so much.
Shadow for Alligator, Butter said it earlier actually, it's just been so impressive, and it's almost hard. I'd actually be interested, right? Everyone watching at home, what do you think the MVP has been this weekend? The most valuable Pokemon that you have seen on screen? Because I don't know which one I would pick. We've seen Shadow Drapion, we've seen Dunsparce, we've seen Shadow for Alligator. On the other side, you've got your Azumarill, your Clodsire. There's just so many to choose.
I don't know. While you're talking, I can already tell that there is going to be a trainer up on the team, most likely from this region, because the crowd is going wild. This is one of the best things about LAIC. The crowds here here are hype. Pokemon Go never, ever disappoints.
Guess what, Amanda? I've just checked. We've actually got 2 Brazilians in this next match. I don't know how the crowd are going to decide who to root for. Maybe they're just going to be happy that someone is guaranteeing their way into day 2 here at LAIC.
Yeah, it's a little bittersweet, right? We're in the loser side of the bracket, so one of them will go home, but they're going to go home with a nice amount of championship points. The other one will have the opportunity to go into day 2, maybe make their way to the finals, because again, top 4 trainers here at LAIC get their invites to Worlds in Anaheim, California.
It looks like one of these players might have come straight from a casting booth. He's in a suit. He knows he's on stage. He wants to show off. He wants to perform. And everyone wants to see LNDS Rocinho and his Shadow Hypno will be coming up very, very soon.
You know, they say dress for the job that you want. Maybe the job that he wants is a day 2 competitor, and that's exactly how he's dressed.
I've just turned my face to the team on the other side of the screen, and we've got a Shadow Pidgeot here as well. This is superb. And look, it's an Annihilate. We haven't seen one of these for so long. Let's just have a quick look. Does it have play into Rocinho's team? Okay, you've got a Shadow Hypno. No. Altaria? No. Toxapex? Not really. Azumarill? No. Dunsparce? Yes. Wigglytuff? Oh, goodness.
Oh, I also want to point out the movesets on the Annihilate here. We have Counter as that fast attack, Rage Fist, and Close Combat as the secondary charge attack. So opting for that over Shadow Ball. And I think that's probably wise, right? You don't want to have 2 Ghost-type charge attacks for coverage, because what are you going to do if you're faced up against something like that Dunsparce?
Yeah, I think Shadow Ball with Rage Fist could be a very interesting option if you're playing in the Go Battle League, where your opponent can't see what your charge attack is. You can maybe catch a few people off. Here in the Play Pokemon circuit, where it's open team sheet, having access to close combat, which is cheaper than Shadow Ball, it also gives you that heavy hitting fighting coverage. We've mentioned it so many times before, there is no Pokemon in Pokemon Go that resists both ghost and fighting type coverage.
Very excited to see if it will see much play. You know, we were talking earlier, we're like, you know, where are all those fighters? Turns out we're just saving them for the later portion of the day. We've seen Primates on stream. Now we're seeing Annihilates in action. It's back, baby.
I love Annihilate. I cannot wait to see if an Annihilate can get through into day 2. But I will say I'm not expecting to see it here unless there is such a hard read to nail it against that Dunsparce. Otherwise, it's probably not the game for it.
Annihilate was king of the meta, the previous meta before Max Out started, so it will be interesting to see if it can sort of regain that crown, regain some of that footing that it had before. But you're absolutely right. I'm not sure with this actual team composition if it will see much play, but we could be surprised and we could see a masterclass in action. Very anxious to see how these 2 trainers want to get started. It looks like they are going to be taken to the stage.
Okay, so we've got Aga GP here on the left with that Hawaiian plush Pikachu there from Worlds last year in Honolulu, Hawaii. And then on the right, it's LNDS Rocinho. And look at that suit. This man is dressed to impress. Can his Pokemon Go gameplay also do the walk?
Well, I mean, it's also with a pretty spicy team being able to make it to the losers finals there with the Shadow Hypno. I think that's the only one that we've seen so far. Not only that, you've called him out already. Altaria, pretty spicy. Wigglytuff in the back. He's just ready for those potential fighters.
Now, I've had a couple of conversations about Hypno, and some people are very much against it, and others say, hey, I see how it could be an option. Let's take a look at Hypno into this team. Confusion, super effective against Annihilate, against Ariados, and against Clodsire. Thunder Punch, super effective against Pidgeot and against Azumarill. Dunsparce is the only Pokemon that doesn't take super effective from the Hypno because it is running Shadow Ball as well. I think Hypno has play. The question is it bench pressure like we've seen from Shadow Skarmory for LNDS Haja, or do you actually lean into it and use it?
Another thing that you have to take into consideration is that Hypno is running Confusion, which is a 4-turn attack, which we don't see very often anymore. So the trainers who have to do their counts, who know how many attacks they need to do before they do their own charge attack, might get a little tripped up with a turn that they're not used to in this meta.
I mean, it's really hard for AgaGP. How do you deal with so much spice? The Hypno, the Wigglytuff, the Altaria.
Looks like he's handling it really well.
This is a great lead for AgaGP. Clodsire into that Toxapex. The safe swap Hypno comes in, immediately met by a Shadow Pidgeot. I don't even know if this is a Hypno answer.
Well, if you look, the Thunder Punch is already loaded, and just by fast attacks alone, that Pidgeot is basically at half health, forced to shield this up, but now it's going to be Pidgeot's turn to go and give off some energy here. Are you going for the Feather Dance, which is going to lower the attack, or going for the Brave Bird? If this was the Brave Bird, it's enough to knock it out, and you know what? Rossino doesn't want to take any chances, uses that shield.
This is a great shield for AgaGP. For anyone that doesn't know, Gust from this Shadow Pidgeot has exactly the same parameters as Confusion from Shadow Hypno, but for the fact that it is a flying type attack instead of a psychic type fast attack.
So going ahead, going for both of these trainers, able to make it to another Feather Dance here. This will knock out, not going to get another shield at this point, regaining that switch advantage that he needed. Could line up that Toxapex once again with the Clodsire, but now the Toxapex does have a little bit of an energy lead.
The Clodsire comes back in, the Altaria comes in, and there's a reason that we don't see Altaria anymore in this meta, and that's because Azumarill is king. It can take these Dragon Breaths for days, and Sky Attack received a heavy nerf in the max out season attack update. Ice Beam would do a ton of damage if it lands.
Yeah, going to shield it up and saying, what could be the hardest hitting attack in this game right now? You know what? It's probably going to be that Ice Beam. Going for the Moonblast, which has a potential to debuff the Azumarill's attack. I think at this point, just trying for anything, trying to get that switch timer back, because what, Rossino really needed was that Toxapex on the Azumarill.
Yeah, once this Ice Beam lands, which it's about to, then AgaGP is very much in the driver's seat, because you can pivot back into the Clodsire as soon as you see the Toxapex, and you can near guarantee victory for this game one. Rossino is charging up, and now going into that Toxapex met by the Clodsire. Let's remember that the Altaria has a Moonblast banked. Will that make a difference in the endgame?
Earthquake already loaded, no Protect shields remaining. This is going to be some nice damage from one of the bulkiest Pokemon to another. A nice little gift, super effective damage. Bryans are going to be coming through here, and though they are going to be able to do super effective as well, you're going to see that Clodsire's bulk is just a bit too much at this stage.
Yeah, Toxapex is so bulky, one of the highest defense stats in the game, but Brine is not a particularly hard-hitting or efficient attack, so Clodsire can take these very, very comfortably and go and try and reach that second Earthquake, which will knock out.
At this point, switch timers are not up yet. There's no chance for the sacrificial swap or a catch here. Gonna have to take this Earthquake, gonna have to take it all, gonna have to go down here. Clodsire still has a ton of energy, and a quick pivot by both trainers.
Yeah, AgaGP goes straight back into the Azumarill. It says, Altaria, you left the meta for a reason. Take note. I am here with my Ice Beam, and I'm going to put you down in the ground. 3
Ice Beams have been thrown at this Altaria. The third one will do it here. Looks like AgaGP is going to be able to take game number 1.
He's putting his hands together. He knows how dominant that victory was. He looks at his opponent. He looks at the judges. Did you see that? I hope you were watching at home.
I think what happened, and we really need to discuss, is that middle matchup game between the Pidgeot and the Hypno. And I know that you didn't think I'd be saying that at the 2025 LAIC, but this was a game where actually it was very important to win that mid matchup and to get the alignment.
The impressive thing about Shadow Pidgeot is access to Feather Dance. It is the only Pokemon that can throw an attack that guarantees that double debuff in the way that Feather Dance does. It's so impressive. I actually remember when it first was released into the game, it was a lot cheaper. And I think everyone realized that Shadow Pidgeot might be too good. So the energy was increased. Not many people have used it since, until Doonbug won a regional event with it. Wing Attack then got nerfed, and now we're seeing Shadow Pidgeot with Gust. Will it ever go away? I'm not so sure.
It looks like it is back, and it is ready to attack. We can see attack after attack here, getting those Feather Dances, getting that Hypno out of the way, getting that alignment that he really, really needed there.
Yeah, alignment hasn't been the story so much this weekend, but in this game in particular, it was crucial. The Azumarill, Altaria, and Toxapex triangle was critical for AgaGP. He needed the Altaria against his Azumarill, and now we're getting into this game number 2. It's Azumarill into Shadow Hypno.
Much more comfortable here at this point for Rocinho because the Thunder Punches from a Shadow Hypno are going to do a lot of damage. You saw him wait a turn, trying to catch onto this Dunsparce, and I think he said, okay, at this stage, I have so much energy, I'm going to at least do possibly what we call a chip and dip strategy. So getting a little bit of damage off of this Dunsparce before swapping into another Pokemon. Looks like he's actually going for 2. That's, you know, that's a lot of chips and dip to bring to the party.
So frequently we talk about optimal attack timing, and it is so difficult for players when they are using a 4-turn attack like Confusion against a 3-turn attack like Rollout, because sometimes the optimal time to throw forces you to near 100 energy, and it becomes really, really dangerous to not over-farm.
Yeah, going ahead, and we're talking about over-farming here. The Confusions have been chunking away, but Drill Run is already loaded, forcing that Protect Shield. What do you do if you're Rocinho in this pace? Do you just try to Confusion down, come out with a ton of energy? Because I think that's exactly what he's going to be able to do.
I really like this from Rocinho, committing to the Hypno, throwing the Thunder Punch on charge attack priority, recognizing that Azumarill left with an Ice Beam. This is a really, really good position to be in because we know what Rocinho has in the back.
Now this will be able to connect. Hypno has put in some work. It's taken out the Dunsparce. It's gotten the Azumarill quite low, and Toxapex is just gonna num eat this up as it comes in. We're gonna see a quick pivot, but you know what? There's 2 shields left on Rocinho's side this time, and Dunsparce, we know, takes 3 drill runs to knock out that Clodsire.
AgaGP could be okay here. Clodsire with a shield advantage looks really, really dominant. You're going to be able to take out this Dunsparce eventually, and then you're probably going to be able to deal a ton of damage against that Toxapex in the endgame. The question is, can you do enough?
Yeah, I think at this point, you know, AgaGP is wondering what is going to be the most impactful charge attack. Where do I need to use my shields? Recognizing this could be it because he wants to get that Clodsire back onto the Toxapex. He doesn't want that Azumarill anywhere near it. Throwing the Earthquake Cow, no Protect Shields left remaining. We're going to see this get knocked down to a little lower than half health.
A huge Earthquake coming in, absolutely massive damage on that Dunsparce. Dunsparce is almost at 2 drill run. The first one is going to be shielded here.
Yeah, shields have been used. Clodsire is still super healthy and continuing to just farm away energy. Another drill run is loaded, almost at 2, but the real question is pacing at this point. Will the Clodsire be able to get to an Earthquake to knock out the Dunsparce before another drill run goes through?
The problem here is that Clodsire is not even in brine range, but there is a catch. I don't know if that's the kind of catch you want to make. This is an Earthquake and not a Sludge Bomb. Rocinho, let's see his reaction when he sees it land.
Go ahead, catching this super effective damage. Again, Toxapex doesn't have the best matchup into Clodsire, and this brine will not be enough. Toxapex had a much more comfortable matchup with that Azumarill in the back, especially when the Azumarill was out of energy, throwing that Ice Beam at the Hypno.
Rocinho needed for that to be a Sludge Bomb. It isn't, and the Clodsire has reached another Earthquake. This is going to do massive damage to the Poison-type Toxapex.
I think at that point, if the Earthquake would have taken out the Dunsparce, it could have maybe come into a little bit of a better position. I mean, the one saving grace here is that Dunsparce does have an energy lead into the Azumarill. Azumarill is still kind of far away from an Ice Beam. Does need to be able to reach it to knock it out, but it has to put in a lot of work at this point because Ice Beam is already now reached.
AgaGP, fist in the air, what a play. Rocinho knows that he has had fun. He can now get away quickly to his job interview. AgaGP wins the match and puts himself in the next round.
Congratulations to him with a very fun and spicy team. We have to see how many Shadow Pidgeots actually made it into day 1, because I know for sure at least one is making it into day 2.
Those were some really fun games. We got to see a Shadow Hypno and a Shadow Pidgeot. That doesn't happen on a normal day, let alone at the Latin America International Championship. Getting to show that up on stage, I think that's pretty fun.
Yeah, in the losers finals as well. So they've both made it very far into the tournament. really, really well done. And you can't be too sad. Even though you're out of the tournament, you walked away with a lot of championship points. That's going to put you very nice on the leaderboard here.
I think he had a lot of fun. He was smiling even at the end. He knows the crowd are supporting him too. They want to see some spectacles up on stage, and I think we got to see that. Some players using that Shadow Hypno. It actually was a little bit scary at points, taking out that Dunsparce early on, landing that Thunder Punch against the Azumarill. If it had been up against the Clodsire, those confusions do a lot.
So I know that your memory is pretty good, but I just want to test it for that matchup. If he would have stayed in with the Dunsparce and actually took the damage, it would have knocked out the Dunsparce with that Earthquake. Would he have been able to get you 2 Earthquakes for that Toxapex, even still to be able to take the game, had he not swapped out and caught the Earthquake on that Toxapex?
Okay, so the Earthquake was coming in from that Clodsire. If it had landed on the Dunsparce, it would have taken it out. It then would have been about 30 seconds to reach 2 Earthquakes up against the incoming Toxapex. The incoming Toxapex also takes about 30 seconds to reach 2 Brines, so he might have been able to reach both Earthquakes in time. I don't think that there was much that Rocinho would have been able to do but for catch a Sludge Bomb. Unfortunately, he caught an Earthquake, and he's now going to have to go and catch his train back home.
Yeah, I think at that point it was a little bit too little too late. Would have been great if it was a Sludge Bomb, right? I mean, it's we call like a 5-head play, like, oh wow, how did he expect that happens? Unfortunately for him, not the case. But I think that a lot of times, especially when you get deeper and deeper into the tournament runs, it gets a little bit different, right? You know, you want to try out different strategies, and maybe play against people you've never played against before and saying, okay, I've never played against a Shadow Pidgeot. I wonder what I even do in this scenario.
Yeah. Just a correction, I said 30 seconds, I meant 30 turns. 30 turns for each of those, the Earthquake and the Brine there, for those for the Clodsire and the Toxapex. But those players have had a brilliant amount of fun. And I think there's another player that had a lot of fun last season in Honolulu, Hawaii. Let's take a quick look, a recap of Yakai's run to World Championships.
我的名字是叶凯，我来自香港。我的宝可梦属性应该是草系吧，因为我为人比较温和，然后有时候也会。
We see Yakai right here. He still has a smile. He has the confidence.
应该是在我小学的时候，那时候宝可梦Go 游戏刚推 A 出，然后我看案件 N 和我当时关系最要好的。我第一个比赛的印象是在 iSelf 第一次参加6选3的比赛，我感到非常紧张，然后也感到期待，因为可以通过这个比赛认识很多不同的朋友。我有在亚太区的线上比赛中达到决赛。Many people know that I have an amazing performance in GBL, so this gives me a lot of confidence to participate in Worlds last year. But the fact that I got knocked out after 2 rounds really destroyed my confidence, and I felt pretty upset about it.
Yakai going from last season's World Championships, not getting a single game win, to now.
我现在感觉非常的兴奋，还有紧张，还有开心，因很复杂的心情。我到现在还不能相信我赢的。我的偶像应该是来自日本的 Crescent Angels， 当时第一次看他在伦敦N 世界赛，在2022年的时候，我打出了非常好的成绩，得到了第3名。他操作和心态都非常的完美以及从容自在。
He is your 2024 Pokemon Go World Champion!
Congratulations.
Thank you.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now, through the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a
Welcome back, trainers, to the broadcast of the LAIC 2025. We are nearing the end of day one. We have a couple more matchups to go for those trainers that have to push the last straw to get to day two.
Look how far we've come. We're almost at the end of the day here. We have some losers finals coming up. We have another Lindo coming up on stage against Aga GP, who has gotten 3 straight 17th place performances, but in the past has been a runner-up in Curitiba. So it's going to be an epic losers finals. Of course, everything's still on the line. We are later in the day here, but these trainers can secure day number 2.
And his opponent, Nando, has only played in the 2023 LAIC. That didn't go super hot for him, but this time he's in the losers final and almost able to push. So really that previous experience only pushed him to go further this tournament. I'm super excited to see what he can do this time.
Yeah, look how far he's come from that performance last year to this year, having a chance at the top 32, getting into day number 2. That is no small feat for these trainers trying to make it. And I mean, it is hard. It is a tough gauntlet to get through the loser side of the bracket and then to be here from the end of the day. I mean, maybe you started later in the day, but still, this is a long journey to try to get to day number 2. So if you make it, you absolutely earned it, and then anything can happen day number 2.
You know what has really been empowering to many of these players? The crowd that's still there, the audience still hanging there all day to support their favorite players. A big shout out to them. A big shout out to them to make it so much more fun, a fun experience for all these players. Even like I was in the crowd talking to like the Americans and the Europeans, and they're like, what is going on? This is so cool. Like, people are so loud. It's like they're watching a sports game.
No, it's not only that they're still here. They're still chanting. They're chanting different things for every competitor as well. They're also chanting different things depending on what happens in the battle. They were chanting for Harjeffi, for the champion to return. It was just absolutely epic, and they have kept the energy up, have kept all these trainers pumped up.
It was not just the Brazilians supporting Harjeff. At some point, the Spanish and other South American players, they were like, okay, we got to do something for Pablo Dinos. Let's hear us as well. And it was just like them versus each other cheering. It was great to see. And I just love the atmosphere that we have here at the LAIC, because the South Americans really are some of the most passionate battles that we have here.
Yeah, you don't always get a battle on stage and a battle in the crowd too, with the chants, with the cheers, but it's so epic when you see that. And I know they're going to keep the cheers coming because we have one more Lindo coming up. Pretty meta team, another trainer bringing the Gastrodon, having a Mud Slapper on the team. But one thing that I'm excited about, I'm not sure if I've seen an Annihilate get to day number 2 yet. And make sure to check out what time day number 2 starts, because you don't want to miss any of the action. I want to see that schedule there as well. I believe we're going to be starting at 9 a.m. local time in Brazil.
Absolutely. If we take a look at how far we have come here before we head into this max matchups, these are the international championships that we have in the 2025 season. We are right now at the first international championship. This is a lot of time. In February, we'll be going to the EUIC, following up in North America with the NAIC, and it all will lead up to Worlds. And there's a lot of prizes to win at these international championships as well.
And remember, there is a huge thing on the line. Your travel award for EUIC is on the line because the cutoff is right after this international championship. That's going to be the same at the European International Championships and to qualify for North America as well. So all these trainers, like you've seen here from different regions, are trying to get not only this championship prize of 5,000 if you get first place, but trying to climb up that leaderboard to also get that travel award.
I was talking to one of the competitors that we saw on stream earlier, Desync, and he was like, well, all these competitors that are competing for the travel award are doing so well that I don't think I can reach it anymore. I guess then you just have to win the $5,000 that you can win at an international championship.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's still in it. He's still on that winner's side of the bracket, one of the few trainers with Primate to do so. So he's not out of it yet. I mean, if you do win the whole thing, you win that money, plus you get a lot of points as well. But it is true. A lot of these trainers that came in here between 1 and, say, 6 in their region have done really well. Multiple of them have made day number 2 already.
Well, they have a really strong competitive scene as well, right? If you think of players, some of them are not here as well, by the way, like Ventuski and Memi from Chile. He's near the top of the leaderboard, and he was competing in Buenos Aires, but couldn't get the days off for LAIC, unfortunately. But that's just an example of how many good players there are. And then from Argentina, of course, Marto Galde on the winner's side with a jump bluff. Look, Butters, I've told people that Jumpluff is a difficult Pokemon to use. It is not lining up very well in the meta. If we take a look at the meta, then we can see how good Jumpluff is there. And yeah, it is okay into Azurill, but you actually lose the zero shoot scenario. Clodsire, Dunsparce are not great matchups, and they're also everywhere.
But the one thing I do like about the Jumpluff is having two Pokemon with grass type coverage, because when we have seen those teams with an Ariados and a Jumpluff, it feels a little bit more difficult to run that -- usage Pokemon Azumarill and for Alligator and just throw them out into any situation. Because without that grass type threat, it feels like you can throw Azumarill into for Alligator into literally any situation with no drawback.
You say that, but for Alligator and Azumarill have access to Ice Beam, and it gives them such versatile play. We saw Pablondinos knock out a Superior in almost one single Ice Beam, so it's still kind of a threat there. Those Pokemon are just so good. But yeah, I do agree. If you don't have a grass-type Pokemon, those Pokemon run even more wild.
Yeah, at least, you know, you have to think about it. But then you think, oh, wait, I have Ice Beam, and Azumarill's fine in a grass meta, and I could be double super effective in the Jumpluff. So it has been a strong pick. Remember, Marto has done really well with it as well. I feel like going into day number 2, though, the key benefit of that Jumpluff is probably going to be matched up against the Mud Slappers that you don't really see on that top usage here, but you might start to see a Shadow Kanto Marowak in top usage for day number 2.
Well, that's still really good for Jumpluff, but also a big difference is, for a player like Marto Gold, he likes to use different Pokemon. Last week he used a Togetic, this time he pulled out the Jumpluff. Trainers don't know those matchups very well, his opponents, because they're just not Pokemon you see a lot. But then you go to day 2 and you actually have time to prepare for those Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean, what kind of advantage is that too, to have that spice pick that they're not quite prepared for? But maybe that is a thing on day number 1, but day number 2, people have a lot of time to prepare their Pokemon. And if you're preparing Pokemon out there, there is an event coming up that you might want to play in the wild area. That is a beautiful looking Snorlax. Snorlax is actually one of my favorite Pokemon ever. If ever there's a time where Snorlax is good in Great League, I will play it so much.
It is pretty good in Great League. You could use it in a competition sometime if you're playing.
I could. It's not Dunsparce level of a normal type, but it is not bad for sure.
Yeah, and there are going to be many more great Pokemon. We're going to have mighty Pokemon as well. Those are Pokemon that you may encounter, such as Luxray or the Mamoswine that you see here. And they have a bigger chance to be either tiny or you get the "it's huge" screen.
I absolutely love that. That is one of the best flexes in the game, to have a tiny Pokemon or a huge, maybe even a Gigantamax Pokemon like you see on screen there. But as a PvPer, being able to have an extra chance to get tiny or huge, I absolutely love it. What do you prefer? Tiny or huge?
Tiny. Tiny. Because if you have like an Altaria, you can actually see the opponents.
Yeah, or like a Guzzlord, right? Instead of taking up the whole screen. I like taking up the screen. I like being huge as well, but I think I actually do prefer tiny because it's kind of cute, just like these Pikachus here.
Yeah, and they're going to be shiny for the first time as well. So if you want to get those shinies Pokemon, that's also a great event. It's mostly going to be electric type and poison type Pokemon. It's going to be themed after the newly introduced Toxtricity. Now, I'm also going to tell you about Toxtricity for PvP. It is quite fragile, and it is double weak to ground, plus it hardly has any coverage for ground type Pokemon, right? Because if you think of poison type attacks into ground, and if you think of electric type attacks, that's going to be rough. So you might want to hold on though, because it could be useful one day. I would recommend to get those Toxicity, and to do that, you should also do the Dynamax Drober now.
Yeah, that might have sounded depressing at first, but you always have a chance. You're always just one update away, and of course...
Like Shadow Marowak.
Yeah, exactly. You never thought that would be a thing, and then those trainers that did hang on to those Shadow Cubones for so long, thinking that maybe it would be a thing. Because remember, you had the opportunity to evolve that into a Alolan Marowak, which I think most trainers did do. That's what I did with my Shadow Cubones as well.
I was actually surprised that I still had a Cubone left for the Shadow Marowak, because at that time, indeed, the Shadow Alolan Marowak with that Shadow Bone, Fire Spin, or you could run Shadow Ball as well, was just better at the time. I believe we even saw a Shadow Alolan Marowak today.
I don't know if it did secure day number 2, but I did see it on stream, I believe on that loser's side there, and we saw some real spice battles on stream just now. We saw that Shadow Pidgeot, we saw the Shadow Hypno as well. I believe we got Shadow Pidgeot one more time in this upcoming matchup.
It's actually the same trainer.
Oh, it is the same trainer. He's back on stage.
Yeah, Shadow Hypno actually looked really good into that team, but with the team of Rocinha was also not super strong into Clodsire, and he used that to his advantage so well. So Aga GP is going to face a new opponent here without a Shadow Hypno, but there's new threats here. We see, for example, a Gastrodon there. How are you going to line up there? Because you really need the Pidgeot for that, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, Pidgeot will be super strong. I'm actually curious how Pidgeot is in general. It's going to be really good against the Ariados. It's going to be great against the Gastrodon. Neutral against Azumarill and Shadow Drapion. Neutral against Moltres, I think it's actually going to be pretty strong as long as you can avoid that Dunsparce. I actually wouldn't be surprised if you could two-shield through a Dunsparce maybe as well, because once you get a double debuff, you could probably take the last Rock Slide, but it might be close being a Shadow Pidgeot.
I think so too. Yeah, it has Feather Dance. It takes really long to get there though, because Gust is a fast attack that deals a lot of damage, but doesn't generate energy very quickly. So that makes Shadow Pidgeot a very niche pick, because it really just relies on, let's say you have a 1-versus-1 matchup in the very end game, you can keep using the Feather Dance to debuff the opponent and just nullify their attack.
Yeah, and will we see that come into the battlefield? Remember, these trainers are trying to get to day number 2. There is still a lot on the line. It is going to be LNDS Nando versus Aga GP, and it is Dunsparce versus Dunsparce. So it is going to maybe come down to which Dunsparce wins charge attack priority.
Rolling into this battle, the Dunsparce mirror, and if we take a look at the backline as well, it's going to be pretty interesting. Was it the charge security?
I don't know if it registered here, but we're going to find out real soon. If it did, that is an advantage to LNDS Nando here. Did it register on charge attack priority? It did, so that does mean that LNDS Nando wins charge attack priority.
This is actually huge, because the other Dunsparce from Nando will actually win the zero shield scenario, right? The scenario where both players don't use any shields, by a lot of HP, by like 30%. It won't even go into the red. So charge security is super important here. It looks like both trainers happen to get the charge security again here.
Yeah, just trying to demonstrate just how important it is in this matchup for us. And once again, throwing on charge attack priority. So do you try to swap into a drill run here? Maybe you throw out the Azumarill to soak that energy, to keep your Dunsparce around, keep some energy, because you're just going to lose this matchup regardless. Maybe we see a pivot here. Do we see the pivot on the charge attack priority? No, actually, wait a second. LNDS Nando didn't even throw.
He didn't even throw. Now, do you shield? No, he does not shield. Don't worry, farm down one of his Pokemon here. If you don't expect the Pidgeot in the back, this is a relatively safe farm down. Wow, you actually have to take a drill here, but you do get the full farm down of 4 Mudslap. That's quite some energy for the Gastrodon.
Yeah, I'm quite shocked at LNDS not throwing there, and now you do get that farm down, and how impactful will that energy be? Azumarill just soaks all energy in the meta, it feels like, so it's not going to be super impactful. You do get to the Earth Power here. It is going to be doing a lot more damage than the Body Slam.
And I think at this point, do you consider going into the Drapion? Because now you've chipped that Azumarill quite a bit, and this makes it difficult for Aya to go into the Ariados, because a Crunch would do so much damage.
And the thing is, once the shields go down, this is crucial. Now a shield has gone down for Nando here, and that means that Ariados is going to be able to maybe land some Trailblazers against the backline. Decided to pivot into it instantly. I'm actually a little bit surprised. Maybe you could have hung on to that for the in-game, but deciding to just try to get through the Shadow Drapion with the Ariados. And the debuff as well.
That actually is pretty helpful. You can get, go for the charge security again, this time on the Aqua Tail, but considering this is going to be debuff, it's not going to do a lot of damage here.
That's actually pretty good for Aga GP here, because you know it's just the Aqua Tail, and it is going to be debuff, so I expect the no Protect Shield. Wait a second, no, he actually does Protect Shield here. I'm going to see if he thinks that it was not the greatest decision on that Aqua Tail. No, is actually pretty confident, knowing that maybe he can get up to some more energy and take another Aqua Tail, I guess.
Interesting. This is not going to do as much to that Ariados. And if Ariados can get to enough energy to get to knock out the Gastrodon, but I believe the Gastrodon threw an Earth Power and swapped out of the matchup, so I don't think it will get to an attack. Can get the poisoning down, No, it gets to the Aqua Tail, and it is a charge like Purity again.
But the thing is, once you're now debuffed to this amount, the Aqua Tail is not even going to be able to knock out. And was that the last Protect Shield of the battle for Nando? That is just brutal, because I don't think this is going to secure the knockout. All this little spider needs to do is just get to enough energy. Wait, that actually did a lot of damage.
It doesn't get there.
Wait a second. Now Nando is back in it, and all you have to do is get to an Earth Power, able to secure the knockout with the Mud Slap.
Earth Power, not the strongest ground type charge attack, but little Gastrodon is hanging on there. Loop will be very happy with this. Earth Power is coming through. It's going to knock out the Azumarill.
And it does. It's secure. No, wait.
No, it doesn't.
Wait a second. It's still around, but now
I think that I think the Drapion's also still hanging around. So either way, look at that, the Gastrodon
a
goes
knockout.
down, but 1 HP on the board.
Simultaneous.
KO.
Simultaneous. That is a tie here. Looks like the simultaneous. I will say, usually the Shadow Drapion's energy registers first because it's a 2-turn fast attack and Azumarill is a 3-turn fast attack. Judges already looking at each other here, but what an epic finish there. I didn't think that Gastrodon was going to be able to take out the Ariados.
Well, and I didn't think it would take out the Azumarill, and it did. Azumarill just proving again how bulky it is, just barely hanging on 1 HP into that Earth Power from the Gastrodon. I mean, Azumarill been around for so long for a reason, right?
Yeah, it just has so much stat product there and able to hold on to that play rough and even get the knockout too into the Gastrodon. I thought maybe the Gastrodon could hold on to that play rough, but is unable to hold on. And not only did Azumarill get the knockout, it also got a knockout on the Shadow Drapion. But I believe that 1 Poison Sting registered would have knocked out that Azumarill, and it should have been a registered on the side of Nando first.
And you know what also was crucial in that battle? The Drapion was just spamming out Aqua Tail, almost desperately, just trying to chip the Ariados, and then just barely getting there. Like, that was probably 2 HP. I don't think it was 1 HP or 2 HP. 1 more Poison Sting would have knocked out the Ariados, the Drapion. If it didn't get to that attack, the Ariados would have knocked the Gastrodon off the field there with that double super effective Trailblaze.
It looked crazy in the moment, but sure didn't work because you were able to get the Protect Shield on the first Aqua Tail. Then you spammed out all those Aqua Tails. Also, somehow double debuffed, your Aqua Tail was able to put an Ariados in range of the Mud Slap. I didn't think a double debuff Aqua Tail would do that much into an Ariados.
So keep in mind, there also was 1 defense drop from that crunch, so that even
out
a little bit. That may also just have been crucial there, because if that didn't happen, you may have hung on to a Mud Slap and then also get to the Trailblaze. So a lot of different factors that came into the matchup between these top 2 trainers here.
Yeah, so the judges will make a decision. I actually do think a decision has been made, and as soon as we know, we will tell you. Okay, breaking news. All right, it looks like the game ended in a tie, and the judge is gonna do a rematch.
It's a rematch,
this
and both players are looking in already. Here we go. We have the Gastrodon into the Clodsire. This is a great lead for Nando.
Yeah, an instant swap into the Pidgeot.
Oh, here it is.
The Dunsparce. Now we're gonna find out, can somehow Shadow Pidgeot flip the script here and be able to get to enough debuffs? Do you just, actually Protect Shielding the first one.
These Gusts are doing a lot of damage.
Can you double shield through this? You're going to be able to get to the Feather Dance. Do you do 2 Gusts and then Feather Dance? Actually, no. Deciding to just throw 1 so you allow 2 turns of rollout energy through on your Pidgeot.
And no shield here would be devastating. But look at this. This is even more devastating. This is probably the last attack in the game that you want to shield because it does no damage almost, plus double drops your attack.
Do you think this? I don't think this knocks out anymore.
I don't think so.
It actually does go for the Protect Shield. I think surely the next one won't knock out if you can get to that Feather Dance before the next Rock Slide is available.
I don't think you do.
You get outpaced, no charge attack priority. That is huge. And now Pidgeot has to be able to hold on, but this means Nando is 4-stage attack debuff.
Honestly, I think that Feather Dance may still not have knocked out. Going for the Rock Slide here. This is quadruple debuff. This super effective Rock Slide into the fragile Shadow Pidgeot is going to knock out. I don't know.
No,
it doesn't.
It's not enough, and now it's going to be rollout versus Gust here. Can you land 2 Gusts before the triple rollout? No, it hangs on. Nando is able to get to that last one. You just didn't quite have the reach, but sure, Pidgeot sure did get close.
Able to secure the switch advantage here. This is big. Here we go. In comes Clodsire again, and now you can get to an Earthquake into the Gastrodon, but you probably don't want to hang into that matchup for too long.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. I mean, Clodsire can take these Mud Slaps pretty well, but remember, there are no Protect Shields, and there is Earth Tower trying to swap on it. And look,
he makes the catch!
He paused, but he still got the catch.
Well, that's actually probably a very much needed catch. Now, if you take a look at the back line, there's a Shadow Drapion. And when shields are down, Drapion does not go to town in this matchup because your charge 6 are resistant.
No, absolutely not. And now you can go straight for the Play Rough here. Maybe Play Rough plus bubble damage. And then suddenly also that Gastrodon is energy dry. If you can ever get that Gastrodon in range of double Earthquake, and the debuff here, it actually might be in Nando's, not in Nando's favor.
I don't know. If this can lead the Dropkill to farm down, to posting down this Azumarill entirely, maybe then you're fine, because you need a lot of energy here, but I don't think you can. Azumarill's bulky. Yeah, you have to throw. I think maybe he could have gone the posting down, actually.
Yeah, he maybe could have gone for it, but you're one bubble away from the Ice Beam. You do have the double Aqua Tail, so you're going to be able to throw super effective damage, but then also get back to your Pokemon. So you can throw this Aqua Tail and swap. Can Clodsire get enough damage? I don't even know if double Earthquake can knock out Gastrodon.
I think that, yeah, at this Gastrodon probably only needs a Body Slam at this point. After the super effective Mud Slap, Earthquake's coming through. It's going to probably do around 40%. You're definitely going to need 2 of these.
Oh, wait a second.
Wait, can he get there?
You're in range. Can he get there? And the Body Slam is available. This Body Slam is probably going to be enough, but Clodsire is so bulky here. Can he secure the knockout with Gastrodon? And it looks like he does!
Yeah, Clodsire goes down. Nando takes game number 1. Wow. That was a great lead for Nando, and he was just barely able to secure that. Look at how close that Dunsparce versus Shadow Pidgeot matchup was.
Yeah, maybe if you had a little bit more attack on that Shadow Pidgeot, maybe a break point on the Gust, you could have gusted through that matchup. It was just so close. Once the double shield was up, you had to take a rock slide, and it just came down to fast attacks or pacing. And Dunsparce was just such fast pacing, and Nando able to take game number 1.
So technically that was game number 2 because the first game was a tie. Now you have kind of a better understanding of what your opponent uses. How are you going to tackle the Gastrodon as Aga? He brought the Pidgeot to tackle it, but just had it in the wrong spot.
Yeah, it's just tough, especially when you lose the alignment hard in the lead and on the save swap. Then you're destined to be in that matchup in the back line as well. So you maybe have to switch up the strategy. Do you have some soft counters to it? Like the Ariados, that could be good. The Shadow Pidgeot could come out once again. It's probably going to be a lot of Azumarill. Do you ever bust out the Annihilate here in this game number 2?
I would love to see some Annihilate action. I really think it is much better than we've seen today with that new Rage Fist charge attack that keeps buffing your attack. Annihilate really has the stats and defensive typing to back that up. So I would really love to see some Annihilate action here.
I mean, with your dreams of day number 2 on the line, you're going to need to make some big changes here to reverse sweep this series. You probably could have lost that game number 1 as well. So now you're back in it, and this is a good start for Aga GP here because you have the Clodsire into the Dunsparce. And there it is. There's the Annihilate.
The Annihilate's there, but not where it wants to be. So this matchup, one Pokemon deals super effective damage, the other one wins this matchup. Clodsire actually takes the even shield scenario in this matchup, despite taking super effective Juron, because 2 Juron will not be enough to knock out the Clodsire.
And a rare occurrence here, it looks like they did throw in charge attack priority. No, actually didn't register for Aga GP there. Now he's going to throw that Earthquake into the Dunsparce. Looks like these trainers are just going to play out this lead matchup. Is a 2-shield Annihilate getting boosted in the in-game? Is that a win condition for Aga GP here?
Honestly, the whole line of Nando is not exactly respecting the Annihilate. I'm really curious to see how this is going. There's no Azumarill to block that. As you can see here, that drone doesn't knock out yet. But oh, man, no, it doesn't throw. Yeah, if you don't throw your energy, then the Dunsparce will win this. But it looks like Aga's just preserving this Clodsire and all the energy on it.
Yeah, that is a huge flip here because suddenly this was a good matchup, but because you let that Protect Shield go down, now LNDS Nando is just going to come out of this disadvantage with an advantage. A huge swing here, even hanging on, and then you get the Poison Sting down, get a little extra energy.
Now you can get to an Earthquake on that Gastrodon. Gastrodon won't be able to take it out with one Must-Have just yet, and still letting it go, putting everything on the Drapion. Drapion has only one weakness, that is ground. But Annihilate does so well, and here it comes! In comes Annihilate, in comes Drapion. I don't think this is a really good matchup.
Does he ever throw a close combat into 2 Protect Shields? There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for LNDS Nando. Can he try to call a bait in the Rage Fist? Will he go for Rage Fist? Will he go for close combat? We know that an Aqua Tail is going to land. What does he go for here? It is the decision, and he goes for the bait!
He goes for the bait. Nando had shielded the Feather before, and it works again. This is going to boost the Annihilate a little bit. I'm not sure if he can get an entire counter down, even after this boost, though. Going for the Aqua Tail immediately, and it's only 4 points to the next one.
Yeah, and actually doesn't Protect Shield here. Is this enough to knock out the Annihilate, or can he hang on? He can hang on, but can he get to a Rage Fist? He can get to a Rage Fist. That is actually huge. That's going to leave a dent, and it looks like Nando knows it's just a Rage Fist, but does he want to Protect Shield it nonetheless? It gets 2 Protect Shields out of a Rage Fist, which is resisted.
That's crazy. What's he expecting? In the back in comes the Azumarill, but again, resists the charge attacks. Drapion going out of town here, it's just gonna get bubbled down.
And even if you get the debuff, you can clear it with your backline Pokemon if you are Aga GP. Do you get the debuff? No, you don't get the debuff this time. So trying to get the bubble down here before another charge attack is reached. Maybe trying to reach for a swap. No, just gonna be able to soak up this energy, save that Protect Shield for something more useful in the in-game. But the problem is Mud Slap damage as well.
Mud Slap damage is going to add up, and I'm not sure how much energy that Gastrodon had. I think that 2 Mud Slap, it does. I think that the Azumarill might just outpace to 2 attacks. His Ice Beam actually is less efficient than the player off, but I think Aga's just looking to get the 2 charge attacks here.
Yeah, he's just trying to get the double up because you know you have the Protect Shield advantage. It doesn't look like Nando. Actually, no, Nando does throw that Body Slam here, but it looks like Aga GP is right back in this series because as soon as he's able to register this Ice Beam, he will tie it up.
Ice Beam is charged up, loaded up, gonna get fired here at the Gastrodon. Aga ties up the score in this exciting set here. I think we need to see more Pidgeot again.
Yeah, we're gonna need to see some more Pidgeot. Maybe we'll see the Shadow Pidgeot, maybe we'll see the Annihilate as well. The Annihilate got 2 Protect Shields in that situation. That was quite strong there for Aga GP to be able to do that against the Shadow Drapion. Can you ramp it up once again? Like you said, Nando didn't really bring a team that respected that Annihilate.
I must also point out another thing, Butters. The shield efficiency from Nando has not exactly been on point so far. All his shields went in Feather Dances or Rage Fists.
Yes, that is true. And they don't do that much damage. Plus, you'll get debuffed by one of them, or your opponent will get buffed by the other. That is a great point. 4 shields went into 4 of those attacks.
I think if you manage your shields a little bit different as Nando, you may just get in a better position there. But obviously, he already was quite weak into the Annihilate. Aga just used the Annihilate very well there. That might tempt Nando to bring the Azumarill. But here we go. Both players are locked in for decisive game number 3. It's going to be the Azumarill into the Shadow Pidgeot. It's burning time.
Hey, Pidgeot is back just like you wanted Inadequate. And you're going to stay into this matchup. And remember, this Ice Beam is super effective. But the thing is, as soon as you start landing Feather Dance, but does Aga GP switch it up? I feel like he's reaching for the Brave Bird here. I feel like he's reaching for it.
That will be a really brave move. Here comes the Ice Beam, obviously being shielded, being super effective. You don't want to take that on your Shadow Pidgeot. Is he gonna go for that Feather Dance, going for the perfect timing? He's going for that Brave Bird. This is gonna do so much damage. And he does put up protection again. Now this is efficiency.
Yeah, this is great efficiency. That would do so much damage. We've seen Dunebug in the past with Shadow Pidgeot and that Brave Bird. Swapping into the Dunsparce here, now able to soak up all this energy, and no clear answers for Dunsparce in the back for Nando. So that's actually not that bad. You use the Protect Shield, you got a Protect Shield back. Shadow Pidgeot is in a decent position, and it's just a mere Dunsparce now. It could be either trainer's game.
And even shields, right? This Dunsparce could honestly set up the other trainer for a farm. Now it really comes down to either of those, and obviously the timer is also wearing out at some point. We see the backlines are the Shadow Drapion once again and Azumarill. The less shields there are in play, the better that Azumarill of Aga becomes.
Yeah, absolutely. Able to land that drill run. Remember, we know which Dunsparce does win charge attack priority. I don't think it's going to matter in this exact situation because it looks like Nando is going to be able to back-to-back drill run if he so chooses. But you could bank up a little bit more energy because you can leverage that charge attack priority win. Do you try to swap on it? No. Doesn't throw on charge attack priority, throws right before it.
Yeah, it's going to secure the knockout, but leaves the Dunsparce in a little bit of an awkward spot. It will be able to get to another charge attack probably, especially into the Azumarill. But oh, hard swapping back into the Azumarill. And that actually leaves that Pidgeot in an awkward spot as well because you don't want to leave it aligned into the Dunsparce. You gotta keep shields here as Aga.
And the thing is, I like that play from Nando because you know that the Pidgeot is in the back. You want to keep 3 Pokemon on the battlefield. So you do have an option in the back line to clear the debuff of that Feather Dance if it so comes down to that situation. And now suddenly you're almost in play rough range, but not enough. And can you get that bubble down? Do you try to go for that, try to just get as much energy as possible because the opposing Azumarill is switch locked?
I would actually like to see the following play. Let this player go into the Pidgeot, get the energy advantage. If Aga can get an energy advantage on the Pidgeot, it might be burning time. Let's see. No, just going for the bubble down, playing it safe here, and coming out with a lot of energy for either the Dunsparce or the Drop.
I mean, if the Dunsparce does come in here, that is quite good for Aga GP. And no, decides to come in with the Drapion, and looks like trying to get a Poison Sting through. Doesn't quite get the Poison Sting through, but the Ice Beam from Aga GP is going to come through. I believe this Azumarill was at 100 energy, so just one more bubble away. No, swapping into the Pidgeot here, but the problem is you just get outpaced so quickly by the Shadow Drapion.
Charge attack priority on this Aqua Tail versus the Feather Dance. Drapion's winning that the Pidgeot is sometimes bulkier than you might think, but this is a Feather Dance. That's not even going to knock out the Drapion.
Yeah, and do you let this go? It looks like Nando was trying to swap. Actually does use another Protect Shield.
That's the third time he shields a Feather Dance.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great for Nando there. And actually doesn't switch now. It's just going to try to go for an Aqua Tail. It does get the Aqua Tail, but is this Aqua Tail enough? We saw it do so much to area dose, but I don't think it's going to do that much. Yeah, it's double debuff.
I think you could have gone to the crunch as well. This is going to do a little bit of chip
Wait
damage.
a second.
Can you get to the Brave Bird
Wait a
here?
second. You're one gust away. You get to the Feather Dance, but that might do it. That might be enough. It's not going to be enough damage, but can you secure the knockout? Either way, it looks like AgaGP thinks it's enough. Is it enough to knock out? No, it's not. And it's going to be a bubble that does it. AgaGP moves on to day number 2.
Wow, Shadow Pidgeot. We're going to see more of that tomorrow. That was a crazy matchup between these two trainers. And in the very final matchup, Nandos makes the prediction that there will be no Gastrodon. There is no Gastrodon. Pidgeot still went so far there.
Hey, Pidgeot got a shield with the Brave Bird, got a shield again with the Feather Dance.
What do you mean, with 3 Feather Dances?
Yeah, well, he's getting all the shields. I got one with the Brave Bird at first, did the Feather Dance, then held on to get to that last Feather Dance to put it in range of one bubble. Azumarill takes it, and so does AgaGP. Really impressive to win 2 straight on-stage matches to advance to day number 2.
I want to point out that it just shows the shield pressure that some of these Pokemon and their attacks can do. With Brave Bird being so threatening, but Feather Dance on the other hand, not threatening at all. If you no-shield a Brave Bird, your Pokemon is probably gone. But if you no-shoot a Feather Dance, that will do no damage. Yeah. And you're probably in a pretty good spot.
That's literally the definition of a bait, right? Because one, they're the same type between the Feather Dance and the Brave Bird. One does almost nothing, one does a lot of damage, and then also if you shield the one that does nothing, you get double debuff and it feels double bad.
And then if you are able to pull those shields, that just made the Azumarill better against the Drapion. So that was just a great play. So yeah, those are all the loser finals that we had for today. Make sure that you tune in for day 2 tomorrow. We'll be starting at 9 a.m. local time, as you can see here in Brazilian time, in Pacific time, and UTC as well. It will be on the same channel, on the Pokemon Go channel, and make sure that you show some support in chat and on social media as well.
Yeah, wake up early if you're on the West Coast there, because you're not going to want to miss that winner side of the bracket is epic. Also, we do run through a lot of the loser side, so there could be some trainers that we haven't seen much in day number 1 make a name for themselves in day number 2.
Use hashtag PlayPokemon if you want to get involved. We may just feature your post, and if you happen to miss any of the action, I don't expect you to, but if you do so, make sure you follow us on YouTube and on Twitch. You can watch back the battles, and yeah, I think that is it for us today.
Yeah, that's it for us today. Congratulations to all the trainers that did advance to day number 2. I can't wait to see it, but remember, tune in tomorrow. We will see you there. Boa noite.